for fear of affecting you. Your father and I didn't even sue Helena. We never neglected you materially. Your older brothers have repeatedly clashed with Tyra just to protect you. Is this how you repay us? Tamara, it's not like that. Nyla wanted to argue, but with undeniable evidence, she couldn't utter a word. Actually, the recordings alone weren't enough to fully incriminate her or lock her up, but they could certainly tarnish her morally. More investigations were needed, so Nyla had to wait in the reception room for now. Kelly, given your successful anti-human trafficking efforts, there's a lot of buzz online about this. Would you be interested in recording an anti-trafficking video? Cliff asked. He quickly added, of course, we won't make you do this for free. We'll clear up the rumors about you online. Realizing his genuine intention to help her clear her name, Kelly understood and agreed, I will record it. Thank you. Cliff smiled and arranged for several officers to assist her, even getting someone talented with words to write the script on the spot. The Flynn parents and their 2 sons sat in the hallway outside, each lost in complex emotions. Especially Tinsley, she cried into her husband's shoulder, visibly heartbroken. Besides this incident, it was also because of the things she heard Nyla say while unconscious, when Kelly revived her. Though Nyla wasn't their biological daughter, Tinsley still had feelings for her. Yet, she kept doing such terrible things. Flynn's father tenderly patted his wife's shoulder, full of worry. Alas, why did they end up with such a daughter? How painful, how distressing. At that moment, Flynn's father believed that evilness was indeed real. Logically, after years of elite education from the Flynn family, Nyla shouldn't have done such despicable things. Almost as bad as Helena. Since she wanted to frame Tyra and planned worse deeds against her, Flynn's father wouldn't tolerate her anymore. There was no point in continuing to cultivate such a daughter. The door opened, and Kelly, with a dark expression, walked out. Cliff followed with a smile, seemingly trying to please her. Noticing the familiarity between the two, Gregor wasn't surprised, but the other 3 members of the Flynn family were stunned. The promotional video went very well. Young people these days love watching such content. With you in it, many can avoid being trafficked, Cliff said rather guiltily. Kelly responded with a light chuckle, the sarcasm evident. Only when she saw the Flynn family did her cold expression soften. Beck, Tamara, brother, let's go. Cliff looked anxiously at Kelly, hoping not to alienate this hard-to-find helper over a video. As the Flynn family left, he called out, give me a call if anything comes up. These words were, of course, directed at Kelly. However, Draper, acting like a devoted follower, received no response from the person he was talking to. Leaving the police station and getting into the car heading home, Farrell asked in surprise, Tyra, do you know Draper? Actually, it wasn't just knowing, it would be more accurate to say they had a good relationship. Yeah, he needs something from me, Kelly stated bluntly. Hearing this, Farrell let out a hiss, realizing how capable his biological daughter was, able to make even the police chief need her. Amazing. Even Todd didn't dare to mock. Tyra, is the day after tomorrow suitable for the party? Do you have any work commitments? Farrell asked. With the incident involving Nyla, he was eager to compensate Kelly, wanting everyone to know her true identity so that the Flynn family could provide her with better support. Sure, I don't have any work recently. My agent only mentioned that there will be a TV release event in a few days, Kelly replied. Alea took her hand and patted it gently, sighing deeply as if reminded of sad memories. Meanwhile, the police's public clarification left netizens with no choice but to believe. The mention of FLYN and coup in the clarification statement drew significant attention from them. There aren't many people surnamed Flynn in the entertainment industry. I suspect it might be a certain fairy. She and Egon seem to have a good relationship, so it could really be her. But she always projects an image of kindness and purity. Guys upstairs, please be careful with your words. You might receive a cease and desist letter or worse. My colleague who works at the police station said it's Nyla, and they even have her photos. The resourceful netizens dug deep, and the truth was almost entirely uncovered by them. Nyla became the target of public criticism. Mainly because her previously marketed persona was too perfect. Now, with this scandal potentially involving human trafficking, both netizens and fans found it hard to accept. Of course, some loyal fans still defended her, believing she couldn't possibly have done such things. In the end, the situation escalated to netizens and fans alike calling out to Nyla, urging her to come forward and explain. Chapter 220, Male Gold Digger Enters the Home. Rumors online claimed that Nyla had been taken into custody. The simplest and most effective way to clear this up would be for her to address it herself. Her agent was frantically trying to reach her, but the calls were not getting through. Amidst the uproar among netizens, a fraud prevention video starring Kelly released by the police went viral, drawing everyone's attention with comments of amusement. I never thought anti-fraud videos could have such engaging plots. But this one really had me laughing out loud. Kelly, such a stunning and spirited beauty, being filmed as a simpleton. Ulrich really has talent. Did you trick Kelly into filming this? Turning the tables on the human traffickers who tried to sell her, that's impressive. Due to the attention on Kelly, fewer people were demanding to see Nyla, though interest remained high. If she continued to stay silent, public opinion could escalate to unprecedented heights. Upon arriving home, Nyla encountered Hassan at the entrance, who seemed to have been waiting outside for some time. Farrell and Gregor's faces immediately changed. They stood guard in front of Kelly like twin sentinels, preventing the unwelcome man from coming closer. Not on their watch. Seeing their defensive stance, Todd rolled his eyes inwardly. Was it really necessary? In contrast, Alea beamed. Arden, what brings you here today? Hassan nodded politely. Aunt, I came to see Tyra. His demeanor was humble yet carried the grace of someone raised in an influential family, much to Alea's approval. All right, you two young people can chat. Would you like to walk around outside or talk at home? She suggested. However, Farrell quickly objected. Why go outside after just coming back from the police station? Gregor echoed, Tyra, you should rest at home. A man who asks you out right now doesn't care about you. We absolutely shouldn't agree. In their few words, the father and son tried to subtly undermine Hassan. How could he let that happen? Hassan lowered his gaze slightly, feigning hurt as he looked at Alea. Aunt, that wasn't my intention. I'm just worried about Tyra. Farrell clenched his teeth, angry once again at this male gold digger. Kelly and Alea both felt sympathetic. The former sidestepped the two men and walked up to Hassan. Everything's fine. Let's talk inside, she said. Hassan nodded slightly, a faint smile crossing his lips, while Farrell and Gregor turned pale with anger. Feeling ignored and isolated, Todd felt uncomfortable. Hearing the conversation at the police station made him wonder. Was Nyla really that innocent? Todd suddenly felt unusually clear-headed, realizing she had often used him as a tool to speak for her. Whenever she got into trouble, it was always he who took the beating, while she remained hidden. Thinking of this, Todd snorted coldly, quite upset. Already furious, Farrell thought this snort was directed at him and reached for his belt. Todd's eyes widened in shock. He hastily said, I don't feel well, I'll rest upstairs. He hurried upstairs, fearing a beating if he stayed longer. With Hassan still there, he couldn't risk looking bad in front of an outsider. Inside the living room of the Flynn residence, Alea busied herself in the kitchen with the maid, cutting fruit and preparing snacks. Hassan and Kelly sat together, while the Flynn father and son sat opposite them. The atmosphere gradually grew awkward. Even though Hassan could act convincingly before an entire film crew, he felt nervous under the intense gazes of the father and son. But Kelly didn't seem bothered. She asked casually, why did you come to see me today? At these words, the father and son mentally deducted 60 points from Hassan. A man who lets a woman speak first. What kind of man is that? Unaware of this judgment, Hassan looked concerned at Kelly. Those people online say you were almost kidnapped. Is it true? His handsome phoenix-like eyes revealed emotions beyond worry, sadness and guilt. Yes, but they couldn't do anything to me, Kelly replied calmly. Seeing her composed expression, Hassan felt particularly distressed. He blamed himself for not protecting her well enough, giving Nyla a chance to exploit the situation. Noticing his despondency, Kelly raised an eyebrow. When are you going to make me crab roe congee? Not very skilled at small talk, this was her way of changing the subject, though she genuinely wanted the congee. Now, Hassan smiled. Under Kelly's puzzled gaze, he stood up and headed towards the kitchen, meeting Alea coming out. Arden, where are you going? She asked with concern. Hassan smiled warmly. Aunt, there should be crabs in the kitchen, right? I'll go make Tyra a bowl of crab roe congee since she wants to eat it. During this season, most households would usually have crabs on hand. Alea nodded, watching him walk into the kitchen. She felt deeply moved. Arden was indeed a good Corey who knew how to care for others. Farrell and Gregor rolled their eyes exaggeratedly. As men, they naturally saw through Hassan's intentions. He obviously wanted to show off in front of the Flynn family. Such heavy-mindedness clearly meant he wasn't up to good. In the minds of father and son, another 30 points were deducted from him, leaving only a pitiful 10. Before long, the kitchen door opened, and a fragrant aroma wafted out. The lungs of the Flynn family twitched as they all looked toward the source of the smell. It was Hassan, carrying a bowl of crab roe congee, emitting waves of enticing fragrance that made everyone's mouths water. It smelled so good. Kelly's eyes were fixed on the bowl, involuntarily swallowing her saliva. Is this for me? Hassan hummed an affirmation, a smile on his face. Try it and see how it tastes. Without waiting, Kelly sat down and scooped up a spoonful of congee, savoring it carefully. Delicious, super delicious. It's even better than the porridge I had during the seafood feast last time. She gave him a thumbs up. Hearing this, Hassan pondered. She had mentioned the seafood feast she had with Holly last time. Thinking of the harem rumors circulating online, he believed it necessary to take Kelly out for an even more exquisite meal to erase any inappropriate memories from her heart. Aunt, I've also prepared some for you. You can go get some if you want, Hassan said with a smile. Already captivated by the delightful aroma, Alea nodded repeatedly and hurried to the kitchen to ladle herself a bowl of crab roe congee to enjoy. Who knew how he made it, but the crab flavor was rich and savory, perfectly balanced with just the right amount of seasoning. Chapter 221, A Gay-length Kiss on the Cheek. The father and son of the Flynn family hesitated as they looked at their mother, who wore a contented expression. The aroma in the air was so thick that they couldn't resist it either. Hating Hassan shouldn't be related to enjoying the meal he made, right? While the two men were conflicted, they heard a voice ask, Uncle, Jingjin, are you going to eat? There's still some left, it should be just enough for 2 bowls. These last 2 words gripped the nerves of the father and son, making their lips quiver with frustration. This kid must be doing this on purpose. I won't eat, Hakim said coldly. Neither will I, Gregor gritted his teeth and expressed his opinion. Hassan pretended not to see their anger and responded with an, oh, his tone slightly tinged with regret. Well, I thought you two would like it too. Hakim and Gregor clenched their jaws while Alea and Kelly stared at them as if shooting tangible glances. Male, they gritted their teeth again in their hearts. They truly had bad luck encountering him. After the meal, Alea's liking for Hassan grew even more, not to mention Kelly. She was completely defenseless against a man who could cook. Louisa and daughter chatted with Hassan for a long time until his family called him for something. Only then did he leave. Alea asked Kelly to see him off and use her eyes to warn the 2 men of the Flynn family not to interfere anymore. At the door, Hassan looked deeply into Kelly's eyes, filled with love. Tyra, next time, please notify me first, okay? I may not be able to help you with ghostly matters, but I can with ordinary things. Give me the chance to protect you, he said. Kelly blushed hearing this and nodded vigorously, okay, I promise. Then, as if she remembered something, she tiptoed slightly and placed a fleeting kiss on his cheek. Feeling the touch on his cheek, Hassan's eyes widened in surprise, looking at her in shock. Kelly smiled softly, the crab roe congee was delicious, thank you. This is your reward. She had seen couples in TV dramas reward each other this way and decided to apply what she learned. Hassan grinned, thank you, Tyra. I really like this reward. Kelly waved goodbye to him, indicating he could go. With a kiss on the cheek, Hassan left the Flynn family feeling content, almost floating as he walked away, his steps unusually light. Tyra is so cute, especially when she mentioned reward just now. He could get used to such rewards. Thinking about it, Hassan felt even happier, his smile bright and warm. Unbeknownst to him, the father and son of the Flynn family saw this scene and were fuming. Their little cabbage actually took the initiative to offer herself. As soon as Kelly turned back to the living room, she was pulled aside by the father and son for a lesson on proper boundaries between men and women. She was utterly confused. Alea rolled her eyes, thinking these 2 overreacted. There was no need to be so guarded. Tyra isn't a minor, and if they have to worry so much in modern society, it would undo all progress. That's enough, you 2 talk less. Tyra knows what she's doing, she said. The 2 men choked on their words, turning red in frustration, but didn't dare to argue back with Alea. Thus, they could only look at Kelly with wounded expressions, attempting to learn from Hassan's manipulative skills. However, their acts seemed very unconvincing. I'll go rest now, Kelly quickly said. If not for the lack of ominous aura around the 2 men or any strange attachments, she would have really considered exorcising them. Watching her daughter walk away, Hakim inexplicably felt a lump in his throat, trembling hands pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Galeniting one up and taking a deep puff, he watched the smoke swirl in the air, sighing, I'm getting old. At that moment, Hakim completely missed the fire in his wife's eyes. After all, he had just promised to quit smoking. Getting old? I think you're about to die. Alea yelled. Realizing what he was doing, Hakim tried to stub out the cigarette like it burned him, but there was no ashtray on the table. Careless. Seeing the impending argument, or rather, Alea's one-sided suppression of Hakim, Gregor, being observant, slipped away. Meeting his father's pleading gaze, he could only show a helpless expression. Some responsibilities, Hakim should bear himself. As a doctor, Gregor also advised against smoking. Angry shouts erupted from downstairs in the living room as Hakim repeatedly assured he wouldn't smoke again, finally calming Alea down. On the other hand, having not seen Adrian appear for a long time and with her agency playing dead, the netizens couldn't be more clear. With the public opinion trending this way, if there was really nothing going on, she would have come out to explain long ago. Now, not even a trace can be seen. Have certain pig-brained fans understood yet? Damn, I didn't think this girl would stoop so low. How much does she hate Kelly? In fact, I find it very unbelievable. Didn't Adrian and Kelly used to be good friends? Why does she hate her so much? And as the daughter of the Flynn family, with just a word, she could get even an Oscar-winning actor blacklisted in the entertainment industry. Why did she need to take matters into her own hands? The Flynn family has spoken up, and this turn of events is something I never expected. It's truly impressive. Following the comments, netizens flocked to Flynn Entertainment's Weibo page. Seeing the statements on Weibo, everyone was stunned. Kelly turned out to be the true heiress of the Flynn family, while Adrian was an imposter. That means the fake heiress was trying to sell the real heiress. The complex and convoluted relationships made the netizens' heads spin. Some savvy hot topic chasers and marketing accounts were already clarifying the situation for the netizens. Netizens also edited together clips of Adrian's expressions when facing Kelly, discovering inconsistencies in her micro-expressions, often revealing envy and disgust. At the Flynn family residence, Adonis, who was out of town, called in. He first tried calling his parents, but neither answered, so he had no choice but to call Todd. When the call was answered, he immediately asked, what happened to Gianna? Was she tricked? Todd hesitated slightly before replying, no, the police played us a recording of her conspiring with Go Yun Fong. It can't be fake. The sound of heavy breathing came through the phone from Adonis. When he saw the rumors online about Adrian being taken into custody, he felt anger, confusion, and suspicion, but not doubt. Gianna. Adonis's voice was hoarse, yet firm. He had thought a lot during this period. The once gentle and obedient image of Adrian slowly faded in his heart. Her revealed sharp claws left Adonis very displeased. If it was just petty quarrels, it wouldn't matter, but this time it involved human trafficking. Chapter 222, Jinming Restaurant Banquet. After hanging up the phone, Adonis sent a message to Allah, assuring him that he would attend the family reunion banquet held for Kelly on time. It seemed that he should get to know this younger sister properly now. Thinking about the various conflicts with Kelly in the past, Adonis felt inexplicably very troubled. She obviously detested him, and it was uncertain whether this kinship could be salvaged. The Flynn family had been bustling for 2 consecutive days. To show his high regard, Allah extravagantly booked Jinming restaurant for 2 days, 1 day for preparation, 1 day for the banquet. Adrian was to be detained for 15 days and pay a fine. Due to only having audio recordings as partial evidence and no decisive evidence, she couldn't be directly criminally detained. But even those 15 days were enough to destroy her reputation and turn her into a pariah in netizens' eyes. Neither Todd nor Adonis thought of going to the station to bail her out. Though these two doted on their sister, they both understood the law, mistakes had to be paid for. As for Helena, she feared that the Sue family would trace things back to her, so she didn't dare to show her face at all. On the day of the Flynn family's banquet, reporters gathered outside Jinming restaurant, cameras ready, waiting for the protagonists to arrive. Allah arrived early to greet guests, most of whom were top figures in the business circle and famous wealthy families. Many minor celebrities in the entertainment industry turned red-eyed looking at the guest list, envious that Kelly had such a good family background, and regretted not maintaining a good relationship with her earlier. Had they become friends when she was down and out, they wouldn't be forgotten once she rose to prominence again. As the journalists looked eagerly, a luxury car parked in front of the restaurant, and everyone immediately aimed their cameras at it. The car door opened, and first to step out was a graceful, elegant woman exuding classical Eastern beauty, Shin Louisa. She didn't leave but stood beside the car door, smiling warmly, waiting for someone inside. Next, slender, fair legs stepped out, followed by Kelly's breathtakingly beautiful face. It was rare to see mother and daughter together, so the photographers snapped away recording the moment. As they entered the hall, people couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, she is related, they look so much alike. When you put them together, Adrian indeed seems plain compared to the Flynn family members. They say she's in jail. Not showing up at such a grand event, it must be true. TSK, the fake heiress envying the real heiress, and attempting to kidnap her, really outrageous. An ambitious reporter already edited the captions and posted photos online, garnering loud comments from netizens. Kelly is wearing a princess dress today, it's been so long since she dressed so sweetly. I really like this look on her, standing beside her mother like a demure little princess. To be fair, the Flynn family does have high looks, compared to these faces, Adrian indeed looks ordinary. Did no one suspect it before? Who would have thought, maybe they assumed genetics just broke down hahaha. Netizens who despised her to the extreme juxtaposed photos of Adrian and Kelly. The difference was striking and shocking, clearly not in the same league. Her fairy fans, mocked by the masses recently, dared not make a fuss anymore. With such prolonged public opinion, Adrian still hadn't shown herself, confirming her imprisonment. Imprisoned artists, fans mentioning them felt ashamed. The banquet continued. Allah, holding a wine glass, mingled with guests, feeling exceptionally joyful. Seeing Isabeline and Kelly enter, he immediately went to greet them, while the elite watched them, focusing on this biological daughter. What caught attention first was her face. Indeed, she's a Flynn. This is right. She has excellent bearing, nothing like those pretentious people outside. It seems Hakim values this daughter highly. Amidst everyone's conversation, Allah led Kelly to the stage, his face beaming. Everyone, welcome to my daughter's welcoming party. Let me toast to all of you. He said. Having spoken, he raised his glass and drank in one gulp. Guests raised their glasses to drink along, and Allah began to speak eloquently about the joy of finding his daughter. He became more delighted as he spoke, actually drinking 3 cups in succession with guests, showing how much he liked Kelly. Standing below the stage, Adonis watched his father's expression of joy and felt profoundly moved. He had never seen Allah this way. In his impression, his father was always steady and confident. After the introductions, the entire elite circle recognized Kelly and knew how beloved she was by Allah. Descending from the stage, Isabeline teasingly scolded Allah, "You talk so much." Allah laughed heartily, "I'm happy today." Isabeline wore a look of helplessness, understanding his mood now, so she didn't say more. Allah then attended to other guests, Isabeline chatted with her friends, and Kelly weaved through the crowd, eating desserts and sipping wine. The banquet held little interest for her, but the taste of these little bites was indeed excellent. After all, Allah had hired Michelin-starred chefs, and many guests were praising the food as they ate. Tyra. A familiar voice sounded beside her ear. Kelly turned her head and met Hassan's gentle, water-like eyes. She put down the pastry in her hand and smiled lightly, nodding. "You came too." Hassan placed his empty champagne glass on a passing tray, a smile playing on his lips. Of course, I wouldn't miss any event that concerns you. This man could easily spout sweet words, and Kelly felt her cheeks warm slightly as she lowered her gaze. Would you like to meet my mom with me? Hassan asked with a smile. Curious upon hearing this, Kelly looked at him closely. Seeing her reaction, he immediately took her hand and led her over to a group of chatting noblewomen. Isabeline was also there. When she saw the two kids holding hands approaching, she immediately exchanged a glance with Louisa Hope, both of them smiling warmly. Hassan introduced Louisa Hope, who was wearing a green sheephow with a serene demeanor. This is my mom. Hello, Chelsea. Kelly greeted politely. Louisa Hope covered her mouth, laughing heartily and nodding repeatedly. Good child. She took Kelly's hand, caressing it affectionately, showing obvious fondness for this girl who inherited the best traits from both Allah and Isabeline. This enthusiastic attitude made quite a few people jealous, with red eyes. The Flynn family and the Hope family, being two prominent families, if their children were to marry. TSK, wouldn't the economy be directly monopolized by them? How frightening. Fearing Kelly might feel shy, Hassan chatted with Louisa Hope for a while before leading her away. Being polite, she softly said, Your mom is very beautiful, you look a lot like her. Hearing this, Hassan chuckled, placing his large hand on her head and gently ruffling it without ruining her hairstyle. Thank you, Tyra. I'm very happy. Kelly blinked at this, wondering why he was so happy, but didn't ask aloud. The banquet ended, but the waves caused by its impact hadn't subsided yet. Netizens discussed it even more fervently. Chapter 223, Bailing Gianna Out? Kelly seems very popular in the Flynn family. She's going to be a wealthy lady, right? Oh, I wish for a rich patron. The disparity among humans really makes me sad. Why can't my dad be a hidden billionaire? Amidst the teasing from netizens, those directors and CEOs who had once bullied Kelly could no longer sit still. Though they wielded some power, compared to the Flynn Corporation, they were like ants facing an elephant. With such a powerful backing now, Kelly might seek revenge for past wrongs, making everyone uneasy. Desperately, they tried calling her adoptive mother Helena, hoping to mend fences somehow. But the call never got through. Helena was already hiding like a turtle, not caring about anyone else's problems anymore. She only hoped that the Flynn family wouldn't come looking for trouble. At this moment, in the Flynn family villa, the three Flynn brothers sat together with Kelly for the first time in a peaceful manner. Their gazes lingered on her more or less, but she paid them no attention. Only Gregor seemed to receive a friendly look from her. Being the exception among his brothers, he looked very happy, with a smile never leaving his lips. Today's party has been a success. I should have my assistant send out another red envelope, Farrell chuckled. Now, he seemed like a generous child distributing wealth. Alea rolled her eyes at him but had to admit that today's party went well. Successfully introducing their obedient and adorable daughter Tyra to everyone was a good thing. Her sisters all praised Tyra as expectedly different because she came from her womb. Suddenly, Kelly's phone rang. It was Audrey calling. I'll take this call, she said. With that, Kelly stood up and walked towards the window, putting the phone to her ear. Tamara, Beck, Gianna did make mistakes, but as a girl, being detained in the station for 15 days is too much. A few days should suffice. How about we bail her out? Todd softly suggested. He didn't have the arrogance of the past. If one does wrong, they must face consequences. If it were Tyra who made such mistakes, would you still want to bail her out? Gregor immediately retorted. Todd lowered his head without a word, knowing he couldn't do that. His heart was biased. But what difference did it make? Over these days, Todd reflected. Before Kelly returned home, Nyla was a sweet and obedient little girl. The change began after Kelly came back. She just lacked a sense of security, leading to her actions. Fundamentally, she wasn't bad. She indeed deserves the punishment for her actions, Adonis agreed. Todd stared at him in shock. Big brother, what do you mean? Are you also abandoning Gianna? The word abandoning caused everyone present to change expression. However, Todd felt nothing was wrong with what he was saying and continued to argue for Nyla. While you were away, Gianna often mentioned how much she liked you as a brother. Yet, now you don't care about her at all. Your words truly make me feel disheartened, Todd said solemnly. Seeing her son like this, Alea wanted to smack him but decided it wasn't worth the effort. Just then, Kelly walked over and sensing the tension, slightly raised her eyebrows. Beck, Tamara, I'm stepping out for a bit, she announced. Where are you going? Alea glanced at the darkening sky outside, immediately questioning. Elspeth needs me for something, Kelly honestly replied, glancing at Gregor, who instantly understood. Tamara, Tyra has matters to handle, he explained. While marveling at the growing bond between the siblings, Alea nodded. When you're out so late, remember to stay safe and call home if anything happens, Farrell advised. Kelly responded affirmatively and left. Watching her leave, Todd felt oddly guilty. Had she heard and gotten angry about the earlier conversation? Leaving so late, truly troublesome. Gianna wouldn't do this. After Kelly left, Farrell stood up and coldly eyed Todd. As your older brother said, mistakes come with consequences. I won't bail Gianna out, nor will any of you. He turned and walked upstairs. Grow up, Alea sighed to Todd before following suit. What does growing up mean? Defending Gianna, why am I suddenly considered immature? They've both long favored others over us. Todd angrily shouted. However, Gregor and Adonis ignored him. Everyone left, leaving Todd alone in the living room, feeling deserted. Just then, a song played. Snowflakes falling, the north wind blowing. The lyrics were perfectly fitting, and suddenly Todd felt a chill all over, as if it were a snowy day, making him wish to kneel down and shout loudly, no. A stifled laugh cough drew him back to reality. Todd shot an angry look at the source of the song. It was the nanny. What are you doing? He demanded angrily. Someone is calling me, the nanny said innocently, holding up her phone. She tried hard to hide the smile at the corner of her mouth as she turned to go back to the kitchen to answer the call. But as soon as the kitchen door closed, Todd heard laughter so loud that soundproofing couldn't block it. He couldn't stay in this house for one more day, they wouldn't even let him be. Grinding his teeth in anger, Todd turned and stormed out. Alea and Farrell watched his figure from the upstairs window, both sighing deeply. How did we end up with such a son? Honey, is this really our biological child? Farrell asked for the umpteenth time, unwilling to admit that while he himself was such a fine elite, his other children were all excellent except for Todd, who seemed like a complete fool. Of course he's our biological child, just look at his face, Alea rolled her eyes. Though, she didn't want such a biological son either. Todd had become the disappointment of the entire Flynn family. Meanwhile, what they didn't know was that every few steps Todd took, he encountered Kelly, both of them wide-eyed in shock. What are you doing here? Audrey looked at the man before her, remembering seeing him at the Flynn family dining table. I have something to handle, none of your business, Kelly replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Todd flared up immediately, still unable to calm down after thinking about the nanny playing songs earlier. You're now the daughter of the Flynn family and my sister. How can anything you do be none of my business? I'm telling you, your every move represents the Flynn family and my reputation. I don't want to be dragged down by you, he said nastily. Kelly sneered, crossing her arms and looking at him. Did you care about the Flynn family's reputation when you pushed the nurse in the hospital? Chapter 224, Found the Head. Kelly's single sentence was a direct knockout. Galenis, with his face red and neck stiff, struggled for a long time but couldn't say anything. The incident in the hospital when he had pushed a nurse was the biggest stain on his life. At that moment, he didn't know what came over him. His mind wasn't under his control at all, filled only with rage. It's all because you provoked me, he retorted fiercely. Hearing this, Kelly laughed even more disdainfully, as if mocking his attempt to shift the blame. Audrey looked at the two siblings who didn't seem to get along well and felt very puzzled. She had never seen an older brother be so mean to his younger sister. Moreover, Kelly had such a good temper. If her own brother dared to treat her like that, she wouldn't just scold him verbally, she would teach him who was boss by force. Let's continue, Kelly said to Audrey, turning her head and apparently deciding not to acknowledge Galenis anymore. There was no point in paying attention to a fool with mental issues. Audrey nodded and immediately continued leading her toward the artificial lake, constantly sensing the subtle changes in the air. Galenis followed behind them with a cold face. It wasn't out of curiosity, he just wanted to see what bizarre things they were up to. Late at night, these two looked quite peculiar, making it hard not to suspect they had some ulterior motive. These two might be thorough spies. Kelly and Audrey completely ignored him, treating him as if he were air. Anyway, the scene that would unfold soon would be terrifying enough for ordinary people. If he had the guts to follow them, let him follow. The lighting system in the villa was excellent. Although it was late at night, the dim yellow lights illuminated each path, making the walk easy. I feel it too, Kelly suddenly said. Audrey nodded slightly, looking serious. On the side, Galenis, watching the two exchange cryptic messages, felt bewildered. What did they feel? Why hadn't he felt anything? A sudden chill ran down Galenis' spine, giving him an ominous feeling, but his curiosity about what these two were up to outweighed it, so he ignored the feeling and followed them. An ill-timed scream rang out, and Kelly and Audrey immediately ran toward the source of the sound. It was a young couple, the girl sitting on the Corey's lap, her hands around his neck. They had clearly been intimate moments ago. Now, she looked panic-stricken in a certain direction. There lay the head, the bodiless Zelda. Holy crap. Galenis gasped, his pupils dilating in shock. He hadn't expected to witness such a shocking scene at midnight. Instinctively, Galenis pulled Kelly behind him protectively. The head, where did the head come from? Did it just appear? The girl blurted out randomly, clearly terrified. The Corey tried to comfort her urgently, while Kelly looked at Galenis, her eyes clear and cool but full of confusion. He had repeatedly shown his dislike for her and even heard her countless times for Adrian. Yet now, he was standing in front of her as a shield. Human emotions are indeed incomprehensible. Galenis seemed to realize something and awkwardly stepped aside, trying to cover up his actions. I'm not concerned about you, I just don't want you to complain to our parents. Kelly responded indifferently, obviously not caring much about his answer, while Audrey covered her mouth and chuckled. She had thought this person disliked elder sister Brooke, but it turned out he was just being outwardly aloof but inwardly attentive, quite typical Tsundere behavior. This was rather amusing. Kelly waved her fingers slightly, sending out a bit of divine power to calm the girl down. Her sobs gradually decreased, and her expression shifted from fear and confusion to clarity. You can go first. We will handle this, Audrey said, pulling out her police badge. Seeing that they didn't need to explain their innocence regarding the head, the couple nodded quickly and left. Kelly and Audrey squatted in front of the head, carefully examining it. Seeing how bold they were late at night, Glennis sucked in a breath, shocked. Are girls nowadays all like this? Don't touch what shouldn't be touched. The most important thing now is to call the police, he muttered, turning away from the sight and shivering. When Audrey showed her police badge earlier, due to the blind spot in his view, he hadn't seen it at all. The two women ignored Glennis and continued studying the strange head. It seems this head has been here all along, hidden by something specifically. No wonder we couldn't trace its movements for so long, Kelly remarked. Audrey agreed with a nod, her eyes showing concern. The person behind this isn't weak. Hearing this, Kelly turned to her seriously. No matter how powerful that person is, together we can bring them to justice. Evil can never triumph over righteousness. Upon hearing this, Audrey, who had been worried, immediately felt all her concerns vanish. Right, evil can never triumph over righteousness, she echoed, her face flushing. Every time, elder sister Brooke's words could always give her encouragement and strength. I think you two have problems with your brains. You're talking about righteousness triumphing over evil while squatting in front of this terrifying thing late at night. The truly weird ones are you two. Glennis finally couldn't help but complain. He was really impressed, seeing something like this at night, it couldn't be more ominous. Audrey angrily stood up, glaring at him with eyes as big as copper bells. What we do has nothing to do with you. Mind your own business. Glennis looked at her in disbelief upon hearing this, never expecting that one day he would be treated like this by a girl. Because of the good looks given to him by his parents, he was very popular among girls and had always been pampered. Man-hating woman, I don't want to talk to you anymore, Glennis sneered. Audrey's face immediately turned red with anger. You're the man-hating woman, no, you're a fake girl. Glennis widened his eyes, biting his lips fiercely, and the two of them seemed ready to start a primary school fight. Call Draper first, Kelly said appropriately. Only then did Audrey remember there was important work at hand. She glared at Glennis fiercely and pulled out her phone to make a call. The latter was well-mannered enough not to interrupt her when she was on the phone. After a call, Audrey said, Draper asked us to wait for him. He will come over soon to handle this. Kelly nodded, staring directly at Zelda's head. She didn't seem to have suffered much before death, still wearing a smile on her face. But this head still lacked a soul. Where is Zelda's soul? Strange, Kelly felt something wasn't right. She could confirm that the person behind this definitely had more tricks up their sleeve. Zelda's soul couldn't just disappear for no reason. But what use could keeping it have? Suddenly, Kelly thought of Gregor. Zelda's soul could bewitch him. You stay here and watch. I need to go back for something, she immediately said. Audrey nodded in agreement, and Glennis hadn't had time to refuse before being left alone, staring at the man-hating woman. He didn't dare to look at that head at all, quite frightened. Audrey despised his cowardice, rolling her eyes continuously. Chapter 225, Gregor is safe. Kelly hurried back to the Flynn residence as fast as she could. Flynn's parents were puzzled, just about to ask her why she had returned so quickly, when they saw her dart up the stairs as if a pack of wolves was chasing her. What's going on? Alea looked at Farrell with confusion in her eyes, turning to ask him. The latter shook his head and suggested, shall we go upstairs and see? The couple, hand in hand, ascended the stairs with palpable apprehension. Kelly abruptly pushed open the door to Gregor's room, meeting his gaze as he sat at the table holding Zelda's photo. Fortunately, he was unharmed. Breathing a heavy sigh of relief, Kelly leaned against the doorframe, her hands moving swiftly, emitting faint golden light. Then, she directed that golden light into Gregor's body. Feeling the gentle power, he stood up and walked to her. Tyra, what are you doing? Kelly took a deep breath and explained, Zelda's head was found, but her soul isn't in her body or her head. I'm worried that the person behind this might be after you, so I've set a mark. It will alert me if anything happens to you, so I can come to your rescue. Gregor nodded, understanding the implication. His sharp eyes softened, and gratitude filled his expression along with concern. If her soul isn't in her body, can she still be reincarnated? No, Kelly answered resolutely. She wasn't one to lie, even if it was a kind-hearted one. Tyra, Gregor wanted to ask her for help again but couldn't bring himself to say it. He had already troubled her enough, he was far from being an easygoing brother. From a distance, Flynn's parents exchanged glances before quietly descending the stairs. As long as nothing serious happened, they wouldn't intrude on their children's conversation. Elder brother, I'll continue searching for Zelda's soul, Kelly said first. Upon hearing this, Gregor raised his eyes, full of gratitude and guilt. Sorry, I've caused you so much trouble recently. Don't worry about it. Even if not for you, I would still find Zelda's soul, Kelly waved off. She spoke sincerely, yet it only moved Gregor more. He hadn't realized that beneath Tyra's carefree exterior lay such a considerate heart. She must have been afraid he'd overthink things, so she deliberately mentioned it wasn't for his sake. Having such a thoughtful sister was his good fortune. Under this sappy gaze, Kelly felt goosebumps all over her body. She waved her hands. All right, since you're fine, I'll go back to my work. Gregor hesitated, then nodded in agreement. He had wanted to follow her to check on Zelda, but wanted her to remain perfect in his heart. Kelly turned and left. The moment the door closed, a dark shadow appeared in the corner, gazing adoringly at the melancholic Gregor. That shadow was Zelda without her soul. She floated in front of him, looking deeply into his eyes. As ghosts cannot cry, her face contorted into a painful expression. Compared to when she was alive, Zelda's every movement now seemed stiff, like a puppet controlled by strings. Her mouth opened mechanically, producing a ghostly voice. Don't worry about me. Gallant well from now on. I don't regret loving you for all these years. Gregor, who was looking at the photo, suddenly stood up, his gaze vacantly scanning the surroundings. Zelda's face twisted into an uglier smile than crying, and suddenly her limbs stretched forward uncontrollably as she was dragged back. When Kelly arrived at the artificial lake, Cliff was already there. The police conducting the investigation were quiet, while Audrey and Todd were arguing non-stop. Not rushing forward, Kelly listened to their argument for a bit behind them. It's all your fault. You insisted on telling me it was a ghost's call. Todd tugged at the hem of his shirt, water dripping down. Audrey grinned cunningly. Isn't it because you were foolish enough to believe my nonsense? Hearing this, Todd rolled his eyes angrily, gritting his teeth in frustration. He cursed himself for not hitting girls. What happened? Kelly stepped forward and asked. Hearing her voice, Audrey's eyes lit up, and she immediately latched onto Kelly's arm. Don't tell her. Todd flushed and warned agitatedly. Audrey rolled her eyes, disregarding him, and began recounting the events rapidly. We were both bored watching the head. A bird's chirping interrupted us, so I teased it was a ghost, which scared him so much he tripped and fell into the lake. Ha 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 ha. It was clear Audrey was genuinely enjoying his misfortune. Todd panted heavily, visibly furious, and was about to charge forward with clenched fists. Kelly promptly blocked him, her face devoid of mockery. Tamara and Beck are waiting for you in the hall. Go back. Her words were steady, like an older sister's, while Todd appeared as the troublesome younger brother causing problems for their parents. Tamara and Beck are waiting for me in the hall. How could that be possible? They've long ceased to have a son like me, all they care about is you, their daughter. With his arms crossed over his chest, Todd winced at the dampness seeping through his clothes but couldn't bring himself to return home with such a look. Tamara and Beck treat us equally. We both know who's causing trouble for our parents. Kelly said, delivering a cutting remark without mercy. After experiencing a series of setbacks tonight, Todd felt thoroughly uncomfortable. He glared fiercely at the two women before him, only to be met with Audrey's large eyes glaring back. It was pretty frustrating. He couldn't argue well, couldn't fight, and even lost in a staring contest. Fine, if you want me to go back, I'll go back. Remember, it was your request, Todd gruffly replied, turning away quickly, afraid that Kelly might expose him. Some people are adorably proud, some are just annoying. So irritating. Audrey pouted in complaint. Only after saying this did she suddenly realize Todd's status as Kelly's brother, looking at her with guilt. Noticing the girl's panic, Kelly smiled lightly. It's okay, you're right. Upon hearing this, Audrey's face lit up with delight. Cliff walked over to them, having already packed Zelda's head, with a troubled expression on his face. Kelly, Truman has taken the other team members to complete the mission. He wants you and Audrey to handle this matter entirely. Do you have any objections? Of course, Cliff believed in Kelly's abilities, but since she had just joined the Hopian department, letting her and Audrey take on such a big task alone seemed a bit too much from Truman's side. The captain mentioned needing to meet KPIs a few days ago. I didn't have time then, so he didn't call me, Audrey suddenly chimed in. Both Cliff and Kelly cast puzzled glances at her. Unable to hold back, Cliff asked, you guys also have KPIs? Of course. The organization doesn't keep us around just to do nothing, does it? Audrey put her hands on her hips, defending herself heatedly. Cliff chuckled sheepishly. He had always thought working in the Hopian department didn't require much effort and was a good job. Chapter 226, Bringing Calamity to the World. Let's take Zelda's head back to the station first. The rest we will need to discuss further, Kelly said. Draper nodded, and the group set off again, this time heading back to the police station in a grand procession. Inside the reception room of the police station, Audrey held a cup of hot tea and muttered, how strange. I've never seen a case where the body is present but the soul is gone. What could they possibly want with a soul? She truly had no idea. To cultivate evil entities that bring calamity to the world, Kelly replied in a grave tone. If it wasn't for someone seeking revenge on her or causing harm to her family, there was only one possible explanation. Otherwise, it would make no sense for someone to seek out souls. Do evil entities really exist, and can souls truly be cultivated into ghosts? Audrey asked, puzzled. Kelly nodded seriously. Yes, and there are many ways to do so. In ancient times, as you modern people call it, the mystical arts were more advanced than they are now. Almost everyone knew how to exorcise spirits or commune with them. Under such circumstances, many families disregarded ethics and brazenly researched methods to cultivate ghosts from souls, using these entities for their own purposes. So ruthless. Audrey gasped, her face pale. If there were indeed people who cultivated ghosts from souls, they must be eliminated as soon as possible. Draper, listening in, also looked solemn. His main concern was the potential danger to the world. Ordinary people couldn't deal with ghosts and demons. If the person behind this decided to act, taking lives would be child's play. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking at the door interrupted the conversation. Draper seemed to remember something and hurriedly got up to open it. Outside stood Hurley. His expression was cold, and he carried several large and small packages filled with food he had bought outside. You could have just ordered takeout or hired someone to deliver it. Why did you insist on making me bring it over? Hurley grumbled angrily at his father. A famous star with countless fans, he had been woken up in the middle of the night by his father to buy snacks. Supposedly, it was for a midnight stroll. Was that reasonable? Not at all. Facing his son's indignant complaints, Draper chuckled sarcastically. Stupid Corey, you'll never know what your father has sacrificed for you. Come in and talk about it, Draper said. Hurley felt a chill and, after an "oh," brought the food inside. As soon as he entered, his eyes met Kelly's, and his brain froze. He didn't know what to do with his hands or feet, staring blankly at her. Seeing his usually confident son act so clumsily, Draper rolled his eyes. At this rate, when would he ever win the heart of a beautiful woman? My son happened to be free today, so I asked him to pick up some milk tea and snacks. Kelly, you should know him, right? Draper smiled. Yes, we were colleagues on the same variety show, Kelly replied. Hearing this, Hurley's gaze darkened. Just colleagues, not even friends. Beside him, Draper gritted his teeth in frustration. He wished he could slap some sense into his useless son. In his youth, he knew how to talk to women. Who knows who he learned from? Sighing inwardly, Draper dragged his son to sit opposite the others and pushed the snacks and milk tea toward Kelly and Audrey. Eat and drink freely. Consider it compensation for keeping you here late at night, he said with a smile. Audrey's eyes darted between Kelly and Hurley, giggling. Then I won't hesitate. She grabbed the milk tea she liked, piercing the lid happily and sipping away while munching on snacks. Celebrities sure knew how to shop, everything was fragrant and sweet. Regarding Zelda's soul, my suggestion can only be to stay vigilant for now. We're at a disadvantage, and there's nothing else we can do, Kelly said. Audrey nodded in agreement. They could only deal with things as they came. Draper sighed deeply, looking helpless. It's getting late. I need to go home and sleep, Audrey suddenly said. Pointing at her phone alarm labeled Beauty Sleep, she realized it was time to rest. Sleeping too little could make one look old. Looking at her milk tea, Audrey suddenly lost her appetite. Staying up late and consuming too much sugar would definitely age her. I have something else to say, Kelly mentioned. Then I'll send Miss Galen home with an officer, Draper immediately offered. He called someone over, and Audrey waved goodbye to Kelly, cheerfully following along. Draper had wanted to give his son a chance to spend time alone with the young lady, but as soon as he opened the door to leave, he was stopped. Draper, I need to talk to you about a case from over 10 years ago, Kelly said. Draper paused mid-step, looking at her curiously. Cases unresolved for over 10 years were usually big cases. She knew. At the location where we filmed our variety show, there's a family named Julius, Kelly continued. This name, Hurley, was very familiar with it. He had reviewed the surveillance footage many times after coming down, so he immediately responded, is it that old man who looks very pretentious? He was instantly given a few fierce glares by Draper as soon as the words left his mouth. He had always taught his son not to speak ill of others. Did all his teachings go to the dogs? Hurley looked somewhat innocent as he explained further. Tamara, this Julius is not an ordinary person. Anyway, he's especially good at pretending, and you can tell at first glance that he's a habitual fraudster who exploits people's sympathy, he said. Draper frowned when hearing his son speak. What happened? Hurley glanced at Kelly and saw her nodding at him to speak. Immediately, he recounted the events at the program site, embellishing them greatly for Draper. Gallensteining to what Julius had done, Draper couldn't help but frown deeply, hitting the desk forcefully. These old men who deceive young people using their age are no different from scammers. Because of people like them, everyone now dares not donate, pitying those truly innocent people. But we can only morally condemn him. After all, he hasn't broken the law, Draper sighed. He has, Kelly's clear voice cut in resolutely. Draper and Hurley looked at her with surprise. Father and son shared a striking resemblance, especially the strong sense of righteousness in their expressions. Julius, his real name isn't this, but he is the third eldest in his family, commonly known as San Lotzi, Kelly explained. Upon hearing this name, Draper drew a sharp breath, remembering whose file it was. That's impossible. If he really is San Lotzi, why would he agree to record the show without fearing being recognized? He asked instinctively. He has been on the run for so many years and has long gained confidence in his disguise. If it weren't for me, none of you would have noticed that Julius is him, Kelly replied. Draper nodded in understanding. It made perfect sense. Watching the two converse cryptically, Hurley visibly grew anxious, eager to know what they were talking about. Chapter 227 Catching Cal. What are you two talking about? Why can't I understand a single word? Hurley could no longer hold back his question. His eyes were filled with innocent foolishness. Dunk Chief looked at the smart and clever Kelly, then at his own son, feeling suddenly powerless. How could such a hully possibly match her? At this moment, Dunk Chief gave up on playing matchmaker for his son and Kelly and began to recount the past events in detail. Cal, he wiped out his wife's entire family with his own hands and then fled. He hasn't been caught until today. We thought he might be dead or had escaped abroad, never imagining he would find a secluded village and change his identity to become an ordinary person. If it weren't for bridge over flowing stream selecting this wonderful place, Kelly wouldn't have seen him, said Dunk Chief. He decided that after this matter was resolved, he should get the production team to give him an award. Where is he now? Is he still in the village? Dunk Chief clenched his fists, asking Kelly. He couldn't wait to catch Cal immediately to avoid any delay. He's not in the village. On the day I exposed him, he changed his hiding place and moved somewhere close to the police station, Kelly explained. Dunk Chief was first stunned, then widened his eyes in shock. He never imagined Cal would be so bold as to live near the police station. Was he not afraid of being recognized and brought to justice, or did he think the most dangerous place was the safest? I'll find people right now, just send the specific location to my phone, Dunk Chief instructed. Kelly immediately opened her phone, found the chat window with Dunk Chief, and typed in the exact address. In the reception room, only she and Hully remained, both feeling an awkward silence. Of course, the awkwardness was mainly for the latter. Why don't you drink bubble tea? Don't you like it? Asked Hully, blushing. These bubble teas were carefully selected by him, each flavor was less sugary and tasty, with plenty of milk fragrance. How could she not even touch them? Bubble tea? Kelly frowned. She didn't eat snacks because she had never seen them before. Since possessing this body, she had only eaten proper meals. You've never had bubble tea? Hully asked, shocked. In modern society, bubble tea was the favorite of young people. Kelly nodded hesitantly, pointing at the big package in front of her. I haven't tried these either, they look hard to eat. They had no smell at all, and those packaging bags looked strange, not like good things. Hully really didn't want to believe someone didn't eat snacks or drink bubble tea, but looking at Kelly's serious expression, he fell silent. Wanna try? He asked tentatively. Then, he picked up a few cups of bubble tea and straws, peeled off the wrapping paper, and stabbed them into the cups before handing them to Kelly. She was delighted to study eating and drinking things, so she accepted it and sucked through the straw. The aroma of milk and tea filled her nose, the slightly sweet taste was perfect, and the chewy balls bursting with juice tasted of sweet grapes. Kelly's eyes lit up, so delicious. Hully breathed a sigh of relief, fearing she would dislike it after trying. Encouraged, he tore open a bag of snacks. The instant the snack bag was opened, a fragrant aroma spread throughout the reception room, capturing Kelly's full attention. What is this? She asked in amazement. Potato chips. Hully picked one up and put it in his mouth, then pushed the rest toward Kelly. Imitating him, she also placed a potato chip in her mouth. A crunchy sound echoed, and she felt almost bubbling with happiness. Kelly's eyes sparkled with gratitude and regret. You're really a good person, she praised spontaneously. Hully's happy face suddenly dropped. Why did he receive a friend zone card now? Dunk Chief, who had just caught the man, pushed the door open, seeing his son and Kelly getting along well. Good heavens, when he wanted the two together, this Corey didn't make any effort. Now that he had given up, the Corey started. Did you catch him? Kelly temporarily put down her snack bag and looked at Dunk Chief. He nodded, very smoothly. When we arrived, this old man was video chatting with some young girls, sending them many red envelopes despite his age. Kelly sneered and stood up, her beautiful, cold as the moon face now filled with reluctance over food. Meanwhile, she gave Hully a wary glance. Having shared snacks with her just now, he almost immediately understood what this glance meant. Don't worry, I won't take yours, Hully said helplessly. It's just a few bags of potato chips, is it really necessary? Only then did Kelly smile, carefully aligning the chips and following Dunk Chief out the door to meet Cal. She had a bit of a vengeful heart and still remembered how he had insulted her that day. It was quite amusing to see someone in distress and kick them while they were down. As a goddess, Kelly was naturally benevolent, but her kindness was reserved for good people. Those who harmed countless others and assisted evildoers were nothing more than despised. Hully, left alone in the reception room, looked at the neatly arranged potato chips and felt his lips twitch. Who was she guarding against? Was he so unreliable in her eyes? Clearly, she had just said he was a good person. Women truly were fickle. However, because of the snacks, the two had inadvertently drawn closer. Hully also discovered a very precious trait about Kelly: she loved to eat. He could use this to further strengthen their bond. In the interrogation room, Draper led Kelly inside and sat across from Cal. Seeing her, his eyes turned sharp all of a sudden, and he erupted into shouts, but the police officers, prepared for such a reaction, held him down tightly, making it hard for him to move. It's definitely you, bitch, who ruined me. How did you find out where I was? I hid so well. Why didn't you check other houses but came straight to mine? How did you do it? Cal roared angrily, nearly driven mad by confusion. Kelly curled her lips in a cold smile. Heaven is punishing you. She wasn't wrong, encountering Cal was the greatest punishment for him. Ha, stupid woman. mumbling nonsense, your brain is broken. With such beauty but being an idiot, no one would marry you in the countryside, Cal mocked. Clearly, he didn't believe that everything he suffered now was because of this woman before him. Draper could no longer hold back, slamming his hand on the table, startling Cal. You've killed dozens of innocent people, and you still dare to speak so arrogantly? Do you really wish to die sooner? Draper shouted. Facing a murderer, especially one who had taken so many lives, he was filled with hatred. Cal sneered, his expression despicable and disgusting. Chapter 228, The Past of Cal. Cal wore an indifferent expression as he said to the burly officer, I'm definitely going to be executed for killing so many people, so I'll say whatever I want. This cavalier attitude, completely disregarding the police officers in front of him, greatly infuriated Cliff. Kelly's gaze steadied and her lips parted lightly. Cal, you killed your wife's entire family because your lover, Galen Hopewa, instigated it. After fleeing, you lost contact with her. Do you want to know where she is now? Hearing the familiar name again, the carefree look on Cal's face disappeared, and he looked at this woman seriously. My actions are my own, and they have nothing to do with her. If you want to arrest someone, just take me. Don't bother innocent people, he said gruffly. This stance clearly showed his determination to protect Galen Hopewa. Cliff was shocked, he didn't expect a murderer who had killed so many people to still be in love. Relax, Kelly said, lifting her chin slightly. Just as Cal was beginning to breathe easier, she delivered a crushing blow. Galen Hopewa has already died. She's waiting for you in the underworld after your execution. We can't find her now. Cal's eyes widened in shock. What? Dead? He then laughed bitterly and shook his head. Impossible, you must be lying. You're trying to get information out of me. Hopewa has always been healthy. How could she have died? His voice became quieter as he spoke. With the confirmation of the killer in the mass murder case, there was nothing left for Kelly or the police department to extract from him, so... Hopewa really died? Cal asked tremulously. Kelly nodded ambiguously, watching as the man who had once been arrogant and ruthless now revealed his pained and bewildered side. Why would this happen to Hopewa, who was always in good health? My Hopewa, how could? Cliff beside them displayed a look of disdain, not expecting this side of Cal. She only asked you to kill your wife, but you ended up killing her entire family. With so many lives on your conscience, how could she not be afraid? Kelly sneered. Compared to Cal, though Galen Hopewa wasn't a saint either, she was somewhat better. Excessive worry leads to illness and excessive sorrow harms the body, Kelly explained. Cal lowered his head, looking very distressed. Only he knew that he had only intended to harm his wife, but since others were also home at the time, he couldn't help but take care of them too. As his pained expression gradually eased, Kelly asked, do you want to know why Galen Hopewa instigated you to kill your wife? Cal shook his head murmuring, because she loved me and wanted us to be together forever after I killed my wife. Before he finished speaking, Kelly scoffed, you're overthinking it. The motivation behind Galen Hopewa's actions came from another man, Jean Govind. He grew up with your wife and harbored unrequited love for her. Even after she married, he refused to marry anyone else. But during an arranged meeting, Galen Hopewa happened to fancy him. After failing to win him over, she turned her sights on you and indeed got what she wanted. Kelly's ruthless words stripped away Cal's last shred of dignity. In retrospect, these signs were all too clear. He had suspected some of it but was ultimately deceived by Galen Hopewa's sweet talk, believing she wanted to spend her life with him. Those sweet moments they shared felt like knives stabbing into Cal's heart, filling him with pain and regret. It wasn't necessarily true that he deeply loved Galen Hopewa. At that time, he had simply been blinded by infidelity. During his years in hiding, Cal often thought about his wife, recalling the loving looks in her eyes and the meals she cooked. Regret came too late. Cliff silently gave Kelly a thumbs up. Such people like Cal deserved to feel this kind of pain. The police could only execute him and nothing more. It seemed that Cal would spend the remaining days before his execution in immense pain. As Kelly prepared to leave, she added, by the way, after you fled, Galen Hopewa achieved her goal and married Jean Govind. They have a son now, and even a grandson who is already in his teens. These words pierced his heart. Cal could no longer endure it, crouching down and screaming in anguish. Cliff hadn't expected things to be so dramatic. His expression remained cold, but inside he was seething, eagerly wanting to know if it was true. After leaving the interrogation room and returning to the guest house, Kelly looked at the untouched chips on the table, confirming to herself that Hurley was indeed a good person. Were you telling the truth about Galen Hopewa's son? Cliff asked anxiously. Kelly nodded. I never lie. Cliff felt a twisted sense of satisfaction that Cal deserved to be betrayed, yet he was troubled that a woman who had indirectly caused someone's death could still have descendants. The two conflicting emotions left him helpless. What are you talking about, what son? Hurley asked in confusion. He had a curious heart, but no one was destined to satisfy it. It's late, you take Kelly home, Cliff ordered. Hurley was taken aback, his eyes quickly flashing with joy. A father knows his son best. Watching his son's pathetic expression, Cliff helplessly rubbed his forehead, feeling this was a disaster. Kelly didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. After getting permission, she picked up the pile of snacks on the table, preparing to savor them at home. In the car. The sound of crunching kept coming from Kelly eating. Hurley originally thought that in such a late hour, only two people in the car could create an intimate atmosphere, but it turned out to be very unconventional. He quietly glanced at Kelly in the passenger seat and immediately turned back to continue driving. He had never seen such a food-loving female celebrity in the industry. Modern beauty standards for female stars were extremely strict, so they meticulously controlled their weight, only eating light meals or slimming meals most of the time. For regular people, hot pot and Western cuisine were considered luxurious feasts, the price they paid for fame. Tyra, aren't you afraid of gaining weight eating so much? Hurley couldn't help but ask. I'm not afraid, I won't gain weight, Kelly replied. During the transformation process of her divine power, toxins and excess fat were expelled from her body, something she learned after becoming human. To be able to eat without gaining weight, that's really enviable, Hurley sighed. Even he had to regularly eat a few slimming meals. Those tasteless things felt like bird feed, he didn't like them at all. Kelly happily munched on snacks, fully agreeing with Hurley's words. Oh right, we have a variety show here that's about food challenges. The guests have to eat a lot. Are you interested? Hurley suddenly said. He had been invited to the show but hadn't decided whether to go. If Kelly was going, he would accept immediately. Chapter 229, Hassan feels wronged. Kelly was obsessed with the idea of gourmet food, her eyes shining brightly. If she could participate in the show and earn money while enjoying delicious food, she couldn't even imagine how happy she would be. Really? She asked in pleasant surprise. Hurley affirmed it with a hum. With your current popularity and topic heat, they'd be thrilled to have you join the program. I'm 100% willing, thank you so much. You're truly a good person, Kelly said sincerely. Her face broke into a bright smile, visibly overjoyed. Taking advantage of the traffic light, Hurley turned his head to glance at her, feeling his heart thumping wildly out of control. He quickly diverted his gaze as if fleeing from a battlefield. This is what I should do. We're friends, he stammered, his ears turning red. Had anyone else been sitting in the passenger seat, they might have noticed something amiss, but Kelly was solely focused on food and the prospect of eating delicious meals soon, so she naturally didn't pay attention to these details. Yes, we are friends, she declared resolutely. Hearing this answer, Hurley suddenly smiled, a very relaxed smile. He never thought becoming friends with Kelly would be such an easy thing. He had always felt she was aloof, maybe because he hadn't cleared the water from his mind back then when he judged her. She wasn't aloof at all, she was incredibly adorable. The car stopped in front of the Flynn family villa. The familiar gate guard, seeing Kelly, immediately came over to the car, ready to take her inside. Hurley also got out of the car, watching the vehicle enter the villa before getting back in. However, he didn't drive off. Instead, he covered his rapidly pounding heart with his hand. His heart seemed to tell him that he really liked Kelly. Unconsciously, his gaze was drawn to her. He liked her intelligent side and her silly moments, but most of all, he loved how she enjoyed snacks. It was clear that she genuinely loved food. A loving smile spread across his lips, and Hurley felt helpless. This time, he was really in deep. However, chasing after Kelly wouldn't be easy. The revolution isn't over yet, the comrades must still strive hard. While driving, Hurley eagerly dialed the show's staff, informing them of Kelly's interest. They were delighted by this news. With such immense popularity and topic heat, who wouldn't be happy? Moreover, due to the nature of the show being about eating, not many female celebrities were willing to participate. Ulrich immediately agreed and quickly posted on Weibo, announcing the addition of a new female guest for this season. The moment Kelly's name appeared, it sparked waves among netizens. Is she serious? How did she end up on a gourmet variety show? She was just establishing herself as a mysterious young lady earlier. Is she now planning to become a big eater? She really changes easily. It's quite funny for a skinny celebrity to establish herself as a big eater. Hey, don't say that. Isn't Galen Man, Marnie, a big eater too? Why is it funny? Galen Man is a true big eater, but Kelly, well, it's hard to judge. Hashtag Kelly joins my date with food hashtag. Hashtag Kelly suspected to change her image hashtag. The trending topics kept climbing. Edison, who had been immersed in the company of a beauty, received a call and was dumbfounded. He, as a manager, never expected his artist to want to join a food show. Didn't she worry about gaining weight? In today's society, appearance is paramount, especially for female celebrities. But Kelly firmly expressed her intention to participate, leaving Edison no choice but to agree and sign the contract. The next day, just after signing the contract, he went to Hassan's house. Guess what? Hurley recommended it. These two definitely met privately. Are they secretly getting close? In fact, it's understandable. A young man's charm is naturally greater than an old-timer like you. Many fans ship this couple online, and now they'll get their wish. Why aren't you saying anything? I'm telling you, you can't let her join this food show. Be careful she doesn't ruin her stomach. Edison prattled on, while Hassan's expression grew colder and more tense, almost grinding his teeth by the end. Can you stop talking? He demanded. Seeing him really angry, Edison's face showed satisfaction. He covered his mouth, indicating he wouldn't speak anymore. Hassan's mind was in turmoil. Of course, he trusted Kelly, but he had to be vigilant against the external temptations. She may not have those intentions, but others surely did. What could he do? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Hassan's head. He grabbed Edison, pulling him up. I have something to handle now. You can leave. Huh? Edison couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Damn, this old man doesn't value friendship at all. He specifically came over to inform and yet got himself kicked out. You can visit any bar under my name anytime, just charge everything to me, Hassan said. Edison's eyes, filled with accusations, gradually faded away, replaced by a wide grin stretching from ear to ear. Still, it's you who comes through as a brother, good buddy for life. He kept praising and turned to leave without any hesitation. Compared to Hassan, this stinky man, beauties were far more appealing. After Edison left, Hassan went to the bathroom for a shower. He intentionally wore a bathrobe with the neckline widely open and only dried his hair enough to stop dripping but still remain wet. Seeing his devastatingly handsome face in the mirror, he gave a faint smile. This look was something Hassan found while surfing online, rated first by female netizens for being irresistibly charming. After getting fully prepared, he sat on the sofa and made a video call to Kelly, which was answered soon after. Seeing her clear, moon-like face, Hassan's cheeks flushed slightly, the first time he dressed up for a woman like this. What's up? Kelly asked while holding a bag of chips in her arms, eating and looking puzzled. Upon clearly seeing Hassan on the other end of the call, her hand paused with the chips, then obviously slowed down. Tyra, everyone on the internet says you and Hurley are very close because you're going to participate in the show together. I, as your girlfriend, have been teased by netizens to step down, thinking you prefer him. Hassan lowered his eyes, feeling quite wronged. His tousled hair fell in front of his eyes, somewhat obstructing his vision, yet making him look particularly fragile and pitiful. Kelly panicked, hurriedly defending herself. How could that be possible? I just really like the show. Don't overthink it. If you're not comfortable, I will keep my distance from him in the future. Her expression was sincere, as if she would do anything as long as he wasn't upset. Hassan couldn't help but smirk triumphantly, softly agreeing. A career friend acting pitiful for his girlfriend is never embarrassing. Then go dry your hair first, Kelly said. Chapter 230. Can we switch? After hanging up the phone, Hassan went to blow dry his hair. Thinking of how Kelly's hand had paused when she saw him, the smile on his face wouldn't go away no matter how he tried to hide it. If Tyra was still captivated by him while eating, did that mean he was more important than food? Despite the intense discussions among netizens and Hassan's reluctance, the show finally aired. And because of Kelly, many entrepreneurs saw business opportunities and immediately signed up to join, making this episode far more luxurious than previous ones. Ulrich waved his hand and decided to launch a live broadcast mode. The production team had 6 members in total. I Have an Appointment with Food was positioned as a lighthearted food-focused variety show where each guest would undertake tasks related to food. Everyone ate and played games, making the show very heartwarming, which attracted quite a number of viewers. But after Kelly joined, the director realized what real viewership was like. Even if the guests just sat there chatting, the chat box kept scrolling non-stop. I came here to see how this sister manages to be such a big eater, and whether she will disappoint. I barely managed to develop some fondness for her. If she wastes food, I'll really get angry. Do the guests know that the director is doing a live stream? Of course they do. In I Have an Appointment with Food, guests usually use their phones and the internet while completing tasks, so it can't be hidden. Seeing the popularity skyrocketing on the back end, the director kept muttering to himself that Kelly was indeed a godsend for variety shows. The official program began, and the host called on the guests to greet the audience watching from their screens. The first to step forward was Roslyn, wearing a light pink dress that accentuated her slender figure and elegant demeanor. Hello everyone, we're all old friends now, so I probably don't need to introduce myself much, she said with a smile. The bullet comments were very kind to her. I heard this sister really can eat. Yesterday, I watched past episodes. She looks slim but eats so much. Of course, our Manny genuinely eats everything. I love natural, honest female stars like her, so cute. She does eat more compared to other female stars. As long as she doesn't waste food, she's a good person. The second to greet was gymnast Cade, whose appetite was often teased by his teammates. Hello everyone, I'm Cade, happy to meet you all. I'm here just for the food, he said. As a national athlete, he received numerous praises. The third one was Quinlan, a famous comedian weighing 140 gene, about 70 kilograms. With a bright smile and 2 deep dimples at the corners of her mouth, she said, what a coincidence, I'm also here for the food. I hope this episode helps me discover more delicious dishes. The fourth one was Joel, a relatively slim male star, who felt a bit embarrassed compared to the others. I'm here to gain weight. I might not eat as much, but I'll try my best. Next, Hurley waved to the camera with a smile. I'm here with a friend. Tyra loves to eat, so I'm here accompanying her. Kelly took the opportunity to introduce herself as well, though she wasn't good at such introduction segments. The netizens watching the live stream were roaring with excitement. My favorite CP is on screen together, and they seem closer than before. I wonder what happened between them recently. Many people are confused right now. Kelly never claimed to be a big eater, and this show isn't only for big eaters, is it? As long as she looks good while eating and makes us feel good, that's all that matters. After all the guests introduced themselves, the host moved on to the next part of the show with a grin. Now please draw lots to choose your numbers. Those with matching numbers will be on the same team. The host spoke as the etiquette lady holding the box stepped forward. A look of worry flashed across Hully's eyes. If he didn't draw the same lot as Kelly, they would have to record separately today, and that would defeat the purpose. The guests drew their lots in the same order they had introduced themselves. After everyone had drawn, they revealed their numbers on camera. Hully and Kelly both drew the number 3. At the moment they formed a team, an expression of frustration quickly flashed across Rosalind's face. How did the director mess up? She had specifically ordered him to fake it yesterday. Rosalind originally planned to form a team with Hully and use online trolls to promote their couple status, but now all her plans were ruined. Ulrich was equally baffled. He had instructed someone to prepare the lots in advance, so why didn't it work? Neither of them knew that, as a deity, Kelly faced only absolute fairness, and all tricks would come to nothing. Now let's draw lots for our tasks, the host said. The 3 teams immediately drew their lots with smiles. For Cade and Quinlan's team, the task was to find 10 street food stalls in the city and collect items from each. For Team 2, Rosalind and Joel were required to eat excessively, and they must gain 1 pound after the show. Team 3, Kelly and Hully, were tasked with visiting the snack street. For food lovers, these 3 tasks were all positive. However, Rosalind's cheeks turned slightly pale. She didn't expect her luck to be this bad. Gaining 1 pound meant retaining that amount of food in her stomach. She had undergone gastric surgery and couldn't possibly hold that much. Moreover, with live streaming, there was no way to fake it. If she went to the bathroom too often, netizens would catch on. Rosalind's thoughts raced as she ran up to Kelly and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well today. Can we switch, Tyra?" The two had met before, during a variety show shoot where the original hostess was bullied, but it wasn't severe. Kelly hadn't noticed any issue earlier when Rosalind approached her seemingly seeking her own demise. This person didn't seem like a big eater and appeared rather harsh. "No, I want to visit the snack street," Kelly refused. Rosalind's expression didn't change, but her eyes darkened, reflecting the difference fame had brought, even teaching her how to reject others. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said pitifully, "Okay." Her fans felt heartbroken. "Oh, isn't that a bit excessive? Our mommy isn't feeling well, what's wrong with switching? Is it because she can't eat that much? I think this Kelly is entirely fake, even her face might be fake. Now saying such things isn't allowed, remember she's a genuine daughter of the Flynn family. What true daughter of which obscure place, haha, quite amusing. Rosalind's fans are no different from those fairy fans. Switching is courtesy, not switching is loyalty. Why should people who don't want to switch be blamed? There were viewers who weren't swayed by the bias, but they were in the minority. Let me switch with you. Checking 10 places gives me a headache too. Yuan-Shin, what do you think? Quinlan turned to Cade. He chuckled and scratched his head, "It doesn't matter to me, gaining 1 pound is a piece of cake." Quinlan gave him a thumbs up and exchanged task cards with Rosalind. Chapter 231, Snack Street. Outwardly, Ray thanked Quinlan very much for the switch, but in reality, she hated it. 10 small fly-ridden stalls, the food here added up to more than a pound's worth. How could she have the nerve to switch with her? Ray had targeted Kelly because the Snack Street challenge did not specify how much one had to eat. According to the program producer's style, this task would be the easiest. After the interlude, the production team issued GPS-enabled phones to the guests before sending them off in 3 groups to complete their tasks. According to the navigation on Kelly and Hully's phones, the destination was not far from their current location, so they walked there. Upon arriving at the snack street, they saw a crowd bustling about, looking crowded, with various delicious aromas wafting out. Twitching her nose slightly, Kelly thought that this snack street was a great place. She loved it. She liked the variety show, My Date with Food, even more. Everyone was engrossed in the food, not noticing that stars had mixed into the crowd. The production team really knows how to pick a place. This snack street has a large daily footfall and is unique to the city. The taste is simply amazing. Isn't this not far from my house? Family, I want to meet Kelly, how exciting. I want to see how much she can eat. Is this enjoyment of good food or a big eater contest? What does the quantity matter? The chat messages varied widely as Kelly and Hully followed the scent to a barbecue stall and ordered 6 lamb skewers. The camera zoomed in, capturing the mouth-watering scene of the boss roasting lamb while making crackling sounds, causing those watching the show to salivate madly. They suspected they liked masochism, otherwise, why would they love My Date with Food? Seeing but not eating, it was the most painful thing in the world. Holding the lamb skewers, Kelly gave 3 to Hully and started eating right there. The lamb was tender and fragrant, the cumin enhancing its flavor to the utmost. She closed her eyes contentedly. Beside her, Hully also began eating. Strangely, something he used to find mediocre tasted incredibly delicious now. The netizens' swallowing noises grew louder. I feel Kelly savors her food beautifully, she truly loves eating. Forget whether she's a big eater or not, her eating expression makes me crave it too. She looks stunning even when eating skewers. Wah, someone took a screenshot. Kelly can make magic even eating lamb skewers. Hashtag Suwe lamb skewers hashtag. The image looked so beautiful that onlookers flooded into the live stream. My goodness, no wonder the director of Tranquil Village Galen said last time that Kelly is a lethal weapon, the director muttered. With her around, ratings were assured. In the following time, Kelly dragged Holly throughout the entire snack street, munching and drinking continuously. There was just too much delicious food. Hurley, a grown man, found his belly bulging uncomfortably and waved frantically when Kelly offered him half a dish again. No way, I can't take another bite. He insisted. Forget the possibility, he knew his stomach would burst if he ate any more. Kelly replied with an oh, then continued happily eating what was left. His refusal meant more for her. Why do you eat so much yet your tummy isn't bulging? Hurley couldn't help but ask. Kelly rubbed her belly, sensing it. It's alright. It will bulge if I eat a bit more, she replied. Hurley sighed, feeling ashamed for not being able to match even a girl's appetite. Ha ha ha, Kelly can really eat. Her mouth never stops, and she eats so heartily. She truly enjoys the food. My mom says snack street stuff is mostly junk food, but honestly, junk food tastes delicious. Maybe I'm the biggest piece of garbage. I wanted to meet Kelly, but once inside Snack Street, I was drawn to the barbecue skewer she bought. You know what that feels like. Let's check out Ray's group, it looks quite tough over there. Hashtag Suwe really eats hashtag. Hashtag Galenmania unhappy hashtag. Netizens switched to the other group's live stream. On screen, Ray and Joel sat before full bowls of beef noodles, rich in meat slices and pure in broth, appetizing indeed. Yet, both just stared dumbfounded at their bowls without speaking or moving. What's wrong with them? Are they stuffed from earlier places? These two are only on the third place. I understand Joel's struggle, but isn't Ray supposed to be a big eater? Why can't she go on? Do you have no morals, floor above? Sister Manny mentioned she's not feeling well. Can't we be understanding? Recording the show is part of celebrity's job. If she wasn't feeling well, she shouldn't have come to earn this money. Did I beg her to appear on the show? The fans of Ray and netizens were arguing in the live stream room while Joel quietly faded away since he had never marketed himself as a big eater. Suddenly realizing something, Ray abruptly stood up, saying, I'll go to the restroom. Joel watched her walk away, again feeling dizzy. He looked at the bowl of beef noodles before him which he couldn't eat at all. He somewhat regretted coming to film this variety show and wondered if he could quit. But there was no choice. With nothing left to lose, Joel picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, put it into his mouth, and found that it was unexpectedly delicious. In the bathroom. Ray coldly gazed at herself in the mirror, slightly lifting her shirt to expose her belly. After eating so much, a small bump had appeared on her stomach, causing her great discomfort. During the meal just now, for fear that the netizens would notice, she hadn't dared to drink too much water. Inducing vomiting at this moment would definitely be very uncomfortable. But, not inducing vomiting would make her even more uncomfortable. She walked into the toilet cubicle resignedly, inserted her hand down her throat, and began to retch repeatedly, purging everything out thoroughly. Then, she went outside to touch up her makeup, ensuring it was exactly the same as when she went into the restroom, before smoothing out her emotions and walking out with a smile. Upon reaching her seat, she saw Joel had already finished most of the bowl of rice. Ray looked at him in surprise. So fast? The noodles here are pretty good. No wonder people say street stalls offer delicious food. It's much better than those fancy hotels I've eaten at before, he smiled. Judging by his expression, he genuinely liked it. Ray also showed curiosity and tried a bite. Due to her recent vomiting, her mouth still tasted strange despite rinsing it. This bite of beef noodle almost made her vomit again. However, her excellent acting allowed her to widen her eyes slightly, reveal a look of shock, and nod, it really is quite tasty. Joel laughed, let's have a bit more. Chapter 232, Ray is exposed. After all the guests completed their tasks, half a day had already passed. The three groups were heading to the meeting point. Here it comes, the young chicken segment is about to start. I've always found this design of the show's producers adorable. After enjoying delicious meals, the guests can confide in their friends. Agreed with the above. It was a habit of the I have an appointment with food program that after the guests gathered, they would share what they thought was the most delicious food from their culinary journey. The audience also loved this segment the most, as it was very heartwarming. However, there were some different opinions this time. Actually, live broadcasts are not as good as edited versions. Moreover, I noticed that Ray seemed to have visited the restroom quite a few times. What does she do there? Could it be something like that? The above comment seems to suggest a misunderstanding. When you drink a lot of water, you obviously need to go to the restroom. People online are already suspecting that Ray has been inducing vomiting. There are subtle changes in her makeup before and after each bathroom trip. It's clear that the audience has keen eyes and won't be fooled easily. She has a big eater persona, hasn't she? If she really induced vomiting, it would be disgusting. Amidst the netizens' discussions, the guests had all gathered. Ray, either intentionally or unintentionally, left Joel behind and quietly approached Hurley, hoping to catch a few shots with him. Who knows, maybe her agency could make use of it. Please share your thoughts with your friends now, the host said with a smile. Quinlan spoke first, her face filled with happiness. Gaining weight by 1 pound is just too easy, you can even do it while drinking water. But the best food I ate today was fried chicken cutlet, it reminded me of my childhood. Cade, who was beside her, nodded in agreement. Yes, when I was eating fried chicken cutlet, I encountered some kids. Seeing them made me feel like I saw my younger self. Both wore sweet smiles, which touched the netizens who had watched the live broadcast. The best food I had today was the beef noodle soup, it was both fragrant and rich, Joel couldn't wait to say. Upon hearing the words, beef noodle soup, Ray was forced to recall an unpleasant memory. She covered her mouth and gagged, immediately rushing to the restroom. Following that, the sound of vomiting rang out in the ears of the live stream viewers and directors, sounding especially nauseating. Ray had rushed off so quickly that she forgot to turn off her waist microphone. She vomited everything left in her stomach, panting heavily on the ground like a dying fish, only realizing later what had just transpired. Translation for this sentence continues below. It's all Joel's fault, he must have issues, why did he mention beef noodle soup? Ray muttered with disdain. I must have damaged my esophagus from vomiting so many times today. I should go to the hospital. And the company, insisting on establishing my big eater persona. Don't they know I used to weigh 180 pounds and underwent gastric bypass surgery? Her voice was very low, but the director and netizens could hear her clearly. Both the live stream and the director's side exploded, no one expected the situation to escalate so severely. So Ray admitted herself, confirming that her big eater persona was fake. Hashtag Galen Manny curses by you hashtag. Hashtag Galen Manny was once fat hashtag. Hashtag Galen Manny confirmed big eater fake hashtag. Various hashtags flooded the trending topics. Ulrich was almost ready to explode, seeing stars in front of his eyes. While Ray's actions certainly generated a lot of attention, it had a disastrous impact on the show. The government had been cracking down hard on such personas lately. Wasting food meant that she would likely be banned from the entertainment industry. Oh my god, I didn't expect that reality shows can uncover so much drama. I never imagined that her image would turn out to be fake. Do you understand how I feel? First, I became a fan of Egon, then Rochelle, and now Ray. All of them have fallen. Next time you become a fan of someone, let me know first so I can mark it down. Ray, can you live up to the trust of us fans? After tidying up in the restroom, Ray emerged with a guilty look, walking weakly. Facing everyone's varied gazes, she said apologetically, sorry, I'm feeling unwell today. It's okay, you've already told us. We understand, Quinlan said. These guests still didn't know the true state behind Ray's weak appearance. She sat back down and gave everyone another guilty glance before saying, every dish I ate today was delicious. Indeed, the small fly restaurant is truly worthy of its reputation. Things hidden deep within taste even better. Just like the saying, good wine needs no bush. The guests applauded upon hearing this, and Joel nodded in strong agreement. His clumsy demeanor made his fans anxious. Bro, Ray just gave you a harsh scolding in the restroom, and you're still nodding along here. I feel so bad for you. If Ray were to act, she would probably achieve quite a lot, she's a born actress. Just don't flatter her. If she acted, it wouldn't be good either. Her acting is definitely eye-piercingly bad. In fact, this has nothing to do with acting. The main issue is that Ray herself is poisonous. The camera switched back to Kelly and Hurley, whose appearances made the aggressive comments disappear. In the snack street, which food was the best? Kelly racked her brains, trying hard to think. She genuinely felt that every dish was very fragrant and well-seasoned. If she had to choose the best one. Roast pig trotters. Two voices rang out simultaneously, Hurley and Kelly turned to look at each other, both with knowing smiles on their faces. This moment was captured by quick-handed netizens who commented that it was sweet. Why do you two think roast pig trotters are the best? Quinlan couldn't help but ask. Her eyes were bright because she loved eating. If roast pig trotters were really delicious, she would definitely try them. Because only Kelly ate the whole portion of roast pig trotters, Hurley couldn't help but chuckle. When it came to food, she always had a strong sense of ownership. Giving half of her food to someone else would make her quite unhappy. Kelly snapped her fingers, you're right, you know me well. Upon hearing this, Hurley inexplicably felt a bit embarrassed, his ears turning slightly red as he nodded awkwardly. Quinlan smiled ambiguously beside them, causing netizens to laugh endlessly. Quinlan's expression now is just like mine. Do these two have any secrets? They seem to know each other pretty well. I know. These two live next door to me. They've secretly gotten married. I'm spreading rumors, but I hope it becomes true. Can you delete the rumor part upstairs and only leave fact? The invisible chemistry is the best to follow. I'm giving up on the sugar couple CP and switching to this pair. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 233, Apology for Defeat by Capital. Outside the screen, Hassan, watching the live broadcast, tightly pressed his thin lips and turned off the comments with a cold face, choosing to remain blissfully ignorant. Yo-yo, does turning off the comments do any good? Your wife is about to run off with someone else, how embarrassing. Hassan, you're an Oscar-winning actor, why are you so passive in your relationship? Edison joked beside him, but there was also a bit of sincerity in his joke. He never would have thought that Hassan would be this submissive after falling in love. Passive? Hassan curled his lips into a cold smile, looking serious. Tyra chose me because she recognized my worth. There will be no one else beside her. It's not about being passive, I just want to treat her well and give her the respect she deserves. Aha, so when netizens ship her with other male stars, you just respect and bless them? Edison rolled his eyes, feeling quite indignant. Sometimes he really wanted to see what was inside Hassan's brain, whether it was all filled with Kelly. So infuriating. Tyra will compensate me, Hassan smiled radiantly. The image of Kelly's reaction to the abs photo came into his mind, making his heart flutter. Edison really didn't know what to say anymore. All he could do was give a thumbs up, admitting defeat to Hassan's maddeningly lovesick mind. But besides anger, why did he feel an odd sense of jealousy? Is having a girlfriend really that great? If Hassan knew what he was thinking, he would undoubtedly nod without hesitation. Having a girlfriend is indeed great. On the other side, today's episode of My Date with Food ended amid the director's frantic efforts. Guests returned to the rooms prepared for them. Galen Mann had just switched on her phone, countless messages poured in, followed by a call from her agent. She picked up with questions in her heart. Upon hearing her agent's angry shouting, she gasped, her face pale as she sat on the bed, dazed. What she said in the restroom just now had been overheard. It's terrible, what should she do? Sis, I don't want to lose my job. Please save me, help me find a solution, okay? Galen Mann trembled. She was genuinely scared. Now our only way out is to divert the blame. Kelly has just been recognized by the Flynn family. If you dare, smear her. Her agent said. Her heart was also racing. She wasn't sure about the Flynn family's attitude towards Kelly but felt it was a gamble worth taking. The reason for this decision was that rumors in the industry suggested that the Flynn family had long recognized this biological daughter but only held a banquet recently. This proved they cared more about their former adoptive daughter, Adrian. If the gamble paid off, Galen Mann might retain her position. The company had groomed this artist who was nearly top tier, so it was best not to break her if it could be avoided. I understand, sis, I'll handle it here. Galen Mann replied. After hanging up, she first checked the relevant recordings shared by netizens, confirming that everything she said was recorded. Then Galen Mann selected a simple outfit from the clothes she brought, washed off her makeup, and applied a cunning natural look with slightly pale lips. She opened her Weibo fan group and started a live stream. As soon as she did, many fans rushed in. Sister, why is your face so pale? Is what was said in the live stream true? Losing so much weight is inspiring and very popular, so why force yourself to maintain a big eater persona? After following you for so long, I haven't missed any of your shows and even contributed to data promotion, but is this how you repay us? We are thoroughly disappointed. We hope you can give us a reasonable explanation. Don't treat us like fools. Seeing the strong remarks from some fans made Galen Mann's temper rise, almost tempting her to lash out. But these fans were still useful, so she suppressed her emotions. Sorry, as a guest appearing on multiple episodes, how could I not know that there was a recording device attached to my waist? Galen Mann spoke softly, tears dropping onto the table as she spoke, making her appear incredibly pitiful. The aggressive fans were momentarily stunned. She continued, I betrayed everyone's trust, but there are things beyond my control. There are people I really can't afford to offend. The production team wants to promote new talent, while I have neither status nor influence, naturally being the one abandoned. I felt truly sorry for my fans and decided to apologize via live stream and bid you all farewell. After saying this, seemingly enduring unbearable pain, Galen Mann covered her mouth and sobbed uncontrollably, her other hand trembling as she reached for the button to end the live stream. The live stream went dark, leaving the fans dumbfounded. Once they realized what happened, it turned into overwhelming concern. What does that mean? What about making way for others? Who is the production team promoting? Check the trending topics, and you'll know. Kelly is flooding the hot search, and NI mentioned status just now. She was just taken back by the Flynn family. Damn, how shameless, can she just bully us commoners because she's a young lady? Man is so pitiful. I can't take it anymore. Because of the live stream Galen Mann started in her fan group, her fans all rushed to Kelly's Weibo page with passionate outbursts. Most people were sleeping at this late hour, naturally unaware of what they had done. The next morning, Kelly's fans found that their idol's Weibo was flooded with comments from Galen Mann's fans, leaving them puzzled. What on earth happened? Online, rumors began to spread that Galen Mann was making way for Kelly, with pressure coming from the Flynn family. Upon hearing this news, the Flynn family was also bewildered. Brother, these negative effects created by Kelly will surely harm our stock price. Shouldn't we call her and scold her harshly? How dare she threaten other female stars under the Flynn family's name? It's too much, Todd said, hands on his hips, clearly enjoying the drama. He wasn't going to let go of this chance to catch Kelly doing something wrong. Don't talk nonsense. Tyra would never do such things. You don't trust your own sister but believe outsiders? Gregor replied coldly. Todd pouted upon hearing this, falling silent. Deep down, he didn't really think Kelly would do such things, he just wanted to ruin her. Beside him, Adonis fell into silence. He had, actually doubted his own sister just now. I'll investigate this matter, he said. Alright, gossip in the entertainment industry has a significant impact on people. Hand Tyra over to you completely, Farrell said. It was also a good opportunity for the siblings to get closer. As for Todd, who was confused and had questionable judgment, there was no need for Tyra to be close to him, it wouldn't be good if he infected her with his foolishness. Chapter 234, No Cooking Skills. After waking up, Hassan saw the trending topic about Kelly being tyrannical and immediately contacted Edison to discuss how to resolve it. Ray was indeed devious and wanted to drag others down to clear her name. However, the current situation was that Kelly still had a week of variety show recordings, and they could only contact her at night. Today's daytime recording would likely not go smoothly. In the guest lounge, everyone's expressions were inexplicable and awkward, with Ray sitting alone in the corner sobbing dramatically, portraying herself as the ultimate victim. Despite being far away, Kelly still got blamed for this mess. Do you see, can't these capitalists just get out of our shows? We came here for some lighthearted entertainment, not to watch you. Disgusting, I thought Kelly's participation in the variety show drew so many fans because of genuine popularity. Turns out it's all scripted, purely taking advantage of netizens' naivety. Galen Sekshu might also be innocent, trapped by her scheme. Ulrich must have been foolish. Our Manny is much better than anyone else. If someone has to be promoted, it should be her. The Fairy Powder fans seized the opportunity to defend their idol, while Kelly's fans tried frantically to explain. But given the current situation, with Ray appearing personally, how could there be any doubt? The wrongfully accused director scratched his head, his face wrinkled in frustration, he felt aggrieved. He didn't take any money from start to finish, yet he still got criticized. Netizens these days are truly too harsh. Hurley stood with folded arms, watching the weeping Ray coldly, understanding that Kelly was being framed by this woman. But what could he do to clear her name? Besides Hurley, Joel's expression was the most sour, naturally knowing that what Ray said last night was true. Being scolded like that, anyone would be upset. Amidst the strange atmosphere, the host smiled and approached with a task card in hand. Our task today is cooking. I wonder if our guests know how to cook. Quinlan sized up the other guests and chuckled, no bragging, my cooking skills are top-notch. All this meat on me, I fed myself. Her humor made everyone burst into laughter, and even the live stream viewers joined in. Well, I'm in trouble then. I'm completely clueless when it comes to cooking and once set the kitchen on fire, Cade scratched his head sheepishly. Just looking at him, you knew he wasn't lying. Don't worry, when I'm free, I'll help you out, Quinlan offered generously. Cade nodded gratefully and even bowed, thanks a lot, my elder sister. Quinlan found his reaction amusing, and with this little interlude, the atmosphere on set became more relaxed. This time we will use the draw teams method again. The host explained. The etiquette girl approached with the lottery drum, and before the guests could draw, the host added, regarding the online rumors about our production team, we have changed the lottery drum to be transparent on one side. As he spoke, the etiquette girl lifted the red cloth covering the lottery drum, showing the side facing the guests was opaque while the audience side was fully transparent. Ray's smile froze momentarily, her eyes flashing with anger. This was clearly aimed at making her look bad. But she couldn't voice any objections. Netizens and fans, however, agreed with the change. Ulrich finally did something decent. Strongly suggest this mode be used for future draws to prevent cheating. To be fair, I really like the production team's attitude of not playing dumb. Does the director doing this prove that Kelly didn't get special treatment? Only you would believe that. The production team is just covering its back. Ulrich sighed, seeing comments scroll by, feeling that no matter what he did, the audience had already judged him. On site, the guests began drawing lots. Quinlan stuffed her chubby hand into the lottery drum and randomly picked a stick, exclaiming dramatically as she pulled it out. Everyone tensed, fearing her hand might get stuck. As they prepared to check, Quinlan pulled her hand back, revealing a mischievous smile. If anyone else acted like this, it might annoy people, but this was the comedy queen. Just standing there, even her breathing made people laugh. Quinlan, you're such a fox. I was ready to complain about the director's shoddy props, but turns out it was an act. Got fooled. How cute is Quinlan? Her chubby hands are adorable. I love her. After the interlude, the guests drew lots again. This time Quinlan and Cade were still in the same team, and the latter couldn't be happier, his smile so wide it nearly reached his ears. He was about to be carried. Ray drew her long-desired Hurley, her face brimming with excitement and joy, eagerly moving closer to him. Kelly teamed up with Joel. Neither of them liked to initiate conversations much, so they merely nodded slightly at each other as a greeting. This subtle interaction did not escape the keen eyes of the livestream viewers. It's obvious that Joel is really annoyed by Kelly, hardly anyone likes this type of favoritism. She even dares to nod at him, as if she thinks everyone would buy into her act. No hard feelings, but Kelly just seems so fake. Looks like there won't be much to watch in this group today. I'm going to check out Ray and Hurley, their appearance together is such a good match. Hashtag discussing the appearance compatibility of Ray and Hurley hashtag. The trending topic immediately followed. Hurley's agent was fuming, her face flushed red. Ray really had no shame. She had seen people try to get close before, but never to this extent. The more proactive their team was, the more displeased the agent became. She immediately made a call, "Hey, bring down that trending topic right away." Thus, the previously hot topic vanished into thin air. Ray had paid for that trending spot. Upon learning it was due to Hurley's agent, she could only swallow her anger. "Alright, each team has 1,000 yuan. You can go to the supermarket to purchase your ingredients. After preparing the dishes, we will randomly select local lucky audience members to taste and score them. So, let's all do our best," the host said. The etiquette girl immediately came forward, handing a red envelope to each team member while giving a timely thumbs up. "Here, you take the money. If I hold it, I might lose it." Joel handed the red envelope to Kelly, sounding a bit gloomy. Chapter 235 Still a Virgin. Upon hearing this, Kelly seriously examined Joel's face. After a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, she silently took the red envelope and carefully put it in her pocket. Her gaze just now was very strange. Joel couldn't help frowning and asked with suspicion, "Is there something wrong with me? You have the fortune that repels wealth. You are destined to never possess much money in your life. It's best to store your money in the account of someone you trust," Kelly blurted out involuntarily. She had never seen such an odd fortune before, one that repelled wealth but led him into the cutthroat entertainment industry where every inch of land costs a fortune. Unbelievable. However, the world is big enough for all sorts of oddities, it could be understood. Look, here she goes again, spreading deceit. What would happen if she stops tricking people for a day? So the girl still clings to her mystic image, treating us like fools? Honestly, it's revolting. Only can say this much, previously I found Kelly sincere and adorable, but now I just feel disgusted. This girl really has some issues. All kinds of rumors about Kelly surfaced online. Her popularity plummeted after last night's incident, but she herself didn't know, since she didn't pay attention to entertainment news nor had the energy to do so. Joel reacted completely differently from the netizens. He sighed deeply, suddenly finding himself chatty as if he had met a soulmate. "You're right. Whenever I keep more than 100,000 in my pocket, it vanishes under mysterious circumstances. Sometimes, it feels like there's something wrong with my brain. Knowing those things mean nothing to me, I still buy them, only to stare blankly at my emptied wallet afterward. I have a special warehouse at home filled with those random purchases, selling which could fetch a few million." While lamenting, Joel's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, "Since you can see this fortune, can you also solve it for me?" He clasped his hands together in a praying gesture, "As long as you can help, any request will be granted." On hearing this, the netizens exploded. "See? This is what Kelly aimed for from the start." Joel fell for it. "Why can't you get through to him? I wish I could jump into the screen and choke him, asking why he falls for it so easily. It hurts watching him fail." The plot thickens. Will Kelly then confidently make outrageous demands, mutter some phrases, or perform random acts and claim it's solved? Just as the netizens were ready to vent their anger with harsh words, Kelly shook her head and said earnestly, "Fate determined by past lives cannot be altered." Joel sighed deeply. Actually, he hadn't expected her to solve it, but he didn't want to give up on this hope. "You can try doing good deeds to accumulate blessings, which might have a slight effect," Kelly added. "Okay." Joel nodded immediately. He realized that this money in his pocket served no purpose. He might as well donate more of it. Maybe the good deeds in this life could offset the bad karma from the previous one. The turn of events left the netizens speechless, yet they didn't believe Kelly's sudden kindness. She must have hidden motives. Perhaps this was her long-term plan, hoping to chat privately with Joel after the show. In any case, she definitely wasn't a good person. Kelly and Joel hailed a taxi on the roadside, heading for the largest supermarket nearby. In the car, both remained silent, creating a cold atmosphere. He turned his head towards Kelly, who was wearing headphones, looking at something on her phone, feeling slightly annoyed. She seemed a little too disrespectful. "Can you cook?" Joel asked. He had an intentional element. If Kelly ignored him, the netizens wouldn't forgive her. Under Joel's gaze, Kelly showed him her phone screen. "No, but I'm learning. While examining your face just now, I perceived that you can't cook, so I guess we'll rely on me instead." Being the spirit deer mountain deity, she indeed learned faster. Looking at the cooking video on Kelly's phone, Joel's expression changed slightly, feeling rather embarrassed. Is face reading really so accurate? Can it even tell whether someone can cook? He asked curiously. Kelly hummed and retrieved her phone, her phoenix-like eyes scrutinizing Joel closely, making him feel uneasy. She suddenly said, "You're still a virgin." At that moment, the traffic light turned red, and the Dayton slammed on the brakes. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. The embarrassing laughter echoed in the enclosed space. The Dayton quietly opened the window and pretended to look outside, acting as if something interesting was happening out there. Yuri's face burned all the way to his neck, and he stammered, You got this wrong. I'm not." Kelly looked at him with human eyes and then nodded, "All right, you're not." The Dayton in front laughed again, feeling the gazes from the backseat passengers, hurriedly stepped on the gas pedal and drove off. He really didn't expect that such a big guy was still quite innocent. Did the Dayton just step on the accelerator to highway speed? What did I just hear? For those who don't know, does it count as harassment when Kelly says such things to her male colleague? I find it really amusing. Yuri's reaction clearly shows he is absolutely still a virgin. So handsome yet still a virgin, it's evident that he must be very disciplined in his daily life. #BayouVirgin hashtag. This topic trended, as netizens recorded the scene inside the car and uploaded it. Those who hadn't watched the live stream burst into laughter. Almost no one expected that Yuri was still so pure. Of course, this also won him many female fans, as now people tend to like the pure and handsome type. The car stopped in front of the supermarket. With red ears and flushed face, Yuri immediately jumped out of the car, not wanting to stay there for an extra second. The middle-aged Zachariah lowered the window and looked at him with interest. Young man, you're so handsome but still don't have a girlfriend. Do you want to find one? My daughter is pretty and about your age. I think she would be suitable for you. He liked how pure this young man was, believing he would definitely treat his girlfriend well in the future. Yuri clenched his teeth in frustration and replied loudly, "No thanks, I don't plan to have a girlfriend anytime soon." The Zachariah sighed upon hearing this, understanding that he couldn't force the young man, and drove away. Kelly glanced over several times, wearing an expression as if watching a drama unfold. She hadn't expected that Yuri and the Zachariah, who were supposed to be strangers, would develop such a close connection. It seemed these two were really destined to become father-in-law and son-in-law. Moreover, the Zachariah's daughter had great fortune. If Yuri could connect with her, his financial situation might improve. Chapter 236, Serious About Food. Kelly and Joel walked into the supermarket, heading straight for the produce section. Because she had never cooked before, she wanted to try a dish that was relatively simple yet delicious, so her eyes landed on braised pork. It was easy to prepare and tasted great, nothing else would do. Joel silently followed behind, still blushing from what had just happened. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have asked those extra questions. But the fortune-telling skills were truly impressive. He hadn't expected him to figure out all those things. In front of him, Kelly carefully examined the ingredients, selecting a piece of pork belly with a good ratio of fat and lean meat according to an influencer's tips she saw on a popular short video platform. Can you cut it here? Can you cut it into this shape? Pausing the video, Kelly showed her phone to the butcher. He squinted at it for a moment before agreeing with a nod. His knife skillfully danced, quickly slicing the pork into properly sized pieces in just a few seconds. Not bad knife work, Kelly praised, giving him a thumbs up. He didn't understand much about cooking, but he found it impressive. Being complimented by the pretty young girl made the butcher scratch his head shyly. "I've been doing this for years, only practice makes perfect." Kelly waved goodbye to him and went to buy green and red peppers, garlic sprouts, and the trio of seasonings, green onions, ginger, and garlic. "You seem pretty experienced at selecting ingredients for someone who doesn't cook," Joel complimented. As someone destined to be useless, he naturally praised the main performer. Kelly waved her phone. "There are many influencers on a popular app sharing detailed guides on cooking. They're very helpful and list everything you need." Joel nodded in admiration. That app really was a blessing for humanity. He rarely used his phone or downloaded such apps before, but now he realized he had missed out on so much. After purchasing enough ingredients, they only spent 200 yuan, leaving them with 770 after deducting the 30 for the taxi ride. Looking at the money in hand after paying, Kelly asked the cameraman, "Can we use this money as we please?" "Tell her it's fine," the director instructed through the earpiece. 1,000 yuan was affordable for the production team. "Sure," the cameraman relayed the message. A satisfied smile appeared on Kelly's face, making Joel and the online viewers feel confused. Is she going to pretend to donate the money? Celebrities love to show off their kindness. If she does that, I'll laugh at her forever. People watching, did you see today's real living bodhisattva? Does Kelly think she's very kind? Actually, not only the netizens but also the director and the production crew, including Joel as a guest, felt this way. Do you want to go inside the supermarket to buy some snacks? I noticed they have a wide selection of chips when we passed by earlier. Do you want to come along? Kelly turned around, asking with enthusiasm. Her eyes sparkled with passion for food. It was clear she couldn't wait to eat. This sudden change left Joel bewildered. It wasn't what he expected. I'd be bored outside anyway, let's go together, he replied quietly. He really couldn't understand this woman Kelly at all. The live stream audience would probably agree if they knew Joel's thoughts. What's up with her? I need to know what's going on. I already started typing my criticism, but she made a 180 turn. My fingers are tired. Kelly clearly loves eating. When she talks about food, there's a clear innocence in her eyes. I'm starting to doubt Galen man. Just a casual observer. But seeing this sister's passion for food, she definitely can't pass a food-related quiz show. Fitzroy and Hassan, who were predicting how to handle the black material, fell silent as they read the comments on the screen and abnormal voices on Weibo. They had never seen any female celebrity who, because of being a food lover, was considered incapable of doing anything bad by netizens. As netizens put it, Kelly had a mysterious and serious sense of humor. What bad intentions could she have? She just loves eating. Kelly and Joel stored the groceries they had just bought in the supermarket locker and then pushed another shopping cart toward the snack aisle. They moved with remarkable speed. Kelly's expression was visibly joyful, and even Joel, following behind, felt inexplicably excited and began to look forward to having some snacks. He was thin because he had no interest in eating, which was why he wanted to participate in a variety show to change himself. This was a perfect opportunity. Kelly stopped in front of a wall of junk food and looked at the products labeled spicy sticks. She had never tried this, but the transparent packaging revealed colorful items coated with sesame seeds, looking very appetizing. Is this good to eat? Kelly swallowed her saliva and turned to ask Joel. He was caught off guard by the sudden question. The last time he had eaten spicy sticks was when he was still in school. Is it delicious? Delicious, Joel answered resolutely. Kelly carefully selected among them, finally choosing a brand of spicy sticks with white packaging and placing it into the shopping cart, deciding to try it first later. She was genuinely curious about how this sesame-covered snack tasted. Then they ventured further inside, buying almost all flavors of chips available and various other snacks that Kelly hadn't tried but looked very appetizing. Joel also bought quite a lot. Whether or not he would eat them later, he really enjoyed the mood of shopping now. They filled the entire shopping cart and only reluctantly left after forming a deep bond over their snack purchasing journey. When they finally checked out, the snacks came to nearly 500 yuan. Kelly was very happy as she paid, leaving with 2 large bags of snacks, putting the cart back. Joel actually wanted to carry the snacks, but his small frame was disregarded, and when he tried, the weight of the snacks indeed, cough. After returning to the location, they realized that the other guests hadn't come back yet, making the hall seem quite empty. Kelly happily laid out the snacks on the table, meticulously dividing what belonged to her and Joel. She divided them very carefully and remembered perfectly, getting nothing wrong. Do we really need to separate them? Joel asked instinctively. Hearing this, Kelly gave him a chilly look, as if daring him to try and take her snacks. She was possessive of her food. They must be separated, Kelly insisted. Joel felt inexplicably guilty under her gaze, shrinking his neck and said, "All right, you divide them." Kelly nodded and continued to distribute the snacks diligently. It was evident that she took her food very seriously. Everyone, go check out Galen Man and Hurley. The atmosphere between them is just incredible, like old enemies who haven't spoken for years. Didn't they have chemistry just now? If these two can have chemistry, I'll delete the words CP from my dictionary. What happened? I have to go see what's going on. Chapter 237, The Chips Incident. Drawn by the developments, netizens rushed to Hurley and Rosalind's live stream. Inside the import supermarket, the two walked one in front of the other. The former moved at a brisk pace, forcing the latter to jog just to keep up, her face flushed red. Rosalind's fans were all cursing. What does Hurley mean? As a man, this is how he treats women? He has a good relationship with Kelly. Now that Rosalind exposed her, of course, he will retaliate. Can't be, is Hurley this disgusting? Newcomers shook their heads repeatedly. They hadn't expected the atmosphere here to be so tense. Rosalind ran a few steps ahead, forcing Hurley to stop. She gave a faint smile, casually brushing the strands of hair behind her ear, feigning nonchalance. Let's steam some fish, I'm pretty good at this dish. On the surface, she acted like this, but in reality, she hated him to the extreme. Was Hurley crazy? How was she supposed to stir up drama with him behaving like this? Moreover, it was a live broadcast. Was he not afraid his attitude would get him cursed at? Hurley's grip on the shopping cart tightened. His slanted eyes were filled with ridicule as he opened his thin lips and unleashed mercilessly cold words. I wouldn't dare to get close to you. What if you accuse me of something? If I woke up tomorrow morning and suddenly found out that there's news on the hot search list saying I bullied you, even 800 mouths would not be enough to clear my name. Hearing these words, Rosalind's lips twitched twice. Her smile gradually disappeared, replaced by embarrassment and awkwardness. She never thought he would actually not leave her any face at all. If this was how it had to be, then don't blame her. Rosalind bit her lip hard, her eyes instantly turning red as she looked at Hurley with tears on the verge of falling, appearing utterly wronged. She cleverly didn't speak or defend herself, knowing that being silent at such moments could evoke more pity. The live stream was already exploding. Hurley has always been known for his straightforward personality, but there's no need to bully people like this. What did Rosalind do to him? Is this guy seriously acting like he's cool? Does he think this makes him look handsome? He is truly hateful, obviously showing everyone that he's supporting Kelly. #GalenMan and I don't Feyusue hashtag. The three names together went trending. Netizens felt heartache for the first while feeling immense disgust towards the other two. In the Flynn residence, Gregor watched the rumors under Kelly's Weibo with his heart clenching tightly. Extremely anxious, he glanced up at Adonis. Eldest brother, we can't watch public opinion press against Tyra without lifting a finger, we should take action. Adonis remained calm. Let's wait a bit longer. The perfect moment to make our move is when public sentiment reaches its peak. As a businessman, he prioritized interests. He intended to use this incident where Kelly was criticized to improve her popularity among passers-by. Gregor didn't understand this, anxiously engaging in debates in the comments section using another account against those criticizing Kelly, receiving dozens of curses each time he posted, but he remained undaunted. Second brother, why are you in such a hurry? In showbiz, it's unavoidable to face criticism, muttered Todd. Despite saying so, he also quickly switched accounts, opening Weibo to begin his furious spray of comments. Kelly was still part of their Flynn family after all. She should be left for them to scold, not for others to bully. It would be embarrassing if others bullied her. He certainly wasn't thinking of caring about her. In the program, the three pairs of guests had all taken their positions. Quinlan and Cade were discussing whether the ante in the market overcharged them, while Hurley and Rosalind's group stayed silent. As for Kelly and Joel, they looked detached from the situation, munching on chips with crisp sounds echoing through the entire room. How could they enjoy it so much? Looking at them makes me hungry too. Love it so much, want to go downstairs and buy a few packs later. Top floor, I suggest you go now. At the supermarket, the chips related to a certain incident have sold out. Joel really talks the talk but doesn't walk the walk, clearly said he wasn't eating before. Indeed, during the long wait, Kelly opened a pack of chips and started enjoying it. Since Joel was on her team, after hesitating, she asked him if he wanted a pack too. Receiving a refusal, she felt quite happy. But as Kelly got more into her snack, Joel, who originally declined, began eyeing the chips with increasing eagerness, finally putting on an embarrassed face to ask for a pack. Then, it smelled delicious. Voices fell silent. Food lovers Quinlan and Cade couldn't help but look at the two. They rarely ate junk food themselves. Why did it sound so delicious coming from them? They exchanged glances, confirming the yearning in each other's eyes, then slowly approached each other in unison. Quinlan cleared her throat. Kelly paused with the chip in hand, looking up at her curiously. What is it? Quinlan inexplicably felt a bit flustered, giving Cade a meaningful glance. He immediately picked up the cue. What are you eating? As everyone knows, asking what someone is eating when they're eating is clearly three big words. I want to eat. However, Kelly hadn't truly experienced the student era and naturally didn't understand this meaning. She held up the chip packet to them, this brand of chips. Quinlan and Cade fell silent. They even felt that this girl was deliberately doing this, but her expression was too clear and innocent, making it impossible for them to think ill of her. The atmosphere became tense. The netizens who were cursing just now burst into laughter. Kelly is so naive. Does she really need people to explicitly say they want to eat? Ha, she seems kind of cute now. You find career bully sister cute? Is there something wrong with your brain? Do you also want to be bullied? Look, Quinlan and Cade's faces are visibly red. They probably didn't expect this situation either. So I wondered if they will bend over for the food or care more about saving face. As Kelly's eyes grew increasingly puzzled, Cade took a deep breath and spoke up. Can you give us 2 packets of these chips? The awkward atmosphere from a moment ago instantly turned hot. Kelly quickly guarded the chips in her arms, protective again, but then thought about how the snacks were paid for by the director. So rounding it off, these snacks could be considered common property, and she shouldn't be too stingy. Taking a deep breath, Kelly pulled out a large bag of snacks hidden under the coffee table. The guests other than Joel were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected her to have this trick up her sleeve. Seeing Cade's eager gaze, she dug out 2 packets of chips and handed them over. Eat up. Thanks a lot. If there's a chance, I'll treat you to a meal later. With some polite talk, Cade split a packet with Quinlan, and the two of them began munching voraciously on the couch, enjoying every bite of junk food. Hurry up and get the guests working on cooking, the director called into his earpiece. He was absolutely not jealous of the guests' delicious snacks, he wasn't. After shouting, the director quietly opened his phone to order snacks, only to find that this brand of chips had sold out. Chapter 238, Braised Pork Rice. Ulrich, not wanting to give up, exited the food delivery app and opened Taobao, hoping to purchase the same chips from the flagship store. He originally wasn't craving them, but since they were unavailable on the food delivery app, he felt an irresistible urge to get them. However, incredibly, they were also sold out in the flagship store. Under the first review showcasing the chips, many people complained. You all are really fast, can you at least give me a chance to eat the chips? Who's going to cancel their order? Haha, I just canceled mine, but it got snatched up right after. There's no way we'd get a turn, these people have been single for years. I've never thought that eating chips would become such a luxury. Hashtag how strong is Kelly's sales power hashtag. Seeing this trending topic, Edison's lips twitched. He had never seen any artist boost their commercial value so rapidly without their company's promotion. Kelly is truly amazing. After giving a like on Weibo, he turned to look at Hassan, who didn't look too good, feeling slightly guilty. Don't be upset. It's just that I didn't let you post a public support for Kelly on Weibo. I was worried about your large fan base, which could backlash against her. It's for both of your sakes, Edison explained. Actually, this morning, upon hearing the news, Hassan immediately wanted to post on Weibo but was stopped by a phone call from this guy. Now, many people online said he was faking his relationship with Kelly and Hurley was the real deal. Some even wanted to make the other guy the top of the harem. On what basis? You guys, one after another, thinking about romance. I really can't understand, Edison sighed. He couldn't help feeling frustrated. If it were only Hassan having romantic thoughts, he might have forgiven him, but now even his friend has been affected by this incurable illness. Edison swore again in his heart that he would never become one of those love-struck fools and would remain a cool, detached man. On the other side, the director angrily closed his phone screen. He wouldn't buy them anymore. Let those people eat, and get fat from it. His phone screen lit up again. Ulrich glanced down. It was a call from an unknown number. Already in a bad mood, he hesitated not at all and hung up. But the caller kept dialing. After several exchanges, the director chose to answer rather than block. Perhaps it was something important. After all, not just anyone knew his number. Putting the phone to his ear, the director's eyes instantly widened with surprise. If you're willing to send me a box of chips, I can consider informing Kelly about this news, the director said. Whatever the person on the other end replied made the director smile visibly. Okay, let's settle on that. Hanging up, he immediately looked at the TV, only to find that the guests had already started cooking in the individual kitchen. Reluctantly, he had to set aside this matter temporarily and notify them later. Kelly really is a god of wealth. With her around, the show will flourish, the director mumbled. From his expression, he looked happier than ever, as if his house had just been demolished for compensation. On the screen, Kelly was handling the pork belly. She sliced the meat into suitable lengths, then added spring onions, ginger, and garlic to the water along with some cooking wine to deodorize the meat. After the water boiled, she skimmed off the foam and covered the pot. You're quite skilled. You don't seem like someone who can't cook, Joel chuckled, praising her. Unable to cook, all he could do was grin and compliment her sincerely. Not bad, Kelly responded. Luckily, this pot is big enough to fit all the meat we bought. But why are you cooking so much? Joel couldn't help asking. He had noticed that the other guests prepared very little ingredients, allowing for a few mistakes. Only Kelly had bought 3 pounds of pork belly. Cooking this much meat in one pot was indeed impressive. To prepare for any unexpected number of guests invited by the director, Kelly explained. As she spoke, she opened the tutorial and followed the blogger's steps, starting to steam rice. However, the amount of rice she steamed was dozens of times more than the bloggers, who cooked just enough for one person. Joel found this increasingly strange. Though he couldn't cook, he wasn't blind. Normally, one doesn't need to steam so much rice when making a dish, unless they were running a restaurant. What exactly are you planning? Joel couldn't help asking again. Kelly, who had just finished steaming the rice, looked at him questioningly. Braised pork rice. She said it confidently, as if there was nothing unusual about it. Joel, however, felt lightheaded and nearly cried out in despair. The other groups were making elaborate dishes. It was one thing that they made twice-cooked pork, but what they ended up with didn't even qualify as twice-cooked pork. It was a donburi. Oh no, this was giving him a headache. Could this really win? If Joel had any hope of winning earlier, now he had absolutely none left. Sensing his growing despair, Kelly blinked her eyes innocently. Is there a problem? She looked genuinely puzzled, asking in all honesty. Joel laughed dryly and said, Nothing's wrong, just continue, I'll assist you. Kelly nodded and followed the blogger's instructions, directing him to help her chop vegetables and prepare. Netizens burst into laughter. How should I put it, Kelly is so straightforward. While others are preparing side dishes, she went straight to preparing dinner. I'm curious about what the twice-cooked pork donburi will taste like. Who knows the exact location of the show? If I go there and linger around, might I be selected? You believe the director when he says they select participants randomly? In such situations, it's usually predetermined. I'm sure the winner will definitely be Kelly, she has connections. Agree with the above. Don't let the show's cunning plan deceive you. Ulrich, who was inexplicably labeled as cunning, scratched his head and prepared to prove these netizens wrong. He didn't know if Kelly would be the champion, but he definitely wanted everyone to see that the selection process was completely random. Really, people shouldn't get angry at being treated like fools. Half an hour passed quickly. Although Galen Mani and Holly's relationship was tense, the latter did all the necessary tasks without slacking off, cleaning and gutting fish very well, but every time she spoke, it was cutting. Their attitude left netizens unsure whether to scold or praise them. Quinlan was busily preparing a grand meal, ready to stew pig trotters, and she had already stir-fried all the ingredients, just waiting to braise. Kelly and Joel had just taken the pork belly out of the pot and were waiting for it to cool. Netizens didn't have much faith in this duo. Neither of them knows how to cook. Can the final dish even be edible? Imagine the supposed random contestant having to force a smile while eating strange-tasting food and praising it. So funny. Chapter 239, definitely just a bystander. Staying in the live stream for so long, just to watch the superb acting of this random bystander. What if it's too terrible? Would they have to pay if they vomit? Amidst the netizens' malicious discussions, the screen suddenly dimmed. The scene that reappeared showed the director and a sweet-looking etiquette lady. He chuckled and greeted the netizens, Hello everyone. To satisfy everyone's curiosity about our random bystander, the show has chosen an open method for inviting the bystander. You can be 100% assured, the show absolutely does not hide any dirty secrets or involve under-the-table operations. Ulrich's attitude left the netizens genuinely perplexed. He seemed so firm, could there really be no foul play? Under the gaze of those in the live stream, the director walked onto the bustling street and sounded the horn in his hand. Don't miss out. Come participate in the show and get on TV. Taste delicious food, rate it, and claim eggs. The broadcast message kept repeating, and the netizens laughed uncontrollably. No joke, I almost choked on my dinner from laughter. How did the director come up with such a devious plan as giving eggs? To be honest, if I heard that, I'd probably join too. And I'd get free meals. But the question is, who knows how the dishes taste? Ha ha ha. Standing by the roadside, the director had many old and young passers-by coming up to ask questions. Is this egg thing real? What kind of dish do you eat? It won't make people sick, right? What exactly is your show? The etiquette lady gently clarified their doubts while searching her phone to confirm the existence of the show, and upon seeing it indeed attracted quite an audience, their eyes lit up. We need only a limited number of participants, so hurry up and sign up if you're interested, said the director. Actually, besides a bag of eggs, each person would receive 200 yuan after the event. But he didn't mention the money for fear of appearing like he was buying votes for Kelly with bribes. He really didn't want any trouble. Immediately, a good number of people started signing up around the director. Within 20 minutes, enough people had been recruited. With both getting on TV and receiving eggs, both young and old were very willing. Those watching in the live stream could tell these were truly random passers-by. Which actor would have such poor manners? Ulrich brought a large group back to base. Because they anticipated this segment, they had rented a big house that could accommodate everyone. The camera focused on the curious faces of the newly arrived bystanders, but the director purposely kept everyone in suspense, not revealing how the guests' dishes turned out. First to emerge from the room was Galen Mani, who instantly became the focus of 60 pairs of eyes. Startled, she quickly regained her composure and smiled warmly. Hello everyone, she greeted, inwardly cursing. Was the director deliberately doing this? She had only prepared such a small plate of fish, and it would be gone in seconds with so many people. How could anyone taste its flavor? Tonight, she should guide an online attack against the director to make him reconsider how he sets up game segments. Yesterday's online attack against Kelly had greatly boosted Galen Mani's confidence. Now she felt entitled to attack anyone who displeased her, backed by her brainless fans. In the live stream, Galen Mani's fans also began criticizing the arrangement. Isn't something wrong with the director? Couldn't he inform the guests beforehand how many people were coming? Kelly obviously knew in advance, hence she prepared so much food. Yes, she acted as if she didn't know how many people were coming, which is disgusting. Family, don't we all seem to have lost our memories? Didn't the director mention 30 people before? You can go back in the live stream to check. Ulrich did say it, but the guests were too busy counting money and looking for nearby supermarkets or markets, so they weren't paying attention. After explanations from the bystanders and program fans, Galen Mani's fans had nothing to say. Damn, it turns out the director had warned them. There was no way they could blame him now. I feel so pitiful being a director. Netizens love throwing problems at me, and even the guests wouldn't listen to me, the director complained to the etiquette lady beside him. I feel the same way, she nodded emphatically. This reaction was unexpected, shouldn't she be comforting him? There was no trace of warmth in this world, he was utterly disillusioned. Yet, seeing the increasing viewer count and anticipating the revenue, a smile still curved the director's lips, reviving his zest for living. The etiquette lady, noticing the director's change, silently moved a bit further away from him, feeling that he was somewhat abnormal in certain aspects. The passers-by excitedly opened disposable chopsticks and each took a bite of the steamed fish prepared by Galen Mani, savoring its flavor carefully. It's quite fresh and delicious, but with such small bites, I can't really taste much. But I feel it should be given 80 points. The 20 deducted points are largely due to the extremely small portion. Is it just me who finds it average? The passers-by chattered among themselves, writing down their scores on paper. The etiquette lady collected and consolidated the scores, placing them beside for the camera to see at all times. Ulrich was truly frightened by Galen Mani and her fans, afraid that any slight carelessness would land him in trouble. So he decided to make everything in the show transparent and open. No way would the blame fall on him. Next out were Quinlan and Cade, who had cooked a large amount of braised pork knuckle. From the color, one could tell the taste must be excellent. After seeing so many passers-by, they were momentarily stunned but then happily invited everyone to taste with chopsticks. This time, everyone ate more and truly savored the aroma of the pork knuckle. Great, I like it. The caramel coloring is perfect, I think it deserves full marks. This group received very good reviews. Gallensteining to everyone's words, Galen Mani clenched her hands tighter in silence. These people were really too much, giving her such poor evaluations earlier. Her fish was clearly relatively well done. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the kitchen door of Kelly's group opened, revealing Joel coming out without any food. Galen Mani looked at him with schadenfreude and asked in a feigned worried tone, "Why did you come out empty-handed? Did everything go wrong?" As soon as these words were spoken, netizens in the live stream laughed endlessly. Joel quickly counted the number of people and then closed the kitchen door, leaving everyone confused by his reaction. A few minutes later, the door opened again. Kelly emerged pushing a cart loaded with individually packed plastic bowls of twice-cooked pork over rice in various sizes. Chapter 240, would it be counted as spreading rumors? The crowd spontaneously lined up to receive their meals from Kelly and Joel. The scene resembled dining in a canteen, which was rather amusing. After receiving the boxed meals, the people started tasting them and gave their comments. This dish looks ordinary and tastes just as plain. But I think it's better than the steamed fish earlier. At least this has some flavor. Yeah, I'd give it 80 points. Hearing her steamed fish mentioned again, Ray took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress her anger. She was absolutely satisfied with that steamed fish, but she hadn't expected so many people to come by. Damn it, she had suffered a huge loss. Kelly's team score was also announced immediately, and a dedicated person began calculating it under the camera's watchful eye. Ulrich wanted to assure everyone he wasn't paid off. Some people stopped eating their reheated pork with rice and curiously observed the guests, while others were still savoring the taste. Kelly, can I ask you a question? A somewhat sharp female voice broke through the air, drawing everyone's gaze towards her. She was a young woman with short hair dressed in an edgy style, and she looked pretty good. She walked up to Kelly under everyone's gazes, her lips slightly curled, looking rebellious and dangerous. Everyone at the scene immediately became vigilant, and the netizens were getting excited. What does this girl want to do? She looks like she's here to cause trouble. I think I've seen her somewhere before. Oh, right, she's a small internet celebrity named Brittany, a loyal fan of Ray. Ulrich really knows how to find people. This is going to be intense. I can't wait to see what chaos will unfold on the show. Seeing the netizens' schadenfreude in the live comments, the director clenched the edge of his chair to prevent himself from falling off. How unlucky could he get? Finding a loyal fan of Ray among random passers-by. Oh no, would there be an unprecedented huge conflict next, resulting in the show being ordered to shut down by the authorities due to its negative impact? And then he, the director, would be blacklisted in the industry and have to hide forever. All those great ambitions would go up in smoke. Knowing this was a critical moment to avoid disaster, yet the director couldn't come up with any solution. Why did he suddenly decide to broadcast live for this season? Why do you target Ray? Bullying her using the Flynn family's influence. Money means everything now? The small internet celebrity fiercely defended her idol. Ray's expression tightened, she hadn't expected this matter to involve her. Whether Kelly had bullied her or not, she knew better than anyone else. How could she not feel guilty at such a time? Ray quickly stepped forward and smiled at the internet celebrity. It's okay, let's discuss these things privately, don't affect the filming. Look at that, she was still wholeheartedly concerned about the filming even after being bullied, what a nice person. Seeing Ray sacrifice herself for the sake of the show, the internet celebrity felt even more upset as a fan. Her eyes welled up, but she kept staring at Kelly resolutely. Now, in front of everyone, you must give me an explanation. Me? Kelly pointed at her own nose, her eyebrows furrowed, completely bewildered from start to finish. When had she bullied Ray? Seeing her innocent and clueless look, the internet celebrity rolled her eyes, inwardly mocking celebrities for pretending to be clueless. Unbeknownst to her, the main person involved was almost frantic beside her. Who said I bullied Ray using the Flynn family's influence? Kelly asked calmly. The internet celebrity sneered. Of course, it was our Nya who said it herself. Don't try to deny it. Hurley couldn't help but laugh aloud at this, easing the tense atmosphere slightly. The internet celebrity glared at him fiercely. Since it was live-streamed, these celebrities had to maintain their images no matter how angry they were, so the internet celebrity felt fearless and acted as she pleased. Moreover, this incident could boost her popularity, allowing her to market herself as a principled big sister. What a great move. Kelly's eyes, filled with cold light, shifted to the pale and uneasy Ray. Tell me what happened, she said. Her voice remained calm, but there was something inexplicably icy about it. No one dared to lie in front of her. But Ray knew that at this point, she had no choice but to reveal her dirty work openly. And since the Flynn family hadn't spoken up for days, they probably disliked this newly recognized daughter and didn't plan to intervene. Having made up her mind, Ray took 2 steps back, creating some distance between them. Last time, she had bitten her lower lip tightly, looking as if she wanted to speak but dared not. Then she closed her eyes and reopened them, seemingly making up her mind. Kelly, I originally didn't want to bring this matter into the open, I just wanted to quietly say goodbye to my fans. But you went too far. If I endure today, tomorrow there will be countless other actresses who will be trampled upon by you in your climb up the ladder. Even for everyone's sake, I have to resist capital. Hearing these words, the small internet celebrity immediately clapped, looking very proud. Kelly's expression remained unchanged, and she stared at Ray mockingly. Her demeanor exuded confidence, as if challenging Ray to continue fabricating whatever story she could. This puzzled the netizens. By this logic, shouldn't Kelly feel guilty and scold Ray for spreading rumors? Indeed, her reaction seems off, making me suspect there might be more to this. But Ray isn't a fool either, she wouldn't dare to pin this on the Flynn family, which is a true prominent clan that can make her disappear from the entertainment circle with just a snap of their fingers. Kelly's fans should stop struggling. From what I see, the workplace bully now feels very uncertain and is just pretending to look unafraid to deceive you all. Netizens debated fiercely, watching the screen intently, ready for a big drama. Tears were already streaming down Ray's face as she stammered, "I know that by saying these things in front of everyone today, I might become a nobody in this industry tomorrow. But I still have to say it. Kelly, from now on, I won't do any of the things you've instructed me to do. If you want me to be your stepping stone, dream on." Ray used all her strength to shout the last 4 words, as if doing so would make her appear less guilty. And Kelly, turning her head to Hurley, asked seriously before the many viewers, spreading rumors in front of so many people in the live stream, would it warrant enough jail time? He thought briefly and then nodded seriously, indeed it does. Chapter 241, Taken Away Again. The conversation between Kelly and Hurley left the on-site guests, passers-by, and netizens utterly confused. Rosalind was even more terrified, her mouth agape and beads of cold sweat breaking out all over her face, making her expression comically ugly. What's going on? Wouldn't a normal person's instinctive reaction to being wronged be to prove their innocence? As everyone was still bewildered, Kelly had already taken out her phone and dialed a familiar number, while simultaneously raising an eyebrow at Hurley. Hurley immediately understood, it was his father she was calling. Once connected, Kelly said right away, "Let Hurley talk to you." Having someone on hand to help, she figured it would save trouble. Taking the phone from her, Hurley spoke fluently, "The situation now is. The address is." After hanging up and returning the phone, he said, "Someone will come over shortly." The alarm bells were ringing so fast that the director only realized what had happened moments later, bursting into sharp exclamations. What do we do? Is the show going to be ruined? Why does this happen when I pick any random passerby? Do I have bad luck? Who can save me? Ulrich, pulling at his hair in anguish, was consoled by the producer who cleared his throat, "Don't be too pessimistic. Didn't Gallant by the Bridge also have an incident with the police once? It didn't get cancelled but became even more popular. I think Kelly has some kind of magic about her. Following her lead will definitely turn out fine." His spectacles flashed with an intelligent gleam as he remained composed. Gradually, the director's mood calmed down as well, looking at Kelly and Hurley, whose expressions hadn't changed in the live stream, he sighed deeply. Well, it's been reported. Let it be. He had brought these people in, whatever happens next, he must take responsibility. While the director took it in stride, Rosalind was dumbstruck. Her lips quivered, large droplets of sweat dripped from her nose, her heart pounded loudly, and she felt like she had fallen into an ice cellar, with nothing but pain and incessant buzzing in her mind. It's over. If Kelly really accuses her of slander, it's 100% sure to succeed. Rosalind isn't ignorant of the law, it's just that after spending so much time in the entertainment circle, she has developed a habitual mindset that celebrities fear embarrassment and any association with the police above everything else. What should she do now? Kelly, there's no need to call the police. Let's settle this privately, Rosalind said shakily. Her victim status, coupled with her request for a private discussion, made it obvious to anyone with a brain that something was amiss. There's no need, Kelly said firmly, her gaze turning cold. Her presence exuded an overwhelming aura, making Rosalind feel incredibly guilty. Hurley sneered, "Didn't you keep saying you were oppressed by capital? Let the police investigate thoroughly then, stop complaining about always being bullied." This sarcastic remark made the netizens catch on. The truth seems clearer now. There's an 80% chance this is a rumor. It looks like it's 100%. They have connections and influence, the police might favor them. It's understandable that Rosalind is afraid to go. Aren't they aware of the law? Do they really think the police can be bought off so easily? In the live stream, comments flooded in. For those who insisted Rosalind had definitely been wronged, netizens suggested she or her agency present evidence. But how could they produce any? The agent was also bewildered. Kelly's move was refreshingly sincere, almost unlike someone from the entertainment circle. This time, Rosalind would likely be abandoned. Feeling regretful, the agent received a call from the boss, clicking to answer hurriedly. Angry roars came through from the other end. Did you provoke Kelly, the newly acknowledged daughter of the Flynn family? Yes, the agent admitted. Hearing this, the boss exploded in anger. No wonder Galileo Ilias singled me out at the banquet today. I got kicked out in front of all those high society guests, all because of you idiots. You could have picked anyone to provoke, but you chose Kelly. We're done for. The company is finished. The agent was speechless, shocked. He thought the Flynn family didn't care about their real heiress since they never said anything. The boss hung up angrily, leaving the agent dazed, unsure of what to do next. Now, not only Rosalind but even his job might be in jeopardy. A news notification popped up suddenly. Hashtag the truth behind Rosalind being oppressed by capital hashtag. The agent's lifeless eyes focused sharply as his trembling fingers nervously clicked into the link. It was a video with a black cover revealing nothing. Pressing play, Rosalind's voice echoed out. How did I know the recording wasn't turned off? The agent froze in horror. This recording was from when they decided to frame Kelly. How did the Flynn family get it? In the comments section, netizens were unanimously criticizing her. Roslyn, you really deserve to die, wasting my sympathy. How can there be so many such incidents? How will genuine victims speak up for themselves in the future? How pitiful Kelly is, she hasn't wronged anyone. Artists with bad records should get out of the entertainment circle. The agent scanned through the comments and sighed in relief. Fortunately, no one knew that he was the one who devised the plan on the other side. However, what he didn't know was that at this moment, information about their company and the agent himself had already been leaked. The Flynn family had made a huge fuss this time, telling everyone that they were protecting Kelly. No one else could bully her. At the filming site, Roslyn had already been taken away by the police. Her loyal fan, a small internet celebrity, went quiet, hiding among the crowd with a red face from embarrassment. Ulrich immediately instructed the etiquette ladies to escort all the onlookers who watched the commotion away and gave each of them a red envelope. Inside the red envelopes were appearance fees of 200 yuan each, making the crowd smile happily. Tell your director if he has similar gigs in the future. We are experienced and will keep absolutely quiet while watching the commotion, one person said. Wow, I didn't expect to encounter such good things today. Paid for food and allowed to watch the commotion, your director is a truly kind person. Another passerby said to the internet celebrity, you did a pretty good job acting, little girl. The internet celebrity, holding the 200 yuan red envelope, felt her cheeks burning. She hadn't acted at all. If she had known earlier what kind of person her idol was, she wouldn't have sneaked into the crowd today, embarrassing herself like this. The small internet celebrity opened her phone and entered her private account. Many netizens had already rushed to comment under her short video. Streamer, you stood out in front of Kelly. How do you feel now? To be honest, I even dug my toes into the ground for you just now. Why was she so unlucky? Haha, but your questioning was sincere. It's obvious that you love Roslyn, just picked the wrong idol. The internet celebrity sighed and closed her phone, recalling how flawless Kelly's features and demeanor were when she saw her up close. Chapter 242 Hassan comes to pick up. A hint of crystal clear light flashed in the small internet celebrity's eyes. She had followed Ray before because of her beautiful face, but now she had found someone even more beautiful. So, she decided to follow Kelly. Ray's incident was making waves on the internet, and meanwhile, the scores for the guests were also out. Quinlan deservedly took first place, second place went to Kelly, who was relatively well prepared, along with Joel. Third place went to the steamed fish group, whose dish didn't even allow the audience to taste its flavor. Netizens had no objections to this ranking. Moreover, now that Kelly had clarified the situation, no one would doubt that she relied on resources. Hurley silently raised his hand. Joa, I've lost my partner. Ulrich chuckled. He had also lost a guest. What could be done? It's okay. The production team needs to make some adjustments, so we're giving you all a 3-day break, said the director. During these 3 days of adjustment, he needed to await instructions from higher-ups to see if the show could continue. If it could, he would need to quickly find a substitute female guest. Sigh, things have become so difficult for the production team. It's unknown if there are any female guests willing to participate now. Upon hearing this news, netizens expressed their unwillingness. Joa, how can you dare to stop broadcasting? Don't you know that I look forward to watching this variety show during work hours? I warn you, 3 days is indeed a bit long. Can it be shortened by 1 day? How will I eat without this show? Joa, you're going too far. Ulrich, looking at the screen, chose to close his eyes, unable to resist questioning what these people were thinking. They had been cursing him like anything just a while ago, and now they're already missing the show. Why should he let himself be called back and dismissed by them at will? He has his own temper. 3 days rest is decided as 3 days rest. Although Quinlan got the first place, due to the loss of this session's guests, neither Quinlan or Cade's group received any rewards. They both had no objections to this. The live stream screen turned black as guests packed up and prepared to leave, while netizens still lingered in the black screen chat room, sending farewell messages. Quinlan finally topped the game, only to run into such an incident. What bad luck. So Ray really should scram immediately. She's truly detestable, causing me to misunderstand Kelly. She acted convincingly, but all the dirt was exposed eventually. She isn't exactly a good person in daily life either. For someone like Ray, netizens had not an ounce of sympathy, believing she fully deserved it. Someone full of conspiracies and filthy schemes should be locked up in jail to cleanse her filth with righteous authority. After packing up, Hully waited in the living room. Seeing Kelly coming down with her luggage, he casually asked, "How will you go back? Do you need a ride with me?" Kelly made a sound indicating agreement, a slight sadness in her tone. My agent said he won't come to pick me up. Taking over her luggage casually, a gleam flashed in Hully's eyes. Your agent seems a bit too much. Everyone else's agents came, except his. He probably doesn't value you. How about changing companies? In fact, our company is quite good. The agents are decent, and it's a good choice. If netizens heard these words, they would definitely tease Hully for trying to entice. Kelly slightly raised her eyebrows, feeling somewhat uneasy. Everyone else had their agents picking them up, just like having parents waiting outside school gates after dismissal, but not her. Forget changing companies. My agent is not coming because I'm here. A clear, pleasant voice tinged with warning sounded. Kelly's eyes suddenly lit up with surprise as she looked up at him. Why did you come? She smiled. Hassan walked forward with a stern expression, taking Kelly's luggage from Hurley. When he looked at her, the coldness in his dark eyes disappeared, turning gentle like spring water. Missed you after so long. Aren't you missing me? He chuckled lightly. Kelly affectionately held onto his arm, her smile unable to be suppressed. Of course I missed you. Edison only said he wouldn't come to pick me up, but didn't mention you were coming, she grumbled. Hassan hummed in response, petting her head indulgently. His gaze seemed to casually sweep past Hurley, catching a fleeting hurt expression that hadn't been fully concealed. Edison has always been unreliable, you know, he said. Kelly nodded vigorously, feeling very happy inside. Was this the feeling when lovers reunite after a long separation? Recently, she had often thought of Hassan, and talking through the phone had made her longing grow more intense. But Kelly didn't quite understand this feeling until she saw him in person now. This was the kind of love that kept one sleepless and restless. She liked it very much. Holding hands, they left. Kelly had already forgotten about the poor Hurley, who stood dumbfounded in place. Hassan remembered, but why would he care about someone who had designs on his girlfriend? Tyra's attitude today was very satisfactory to him. She finally gave him the joy of being the official partner. Hurley watched the two leave in a daze. The bleak wind blew against him, making his heart feel incredibly cold. Looking at their intimate actions, were they already together? He failed before he even started, dying prematurely without even getting the chance to tell her he liked her. He truly liked her. A strong sense of powerlessness spread in his heart. Hurley felt a dull ache in his head, releasing his grip on the suitcase and then crouching down, clutching his head in pain. So painful, it felt like his brain was about to tear apart, splitting him into pieces. Why was it so painful? After the intense pain subsided, Hurley opened his eyes again, but the emotions in his gaze shifted from anguish to fierce laughter, as if he had become a different person. Kelly, you thought you could harm me? Humph, I have countless backup plans. Hurley, this identity is pretty good, just this guy's life is too tough to die. No matter how strong the soul, it can't resist forever. On your day of death, everything will belong to me. Hurley burst into laughter for 2 days, his eyes filled with deep hatred and satisfaction. Kelly wanted to harm her, impossible. In the car. Hassan put away the cold demeanor he showed to Hurley, taking out his phone and showing Kelly the comments from netizens. Look what these people are saying. Kelly blinked twice, feeling quite puzzled, and read out the comments. Wow, Kelly and Hurley are such a great couple to ship. Used to like sweet stuff, now I'm hooked on this pair. Anyone else like me? Hassan, I'm really sorry this time, your wife is changing hands. I can't imagine how broken he'll be when he sees these comments. I dare to imagine, hoping Hassan would cry in Kelly's arms, wah. Chapter 243, Tyra is really unfair. Hassan didn't expect Kelly to read the message out loud, and as if scalded, he immediately pulled back his phone. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his face as beautiful as carved jade, with a slight flush spreading over his ears. He looked different in a peculiar way that was hard to describe. Kelly felt an indescribable emotion rising in her heart. Recalling the words she just saw, a smile curled at the corner of her lips. Are you jealous? Hearing this, Hassan lowered his eyes and softly responded, yeah. His eyelashes fluttered slightly, and his lips pouted, making him look very wronged. Kelly's heart stirred with an emotion that was both pity and pain. If Farrell and Gregor could see this guy's appearance, they would surely shout at the top of their lungs about a male gold digger and tell their cabbages not to be deceived by this pampered pig. Unfortunately, they were not there to witness it. Kelly's heart overflowed with guilt as she took hold of the large hand resting on her knees. Her beautiful eyes showed sincere and earnest expression. I don't have any other feelings for Hurley. I only consider him a friend. I will be careful about my actions and words so as not to give him or netizens any misunderstanding, okay? The last 2 words, okay, she said very softly, as if she was coaxing a child. Hassan's expression faded, and his narrow phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, hiding a dangerous glint. He felt that Tyra probably didn't realize how unfair she was being right now. His Adam's apple moved slightly. Despite this, Hassan decided to indulge himself a little more. He leaned closer to her, lowering his head as she looked at him in confusion. Their lips met, and a sweet taste spread around their noses. Hassan's mouth curved into a smile, parting her slightly defensive lips. His large hand held the back of her head, deepening the kiss. Kelly felt waves of warmth behind her head, responding helplessly and awkwardly, with tiny shivers spreading through her heart like electric currents. She knew she really liked him. The Dayton in the front kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead, not daring to look back or at the rearview mirror. He was experienced in such situations. After the kiss ended, looking at Kelly whose whole face had turned bright red, a fond smile spread across Hassan's eyes. Tyra, do you want to suffocate yourself? His voice carried a magnetic charm possibly from the recent kiss. Kelly still felt lost and blank. Feeling something tickling his heart again, though he couldn't provide too many thrills within a day, Hassan pressed down his restlessness and held her hand, curling his fingers to tickle her palm. Kelly, tickled, quickly withdrew her hand and looked at him accusingly with wet eyes. You're bullying me. Pausing slightly, Hassan then burst into a big smile, admitting it frankly, "You're right." Bullying her made him really happy. Kelly pouted and turned away, ignoring him. Hassan reached out to hook a strand of her long hair hanging on her shoulder, playing with it. She still ignored him. Seeing her small figure clearly upset, yet he liked her when she was angry because it made her seem more human. Moreover, all her changes were for him, which was what Hassan loved most. Although extremely unwilling, they arrived at the Flynn family villa. Hassan personally escorted Kelly to the door. Though she was still angry, she turned her head sharply and asked grumpily, "Do you want to come in?" Thinking of the fierce appearances of the Flynn family father and son, he shook his head. "I'll go back to the Hope family old residence. You can call me anytime you want to see me, Tyra." Kelly hummed and rang the doorbell, getting ushered inside by the family. Hassan got back into the car and returned to the nearby Hope family old residence. Recalling Kelly's inadvertently revealed innocent demeanor just now, his heart was filled with sweetness. She had never shown such a side to anyone else. So even that tiny difference and uniqueness were enough to make Hassan feel delighted. The car stopped in front of the Hope family old residence. Hassan got out and pressed the doorbell. The nanny Penny, who had taken care of him since childhood, answered the door, exclaiming in surprise before inviting him in quickly. Mr. and Mrs. Hope happened to be sitting in the living room and were also pleasantly surprised by their son's sudden return. "Young master seems to come back to the old house more often these days, and he isn't as busy as before," Aunt Wang said with a smile. Mrs. Hope rolled her eyes. "This Corey has plenty of ulterior motives. Gallanving here must be to stay close to the Flynn family girl, but we truly like her mother. Arden, when are you two planning the wedding?" Being urged to marry just after starting dating, Hassan's brain buzzed painfully. "Tamara, don't worry, Tyra is still young," he said. Hearing him use Kelly as a shield, Mrs. Hope thought about it and agreed that it made sense. "Right, the girl probably hasn't dated many guys yet. Let her evaluate you thoroughly first. If there's any problem, she can find someone else directly," she reasoned logically. Hassan felt a chill at these words. He seriously doubted if this woman was his real mother. How could she not stand up for her own son? "Yes, I also think Arden has quite a few issues. He gets so busy with work that no girl can put up with him like this," Mr. Hope added. He cheerfully handed over the sunflower seeds he had just shelled to Mrs. Hope and smiled brightly. "Honey, am I not the sensible type of man?" Mrs. Hope hummed in agreement. "I give you full marks." Mr. Hope immediately flashed a fawning smile that would even make Bo Yang bow down in respect and call him a senior. If Edison could see Mr. Hope's current appearance, he would understand that being love-struck was hereditary in the Hope family. Hassan had long been accustomed to his parents' current demeanor. He casually sat on the sofa, opened his phone, and carefully reviewed the schedule for this period. The itinerary seemed too tight. Would it affect dating Tyra? Would she mind? Should he push back some? While thinking, Hassan sent a message to Edison, asking for Kelly's schedule for this period. The response came swiftly. Seeing that she still had commitments for Shindu, Hassan frowned. Since he was also one of the main actors, why couldn't he be included in this variety show? He sent his confusion, and Edison replied with 6 ellipses followed by a long voice message. Hassan took a deep breath, clicked to convert the voice message into text, and felt overwhelmed by the dense wall of text. In short, the production team believed that given Hope Emperor's status, he wouldn't cooperate with the group variety show, so they didn't bother him. Without hesitation, Hassan instructed Edison to contact the production team and insistently request to join the show. Naturally, the production team couldn't refuse such an incredible opportunity and promptly replied with an okay. They caught this enormous windfall. Finally, there would be a legitimate chance to interact with Kelly. A smile spread across Hassan's lips, disregarding another 3-word complaint from Edison, love brain. So what if he was love-struck? At least he had a girlfriend. It was better than those who only had to vent because they didn't have girlfriends. Inside the Flynn family villa, the atmosphere was tense and awkward. Chapter 244 Unforgiven. Adrian knelt before Kelly, her frail and slender body trembling, tears rolling down her pale face like full pearls. This image of a pitiful figure who has been ill-treated would easily stir one's compassion. "Kelly, don't be too harsh." Todd's veins bulged on his neck as he walked beside Adrian, attempting to help her up. "Third brother, I know it was my fault. It's right that Tyra doesn't want to forgive me. Don't pull me, let me kneel and beg for forgiveness." Adrian cried. She struggled against Todd but couldn't match his strength, getting dragged up forcibly. Even so, she still tried her best to break free and kneel again in penitence. During the struggle, she bumped into the corner of the coffee table. Though she let out a cry of pain, she did not give up her attempt to kneel. Todd felt extremely pained watching this. Adonis frowned tightly, his eyes showing some blame. These blames were naturally not directed at Adrian. "Kelly, are you going to drive Gianna to death? Is saying forgive really that hard?" Todd asked angrily. In these few days inside the facility, Adrian had honed her skill of pretending even better. But Kelly didn't want to put on a show with her. Her phoenix-like eyes showed coldness as she calmly looked at the furious Todd and slightly raised her chin. "Just because she apologizes, does it mean I have to accept it? What logic is that?" Kelly's arrogance caused Adonis to frown even tighter, his gaze turning from resentment to disdain. Yes, I do not ask for Tyra's forgiveness. I just want to kneel and atone for my sins. Third brother, please don't stop me, okay? Adrian added fuel to the fire. Todd was indeed infuriated by this point, his eyes burning fiercely, his chest rising and falling as he snarled at Kelly. Clearly, nothing happened to you. The one who suffered is Gianna. Look at how thin she has become after being tortured these past few days. You, heartless devil, how could we Flynn family have your kind of blood? You shouldn't be one of us. Eating meals with someone like you from the countryside makes me feel sick every day. If father heard this, he would whip him properly with the 7 wolves. Unfortunately, both parents were on a trip recently, giving Todd an opportunity to spend money to get Adrian out early. Because of recent events, his funds were limited. He had saved for a long time to afford this, showing how much he cared for his sister. Apart from the parents, Gregor wasn't home either, leaving Kelly isolated. But she showed no fear, a pity that the darling sister you think about all day is a fake lady, carrying the blood of peasants you despise. Upon hearing this, both Adrian and Todd changed color. Kelly continued coldly, I'm fine now. Does that mean only if something happens to me do I qualify as a victim? Ask yourself, Todd, if this happened to you, could you forgive? The pain is known only when it strikes oneself. Flynn Jinsey first froze, looking guilty, but upon seeing the pitiful state of Adrian, he became determined. I can. He declared firmly. After the words were spoken, applause echoed in the room. Kelly watched him with interest, snapping her fingers beside her ear. I wish you success then, she said pointedly. Todd didn't understand what this meant but saw from her expression that it couldn't be good. But he wasn't afraid. Would Kelly dare to kidnap him abroad? If she really did that, she wouldn't be able to stay in the Flynn family. Adonis, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly said, Tyra. He was preparing to persuade her, but seeing her cold, stranger-like gaze silenced him. Do you also think you can forgive this? She asked. Adonis felt his heart pounding, his years of business experience telling him that the situation was very dangerous. Despite Adrian's hopeful gaze, he lowered his eyes without a word. Kelly scoffed, feeling a bit regretful, turned and went upstairs. She really thinks she's worth forgiving or not? If we forgive you, that will do. Todd said to Adrian. He helped her sit on the sofa, speaking sincerely, Gianna, third brother knows you're a good girl. You made mistakes due to the sudden change in status. I won't blame you. But promise me you won't do such things again. Third brother promises you'll always be the only sister in my heart. Adrian's expression appeared deeply touched, hugging him like a weak rabbit crying pitifully, but her eyes revealed a sinister look. She understood now. Todd might say he doesn't mind on the surface, but he actually thought there was something wrong with her too. Otherwise, why would he add those last words? Oh, none of the Flynn family members are good people. They pretend to be on her side, but their hearts have long been biased towards the real heiress. And Adonis, he didn't even say a word to defend her just now. These people all deserve to die. During the days in prison, if it weren't for Adelita, Adrian felt she couldn't have survived at all. The Flynn family had the means to bail her out, yet they did nothing, allowing her to suffer for so many days. This must have been Kelly's instruction. Eldest brother, third brother, I will definitely listen and behave from now on. I won't do such things anymore. Thank you for being willing to tolerate me, Adrian sobbed. Her expression was very sincere, with a slight flush on her face as if she already realized her mistake. Gianna is a good girl, Adonis said. Adrian blushed slightly and nodded, raising her innocent and adorable smile as before, as if nothing had happened between them. But something had indeed changed subconsciously. Kelly didn't come down for dinner and asked the maid to send food upstairs directly. When Lao Yi Todd heard this news, he slammed his chopsticks on the bowl heavily. So great. If she doesn't want to eat, don't bother sending anything up. He scolded the maid with a cold face. The maid casually nodded to indicate understanding, but she didn't take these words seriously at heart. Now everyone in the Flynn family knew that the old master and mistress valued the newly recognized young Miss the most. Due to often targeting Miss Flynn, Todd was the one with the least say in the entire Flynn family. Who cares about him? Third brother, Tyra must still be angry with me. Later, I'll go apologize to her. We can't let her keep things tense with all of you, after all. She is the Flynn family's biological daughter. That's true. A pale smile rose on Adrian's face, pretending not to care. Tyra is your own sister, there shouldn't be any estrangement between siblings. Adonis's expression softened as he reached out to pat Adrian's head. Gianna, eat well. Your goal now is to regain weight, don't worry about too much else. She was moved. Thank you, eldest brother. Chapter 245, Useless Thing. After dinner, Nyla voluntarily vied with the family's nanny to do the dishes, acting as if she was afraid of being kicked out. The two Flynn brothers were very heartbroken but could not stop her. They could only decide to be even better to her in the future. Xiao Hopi did indeed go too far this time, but she was just a child who had been robbed of love. She definitely didn't do it on purpose. After finishing the dishes, Nyla went upstairs. Back in her room, lying on the soft big bed, she felt like she had come back to life. She never wanted to lie on the hard bed in prison again, so she would absolutely not do anything involving the law anymore. There were countless ways to deal with Kelly, and she had been so foolish before, choosing the stupidest one. Tamer Amy, you're finally home successfully, are you very happy? My tummy is so hungry, can Tamer Amy get me something to eat? Adelita's voice sounded, and Nyla frowned impatiently, reaching out her hand. I don't need your help anymore, so absorb less. Adelita blinked its big eyes pitifully, inching closer to her finger. A sharp pain came from her finger, and the freshly healed scar broke open again. Nyla was very familiar with this pain, and her expression did not change at all. The reason she became so thin so quickly was because she had made an agreement with Adelita, using her own flesh and blood to sustain it in exchange for its protection against any accidents in jail. Therefore, those female prisoners who wanted to bully or take advantage of her were either dead or injured. Feeling her vital energy leaving, Nyla pushed away Adelita. Enough. When will you need my help again, Tamer Amy? Tamer Amy, I'm still hungry. Adelita patted its still somewhat shrunken belly pitifully, feeling extremely upset. It still preferred the time when Tamer Amy needed its help. Don't you kinds usually feed on other people's blood? Why can't you find someone else? Why must it be me? Nyla asked irritably. Adelita pouted, looking at her with tearful eyes. Tamer Amy's blood and flesh taste the best, I like it a lot. Other people smell terrible. For the first time, Nyla found it very distressing that what made her special was a problem. She waved her hand, signaling for Adelita to play by itself since she didn't have time to deal with it. Adelita was actually obedient, rolling off to the side on its own. It had been eating very satisfactorily recently, and it was in a good mood. I'm really unlucky, raising such an evil thing that can only be sustained by me. This guy is completely useless. Nyla said. Her eyes flickered slightly. To deal with Kelly, she would have to use the Flynn family. It seemed Kelly cared deeply about Isabeline. Since that was the case, she would snatch her favor away. If Kelly also acted improperly out of anger, Adonis and Todd wouldn't easily forgive her. What Nyla didn't know was that Kelly had already done certain things. In Todd's room. He had barely lain down when he fell asleep almost immediately. In his dream, it was pitch dark at first, then suddenly turned bright. The light was so glaring that it forced Todd to open his eyes. He looked bewilderedly at the scene in front of him, a dilapidated old house, with several men standing before him. That's right, it's him. Just sell him directly, you can divide the money equally afterward, Nyla's ruthless voice echoed, completely different from her sweet calls of her brother in the past. Todd tried to stand up but realized his limbs were tied with ropes. He sensed that something was seriously wrong. What are you doing? Gianna, is that you? What are you talking about? The phone was silent for a moment before saying, goodbye, third brother. The call was hung up, and Todd became extremely agitated. He glared at the men in front of him. What did you tell my sister? Where are you taking me? What do you mean by selling? The leading man laughed loudly. Of course we're selling you. Your dear little sister instructed us. Perhaps because they thought they were going to sell Todd, the man spoke without any restraint, full of mockery. I heard you were quite good to this sister, but she's going to sell you. Didn't expect that, huh? Selling someone as strong and young as you will earn me a decent amount of money. The man didn't care about Todd's shocked expression, immediately picking up his phone and negotiating with the buyer right in front of him. He listened as they haggled over the price, ultimately setting it at 20,000 yuan for his organs combined. The man rolled his eyes, abruptly walking to Todd and kicking him in the stomach. I thought you'd fetch more, but you're unexpectedly useless, he said fiercely. Todd lay curled up on the ground in pain, his face pale. Impossible, how could Gianna want to sell him? He was her favorite third brother. This time there was no surprise, and Todd could not resist as he was tied up by several big men and put into a van. The vehicle started to jolt, heading towards increasingly remote areas. As dusk approached, they finally reached their destination. Todd was dragged out of the vehicle. A sturdy man with a scarred face pinched his chin, inspecting him from top to bottom. This face is quite handsome. I've heard he's a famous pianist internationally. We can use him to register a short video account and lure his fans over. How about this, since your goods are indeed good quality, I'll offer you 500,000, said the scar-faced man. Unexpectedly, in such a short time, the price had been raised by 300,000, which made the men who brought Todd here beam with excitement. They hurriedly pushed him forward. The scar-faced man took over, his squinted eyes seeming lustful, obviously not a good guy. How could a man like Todd tolerate being stared at this way by someone like him? What the hell are you looking at? He couldn't help but curse. Then, he spat directly onto the scar-faced man's face. No one expected such a sudden incident. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, and the scar-faced man laughed, a laugh that carried only coldness, devoid of any warmth. You've got guts, I appreciate bold people, he said. With his neck stiffened, Todd yelled angrily, since you know I'm a pianist, then you should also know I'm the third young master of the Flynn family. I don't care who you are or what you want to do to me. You can't afford to offend the Flynn family. I advise you to let me go right now. Up until now, Todd still hadn't figured out the situation. His arrogance blinded him to realize what these people were really up to. Once you come with us to that place, it doesn't matter whose little son you are. You'll only follow our orders, the scar-faced man said with a chuckle. After saying this, he turned around and gave a hand signal to his subordinates. Immediately, the group of men surrounding Todd rushed at him, kicking him down to the ground. Before he even realized the pain, fists and feet rained down on his body, giving him no chance to cry out. Instinctively, Todd covered his head, his mind reeling in confusion. Chapter 246, Dream? Not a dream. Hugo couldn't believe it. He was the third young master of the Flynn family. How dare these people treat him like this? This must be a dream, right? It has to be a dream. Convinced that he was dreaming, Hugo fainted from dizziness but woke up again due to excruciating pain. He opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. He found himself in an enclosed van with many men and women of different ages. The common thing among them was that they all had their eyes open but dared not speak, and each of them bore signs of being beaten. Just as Hugo was about to speak, someone tugged at his sleeve. He turned around to see a young child. The child gently shook his head and then, despite the pain, pointed forward. Only then did he notice two men sitting ahead, holding guns in their hands. When their gazes met, seeing the ruthlessness and bloodlust in their eyes made Hugo's entire body stiffen. He quickly averted his gaze. He could sense that these people were murderers, definitely not good people. He gave a grateful look to the child who had warned him. The child smiled back at him and quickly buried his head down. Every part of his body hurt, but Hugo's mind kept thinking about the current situation. Though he didn't want to admit it, he knew he had been sold by his beloved sister. As for whether this was just a dream, it became clear, it was impossible for a dream to continue after one faints and wakes up again. Therefore, this was undoubtedly reality. The most important thing now was to ensure his survival and find a chance to contact the Flynn family. His family would certainly not abandon him. Hugo made up his mind, telling himself that these people were surely motivated by money. If he gave them enough, he could go home again. Involuntarily, he recalled Kelly's question, if he were sold, could he still forgive? At the time, he had firmly said yes, but now he hesitated. The vehicle traveled for an unknown amount of time. Hugo drifted in and out of consciousness, eventually waking up to the sound of gunfire. We've arrived. You cargo, get out now. Don't hold up the car. Under the urging from outside, everyone hurriedly got off the van, fearing to move too slowly and face another beating. Hugo was the last to exit, having lived a pampered life, he could hardly push through the crowd. Moreover, he was the most injured among all, mainly because he had spat on the face of a scar-faced man. This kid seems to have some background. Send him to the fraud section, get him registered on a certain app, and use him well. He can bring us more cargo and fresh blood, one man pointed at Hugo and said. Someone immediately came to take him, untied the ropes on his feet, and allowed him to move freely. Hugo didn't think about running away. He wasn't a fool, he knew he was already on their turf, and trying to escape was impossible. Only by complying would he avoid more beatings. Sometimes, a person grows up instantly. The fearless devil earlier had learned to weigh his options after enduring severe beatings. Where are they taking him? Hugo asked, unable to stop himself from looking at the child being pushed along. He remembered the child's kind warning which saved him from further beatings and couldn't help feeling some pity. You mean that kid? At his age, they will probably harvest his organs. The guard escorting Hugo said nonchalantly. The organs of children his age are highly sought after goods. Those big shots want them to stay young forever. What a good deal. If I had the money, I'd swap mine too, my eyes aren't working so well anymore. He spoke as if the child wasn't human but merely cargo. A chilling coldness spread through Hugo's body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He realized once again that there were no humans here, only demons. I advise you to behave here. Gallon first, I was also deceived here, but see how I've lived well by following orders and even got promoted to a managerial position. You, being special, should seize the opportunity to rise. Even if we can't leave here, we can send money back home. Isn't that great? Though the other person was earnestly advising, Hugo felt unbearably cold. He was devastated, unsure how to survive in this place that consumed people. Would money really help? Resentment and anger slowly grew inside him. Hugo regretted forgiving Adrian for Kelly. If she were sold here, her fate would be far worse as a woman. But what good did regret do now? Maybe this was karma. Hugo was taken to the fraud complex. First, they showed him the consequences of disobedience, a severe beating. Unlike the previous beating by fists alone, this place had various instruments of torture. Death here could come in any form. Many people have died inside, so the most important thing is to obey. Because of his special status, Hugo was arranged in an independent room. In front of him were a mobile phone, ring light, and other equipment, creating a perfect live streaming environment. You will use this account to live stream and lure people over, his superior, Xavier, who held a gun and was responsible for supervising him, said. For every person you bring, you get 30,000. You can choose to spend this money here or send it to your family. Given your fame, it shouldn't be hard to trick people. Luring in dozens a day should not be a problem. Then both you and I will make a fortune, Xavier laughed. He patted Hugo on the shoulder, completely ignoring how tense he was all over, and clicked the live button. Then, he chambered around and pointed it at him as a threat. If he said anything wrong, this bullet would go straight into his forehead. In a place like this, there was no law, and they weren't afraid that news would get back to China. People gradually started entering the live stream, originally intending to scroll past, but everyone was surprised to recognize a familiar face. This is Hugo, right? Why is he doing live streams now? Looks like the live streaming industry really does pay well, even such a big star has resorted to it. Let's see what kind of nonsense he can come up with. Is he going to hawk goods, sell laundry detergent? Does anyone remember when he pushed a nurse a while ago? Such a despicable person. Wow, didn't expect to see such a big-name celebrity streaming. First time for everything. Isn't the Flynn family very rich? You guys stop talking bad about my brother. He was just in a bad mood at the time. Don't you ever have bad days? The viewers had mixed reactions. Looking at the fans who still believed in him and spoke up for him, Hugo felt like his throat was choked up, unable to say anything. The gun across from him was still pointed at him. Cold sweat dripped from his scalp, and he couldn't help but swallow. In the silent space, a click echoed. It was another gun being loaded by the man guarding the door, a warning. Chapter 247, Not Dead, returned. Conscience or life, these two choices hung over Galenis's heart, beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. The audience in the live stream vaguely sensed something was amiss. Why isn't Galenis speaking? His expression is so strange, as if someone is forcing him. Third young master of the Flynn family, he should be fine with this identity, right? Amidst the online chatter, Xavier cursed softly and abruptly ended the live stream before Galenis could react. Then he kicked him hard in the abdomen, causing Galenis to fall to the ground, his face pale with pain. This time, all four of his limbs were free, but before he could struggle, he was firmly pinned down. Xavier pulled out an electric baton from behind him, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Third young master of the Flynn family? Pfft, here you're nothing but a dog. Since you won't comply, I don't care how much you can bring in. Let's see how obedient you become after a beating. He turned on the electric baton, which emitted a sizzling sound that forced Galenis's breath to stall, every organ trembling with fear. As the baton approached his flesh, he let out an agonized scream, his body shaking uncontrollably. The pain was unbearable. Unconsciously, Galenis passed out. Xavier switched off the baton with a sneer, kicked his lifeless body, and ordered his men, take him to the water cell. Torture him properly first, then bring him up to see what happens to those who have their organs sold. The men immediately complied, dragging Galenis away. The dripping water filled his ears as his body was repeatedly submerged and pulled up from the water. His eyes, tightly shut, suddenly snapped open. What met his gaze was black, foul-smelling water. Galenis was briefly dazed, trying to recall what had happened. He had been sold into a place where humans were devoured alive. Physical pain and mental anguish tormented him, making life seem worse than death. The sound of machinery roared as the iron chains bound to Galenis's back loosened, sending him plunging into the water. The water engulfed his mouth, nose, and eyes. He flailed his arms desperately, struggling for survival, but to no avail. Just before he reached the brink of suffocation, Galenis was yanked up forcefully, and this cycle continued until he became nearly lifeless, only then being pulled out onto solid ground. Without giving him a moment to breathe, the men grabbed the back of his neck and forced him upright, shoving him forward. In this half-conscious state, Galenis was locked into a cell. His vision seemed obscured, but after rubbing his eyes several times, he regained clarity, thankful that the dirty water hadn't blinded him. As he thought about it, he turned and saw a familiar face. It was the child who had warned him in the car. But, the child's eyes were now hollow, swollen, and inflamed, looking absolutely horrifying. Galenis gasped, his mind buzzing with alarm. He instinctively asked, "What happened to you?" The child's head weakly nodded, seemingly questioning who was addressing him. Suppressing his own shock, Galenis gently tapped the child's shoulder to signal him. "Big brother, is that you?" the child whispered cautiously. "Yeah," Galenis replied. Confirming it was him, the child threw himself into Galenis's arms, sobbing. "Brother, I want to go home. Can you take me home? They are all bad people. They bully me and stuck their fingers in my eyes. It hurts so much. Brother, please save me." The child's voice grew louder, his cries piercing. Galenis froze, unsure of what to say or do. At this moment, saving anyone else was impossible when even he struggled to survive. Suddenly, the cell door opened, and the man roughly pulled the crying child off Galenis. "Crying and crying, all you do is cry. Are both your parents dead?" "Annoying," the man grumbled. "Just cut out the organs now. They can be preserved and used anytime." With these words, a person's fate was decided. This was a living, breathing human. Realizing the danger, the child cried even louder, pleading for help. Galenis quickly held the child's small hand. "Do you want to die in his place?" the man sneered. Before Galenis could respond, the man kicked the child's arm, a crackling sound indicating broken bones. Instinctively, Galenis let go of the child's hand. He watched helplessly as the child was dragged away by the man, powerless and pitiful. The cell door slammed shut, and the child disappeared from view. Galenis's heart shattered. He didn't know what awaited him, whether he would also be sold so easily once he lost his value to them. Should he deceive people? Various thoughts swirled in his mind until finally, only one word remained, death. Death was the best way to escape. He knew it was cowardly, but there was no other choice. A bowl of water was placed on the floor. Galenis quickly looked around and seeing no one, immediately smashed the bowl, pressing the sharp shards against his neck. Only by slashing the major artery could he die the fastest. Xavian, who came to see Galenis, just happened to witness his actions, instantly shouting in anger, "No, this thing is trying to commit suicide, stop him immediately." The person guarding the door hurriedly tried to unlock it with trembling hands upon hearing this. But it was too late. Galenis smiled at Xavian and decisively pressed the shard against his throat, then slid it with force. It hurt, excruciatingly so, but it made him feel oddly relieved, finally finding liberation. The last thing he remembered was Xavian's terrifying, frenzied face. Galenis suddenly recalled Kelly's question: if he had been sold, would he have been able to forgive as generously? He couldn't. As his consciousness blurred and his vision darkened, Galenis took a sudden breath as if gasping for air, then abruptly sat up from the bed. He panted heavily, looking around with dazed eyes, and froze when he saw the familiar room. What was going on? He was back. Huge relief flooded his heart, and Galenis touched his face, then pulled off his pajamas. There wasn't a single wound on his body, and this indeed was the Flynn family home. He hadn't died, he had returned. Galenis suddenly yanked open the curtains, allowing the gentle morning sunlight to warm his face, confirming that he was truly alive. The experience of being sold to Myanmar seemed like a dream, yet it was disturbingly vivid. Galenx's indifferent words over the phone still echoed in his ears, and Galenis's smile slowly faded, replaced by a complicated expression. Now he understood, Kelly had escaped because she had the means to do so. If she had really been sold, she, as a woman, would have faced even more horrific treatment, possibly worse than what that child endured. Guilt welled up inside him, and Galenis clenched his fists tightly. Knock knock knock, someone knocked on his door. Chapter 248. Unable to face Kelly. Hugo glanced toward the door but did not open it immediately. Instead, he asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, third brother," Adrian's gentle voice sounded from outside the door. His body began to stiffen involuntarily. Hugo stood there for a long time without responding, constantly recalling last night's realistic and terrifying dream. "Third brother, can I come in?" Adrian asked, puzzled. Through the wooden door, her voice sounded similar to when she was on speakerphone. "I want to discuss something about Tyra with you." "It was wrong of me, so I want to apologize," Adrian said. Pushing down various unsettling feelings and telling himself that everything last night was just a dream, Hugo gradually eased his stiffness. He walked briskly to the door and opened it. Meeting Adrian's miserable pale face, he did not feel pity as he usually would. Hugo grunted, his expression stern. "You indeed should apologize." Hearing this, Adrian raised her head. Her almond eyes widened in shock, and a strange look flashed across them before returning to an almost tearful appearance. "But Tyra refuses to accept my apology." She looked aggrieved. "That's because you haven't shown enough sincerity," Hugo responded immediately. Without realizing, he had subconsciously put himself in the place of the person being apologized to, remembering the pain from the past, sending chills and goosebumps all over him. Adrian was utterly dumbfounded. She had come today specifically to sow discord between Hugo and Kelly. Why was he still defending that bitch? "All right, third brother. I will try to make Tyra forgive me." "You have to help me too," Adrian said. Hugo grunted again. Still affected by what just happened, he felt very uncomfortable physically and waved his hand dismissively. "You think it over first." "I'm going back to sleep," he said. The door closed right in front of her. Adrian's expression twisted into a sinister grimace that she could no longer control. What did Hugo mean now? He actually found her annoying. Previously, he had always said that he liked her best out of all his siblings and only had one younger sister. Now he was annoyed with her. Returning to her room with a sullen face, Adrian angrily pounded on the bed, feeling particularly heartache. She had thought Hugo was different, genuinely caring for her. Now it seemed that everyone in the Flynn family was the same. Putting up a show outwardly, but deep down their hearts were already biased toward someone else. Hatred spreading in her chest, Adrian swore to make them all pay. In Kelly's room, she woke up early with a good mood. Last night, Hugo must have gotten what he wished for, having gone through certain events. One who boasts before a deity must pay the price. Opening her phone, Kelly decided to start a live stream to gather some divine power, which she hadn't done for a while. Yawning, she went to the bathroom to wash up. After tidying herself, she sat at her desk and positioned her phone as usual before starting the live stream. People gradually entered the live room. This is like, the early riser gets the reward. Kelly is actually live streaming in the morning. Luckily, I woke up to pee, otherwise I wouldn't have caught this. The poster above you, do you have a problem with your brain? Isn't it supposed to be, the early bird catches the worm? Haha, not many people online this morning. Maybe I can get a chance too. Kelly, can you tell us what's happening with the show? What's Galen Man's situation now? Seeing the comments from netizens, Kelly replied, I can't disclose details about the show. This live stream is for fortune telling, following the old rules. The audience in the live room all acknowledged with okay signs, showing their understanding. Time to draw lots, Kelly announced. She clicked to connect, and on the other end appeared a small, pale girl with a terrified expression. Upon seeing the successful connection, the girl's face lit up with joy. Kelly, save me. We came to study geography in these mountains, but there seems to be something unclean here. My phone network is down, and I could only enter your live stream. It has been 5 days, and no matter how we walk, we can't find our way out. This mountain seems endless. Many people have wandered off. I don't know if they are lost or... Milagros's lips trembled as she stammered out, dead. Her expression grew even more bleak and ugly. Tears rolled down her cheeks onto her clothes. Noticing the heavy death aura around her brows, Kelly immediately asked, "Where are you?" Just as the girl opened her mouth to speak, her screen suddenly went dark, cutting off the connection. What's going on? Did something happen? Haha, Kelly, such a big star, staging effects for the live stream? How could there be no internet connection but still watch her live stream? We take watching live streams seriously. It's wrong of you to lie. Everyone joked, completely dismissing the girl's words as a joke. Kelly closed the live stream with a serious expression and was about to call Truman when her phone rang. It was Audrey who had called. She answered immediately. Milagros in the live stream just now wasn't lying. Set out immediately to search for them. Make sure you bring them back safe and sound. I'll have Audrey accompany you. Any problems? Truman said, his voice thick with urgency and sternness. Kelly didn't know how he confirmed the truth, but she responded, no problem. Actually, she could handle it alone. Truman must have his reasons for assigning Audrey to go with her, surveillance or wanting her to learn more skills. Send your location over, Audrey will find you right away. Truman said. After hanging up, Kelly sent the of the Flynn family villa. Half an hour later. Audrey messaged that she had arrived. Kelly immediately got up and left, just as she encountered the 3 siblings having breakfast downstairs. Adrian stood up abruptly, looking pitiful. Tyra, I. Before she could finish, Kelly turned around and walked off, not wanting to deal with her at all. Third brother, Adrian looked tearfully at Todd, hoping he would say something for her. But he quickly glanced at Kelly, then lowered his head to continue eating, pretending he hadn't heard anything. For some reason, Todd felt very guilty at that moment. He wasn't stupid, he could guess whose hand caused last night's dream. Xiao Hopi, Kelly probably has something important to do, don't bother her, Adonis said. By speaking up, she was also helping Adrian get out of the awkward situation. She nodded and sat down, poking at the congee in her bowl with chopsticks, suppressing her mounting anger and hatred. The Flynn family had gone too far. If she could, she really wanted to kill them all right now. Just then, Kelly came out of the kitchen holding a food bag. Seeing the dense aura of misfortune above Adrian's head, her eyebrows slightly raised. It seemed she didn't need to act herself, certain people would destroy themselves. Give me some food to eat on the way, Kelly said. Adonis frowned, preparing to tell her to finish breakfast first, but saw Todd swiftly get up to pack provisions. His movements were quick, almost overflowing the food bag Kelly held. Chapter 249, Bean Mountain. Enough, Kelly reminded. Flynn Mukin stopped immediately, hanging his head to continue eating, not daring to look at her more than necessary. Kelly said thank you and turned to leave with the provisions, not showing the slightest embarrassment. Adonis's eyes swept between the two of them thoughtfully. Previously, the third eldest brother had detested this half-sister who returned from elsewhere. How did things change? Snap. The sound of breaking chopsticks accompanied by a scream rang out. Tears fell thickly from Nyla's eyes as she felt the pain of the splintered wood embedding into her flesh, making her breathing difficult. Adonis stood up, holding her hand and hurriedly shouted at the stunned Flynn Mukin, quickly find the Dayton to take Xiao Hopi to the hospital. Flynn Mukin responded with an, oh, fumbling for his phone to make a call but kept recalling events from his dream, the blood streaming from him and the swollen, hollow eyes of the child. The phone slipped from his hands, and his body followed, collapsing softly onto the floor. The nanny, who was carrying soup, saw this scene, and the bowl in her hand hit the ground, the sound of shattered porcelain followed by her sharp, shocked cry. Call the Dayton first. Adonis said, suppressing a surge of anger. The nanny came to her senses and quickly dialed the number, trembling like Flynn Mukin did earlier, yet successfully made the call. After Kelly left, the entire Flynn family descended into chaos. In the taxi. Audrey curiously observed the provisions in Kelly's food bag and the porridge sealed in a milk teacup given by the nanny. Daphne, are you eating so much for breakfast? She couldn't help but ask. Kelly nodded, putting on gloves and taking a bite from a steamed bun. It was filled with mushrooms and meat, with a small amount of pork skin mixed in, giving it a slightly chewy texture that was very delicious. The enticing aroma permeated the air, even the Dayton in the front seat couldn't resist swallowing, glancing at the bun through the rearview mirror. He would have to buy one of these after his shift. The smell was irresistible, continuously wafting into his nostrils. Audrey, sitting close by, was also quite tempted and blurted out directly, Daphne, can I have one? Kelly nodded, opening her mouth wide to let her take one. The two of them started chatting while eating. Do you know how Truman locked onto our destination? Audrey asked, teasingly. Kelly glanced at the Zachariah ahead, carefully choosing her words before responding. Someone understands these kinds of calculations. Audrey nodded and snapped her fingers. Exactly. Our team has recently welcomed a powerful new member. Our team has really been turning around its luck lately. Truman can now hold his head high when he goes out. With two formidable warriors, other teams must be envious. Kelly hummed in agreement, less concerned about the new member and focused on doing her part. What do you think happened to those people? Audrey asked worriedly. She immediately clasped her hands together in prayer. I hope nothing happens to them. Let's bring everyone back safely. Kelly looked at her and, recalling the girl who appeared lifeless just moments ago, found it hard on her heart but replied, it's unlikely. We might only bring back some of the people, and the girl I spoke with over voice chat is in grave danger. The place they went to seems extremely perilous, Kelly explained. Hearing this, Audrey couldn't help but frown, visibly saddened, mourning silently for the girl. As a deity, Kelly naturally had inherent kindness towards humans and didn't want to see any life lost. However, all things had their destiny. She would do everything in her power to save those she could, but wouldn't torment herself over those she couldn't. She needed to stay true to her conscience. The car ventured deeper into desolation, and chilling winds blew in through the open windows, causing the Dayton to shiver. In previous years, Beyond Mountain wasn't too cold at this time of year. What's happening this year? It's so cold and damp, almost like it's emitting a ghostly chill, the Dayton murmured. No one inside the car responded, making his low murmuring stand out prominently. Both Kelly and Audrey's faces were grim. If ordinary people could feel the presence of energy, it demonstrated just how strange this place was. Seeing the winding mountain road ahead, Kelly immediately called out, stop the car. Her urgent and loud command caused the Zachariah to stop instantly, his eyes wide and alarmed as he turned to look at her. What's wrong, young lady? You gave me quite a scare. There are no animals ahead. Are you feeling unwell and need to use the restroom? Stop here and return the way you came. I'll pay you as if you took me to the top of the mountain. Be careful on your way down, Kelly instructed. The Zachariah, upon hearing this good news, immediately broke into a wide smile and nodded enthusiastically. Audrey hurriedly paid the Dayton via QR code before picking up her backpack from beside the seat and getting out of the car. The contents of the backpack seemed quite heavy, causing her to stumble slightly as she exited, almost falling backward. Kelly also got out of the car. The two stood there watching as the taxi reversed and slowly made its way down the mountain road. Daphne, why did we suddenly get off? Is there something ahead? Audrey asked with blinking eyes. She pulled her neck in, scanning her surroundings warily, feeling that nowhere here seemed safe. Not exactly, Kelly replied. Audrey heaved a sigh of relief, but before it was fully exhaled, she heard Kelly add, it's Sha-Chi. The Sha-Chi starts from the winding mountain road not far ahead, shrouding the entire mountain peak. That's why they got lost. There must be many unclean things hidden on the mountain. Damn! Audrey exclaimed in shock. She looked at the lush forest, which besides being cold showed no signs of anything amiss, yet harbored such great danger. Then let's hurry in to find them, Audrey said. Having spoken, she crouched down, unzipped the backpack, and pulled out a bundle of copper coins tied with red thread. As Audrey manipulated the bundle, the thread and coins magically formed a sword, which looked quite impressive. Kelly couldn't help but take a closer look. Daphne, the treasures I found are pretty cool, right? They're all from the ghost market. It's said that this copper coin sword is already 300 years old, having slain countless demons and spirits. They wouldn't dare come near. Proudly brandishing the sword, Audrey felt braver. Meanwhile, Kelly, who was looking at the copper coin sword, fell silent. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she asked, how much did you pay for it? 5,000, after haggling down by half, Audrey replied proudly, chin held high. Based on her recent experiences in the human world, Kelly estimated the cost of the copper coin sword. With the red thread and copper imitation coins, it probably didn't cost more than 5 yuan. Though hesitant to speak, she was worried Audrey might use this sword in battle and be attacked through its weakness. Chapter 250, Such Dense Evil Chi. You've been tricked, this item isn't worth 5,000, Kelly said. Audrey's face, previously radiant with joy, turned into one of astonishment as she stared at Kelly blankly. She seemed not to fully comprehend the situation yet. Her expression was a picture of sheer bewilderment. Normally, you can play with it, but never use it in a confrontation, Kelly cautioned anxiously. Audrey silently rummaged through her backpack again, pulling out items like a compass, cinnabar, a brush pen, and more, which explained why her bag was so heavy. Daphne, do you think these things will work? She asked, on the verge of tears, clearly expecting a bad outcome but still holding on to some hope. They couldn't all be useless after spending so much money on them, could they? This was several months' salary for her. Would those people in the ghost market have the nerve to scam her so thoroughly? They're all useless, Kelly bluntly replied. She felt that if Audrey used these items, it would be tantamount to courting death. I spent a total of 50,000 on these. Wah, I've wasted so much money buying junk. And if I use this pile of junk in battle, I might even lose my life. How could those people at the ghost market be so shameless? Is this not bullying? Audrey lamented sorrowfully. Why don't we leave these things here at the foot of the mountain, then when we go back, you take me to the ghost market to get my money back and beat them up?" Kelly suggested with a smile. Audrey's eyes lit up immediately. She nodded eagerly and dumped her backpack into the grass, making sure no one outside could see before clapping her hands together. Her teeth clenched audibly. "Daphne, when that happens, you must lead me to expose their trash. What they did is lethal." Kelly nodded and hummed in agreement. Feeling her phone vibrate in her pocket, she pulled it out. Hassan was calling. She had been feeling that something was amiss all along, now realizing she hadn't told her career friend. Slightly guilty, she answered the call and immediately said, "I was just about to call you. You won't be able to reach me for the next couple of days. I have something to deal with." The first sentence felt a bit like protesting too much. Through the phone came a sigh. "Tyra, take care of yourself." A warm current flowed through her heart. She murmured in acknowledgement, reluctantly hanging up the phone. "Daphne, you're in a relationship," Audrey stated decisively. She leaned closer to Kelly, her bright eyes brimming with curiosity. "Who is it?" "Jeff." She was a loyal fan of their pairing. If they were really together, how wonderful. "Yes," Kelly confirmed with a nod. Audrey clutched her rapidly beating heart, barely resisting the urge to scream with joy in front of Daphne. She felt like the happiest person at that moment. To see her favorite ship come true felt like immense luck. "Let's go, up the mountain," Kelly said. Her words were firm, giving off an air of heroic determination. Audrey's excitement turned into solemnity, her gaze resolute as she looked ahead. If possible, she hoped they could save everyone. Sure enough, walking halfway up the winding road, where Kelly had touched earlier, the sinister cold grew more severe. Even special operatives like themselves couldn't bear it, let alone ordinary people. "The evil chi is so dense, I've never felt anything like it," Audrey remarked seriously. Her heart pounded wildly. If only she had persuaded Truman to send more people over. Not that she didn't trust Kelly, but having more people would make the operation more stable, and they could rescue more people. Lost in thought, Audrey suddenly felt dazed, her steps becoming unsteady. Noticing her condition, Kelly raised 2 fingers to her lips, a faint trace of divine power appearing between them. "Focus your mind, steady your spirit, dispel the malevolence, remove disaster, one thought clears all." At the last word, clear, the divine power surged toward Audrey's forehead, clearing the fog from her eyes. She shook her head. "Daphne, I don't know what happened just now," she said, confused. "The evil chi is too intense, anyone without strong willpower will be affected." "You were possessed, but it's gone now," Kelly explained. Hearing the words, weak willpower, Audrey blushed slightly, feeling rather embarrassed. "Don't worry, it's normal that you couldn't resist such dense evil chi," Kelly reassured her. Audrey felt better. She frowned, looking ahead. If even I got caught, those students and teachers. It was truly terrifying to think about. Kelly tried to calculate with her fingers, but the evil chi was too intense for her to figure anything out. "We'll have to search slowly," she said. The two wandered aimlessly forward, keeping their eyes on the ground and surroundings, watching for any clues left behind by the missing individuals. In such a situation, they should have marked their path. "There's something on this tree," Audrey noted. Kelly moved closer and saw a triangular symbol carved into the tree. "We need to pay attention to the trees from now on," she said. Following the triangular symbol, the two of them kept moving forward, and without realizing it, night fell. Audrey took out a powerful flashlight from her pants pocket. Kelly scanned the surroundings with her eyes, led her to an open area to sit down, and gathered all the branches and leaves scattered on the ground nearby. Then, a glow appeared between her fingers, and she lit these things directly. The orange-yellow flames seemed to shimmer with faint golden light, leaving Audrey, who was about to take out her lighter, stunned. Her mouth opened into a large circle as she turned to look at Kelly. "Brooke, Daphne, how can you do this? This is a special ability, no one in our team can." Kelly understood, they were human, even if they were inherently different from ordinary people, they were still humans and naturally could not utilize the skills of the 5 elements. Taught by the deer spirit mountain deity, she said without any psychological burden. Audrey's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. She nodded vigorously, understanding now. The deer spirit mountain deity is truly amazing. The things she has been teaching me lately are still being explored by me, but I can feel how powerful they are. "Just keep learning well," Kelly said. The fire in front of them made everyone feel warm, and it seemed that warmth also spread to their hearts, driving away the damp and cold feeling completely, making them very comfortable. Audrey yawned and leaned her head against the tree behind her to rest her eyes. Kelly also mimicked her gesture to take a break. The flame burning in front of them was not ordinary fire but divine fire ignited by divine power. Within the range of the divine fire, no strange creatures could get close, so she wasn't worried about any danger. After walking all day, the two of them were very tired and soon fell asleep without realizing it. "Ah!" A sharp, piercing scream broke out. Kelly immediately opened her eyes alertly, and Audrey also woke up. The person who screamed was someone familiar, the girl live streaming online. She looked at her hand as if it had been burned by something. Audrey exclaimed joyfully, "It's you, you're still alive. This is really great." Chapter 251, Evil Wind Carries People Away. Kelly's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, holding an icy cold gleam as she watched the girl in front of her with interest, who hesitated and dared not come forward. The weather is so cold. Come closer and warm up with us. Tell us if you remember where everyone else went, Audrey said in a familiar tone. A look of fear appeared on the pale face of the girl, who pulled the zipper of her jacket to the top. I'm not cold, thank you. Then she sat down stiffly at the farthest position opposite the bonfire, hiding her scorched hands back into her sleeves. The teachers and classmates I came with are all missing. I don't know where they are. Can you take me to find them after dawn? Asked the girl. Audrey nodded immediately. We came here this time just to find them. Don't worry, they will be fine. Milagros lowered her head and softly responded with a faint, looking very sad. Since she's still alive, the others might have a chance of survival too, Audrey said in pleasant surprise. However, just as she finished speaking, she turned to look and found that Kelly's face showed no sign of joy but rather was quite cold. Audrey blinked her clear big eyes, feeling puzzled and uneasy. Did she miss something again? Idiot, you can't get close to us and yet you won't leave. Do you want to wait for death? Kelly suddenly said. After saying this, she got up and walked out of the circle of the bonfire. Amid Audrey's confused expression, the sorrowful girl suddenly lifted her head. Her mouth curled into a sinister smile, and she stood up and rushed towards Kelly at incredible speed, moving like a puppet controlled by someone. Audrey's hair stood on end, her mouth opened wide in astonishment and shortness of breath. She couldn't even utter a word. What kind of ghostly creature was this? At this moment, even if she were foolish, she could see clearly that the girl in front of her was no longer human. But, although she had fought against many evil creatures before, she had never seen anything like this. The evil entity actually attached itself to a dead person. When the monster that made Audrey greatly feared and frightened reached Kelly, it screamed the word break. With the sound of this word, points of golden light sprinkled over the girl's body. She immediately let out a screech and scream, clutched her head, and fell limp and lifeless to the ground. Daphne, can I go and check? Audrey timidly asked, shrinking her neck. Kelly made a sound and introduced as Audrey approached. This thing is called Fu Galen Sha. It is extremely evil and can possess a freshly deceased person. It's cultivated artificially. Audrey gasped in shock, her eyes wide open. Artificial cultivation? She couldn't imagine how much panic it would cause if someone used this thing to harm people. Yes, but this one isn't successfully cultivated. A true Fu Galen Sha can perfectly imitate human actions, even thoughts and hidden desires, Kelly said. In modern society, no one can cultivate a true Fu Galen Sha because the crucial yuaning flower has become extinct. Even such a creature is a great danger to society, Audrey lamented gloomily. She took out her phone and took a photo of the now cold corpse on the ground. Daphne, should we dig a hole to bury her? Audrey asked. Kelly shook her head. Let leaves return to their roots. Her body should be buried by her parents. With the mountain's Sha Qi nurturing, the body will not rot. After we resolve the mountain's Sha, the police can transport these bodies away within 3 days. Audrey nodded heavily, her sad expression growing even more profound. She realized Daphne was referring to those people. The character, some, implied that the number of the dead was not merely 1 or 2. The two sat back by the fire again, but this time they did not sleep. Instead, they both pondered other things. Kelly thought about who would cultivate Fu Galen Sha and whether it was the same person behind the scenes. Audrey reflected on the events of the day that shattered her perceptions, especially being deceived by the ghost market, which made her embarrassed in front of Daphne. The crow's cries announced that dawn had arrived. Kelly and Audrey ate some compressed biscuits and set off again on their journey to find the missing people. They followed the markings but found nothing by noon. How can this small mountain feel boundless? Audrey couldn't help panting and complaining. Kelly also found this peculiar but didn't sense any ghostly wall or external force. Help, me. A weak male voice sounded, bringing renewed hope to both of them. They rushed toward the source of the voice, which turned out to be behind a small hill. A dirt-covered, barely breathing Corey leaned against a tree, struggling to breathe. Audrey remained cautious and didn't move forward, turning to glance at Kelly, fearing this person might be problematic and devour them. Milagros's appearance had left a significant psychological shadow on her. Kelly nodded slightly to indicate that this person was fine, and Audrey hurriedly squatted in front of the Corey, gently patting his face. He slowly opened his weak, lifeless eyes. Seeing people in front of him, the Corey's face showed immense relief, and he eagerly swallowed saliva, saying, I'm so thirsty. Do you have any water? Give me some water. Audrey nodded and took out a bottle of mineral water from her bag. The Corey's eyes lit up as he immediately snatched it and started drinking vigorously, gulping down the entire bottle. He seemed to come back to life, with light returning to his eyes. Do you want something to eat? Audrey asked. The Corey nodded vigorously, and she took out a compressed biscuit from her bag, which he eagerly peeled open and stuffed into his mouth, savoring it carefully. Though it was just ordinary compressed biscuits, even somewhat unpalatable, he relished them as if they were exquisite delicacies. Audrey leaned close to Kelly and whispered, How long has this guy been starving? In no time, the Corey finished the compressed biscuit. Having just drunk water and then eaten the compressed biscuit, these two items obviously collided in his stomach. The consequence of the compressed biscuit rapidly expanding was nausea, and the Cory couldn't help but dry heave a few times, holding his mouth tightly to stop himself from vomiting. Kelly watched as the death aura around his forehead gradually disappeared, revealing his original bone structure. This person had a gentle temperament and usually treated others kindly, with the appearance of a benevolent person. Where are your companions? Why are you alone here? Kelly asked. The Cory belched and said with reddened eyes, we all got separated. We were taking photos of plants and rare landforms on the mountain when a strong wind suddenly blew in from somewhere. That wind was really powerful, it scattered us everywhere. Even some frail female classmates were lifted high into the air by the wind. I was pushed forward by the wind and accidentally fell to the bottom, twisting my foot and unable to get up. I'd been hungry for several days. Chapter 252, so that's how it is. As if to confirm the Cory's words, a huge whirlwind suddenly swept in from afar. He pointed shakily towards its direction, utterly terrified. Having barely encountered someone, he knew that if he were swept away again, this time to some unknown place, his death would be certain. Audrey felt as though her whole worldview was shattering. Where was she? What was happening in front of her? So that's how it is, Kelly said. She couldn't believe anyone would still cultivate spirit-binding malevolence now. She gave a cold laugh and spread her fingers, reaching out into the air towards the whirlwind, which vanished instantly. Aside from the leaves slowly drifting down from the sky, it was as if the whirlwind had never existed. The Cory swallowed hard, watching Kelly in shock, never expecting her to be so powerful. Sister Brooke, what's going on? Audrey asked instinctively. She truly felt at a loss. Despite believing she had experienced much and knew a lot about strange creatures, now she realized how ignorant she was. Knowing nothing. Kelly, seeing the self-disgust in Audrey's eyes, chose her words carefully. We've been tricked, but it's normal you didn't notice. Even she, a god who had lived for thousands of years, had fallen into their trap. If not for the whirlwind, she'd still be in the dark. Meeting Audrey's puzzled gaze, Kelly explained, since we entered the mountain, we've actually been inside Fong Hopeless space. That's why the mountain seems endless. The peak isn't large, what's vast is this space. Once we exit, you'll find we're still at the entrance. In the outside world, we've merely been walking in place. Audrey was thoroughly bewildered. Turning to stare blankly at the Cory, she had never heard of such a thing. Kelly's expression grew complicated. It seemed some ancient artifacts had found their way into the human world without her knowledge. But meeting her meant their ultimate fate could only be destruction. Using them to harm others, what cruel intentions. Now we need to find the exit. In simpler terms, it's like an array point in movies or TV shows, Kelly said. This made sense to Audrey, but she felt powerless and thought it wouldn't help anyway. Kelly smiled gently. Leave it to me. You stay here and keep an eye on him. Turning away, Kelly retraced her steps, recalling the tree she had passed earlier. At the time, something about its texture had felt off, but she hadn't suspected anything else. Arriving back at the spot, Kelly smirked at the tree, whispering, Clear eye shines bright, distinguishing truth from falsehood, all evils are revealed, everything appears. A golden seal rose from the sky as she pushed her hand forward, striking the tree. The surrounding scenery changed rapidly. The sun hanging overhead gradually disappeared, replaced by a sunset, and the formerly gloomy surroundings became clearer. In front of Kelly, the tree transformed into an umpire pen. No wonder it could deceive even her. Originally created for justice and fairness, the umpire pen had been twisted into something evil, a true pity. Seeing it try to flee, Kelly swiftly grabbed it, wrapping it with divine power to create a sealed state. All the malevolent aura around it vanished, cutting off its connection to whoever controlled it. Sister Brooke. They're all people. Audrey exclaimed in surprise. Kelly quickly shrank the umpire pen and put it in her pocket, then looked toward Audrey. Indeed, they were all people. At the mountain pass lay densely packed survivors, many of whom were near death, alongside the dead bodies of those who hadn't survived. Audrey and the Cory stood nearby. Those still alive were confused. Am I hallucinating as I'm dying? Wah, Galen Hopi, did you descend into hell with me? Thank you for giving me that last piece of bread, but unfortunately, I didn't survive. Why is living well so difficult? I've never done anything wrong. Voices and heart-wrenching sobs filled the air. Kelly sighed helplessly, spreading divine power through the air to calm everyone down. Audrey moved past the corpses and the survivors to stand beside Kelly. Sister Brooke, you're amazing. If anyone else from our organization faced this, they'd be lost, maybe even. Audrey wanted to say they might end up like the dead lying there, but she held her tongue, respecting the deceased. Galangshan mountain deity taught me much. Worship her sincerely, and she will teach you too, Kelly said casually. Okay, I'll worship the mountain deity diligently. I hope I can become as powerful as Sister Brooke, Audrey said with sparkling eyes. I've saved these people. As for the investigation, you probably don't need my help anymore, right? Kelly asked. Investigating the culprit behind this would take significant effort, and being a celebrity kept her busy. She simply didn't have the time. Just now, she checked her phone and realized 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. The next evening, she would have to continue heading out to film the variety show. Truman just said you only need to rescue the people, Audrey said. Investigating the case could be handled by specialists. There was no need to waste Kelly's energy. Audrey made a call to Truman and then showed her police ID to comfort the survivors. Finally, everyone believed they were not in hell but were truly alive, hugging each other and bursting into tears again. Seeing their deceased classmates or teachers and recalling their painful experiences during this time, they felt even more heartbroken. Soon, Truman rushed over with his team. Upon seeing numerous bodies, his expression turned grim immediately. He took a deep breath, then turned to walk beside Kelly and said, "Elspeth has told me everything. This mission was extremely dangerous. If it weren't for you, these people wouldn't have come out. I thank you on behalf of everyone." Truman's expression was very serious. He genuinely admired Kelly at this moment. Such an outstanding person was simply stronger than all the people in his team combined. "This is what I should do," Kelly replied. Truman nodded with a smile. "We'll handle the follow-up work. You and Elspeth can rest directly." Kelly nodded readily as Truman turned and led his team to deal with the remaining issues. Audrey came over from the corner carrying that pile of debris on her back. "Sister Brooke, Truman arranged a separate police car for us. We can ride down the mountain and send you back first. Do you want to go home or somewhere else?" she asked. "Let's go eat first, then get rid of these broken things." "Is the ghost market open tonight?" Kelly asked. She found this pile of junk really unpleasant, and the thought of someone being deceived made her uncomfortable all over. "The ghost market usually opens at night, so let's find a nearby restaurant first," Audrey said. After saying this, she gritted her teeth, imagining how she would confront those store owners and expose their deceptive nature, demanding refunds. Chapter 253 Exposing the Ghost Market. After finishing their meal hastily, Kelly and Audrey immediately hailed a taxi to head for the ghost market. The distance between the two places was about 50 kilometers, so it took more than an hour by taxi. They even managed to catch some sleep during the ride, only waking up when the Dayton called them upon arrival. Despite being in the dead of night, the area around the ghost market was as bright as daylight, with stalls lining two streets, selling all kinds of food and toys. Kelly fell silent for a moment before turning to look at Audrey. "Do you really think things bought here can be reliable?" Her beautiful Brenda eyes were filled with helplessness and doubt, completely baffled. "Cough, those shop owners are such smooth talkers, they can turn black into white. Sister Brooke, you'll understand once you experience it yourself." Audrey tried to salvage her dignity. She felt embarrassed and wanted to cry over being cheated. How pitiful. As the two women entered the ghost market, the stalls on both sides of the street transitioned from selling food and toys to various kinds of ritual objects. These ritual objects looked very realistic, but they shared one common trait: they were utterly useless, devoid of any trace of spiritual energy. Stopping expressionlessly at one stall, Kelly watched as the owner was explaining his supposedly powerful ritual objects to a man. "These items are relics left over from the Great War between the Flame and Yellow Emperors. They can drive away all evil and protect against everything. Today I'm selling it to you for just 30,000 yuan. It's a bargain if you buy it now. No one else will get this price from me." The owner spoke the last two sentences in a very low voice, glancing at Kelly and Audrey before giving them a calming look. "So cheap, it looks very effective," the man marveled. He squatted down to touch the object, suddenly exclaiming, "I feel like this thing moved under my hand. Maybe it has some kind of consciousness. That's how it's written in novels." The owner first froze, then slapped his thigh. "Looks like you have a special connection with it. Since it's fate that brought you two together, I won't ask for 30,000 yuan. Take it for 3,000. As he said this, his face showed clear distress, as if parting with the item was painful. The man looked surprised and delighted. "Okay. I'll take it." His gaze fixed intensely on the object. Could he be the chosen one of the world? "This thing is useless, it's just a pile of scrap metal," Kelly remarked. Her sudden words drew stares from everyone at the stall. The owner's eyes flashed with undisguised hostility, while the man was first stunned, then stood up abruptly. "Kelly, aren't you that fortune-telling actress?" he asked. What a lucky day. To encounter a celebrity here was beyond fortunate. As for what Kelly had just said, the man hadn't registered it at all. He searched his body and found a pen. "Can you sign my arm for me?" he grinned. "You're prepared enough." Audrey couldn't help but remark. The man scratched his head and smiled innocently. "Well, since we're both in the capital, I thought there might be a chance to meet a celebrity." Kelly sighed in exasperation, grabbed the pen, and signed his arm swiftly. Then she warned, "These things are useless, don't waste your money." "Why are you saying nonsense, little girl?" "What do you mean, planning to vandalize the store?" the owner sneered. His words drew angry and menacing glares from the other stall owners, who rose and started gathering around. To ruin someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. They would not allow anyone to expose them. Almost all the stall owners on the street had gathered, forming a crowd of several dozen men, creating an overwhelming presence. The man, frightened, quickly stashed his pen and slunk away. The owner paid no mind to losing the sale and coldly watched Kelly. "Sister Brooke, what do we do now?" Audrey felt a bit scared. Kelly's lips curled into a smile, her icy beauty captivating under the streetlights. The surrounding men's expressions changed. Regardless of anything else, the girl was indeed very attractive. It was a pity she had a foul mouth. However, as the saying goes, the law does not punish a crowd. If so many people did something, could the police pinpoint who was responsible? Men understood each other best. Through their exchanged glances, they already grasped each other's intentions. Kelly watched helplessly as these men emanated intense malice. Her eyes darkened, and she pulled out the shrunken judge's pen from her pocket. Surprisingly, this trinket still had some use. To ensure they never dared to cheat again, she had to show some real ability. Channeling divine power into the judge's pen, a layer of black mist instantly enveloped the surroundings, leaving the men, lost in thought, completely dazed. What's happening? It's getting dark. Damn, who brought a flashlight? Turn it on and see. Someone turned on their phone's flashlight, casting a narrow beam of light from their feet. But the surroundings seemed entirely unfamiliar. If Edison were here, he would recognize this place as the Hall of Hades he had visited before. What about those two women? What's wrong with us? This place feels like a movie set, really scary. So eerie, I feel so cold. The men kept talking, some of them walked around to see where they were. Suddenly, Riggs appeared in front of everyone, while Donovan appeared behind them. Follow us, Donovan and Riggs said in unison. The appearance of these mythical figures scared the men half to death. But knowing something was seriously wrong, they obediently followed Donovan and Riggs into the Hall of Hades. Andre sat high on his throne, banging his gavel. Why are you not kneeling? The men all kneeled down in terror, some even wet themselves, the air filled with an unpleasant smell. Feng Chang, you. Andres kept reciting the scriptures, recounting the bad deeds these men had done, how many people they had deceived, and what punishments they would receive. In reality, Audrey watched in astonishment as the men suddenly knelt down, shivering and begging for mercy. She couldn't understand why they suddenly fell ill while talking normally. Their behavior reminded her of the memory from the mountain. They are in my illusory space, Kelly explained. Daphne, you've learned this too, really impressive. Audrey couldn't help but give a thumbs up, her admiration evident on her face. Daphne, forever legendary. People gathered at the intersection, confused by the inexplicable actions of these men. Some even dialed the psychiatric hospital's number, relishing in the spectacle. Kelly quietly lowered her head to hide herself, listening to these men confess their misdeeds. I peeked at widows bathing when I was young, really brave, breaking laws from a young age. Damn, the items sold in the ghost market turned out to be fake, all from Iwu. My father loved shopping here and lost over 100,000 yuan. What kind of family loses that much money? Speaking of which, is this considered fraud? More people gathered, using their phones to record the men's predicaments. Kelly snapped her fingers. Chapter 254. What did you say? There are too many people around, and it will be difficult for me to show up. You get your money back yourself, he won't dare not to give it to you. Kelly said to Audrey. Okay, Sister Brooke, Audrey agreed in a low voice. Kelly gave her a slight nod before turning to leave, heading towards the alley of the ghost market, intending to exit from another side as too many people were gathered at the entrance, risking being recognized. Not long after she left, the stall owners regained their senses. They were all breathing heavily with terror in their eyes. Am I still alive? Oh God, I'm actually still alive. Sniffle, I'll never dare sell counterfeit goods again. Don't throw me into the hot oil pan. I was wrong, I want to reform and sincerely live as a decent person. The stall owners were sobbing loudly, confusing passers-by who thought they must have some mental issues. Audrey walked up to the stall owner who had cheated her, cleared her throat. Hey, do you remember me? The stall owner raised his eyes. Seeing her cute face made his pupils suddenly constrict, as if he had seen a ghost. Ignoring his reaction, Audrey took out the items she bought from him one by one and demanded fiercely, give me my money back. Hearing this, the stall owner immediately took out his phone and shakily opened WeChat Pay, asking, how much? Seeing him like that, Audrey frowned, feeling as if she was bullying someone, and acting extremely intimidating. Despite her confusion, she still maintained a stern face, saying, 50,000. The stall owner immediately scanned the code to transfer the money. Audrey humphed at the refunded money, picked up her empty bag, and turned to leave, hailing a taxi on the roadside. In the car, she couldn't help but call Kelly. Sister Brooke, what did you do? The stall owner looked like he was really afraid of me. If I had said I was cheated out of millions, he would probably have transferred it too, Audrey said. Kelly's light laughter came from the other end of the phone. They experienced being fried in oil, and you were the one implementing it beside them. Audrey was stunned at first, then burst into laughter, clutching her stomach and saying something about hanging up for now. Her laughter drew glances from the Zachariah, who looked at her as if she were a madwoman. Unwinding, Kelly suddenly missed Hassan very much. Looking at the bustling traffic outside, she opened WeChat and sent him a message. Her message hadn't been sent out for long when he replied almost instantly. Kelly curled her lips upward and dialed the video call. When the call connected, Hassan's handsome face appeared on the screen. The phrase, feast for the eyes, indeed held true. Seeing him improved her mood significantly. Done with work? Hassan asked softly. How about you? Kelly responded. Warmth bloomed in Hassan's eyes, his voice deep yet seductive. I'm fine except that I miss you. Kelly felt a tickling sensation in her heart, inexplicably itchy. She laughed softly, nodded, and didn't say more, just looking at him. Their eyes met through the screen, sharing an unspoken understanding in a particularly special atmosphere. After watching for a while, Kelly turned the camera to film the traffic outside. The modern world is so good, so convenient, and the night scenery is beautiful, she mused. The Dayton, overhearing this, couldn't resist replying, you're a young girl, but you sound like an old man reminiscing. Why don't you stay here then? Hassan said. He understood her and wanted to keep her here. Looking at the scenery outside, Kelly shook her head gently. Her voice was low but audible enough for the person on the other end to hear clearly. My home is Luling Mountain, and I can't let them go, she said. Them naturally referred to the countless living beings on the mountain. What about me? Can you let me go? Hassan asked. This time Kelly remained silent. The emotions in her eyes became increasingly complicated and unclear, her heart altered by love. Suddenly, she flipped the camera back, smiling, I'm not going to stay on the mountain forever without coming down. We will meet. Hassan's worried face turned into a bright smile. He nodded vigorously, right, as long as we think of each other, we will eventually meet again. He was telling Kelly, but also reassuring himself. The Zachariah found their conversation strange and hard to understand, wondering if young couples today were all like this. Arriving at the villa, Kelly smoothly ended the video call, paid via QR code, and got off the car. These operations were becoming second nature to her. The security guard flashed his 8-teeth smile and promptly drove a small car to take her back to the villa. Most of the big shots living in the villa generally went out and returned by car, so the security guards rarely had the opportunity to drive anyone, except for Kelly. So, he cherished every opportunity. Thank you for your effort, Kelly said after getting off the car. The security guard saluted her and grinned with his 8-teeth smile again. It's not tiring to serve our esteemed residents. He got paid $30,000 just for standing guard at the gate of the villa every day. How could that be tiring? Kelly looked at his vibrant energy and nodded before turning to press the doorbell. The maid opened the door. Miss, why did you return so late? Have you eaten? The maid asked with concern. The people in the Flynn family who were taken care of all liked Kelly very much, mainly because of Nyla's habit of bullying servants, which made her kindness stand out even more. I've already eaten. Have you eaten yet? Kelly asked casually. Her care couldn't help but bring a smile to the maid's face as she nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's cold outside, miss, please come in. Master and Madam have also returned, they're sitting on the sofa. Kelly's eyes lit up, and she hurried inside toward the living room. On the sofa were Flynn's father and mother, Nyla, and the 3 brothers of the Flynn family. They didn't know what they were talking about, but their conversation was lively, showing that the family relationship was very good. Nyla turned around and gave Kelly a smug look when she saw her, not caring that the maid behind her had noticed it. Then, her smirk vanished completely, replaced by an expression of pitiful distress. She hastily stood up from the sofa. Tyra, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sit with Beck and Tamara. Nyla hung her head, playing the part of someone who had done something wrong. I should have listened to you and kept my distance from Beck and Tamara. After all, you're the true daughter of this family. I should make it up to you. Kelly raised an eyebrow. When had she ever said these things? The maid next to her looked pale, wanting to speak but not daring to. After all, this was the master's business, and she was just an outsider. In the end, fearing she would burst watching this, the maid sighed and rushed towards the kitchen, preparing to gossip with the chef. Kelly walked calmly to the single-person sofa and sat down. She greeted Flynn's father and mother first, then raised her head to look at Nyla. What do you mean? Her tone was calm, and there wasn't any panic in her expression. Compared to her, the pitiful Nyla seemed petty and like a servant. Chapter 255, Adrian's Objective. Adrian continued to perform dutifully, adopting an expression of being unable to bear the humiliation. Biting her lip, she looked at the people of the Flynn family, waiting for someone to stand up for her. Farrell and Alea were quite helpless. They couldn't meddle in children's affairs easily, so they averted their gaze as if they hadn't seen anything. Gregor curled his lips and scoffed with ridicule on his face. Adonis's eyes darted between the 2 younger sisters. Considering that Adrian had been acting very strangely lately, she did not believe her one-sided words. And Todd, who was especially righteous, turned away his eyes and shrunk his neck, truly being cautious with every move and word now, afraid to speak out. The experience in Myanmar successfully made him grow up. Adrian retracted her gaze, her heart cold and bone-chilling. Tears fell in large drops, this time she was genuinely crying. In such a big Flynn family, there wasn't a single person on her side. She no longer hid it, hesitantly looking at everyone in the Flynn family. You all repeatedly say that you treat me and Kelly as your own daughters, but your hearts are utterly biased. Fine, since it's like this, I won't beg for affection from you anymore. Remember, it's you all who abandoned me. From now on, I am no longer a member of the Flynn family. I will return to my mother's side. After saying everything she wanted to say, Adrian ran upstairs and hurriedly packed her things. Before the Flynn family could react, she left angrily with her suitcase. It seemed like she thought the family owed her. Alea felt dizzy. She couldn't fake so many years of mother-daughter feelings. She believed she treated Adrian well enough but was repeatedly hurt by her. Farrell quickly supported his wife, sternly rebuking, "She is becoming more unruly. Let her leave if she wants to." He turned around and called his assistant, ordering to cut off all funds for Adrian and notify everyone in the circle that the Flynn family had severed ties with this daughter. Since she thought the Flynn family wronged her and didn't treat her as a real daughter, then he would do just that. Todd wanted to say something but ultimately said nothing. Adonis frowned slightly, disapproving, but she wouldn't upset her parents openly and could only secretly help Adrian. As for Kelly, who was first caught up in the storm, she felt bewildered from start to finish. She didn't think Adrian was stupid. On the contrary, she was smart, but this provocation was too obvious this time, making it hard not to suspect she had other intentions. Unknown to others, Adrian, after leaving the Flynn family and getting into a taxi, dialed a phone call. "I've already left, the rest is up to you," she said. Adrian's departure made the atmosphere in the Flynn family very tense, and no one spoke during dinner. After dinner, Kelly returned to her room to rest and pack for tomorrow's trip to the film set. Her phone screen lit up with a ringtone. It was a call from Edison. Kelly picked up the phone on the table and sat down on a chair to answer. Edison sounded anxious. "What happened with the Flynn family? They really kicked Adrian out? She posted a Weibo post just now, which is extremely detrimental to you. Now her fans are attacking you. How should we handle this?" Regarding the Flynn family, Edison couldn't deal with it lightly. Kelly frowned. "No need to worry, don't bother with this for now. If my parents want to handle it, they will take action." "But those people are cursing you," Edison worriedly said. Mainly, he feared Hassan going crazy, as love-struck minds could be uncontrollable. "It's okay, don't worry. I won't be affected by public opinion," Kelly said. Edison sighed on the other end of the phone. Since she didn't want to handle it, he couldn't force her either. He could only frantically try to explain to Hassan after hanging up. Kelly opened Weibo messages and saw a flood of abusive comments. "How disgusting you are. Gallant Alice never targeted you, yet you incited your parents to kick her out of the Flynn family. What kind of people are the Flynn family? So disgusting. Do you really think our little fairy can't live without the Flynn family? Blessed ones do not enter homes without blessings. The Flynn family losing this lucky star, Gallant Alice, will definitely decline. Kelly, you deserve to die for daring to take Gallant Alice's things. Bitch, slut, fool, asterisk." Leaving the message interface, Kelly searched for Adrian, clicked into her profile, and saw her latest Weibo post. Adrian v. 20 years of kinship finally can't match blood ties. In the end, I still left this former home. Thank you, parents, for years of teaching. Even when I was about to leave, you gave me another lesson. The accompanying picture showed her taking photos of the outside scenery from inside the taxi. This sad story deeply touched her fans, and those who hesitated to unfollow due to her recent puzzling actions were now reassured. Adrian wasn't genuinely trying to do evil deeds, she was just too afraid. Turning from a biological daughter to an adopted one, her fear was understandable. Closing her phone, Kelly closed her eyes and leaned back against the chair, pondering over it. By sending this Weibo post, Adrian clearly indicated she was breaking ties with the Flynn family completely. She had an opportunistic personality. So, what benefits could she gain from doing this? The Flynn family was a leading clan in high society, and the Hope family was on par with the Flynn family. Kelly couldn't figure out what Adrian's true motive was. She opened her clear eyes and murmured, "Forget it, meet force with force, deal with things step by step." After all, she had infused divine power into the Flynn family members, so she wasn't worried about them getting into trouble. And whatever malicious schemes Adrian had in mind, she would only end up hurting herself in the end. The next day. During breakfast, both Farrell and Alea seemed hesitant, wanting to say something but unable to speak up. Kelly noticed this, but she didn't ask either. After breakfast, she got into the car driven by Edison and headed for the production crew. As soon as the car started, Edison cursed with a sullen face, "Kelly, the production team is simply outrageous. Do you know who they've chosen to replace Galen Man?" "Adrian," she replied. Edison's angry expression froze as he looked at her with admiration. "You knew this? Did you calculate it?" Kelly chuckled helplessly. "No need to calculate, you can't hide anything on your face." Embarrassed, Edison rubbed his nose and changed the subject. "Initially, the production team invited you, and now they're pulling the stunt. Do they really think we're pushovers? If I were to decide, let's just cancel the show. After all, the penalty fee is not much to you, just a scratch from the Flynn family's pocket." Kelly clicked her tongue. A disapproving look appeared on her clear face. "The entire filming of the show is only $3 million, and the penalty is triple that. I'm not some fool who throws money away. Moreover, if we donate $3 million, who knows how many children who can't afford education or food could be helped. Why should I give up because of Adrian?" Edison knew that Kelly had been involved in charity work. Gallensteining to her words, he silently gave her a thumbs up. "Great kindness. If she thought everything was fine, then let's continue filming." After all, after multiple confrontations between Kelly and Adrian, Kelly had never lost out. Chapter 256, a team was formed. When Kelly arrived, all the guests had already been there. Adrian was sitting right in the middle of the sofa, chatting animatedly with everyone, looking very happy. However, the cheerful atmosphere ceased as soon as Kelly pushed open the door. With both protagonists from the trending topic appearing on the scene, the mood inevitably turned heavy. The smiles on Adrian's face gradually faded away. She lowered her head and dared not speak anymore, unconsciously gripping her top. Fans watching the live broadcast were sending barrage messages frantically. Look at Alice's expression. She looks really scared. She must have been bullied. Kelly must be a tyrant at home. Poor Adrian, you can tell from her body language that she's lower status. Is blood relationship that important? The Flynn family is indeed heartless to give up their daughter who has been pampered for so many years. People naturally tend to sympathize with the weak. Now Adrian was the one everyone felt sorry for, whether they were passers-by or fans. The host appeared, still with the transparent box for guests to draw lots for partners this time. This episode will be very interesting for both the guests and the audience, said the host with a smile. His words successfully piqued the curiosity of netizens and guests alike, all eager to know how it would be interesting. After drawing lots, the guests looked for matching numbers. Quinlan and Hurley formed a team. Joel and Cade formed another team. The remaining two, naturally, were Kelly and Adrian. Seeing the two paired up, the other guests exchanged glances. Ulrich couldn't help but exclaim. He never expected such a coincidence on the show. His luck had finally changed. Thinking this way, he noticed the number of viewers kept rising, reaching an unprecedented height for the show. Ulrich, of course, was pleased with this outcome. As for whether this arrangement would offend Kelly, he wasn't worried. She couldn't possibly make a fuss over such a small matter, could she? After all, they still had to continue working together. Moreover, Kelly's agent didn't say much, and the Flynn family showed no reaction either, which was almost like tacit agreement to capitalize on the buzz. It seemed the Flynn family wasn't as indulgent with their newly recognized daughter as people said, still favoring Adrian in their hearts. Besides the director, others in the industry and fans thought similarly. Please draw your tasks, said the director. Kelly raised her chin slightly at Adrian, you go ahead. This gesture of hers was severely criticized by netizens. Look at Kelly's expression. It shows she probably bullies Adrian all the time. She's so good at it. Poor fairy. Even though she's nice, you can't bully her like this. Do we fans exist only to eat vegetables? Can Kelly's fans step out? If we can't curse her directly, cursing you will also be comforting. The chat room was chaotic, filled with negativity, leading platform managers to kick out quite a few people. After the task drawings, Joel and Cade read their task first, prepare a big meal for everyone and get positive reviews. Upon finishing reading, they exchanged bewildered glances. Damn, why did they draw this task? Neither of them knew how to cook. This was doomed. Haha, these two comedians. Joa, this episode is indeed amusing, pleasantly surprising us. If we didn't know the drawings are random, we might think you arranged this on purpose. There are coincidences everywhere in this episode. Only can you become popular now. Amidst everyone's teasing, Quinlan and Hurley announced their task, find 100 fans enjoying food and check in, they must name our representative work. This task seems simple but finding 100 people would likely take all day. Finally, all eyes turned to Kelly and Adrian. Both exchanged glances, neither wanting to choose to read the task aloud like the others. Isabeline, you read it, said Adrian. At this moment, giving up the chance to read the task was meant to let fans see how kind she was. After all, the post-production editing would definitely include this scene. As Adrian expected, now the live chat was full of praises for her. Kelly took the task card and read it in a calm tone, find a stall at the market willing to accept you and work for 5 hours. This task seemed okay, certainly better than Joel and Cade's by miles. This is your initial fund, said the host, handing out envelopes. Joel and Cade's envelope contained 1,000 yuan, while the other two teams only had 100 yuan for travel expenses. Each team departed, with Kelly and Adrian hardly communicating. Fans watching in the live stream felt increasingly weary. Why aren't they fighting? Yeah, I came here expecting to see female guests pulling each other's hair, but these two are strangely calm. I don't understand them. According to my script, Kelly should be pulling Adrian's hair and shouting at her, asking what's going on with the trending topic, then start fighting. Upper floor, we have the same idea, but these celebrities aren't developing as expected. In the live stream of Kelly and Adrian, bystanders slowly left to watch Cade and Joel. These two were in a supermarket buying groceries. But now, they were pushing the shopping cart, looking at each other blankly, not knowing what to buy. Do you really not know how to cook at all? Joel asked Cade. I've tried, but the results weren't good, Cade replied. Actually, this was putting it mildly. When he cooked, it either ended up exploding in the kitchen or producing something so terrible that it required a few days in the hospital after eating it. I don't know how to cook either, Joel scratched his head, extremely worried. The more worried they looked, the funnier it was for netizens. I want to see what they end up making. Will the guests go hungry? A meal stumps two big men, quite poetic. Just love forcing others to do what they don't want to. Who understands this mean mindset? By the way, Didn't Kelly casually search for cooking tutorials on short video platforms last time? It turned out pretty good. Maybe we should try it too. Joel suggested. I think it'll work. If she can make it taste good, we shouldn't be far off either, Cade said with mysterious confidence. They immediately pushed their carts to a corner and began searching for various recipes, carefully noting down everything they needed to buy on their memos. Seeing them like this, anyone who didn't know better would think they were discussing some difficult problem. With all items noted down, the two quickly recovered from their earlier gloom and enthusiastically headed towards the vegetable section, ready to work hard. Families, go check out Kelly and Adrian, they are absolutely amazing. A barrage message floated by, drawing everyone to watch the commotion. Kelly and Adrian were standing at a fish stall. The boss casually killed a fish and handed it to them. If you can clean the fish scales properly, I'll hire you. Chapter 257, Nyla makes a bold claim. The fishy smell that invaded her nostrils was extremely unpleasant, and Nyla's expression changed slightly, her eyes flickering with disdain. She had dressed cleanly today and did not want to touch anything disgusting. I'm wearing this dress, squatting down probably wouldn't be appropriate, Nyla said softly. As if afraid of something, she immediately turned to look at Kelly. Tyra, if you don't want to do it, we can find a restroom or cubicle first and change our clothes. You know, I often help in the kitchen, so removing fish scales is like second nature to me. Upon finishing her words, the fish stall owner glanced at her appreciatively. It's impressive for young people to know how to cook. You look like an excellent daughter-in-law, he said. Nyla smiled awkwardly and stuck out her tongue slightly. It's just practice making perfect, I wouldn't say I'm skilled. The fish stall owner laughed heartily. You're being modest. Fans felt heartbroken again. Galantal Alice says practice makes perfect, often helping in the kitchen. So, did the Flynn family make her do servants' work? Families like these, having their biological daughter while ignoring their adopted daughter, are truly revolting. If the Flynn company hasn't gone bankrupt, it's partly because of us viewers. Kelly stands there motionless without saying a word. Is she waiting for others to serve her as a princess? Everyone's attention was on Kelly, but she only raised her eyebrows and looked at Nyla, her gaze full of mockery and sarcasm. Her, helping in the kitchen? Since Kelly came to the Flynn family, apart from seeing Nyla eat with her mouth, no one had ever seen her assist any household staff. And yet, she had the nerve to say such lies. Kelly's unfriendly glance, of course, drew a barrage of criticism from fans and bystanders, all indignant on Nyla's behalf. At the Flynn residence. Tamara, Beck, you're just standing by while she slanders Tyra and our Flynn family? I know you consider past ties, but it was she who broke them first. The Flynn stock plummeted, and Tyra has been verbally attacked mercilessly. Are you still holding back? Gregor could barely hold back his frustration. He had finally taken a day off to watch Kelly's variety show with his parents but unexpectedly saw this scene. Gregor also thought it absurd. Nyla had always been pampered by the Flynn family since childhood, never lifting a finger, let alone helping. Just wait a bit more. She is my child after all, Tinsley said. After speaking, she avoided Gregor's disappointed eyes, lowering her head and tightly gripping her husband's hand. Having raised her for so many years, even raising a pet would evoke feelings, let alone a living person. Tinsley did not want to give up on Nyla, despite her intentions. Gregor sighed deeply, frustrated, then turned back to the live stream, not believing Nyla could keep up the act of sympathy without slipping up. You two don't need to change clothes, I have special tools right here, the fish stall owner said smilingly. Nyla stiffened upon hearing this, turning her head to see him holding what resembled raincoats that protected legs and hands. Such things were usually worn for fishing in rivers, not needed for just killing fish. But seeing the two girls well-dressed and expensive-looking, the fish stall owner specifically fetched this from behind. Here, he offered the items, smiling. Nyla almost couldn't maintain her smile, gritting her teeth as she accepted the tool and slowly put it on. She reviewed her previous statements, realizing how ridiculous it sounded that she'd really know how to scale fish. Kelly, however, dressed quickly and efficiently. Instead of rushing to try scaling the fish, she observed the owner's technique closely. Noticing her attention, the owner slowed his movements for clarity. First, stun the fish, then use a specialized half-bucket tool to scrape off the scales. Kelly couldn't bear killing, but scaling was manageable. Give me one, she said. The fish stall owner handed her a fish, smiling, and instructed, these fish are bound for top restaurants. Take your time, but ensure they're thoroughly cleaned. Don't damage my reputation. Kelly nodded, sat on a stool, and began meticulously cleaning the fish. How does it seem like she works quite nimbly, unlike someone who bullies others into doing her chores? Indeed, a beautiful girl makes everything look good. Kelly is truly a fish seller beauty. These trolls in the comments go too far. Wait and see, our Galantal Alice will crush her soon, showing true efficiency. Why is Galantal Alice still standing there unmoving? At this moment, Nyla was brainstorming. She did not want to touch the fish at all, finding it truly disgusting, but not touching it wasn't an option. Now, the most important thing was how to salvage the lie she had just told. Had she known this would happen, Nyla would never have added those extra words to solidify her persona. It was a loss that outweighed any gain. She had barely mustered the mental fortitude to turn around and grab a fish, planning to watch the boss as Kelly did, when unexpectedly he chuckled and said, gallant old girl, you shouldn't need to learn, right? I need to see your skills at removing fish scales. Her smile froze on her face once again. If she had the ability, Nyla would definitely have killed the boss on the spot. How clueless could he be? Fine, she said. Nyla carried the fish over to a separate wooden board and sat down. The cameraman found an angle to focus on her while only occasionally shooting Kelly. It was unprecedented for a female celebrity in the entertainment industry to know how to remove fish scales. Nyla's fans were constantly brushing the screen with comments praising gallant old Alice as the best, ready to blind everyone's eyes. At the Flynn residence. The previously furious Gregor now had a full face of smiles. He was usually respectful and reserved, with a distant personality, and had never smiled so happily before. Building his joy on someone else's pain felt incredibly satisfying. This way, we don't even need to lift a finger, she'll destroy herself, said Gregor. Beside him, Todd looked thoughtful. He had always considered Nyla to be a lively and adorably innocent younger sister. That was why he pampered her so much. But what he never imagined was that beneath her likable exterior, Nyla was actually this kind of person. Todd found it hard to accept. He had repeatedly provoked Kelly for such a trivial thing and even been punished by her. If only he had known then what he knew now. Regret washed over him, and Todd slumped on the sofa, losing all hope for life. Ever since that dream, he hadn't dared to go out for several days, fearing that stepping outside would turn his nightmare into reality, getting kidnapped. He was almost at his breaking point. Chapter 258, Differential Treatment. During the live broadcast, even though she was extremely reluctant, Adrian still had to handle the dead fish. She trembled as she held the fish by its tail and placed it on the cutting board. At this moment, she couldn't help but be thankful that the boss was thoughtful enough to provide rubber gloves. Adrian picked up the tool and began scraping the fish's body, but due to inconsistent force, the scales were scraped unevenly, looking very messy. The smile on the fish stall owner's face slowly disappeared, his eyes turning doubtful. This was the strength of someone who frequently helped in the kitchen. Perhaps because the species of fish are different, the feel while scraping is also different, Adrian smiled, trying to save face for herself. In reality, her heart was screaming wildly. This slippery texture made her incredibly nauseous even through the gloves. She really wanted to throw the fish right into the boss's face. Alright, then you do it yourself, make sure it's clean. The fish stall owner instructed. At this moment, he had already given up any hope on Adrian. Who would have thought that there were fish species for scraping scales? It was truly laughable. These pretty young girls really knew how to fool people, TSK. He should just focus on his work. Just as the fish stall owner was thinking this, he turned around and saw Kelly, who had been quietly working in the corner. Her movements were quick and neat, each push removing whole patches of fish scales. Though one could tell from her actions that she was somewhat unfamiliar with the task, she was a natural at scraping fish scales. Young lady, you're suited for this job, the fish stall owner couldn't help but say. I can't kill fish, and this job wears out my arms, so I don't think it suits me, Kelly replied without lifting her head. The smile on the fish stall owner's face gradually vanished. Opening his mouth to speak, he hesitated and finally only sighed, returning to his stall to continue killing fish. He felt like someone had stabbed him in the heart. It was truly painful. Kelly is indeed sincere. Compared to being a star, selling fish is really physical labor. Where are those fairy fans? Didn't they say that their idol shines so brightly it blinds us? I'm laughing my head off. Adrian really can't do it if she doesn't know how. Talking about different fish species as a reason is truly laughable. One look and you can tell that Kelly hasn't bullied her. She works neatly and quickly, not some pampered princess. As for a certain fairy, it's clear she hasn't done much work. It wasn't really a problem that she couldn't remove fish scales since most people wouldn't know how in real life. The issue arose when Adrian insisted on establishing a certain persona. She was making fools of the audience, and once they noticed, naturally, they became angry. Now, even her fans had little to say. What else could they do when they cheered for such a person? Once again, the fans of Adrian were labeled as the biggest victims in domestic entertainment by passers-by and haters. They worked hard to defend their idol, only for her to repeatedly stab them in the back. Truly amusing. Removing fish scales really strained the arms. Even Kelly, whose divine soul was stronger than an average person's, felt a bit exhausted after 10 fish. Her movement started slowing down, giving Adrian's fans something to criticize. Isn't Kelly supposed to be amazing? Why isn't she doing it now? Is she too tired? TSK, who's the pampered princess again? Before the Adrian fans start criticizing, shouldn't they first see what their idol has been doing? She hasn't moved for a long time. That's right. Kelly has been working continuously. Now it's the 11th fish, while Adrian has only finished 2. The audience had keen eyes and could clearly see who was performing well. Adrian's fans once again became speechless, helpless because their idol simply wasn't living up to expectations. The sun gradually grew hotter, causing both female guests to sweat profusely, smudging their makeup slightly. Adrian wiped the sweat off her forehead with her sleeve, feeling restless and furious. She actually wanted to switch jobs long ago. After all, killing fish was really difficult, and the fishy smell was making her want to vomit. But Kelly seemed unaffected, working diligently like an old yellow ox. Seeing her in contrast, even though Adrian wanted to slack off, she had to muster her strength and work harder. Still, she was left far behind. What Adrian didn't know was that Kelly had blocked her sense of smell, so she truly couldn't smell anything. Being able to avoid suffering, Kelly chose not to suffer needlessly. This afternoon, I need to deliver fish, so you'll have to find other jobs, the fish stall owner said to the two pretty young girls. Looking at the fish in Kelly's basket, his face wore a smile. They were perfectly scraped, and there were quite a few. For a young girl to achieve this level was truly impressive. He thought she wouldn't be able to keep up. On the other hand, Adrian, who claimed she knew how to kill fish, the owner's smile slowly faded, deciding out of sight, out of mind. If he took this to a restaurant, it would definitely be thrown right back at his face. The fish stall owner pulled out a red note from his pocket and said to Kelly, "This is your wage." After just over 2 hours of work, earning 100 was quite substantial. Kelly took off her equipment, wiped her hands clean, and solemnly accepted the red note. Looking at her expression, the fish stall owner felt an inexplicable excitement, as if he had just issued a check to an entertainment mogul by mistake. Adrian quickly shed her gear as well, casually tossing the fish she hadn't finished descaling into the basket. With a smile, she asked the boss, "What about my wage?" It was almost noon, and she was getting hungry. She needed to eat. Ulrich only provided transportation money, so she needed wages to have a meal. Upon hearing this, the smile on the fish stall owner's face slowly disappeared, and he looked at the fish in Adrian's basket with a sour expression. He had thought this young girl would know better, but she actually had the audacity to ask. "These fish don't meet the quality standards, you take them away," the boss said with a slight disdain. The smile on Adrian's face gradually faded, and her hands clenched into fists at her sides. This boss was deliberately bullying her. How were they not qualified? But with the live broadcast camera on, she didn't dare protest, only lowering her head with reddened eyes, remaining silent. The fish stall owner grabbed a plastic bag, stuffed the messy fish into it, and handed it to her. "These fish would cost around 100 yuan at market price, so don't say I'm bullying you," the fish stall owner said. Hearing this, Adrian's eyes became even redder, and she could only mumble an indistinct response, making her fans even more heartbroken. Why did Kelly get money while our fairy got fish? The boss is really unfair. Does anyone know where the boss's stall is? I want to retaliate against him. Adrian's fans are truly something. They keep calling themselves fairy fans, but the things they do are more malicious than the stepmothers in fairy tales. Please stop using the word fairy in the future, it makes me sick. Do the fairy fans even have eyes? It's only right that Kelly gets paid for her work. Look at the quality and quantity of fish she cleaned, and then look at what your idol did. Chapter 259, Borrowing Money with Tenfold Repayment. Seeing Adrian's pitiful appearance, with tears threatening to fall but not falling, the fish stall owner, with a headache, hurriedly packed up his stall. What was wrong with this girl? It was as if he had bullied her. The fish clearly couldn't be used. "I want to go eat," Kelly said to Adrian. She rubbed her stomach, obviously very hungry. Adrian, with her eyes red-rimmed, hummed in agreement, "Okay, I'll follow you." Her appearance made her seem like a servant from ancient times who had no rights and could only follow the orders of the wealthy young lady. If it were earlier, fans and bystanders would have felt sympathy for Adrian's pitiful state and blamed Kelly. Unfortunately, their obvious contrast while killing the fish just now had turned Adrian's deliberate act into a joke. Yet, Adrian herself didn't realize it and continued to play the part of the long-suffering one conscientiously. With only 100 in hand, Kelly casually chose a noodle shop on the side of the road. Inside, there were quite a few workers eating. They were covered in dirt and grime, forming a stark contrast to the two glamorous female celebrities. "Hey, beautiful ladies, what would you like?" the boss walked up and asked with a smile. "Stewed pork mixed noodles," Kelly replied. She found a random spot to sit, ignored Adrian, and showed no intention of paying for her. "What about this beauty?" the boss asked again with a beaming smile. Adrian, looking embarrassed, shook her head. "I'm not hungry, nothing, thank you." The boss hummed in response, his attitude obviously not as enthusiastic as before, then turned to inform the kitchen. In such a dirty place, Adrian didn't even want to sit down, especially when she saw so many grubby workers. Just imagining that these chairs had been sat on by them made her feel incredibly uncomfortable, as if she had lice. But, since Kelly wanted to stay here for dinner, and to maintain her pitiful image, Adrian couldn't leave. So, Adrian stood beside her with lowered eyes and a humble expression. "Excuse me, little sister, you're blocking my way," a worker holding a bowl said from behind. He needed to pass through this path to give the bowl to the boss. But Adrian couldn't move without sitting on a chair, which made her hair stand on end with discomfort. How disgusting. "Excuse me?" The worker thought she hadn't heard him and repeated his words. Adrian clenched her fists tightly and smiled at the worker behind her. "Sure, please go ahead." Gritting her teeth, she tried to control her expression to not show disdain, sat across from Kelly, allowing the worker to pass. As he left, the worker glanced back at her, finding her behavior a bit odd but admiring her beauty. Now that she had sat down, it wasn't appropriate to stand up again. Adrian's body stiffened, sitting motionlessly, lifting her eyes to look at Kelly opposite her. Indeed, someone raised in a modest household, This place was filthy, and anyone could tell she wasn't clean-loving. While Adrian was lost in thought, the boss arrived, setting down a bowl of stewed pork, mixed noodles and disposable chopsticks in front of Kelly. The noodles looked great and smelled delicious. Kelly immediately opened the packaging of the disposable chopsticks and started slurping the noodles. To her surprise, the taste of the noodles was unexpectedly good. She slurped quickly, finishing a quarter of the bowl in no time. The viewers watching the live stream were also getting hungry. Honestly speaking, Kelly really loves eating. I suspect she took this variety show just for the food, hahaha. How fragrant is it? I also want to go to this restaurant and try the flavor of the stewed pork mixed noodles. It looks really delicious. Adrian's eyes are almost bulging out. She probably wants to eat too but has no money. Why doesn't Kelly casually buy her a bowl? Tisk, with their relationship being so bad, why would she invite her? While netizens watched the live stream while eating their meals, thinking it wasn't strange, Adrian, who was close to Kelly, couldn't bear it. Initially, she despised this dilapidated place and thus its food, but she never expected it to be so aromatic. The tempting sound of Kelly eating and the fragrance of the noodles entering her nostrils made Adrian desperately want to eat a bowl too. She was extremely hungry. But, she had no money. Adrian lifted her head and asked cautiously, Tyra, can you lend me some money? I want to buy a bowl of noodles too. Facing the live stream camera, she believed Kelly wouldn't dare refuse. Kelly raised her eyebrows upon hearing this and looked at her frowning. Lend? When will you pay it back? Adrian was taken aback, then replied, if fast, this afternoon, if slow, after the program ends, can I? No, Kelly said. She lifted the bowl and sipped some soup to soothe her throat, then added, the money I earned this morning with hard work means a lot to me. If you want to borrow it, you need to pay back tenfold after leaving the program. Even though Adrian was wealthy and wouldn't mind those few coins, hearing Kelly's exorbitant demand made her clench her teeth in frustration. How shameless. But the hunger was too strong, so Adrian could only nod in agreement. All right, then lend me 15 yuan. I'll buy a bowl of noodles. Only then did Kelly take out the money and solemnly hand it over to her. For some reason, Adrian felt that the money in her hand weighed 1,000 catties. She also ordered a bowl of stewed pork mixed noodles from the boss and sat there waiting, feeling anxious. Earlier, she hadn't felt very hungry, but now her stomach was rumbling incessantly, even producing a burning pain due to the hunger. Kelly had finished eating but didn't leave. She waited for Adrian right where they were. She was fair and square, since the other party was waiting for her, she naturally would wait too. The boss soon brought over the noodles, and even though Adrian was famished, she maintained her image as a female celebrity, eating with graceful movements, almost placing each noodle into her mouth one by one. Wow, Alice Xiaoshan is indeed a well-bred lady of the Flynn family. Every move she makes looks so beautiful. I wanted to say this when Kelly slurped her noodles earlier. How can any female celebrity be so careless about her image? It's really embarrassing. I took a screenshot of Alice Xiaoshan eating noodles. This is what true beauty can feast on. However, these comments from Adrian's fans were merely self-amusement. Anyone with a clear mind wouldn't appreciate such an affected eating manner. Time ticked by, and Kelly gradually grew impatient. She had finished her meal in no more than 15 minutes, yet Adrian spent nearly half an hour and still hadn't finished half the bowl. Can you hurry up? Kelly couldn't hold back any longer. Adrian lifted her gaze, and a peculiar light flashed deep in her eyes. Tyra, you know I've always enjoyed chewing slowly and savoring my food. If you really don't want to wait, I can leave with the cameraman first. It's fine for me. On the surface, she said it was okay, but Theen's sadness in her eyes were genuine. If Kelly dared to leave, she would undoubtedly be bombarded by fans and passersby. Chewing slowly doesn't mean eating one noodle at a time, Adrian. We have only 3 hours left for our work. If you continue like this, we won't get back until evening, might miss dinner, Kelly reminded coldly. Chapter 260, Hanfu's Shop Promotion. Suddenly remembering the task set by the production team, Adrian panicked. She stopped thinking about how to trip up Kelly and started eating as quickly as possible. She devoured the noodles like a whirlwind, and before long, the bowl was completely empty. Adrian couldn't even hold back a belch, her hand caressing her slightly swollen abdomen. Unexpectedly, despite concerns about hygiene, the food tasted quite good. But she wondered if it would cause diarrhea after all. Lost in random thoughts, Adrian suddenly realized something was wrong. She had eaten so fast just now. Oh no. As expected, the internet was filled with mocking comments. How can Adrian eat louder than Kelly? What a so-called lady, I think she really likes pretending. Please stop laughing, I feel sorry for her fans who always get stabbed in the back by their idol. Why is this happening? To be a fan, one must constantly raise their tolerance level, which is why I quit following her. The fans were just praising her adorable eating habits, but now look at these photos of her devouring food. What do you think? Picture.jpg. Adrian's fans felt defeated again, and many chose to unfollow. Following her was exhausting. Besides having to argue with passersby, she kept embarrassing them. They had never seen such an idol. A core fan immediately asked for opinions in the fan group but was also struggling with whether they should follow someone else. Why are there so many issues? During the live stream, Kelly and Adrian resumed their job search journey. The fish stall owner wouldn't be there in the afternoon, and no one in the vegetable market was willing to hire them. Though daily paid physical labor jobs were easier to find, even distributing flyers wasn't offered to them. The two girls looked too delicate, and they were followed by cameras. No one knew what was going on. They wandered aimlessly on the street. Adrian felt a headache, partly because of the lack of job opportunities and partly due to her behavior earlier. Kelly hadn't been kindly reminding her but trying to embarrass her in front of the camera. That bitch still has tricks up her sleeve. Hey, lovely ladies, interested in coming in for some photos? A clear and pleasant voice stopped them, its owner looking at them with shining eyes. No money, Kelly replied bluntly. Milagros nodded with a smile. I know you're completing tasks for the variety show. I've been watching this live stream. You need to work 3 more hours, right? I'm willing to pay you 100 yuan per hour if you agree to model for my photos. Pointing to the shop behind her, she added, I run a hanfu shop that just opened and hasn't found models for promotion yet. Milagros was savvy enough to recognize this rare opportunity, allowing celebrities to take promotional photos. This kind of fortune, she couldn't let slip. I'm in, Adrian immediately agreed. Compared to strenuous labor, this job was less demanding, and she couldn't refuse. Kelly nodded too, okay. Milagros led them into the shop, where an array of hanfu and various accessories greeted them. Each corner had a different style but shared the common theme of ancient elegance. There's a dedicated changing room and makeup artist on the 2nd floor, the girl said. She introduced the layout and surroundings in detail. We're offering opening discounts. Just 199 yuan can complete a full setup and rent hanfu for 3 hours. If you're a fan of Kelly or Adrian, tell me, and the rental time can be extended by an hour, she told the camera. This straightforward advertising worked wonders with the audience. Wow, the girl looks so cute and knows business well. And the price is fair, only 199 yuan for a set. If the makeup and costume look good, I'll definitely check it out. The surrounding scenery is nice too. Her shop location is perfect. While netizens discussed, Kelly and Adrian started choosing hanfu. The selection was overwhelming. Adrian's eyes darted around. Since she needed to play the pitiful role lately, she shouldn't choose brightly colored hanfu. Solid colors and white were preferred. She spotted a moon-white hanfu with floating silk that looked ethereal. I like this one. Can I try it on? Adrian asked. Glancing between the hanfu and her, the girl paused briefly but didn't say anything, nodding and asking another girl in the shop to assist. What the girl didn't say, the netizens filled in. Adrian's appearance is more on the side. She doesn't seem to fit that kind of hanfu. It feels very out of place. Kelly, who has a cool and distant style, looks good in it, though. Our little fairy looks good no matter what. Fans of someone else don't pretend to be passers-by and bash her. Are you upset because you didn't get nice clothes? Exactly, how can our little fairy be considered? She clearly has a dignified, elegant, and noble look, like a flower of wealth and honor. It's really hard for passers-by to comment now. The only connection between Adrian and flower of wealth and honor is that she's human. Modern passers-by always have their rebellious streak. The more fans try to silence them, the more they speak up. Hashtag Flingalen's no flower of wealth and honor hashtag. This hashtag trended, attracting many onlookers eager to see the stunning beauty. Kelly recalled her attire in Shendu and chose a hazy pink dress she had never tried before. Milagros was slightly surprised by her choice, silently marveling at how these two celebrities didn't pick styles that suited them. However, since they were in the entertainment industry, they were very sensitive about their image. Perhaps they had other intentions? Milagros took Kelly upstairs for makeup and styling. To maintain an air of mystery, the photographer stayed downstairs, waiting patiently. In the live stream, the fans debated intensely over the two celebrities. Kelly doesn't have a sense of matching. That hazy pink will definitely make her look ugly. I'll put my money on that. I admit she might not pull off that color, but saying she looks ugly is too much. After all, there's someone uglier at the bottom. Alice fans, am I right? Don't drag our little fairy into this. She'll look beautiful in white. Amidst the anticipation from passers-by and the fan wars, Adrian came downstairs first. She covered her face with wide sleeves, and her white silk hanfu gently fluttered as she walked, perfectly accentuating her well-proportioned figure, making her appear ethereal. Adrian's fans praised her extravagantly, feeling like they had given Kelly's fans a slap in the face. Chapter 261, The Most Prosperous Flower in the World. As she stepped down the last flight of stairs, Adrian let her sleeves fall back into place. To match her outfit, her smile was barely visible, indeed giving off a cold and distant demeanor. The live stream room, which had been filled with non-stop arguments, fell silent for a few seconds before someone sent another comment. Isn't it, just this? The trending topic said, the most prosperous flower in the world. I came here to see that. I can't feel any sense of prosperity at all. It's like seeing an extra from a TV drama. She really doesn't look good. Why did Adrian choose such a makeup and costume? Would it not have been better if she had chosen something more glamorous? She is only a 5 or 6 out of 10 beauty at best and does not even emphasize her features well. Alice fans did not dare to speak up. Even they thought she did not look good. Most importantly, her appearance not looking good wasn't because of the makeup and costume, it was because of Adrian herself. Just moments ago, when her face wasn't shown, the makeup and costume were nearly perfect. Unlike the netizens who found it difficult to describe, Adrian herself was very satisfied. She walked up to the mirror and scrutinized herself from left to right, her smile gradually spreading. Indeed, she looked beautiful. This time she was definitely going to surpass Kelly. A low gasp interrupted her thoughts. Adrian turned around and saw someone walking down the stairs, causing her pupils to involuntarily constrict. Kelly looked absolutely stunning. Her light pink hanfu accentuated her skin, making it appear as white as snow. She exuded a gentle elegance that was complemented by the jade hairpins that swayed gracefully with each step. At that moment, she truly seemed like a young lady who had traveled from ancient times. When those beautiful phoenix-like eyes lifted slightly, her gentle aura transformed into something firm and striking, utterly mesmerizing. Especially paired with that face, it was simply perfect. Help, how can she be so beautiful? In the next life, can I have this face and this presence? Even more beautiful than Kelly's face is her presence. I can't imagine how beautiful I would be if I had this kind of presence. Just standing there, she looks like someone who has just walked out of an ancient time. I want to say, greetings, Mississippi, with Adrian dressed so plainly, she really seems like a maid beside her. The term, the most prosperous flower in the world, once again topped the hot search list, but this time it was full of ridicule and disdain. Looking like that, how could she even dare call herself the most prosperous flower in the world? During the subsequent shooting, Adrian kept her distance from Kelly, almost wishing there was a Milky Way between them. She obviously realized she couldn't compete on the basis of appearance. That bitch Kelly almost carried all the best traits of her parents' faces. Jealousy gnawed at Adrian's insides. She wished she could scratch that face now but didn't dare to. After enduring 3 hours of agony, two girls finally released them reluctantly, each giving them 300 yuan. Putting on ordinary clothes, Adrian felt more confident. Remember to pay me back the money you owe, Kelly reminded. Adrian wanted to roll her eyes. Was she, a big star, really going to renege on paying back tens of yuan? I want to go see the snack street, we don't know what they cooked for dinner yet. Are you going back or coming with me? Kelly asked. I'll go back. I believe the two guests will surely make delicious food, Adrian said with a full smile. Kelly nodded. Words can hardly persuade the dead. She told the camera crew, you guys follow her. I'll go to the snack street. The cameraman immediately shook his head. I'll have the director send someone else over. Upon hearing this, Adrian's smile froze, almost showing shock and anger. She never imagined another cameraman could be sent over. If she had known, she would not have spent the whole day sticking to Kelly. Why hadn't the director mentioned it earlier? The replacement cameraman arrived very quickly, clearly waiting nearby. Adrian became even more furious. What was the point of her suffering today? But no matter how angry she was, Adrian had to maintain her composure. Otherwise, those meticulous netizens would notice. They went their separate ways, splitting the live stream audience in two. At that moment, inside the program group's small house. Looking at the pot of black stuff, Joel and Cade fell silent and looked extremely distressed. Why did cooking look so easy for others but turned out to be so hard when they tried? Kelly clearly followed the instructions successfully. How come ours turned out like this? Joel couldn't help but say. He questioned his entire life, how could cooking be so hard? Cade scratched his head. How about we try one more time? There was no other choice. They started cooking again, watching more carefully this time, counting how many grains of salt the blogger put in the pot. Such a serious attitude would definitely make the teacher say, if this attitude were applied to studying, she would have long been admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University. Never thought anyone could be so unsuited for cooking. Following every step the blogger took, but why does it turn out like poop? I feel nauseous just looking at it. Fellow viewers, who understands this, my husband can't cook, and I'm preparing to fall in love with someone else. Not being able to cook is fine, but not knowing anything about cooking hahaha. The two big victims were ridiculed by netizens, yet they were completely unaware, still seriously researching, thinking. When Nyla pushed open the door of the small house and came back, with a bang, as if something had exploded, she was immediately stunned on the spot. The kitchen door opened, smoke billowed out from inside, followed by Cade and Joel. They had lost their usual glamour, now sporting exploded hairstyles, looking confused and comical. What did you do? Nyla asked curiously. If she didn't know that they were living in peaceful times, she would have thought that an enemy bomb had been thrown here just now. I don't know, we were just cooking normally, and then the pot suddenly went boom and exploded, Cade said. Joel nodded in agreement. Can the program group find some better kitchen utensils? Luckily, it was us two men cooking. What if the female guest's kitchen appliance exploded while cooking? Ulrich behind the scenes couldn't help rolling his eyes, marveling at how thick-skinned they were. Didn't they know why the kitchen appliances exploded? Can't we go into the kitchen anymore? Nyla asked tentatively, then lifted her foot to step inside. As soon as she reached the kitchen entrance, she saw the thing inside the pot that had turned bright red. The pot was intact, and the thing inside seemed to be a medicinal pill. Are you two alchemists trying to refine abstinence pills in the kitchen? Nyla couldn't help saying what she truly thought. Damn, the pot is still okay, so it was the stuff inside that exploded? Joel exclaimed in shock. Cade's gaze grew increasingly insightful. So, we too are alchemists. Chapter 262, Dual Souls in One Body. Seeing Cade and Joel still joking around, Adrian's anger flared up. She really wanted to curse at them directly. Two idiots who can't even cook a meal. On the surface, Adrian smiled and joined in the joke. Are you guys the chosen ones of the world? After saying this, the three of them laughed heartily again. The atmosphere looked very good. Our little fairy is really good at livening up the mood. She is beautiful and loves to make jokes. Who could be dating such a girl? Folks, speaking of dating, I wonder if anyone remembers Adrian and Egon. Are they still together? Please don't group our little fairy with those low people. Back then it wasn't real dating, it was just part of the company script. TSK, Adrian's fans are really good at talking, no one can match them. After the three guests finished laughing, they fell silent when they saw the blackened mess in the pot. What should they do for dinner? Can you cook? Joel turned to ask Adrian. Her smile almost slipped as she shook her head quickly. Sorry, I'm not very good at cooking. Today we've been out all day and I smell a bit. I'll go take a shower and change clothes first. You two handle things here. With that, Adrian hurried upstairs as if oil had been smeared on her feet, quite anxiously. Joel and Cade exchanged glances, both sighing helplessly with a bitter smile. How would they solve this dinner problem? Should we wait for Sister Quinlan to come back before deciding? Cade suggested. Joel nodded, that's the only option now. Ulrich backstage held the walkie-talkie hesitantly. Logically, to not break the rules, the two couldn't get help from others with their assigned task. But he had seen clearly how they wrecked the kitchen this afternoon. If they were allowed to cook again, perhaps the entire villa might end up ruined. Ulrich sighed deeply. Fine, let them find some help. After all, they already got enough footage of the kitchen disaster for the show. About half an hour later, Kelly, who had gone to the snack street and stuffed herself, returned. Joel immediately pulled her over to ask for help in making stir-fried pork. He put his hands together pleadingly, looking quite amusing. Time is running out. Stir-frying pork requires boiling the meat first, plus you two need to clean up that mess in the kitchen. Preparations alone would take an hour, Kelly said. Only then did Joel and Cade remember the kitchen was still a mess. The two rushed back to clean up hastily. Two men who rarely cooked scrambled about, making loud clattering noises in the kitchen. Ulrich truly feared they might destroy the house. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have assigned them this cooking task. Who would have thought these two least capable cooks would get selected? Fortunately, not long after, Quinlan and Hurley also returned. Hearing the commotion, Quinlan walked towards the source of the noise, asking the two men curiously what they were doing. What are you guys doing? Upon hearing her voice, Joel and Cade lit up with hope, turning back as if she were their savior. Sister Quinlan took a few steps back defensively, looking like she wanted to run away. They quickly stepped forward, grabbing her arms from either side. Sister Galen, save us. Joel and Cade chattered incessantly, recounting the difficulties they faced cooking that afternoon. Quinlan's mouth twitched in amusement while online viewers laughed loudly. These two comedians really crack me up. It looks like Quinlan regrets coming back. Why is it so funny? This supposed food variety show has become a comedy thanks to them. Ulrich must be having a heart attack seeing this, but I share the same question. Unable to resist the persistence of the two young men, Quinlan finally agreed. Then came the hurried sounds from the kitchen. Joel and Cade busily helped with various tasks, content as long as they didn't have to cook themselves. Hurley sat on the sofa with his hands in his pockets, observing Kelly eating snacks. Noticing his gaze, she turned toward him. He immediately broke into a broad smile, causing fans to squeal in delight. These two are so perfect for each other. Kelly felt something was off. Had Hurley ever smiled at her like that before? Did he? She held up the snacks. You want some? Hurley shook his head. You keep eating. Kelly responded with an, oh, and continued eating snacks while watching TV, but her sidelong glances lingered on him. They hadn't interacted much throughout the day, and only now did she notice a thick layer of dark aura surrounding Hurley. It was dark aura, not negative energy, implying he was going to be unlucky. But as the son of Cliff, this shouldn't be the case. Cliff had saved countless lives, accumulating virtue which extended to his family members. Thus, Hurley usually radiated a faint golden glow. Putting the snacks on the table, Kelly stood up and walked upstairs, returning to her room where she closed her eyes and began calculating with her fingers. At the same time, downstairs, Hurley's expression grew increasingly dim. He also stood up and went upstairs. That woman was smarter than he had imagined. She noticed something was wrong with just a few glances. However, she couldn't save Hurley. An invisible force seemed to be resisting. Kelly opened her eyes, a flash of golden light appeared in them, and the restraint was released. In another room, Hurley clutched his chest and fell to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Trifling skills. Kelly sneered coldly. She got up, opened the door, and walked towards Hurley's room, slamming it shut behind her. This scene was seen clearly by netizens watching their live streams. What? What does this mean? Why is Kelly entering Hurley's room in broad daylight? Are they really getting together? Could my ship CP actually work out? I'm so excited. Why do I feel like she looked like she was going to hit him? Is Hurley in trouble? Bitch, stay away from our brother. Some netizens were shipping the couple, while others were cursing. Hashtag Suwei openly entering Dunkfei room hashtag. Both were very popular, so the topic concerning them quickly trended. At that moment, Kelly stared coldly at Hurley. Attachment, exchanging lives, you have more tricks than I thought, she said coldly. The person on the ground continued to convulse, unable to say anything. Kelly flicked her fingers, releasing the restraint she had placed on him. Hurley's body finally stopped twitching, his eyes filled with confusion. What happened? Then, his confused gaze turned vicious as he gritted his teeth at Kelly. Bitch. After cursing, Hurley's expression changed again, resembling someone with multiple personalities. This was because there were two souls living inside him. Expressionless, Kelly took out her phone and called Audrey, asking her to come over. So what if you know? You still can't make me leave his body unless you kill him. Killing is illegal. Hurley sneered. Chapter 263, What's next? Kelly sat down by the bed, crossing her legs leisurely as she watched Hurley with a cool indifference in her gaze. Just wait, she said. This confident demeanor made Rochelle, inside Hurley's body, change her expression slightly, clenching her fists tightly. She was thinking about how much chance she had of winning if she fought Kelly with this current body. Almost zero. Did Kelly really have a way to drag her out of this body? Rochelle felt extremely uneasy. She hadn't expected that Kelly would be so powerful, even stronger than she had imagined. This body was her only hope of remaining in this world, and she absolutely could not leave it. What should she do now? Sweat trickled down Hurley's forehead, revealing fear and hesitation on his face. Kelly, can we make a deal? He asked. I just want to live. From now on, the owner of this body will still be Hurley. I only need to come out occasionally for some fresh air, okay? No way, Kelly replied. Rochelle bit her lip. Are you really going to make me go down with everything exposed? If you dare to truly get rid of me, don't expect him to live either. Kelly responded. She was scrolling through videos on her phone, completely indifferent to the situation, which was driving Rochelle nearly mad. Why could Kelly remain so calm? Time ticked by, and as the noise from the video playing on her phone filled the air, Rochelle's heart grew heavier and heavier. Heavier still were the fans of Hurley outside. Why hasn't Kelly come out yet? They aren't doing something inappropriate in there, are they? Two people alone together, like dry wood and blazing fire, tut, they must be pent up, leading to this exposure during the show. Why is the upper floor commenter so vulgar? Even if they have something between them, they're celebrities. They wouldn't act so hastily on live stream. Why isn't there a live stream camera in the room? I'm really curious what happened. Is our beloved idol still pure? Inside Hurley's room, Kelly's phone chimed with an incoming WeChat call. She paused her video scrolling and answered. Hassan's handsome face appeared on the screen, still dressed in ancient costume as if he were filming. What's up? Kelly asked. Tyra, trending topics are already speculating about your child with Hurley. What are you doing in his room? Hassan asked, sounding somewhat aggrieved at not being part of the food program, almost wishing he could stab Fitzroy with a knife. Why couldn't they let him join? Oh, him. Kelly flipped the camera around. Seeing Hurley lying helplessly on the floor, Hassan's aggrieved look turned into confusion. What is this? There's someone else's soul inside him, Rochelle. I need to deal with her first, Kelly replied indifferently. The word deal caused Hurley's face to twist in fury, as if he wished to strangle this woman who spoke so lightly of him. How dare she? Be careful then, Hassan warned. Gallensteining carefully, his voice was more relaxed, as long as no one was plotting against her. You too, don't worry. Once this is done, I'll leave his room, Kelly assured. Hassan murmured in agreement, giving a few more words of caution before hanging up. You were with Hope Emperor? Hurley suddenly said from the floor. His usually cold eyes now blazed with intense jealousy and frustration, contrasting oddly with his clenched cheeks. Kelly felt a sudden urge to slap his face. What does it matter to you? She retorted. Hurley's chest heaved, and he sprang up, lunging at her with hands aimed at her neck. Fool, Kelly spat coldly. At that moment, Hurley seemed to hit an invisible wall, bouncing back to the ground. Attempting to rise again, he found his limbs bound as if by invisible chains. Let me go. What did you do to me? He screamed. Rochelle, you're so annoying, Kelly frowned in disdain. She snapped her fingers, and while Hurley's mouth moved in furious roars, nothing came out. It was as if he had been muted. Her phone rang again. It was Audrey calling. Sister Brooke, the production team doesn't trust me to enter. Could you speak to them for me? She asked. Kelly agreed. All right, I'll talk to the director. After ending the call, she sent a text to the director, who promptly confirmed. Just letting a friend in wasn't a problem. Putting away her phone, Kelly kindly asked, Rochelle, any last words? She snapped her fingers, and Hurley's voice returned. Kelly, you bitch, I curse you for this life. Before he could finish his sentence, Hurley was silenced again by Kelly. The door was suddenly pushed open from the outside by Adrian, with the cameraman following closely behind her. Seeing the scene that was completely different from what she had imagined, she paused for a moment before saying, "Sorry, I accidentally walked into the wrong room." Having said that, fearing Kelly would speak sarcastically and ruin the situation, Adrian hurriedly closed the door. She walked to the stairs, patted her chest, and said with a faint smile to the camera, "Now you've seen it, right? They didn't do anything inappropriate." She playfully stuck out her tongue and walked down the stairs, but as she turned around, her face darkened. She had thought that Kelly and Hully might have some secret affair, and by pushing the door open, she could expose them and make Hassan detest Kelly. To her surprise, nothing had happened between the two of them when they were alone. Damn. What's going on? Why is Hully sitting on the floor? Kelly looks like she's bullying him, but I can't believe it. After all, this guy is known for being cool. Is Hully a masochist? It's said that the colder one looks, the more, cough, I hope I'm overthinking this. I never thought this couple would be so compatible, seeing that just now really made my shipper heart burst. Just as Adrian walked downstairs, she bumped into Audrey who was about to go up. Their eyes met, and both of them were slightly surprised. Was Kelly actually bringing someone to the show? Retracting her gaze, Adrian narrowed her eyes, wondering what exactly Kelly was up to. This wasn't the time to think about it. She followed the scent in the air and headed toward the kitchen. Quinlan, Joel, and Cade were busily working in an orderly manner, seemingly almost finished with the dishes. "Do you need any help?" Adrian asked with a smile. "No need, we're almost done. Just sit on the sofa and wait for your meal," Quinlan replied casually. Getting the expected answer, Adrian nodded. "All right." She walked to the sofa and sat down, but her mind kept thinking about Hully from earlier and Audrey who hurried upstairs, speculating on what was happening. Chapter 264, Direct Extraction. Audrey went upstairs and entered Hully's room. She was stunned to see the usually famous cool guy sitting on the floor, full of anger. "Daphne, what did you do to him?" she couldn't help but ask. Kelly stood up and walked in front of Hully, saying, "You should directly extract the other soul inside his body." Audrey gasped and blinked her eyes in confusion. She couldn't detect any other soul inside Hully at all. "Oh, right." Kelly just remembered this. Her finger gently waved in front of Audrey. The latter instinctively closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she saw that Hully indeed had two souls inside him, with Rochelle occupying his head while the other one was squished underneath, flattened. "Just grab it directly," Kelly said. If anyone else did this, it would be impossible to extract a soul, but Audrey could. With proper use, her hands were very powerful. "Okay, I'll give it a try." Audrey squatted down and looked at Rochelle, then directly grabbed her hair amid the latter's venomous gaze. With a forceful move of her hand, Rochelle's facial features contorted as if in pain. "Wow, quite an ugly face," Audrey commented. Upon hearing this, Rochelle's expression grew even more furious, as if she wanted to devour Audrey. Startled, Audrey's grip tightened, and she pulled out Rochelle's soul entirely. When Rochelle's entire soul was pulled out, she was dazed. She looked at her empty feet in disbelief and then raised her head to look at Kelly. Before she could say anything, she saw Kelly snap her fingers. The soul in Audrey's hand immediately turned to ashes, destroyed by Kelly with a cold efficiency. Rochelle vanished into ashes, no longer able to reincarnate. "Daphne, shouldn't we have kept her to ask how she managed to enter someone's body?" Audrey asked. She had never experienced such a thing before and was genuinely confused. No need. Taking over someone's body isn't something an ordinary person can do. It only happened because both were born on the same year, month, and day. Hully's emotional instability when his body was taken gave her the chance. "Oh, okay then," Audrey sighed in relief. If anyone could possess others so easily, society would be chaos. "Thank you for helping me today. You can pay respects to dear Spirit Mountain Deity tonight, and she will teach you some other things," Kelly said. Audrey's eyes lit up, and she scratched her head bashfully. "Daphne, you've helped me so many times. I only helped you once, how can I accept a reward?" "It's fine," Kelly smiled. She always had great patience with cute and sensible girls like her. "What happened to me?" Hully's puzzled voice came through. Both women looked down at him, and seeing his bewildered face, they couldn't help but laugh. "Weren't we about to leave? How did we end up back at the production company? Who is she?" The memories between two souls don't synchronize, so it was normal he forgot. A guilty look flashed across Kelly's face. She had forgotten to extract the memories before killing Rochelle. Who knows what inappropriate actions occurred during those days. This was problematic. "Your body has been occupied by someone else these past few days. We just expelled her. As for what she did during that time, we have no idea," Kelly said. Hully gaped, his face full of disbelief, never expecting this could happen to him. He quickly checked his phone, and his vision blurred upon seeing his chats with friends. Not to mention the boastful posts on social media. Just looking at them gave him a headache. "Great, how am I supposed to explain this?" Hully lamented. Kelly and Audrey exchanged glances and silently left the room, leaving him to bear the consequences alone. Finally out. "How is Hully now? Who was that woman who appeared earlier? This young girl looks very pretty, exactly my type." Wow, she looks like she loves eating. Can we keep this girl around? To their surprise, the netizens liked the sudden appearance of Audrey. Mainly because she had an innocent look, round eyes, round face, and round nose, that easily triggered people's protective instincts. Daphne, you're still recording the show. I'll leave first, Audrey said. Kelly nodded, I'll treat you to dinner when we get back. Audrey laughed, scratching her head, let's go to that popular new internet-famous restaurant. Okay. She blinked her big, round eyes and tugged at Kelly's sleeve, looking like a younger sister pleading with her elder sister. Sure, we can do that, Kelly smiled. Rarely laughing, her lips curled now, giving her normally cold face a hint of warmth, making her exceptionally beautiful. Daphne, you're too beautiful, Audrey sincerely praised. Girl-on-girl moments are the best to ship, these two have such a great relationship. I feel like these two are also very compatible. A sister who loves to and a cold-hearted but soft-hearted for her alone older sister. Who's shipping them? It's me. My mom asked me why I was drooling while watching the live stream. I paused it and showed her, she also thought Kelly looks good when she smiles. Smile more, okay. Netizens didn't want Audrey to leave. It was rare for someone to make Kelly smile. Ulrich, noticing the increasing traffic in the backstage due to that smile, silently opened his walkie-talkie. Kelly, if your friend is available, you can let her stay for dinner with the production team, he said. Hearing the voice in her earpiece, Kelly asked, Elspeth, do you have any tasks coming up? Audrey shook her head. I've been resting these past few days. Do you want to stay for dinner? Kelly raised an eyebrow. Audrey covered her lips, her big eyes full of surprise. Eat with all these stars from the production team? For a star chaser like her, this was literally a blessing falling from the sky. Oh my god. If you want, you can join us on camera, or you can refuse if you don't want to be on camera, Kelly said. Before Kelly finished speaking, Audrey nodded vigorously. I want to, I really do. Seeing her mischievous look, Kelly patted her head and affectionately said, okay. This made the netizens even more hooked, though it nearly made a certain man crush his phone. Defending against men, women, brothers, and now sisters, Hassan had it tough. Audrey pulled Kelly downstairs, where Quinlan and a few others were preparing food. They froze at the sight of the two. Flynn Galanglai looked away as if she saw something unlucky, feeling annoyed inside. What was Kelly thinking, bringing this thing here? When did the production team get such a cute little sister? Quinlan joked. She is indeed cute, has she turned 18 yet? Cade added. Blushing from being teased, Audrey hid behind Kelly. Chapter 265, Audrey receives an invitation to participate in filming. Kelly deliberately glared at Cade with a face set in mock sternness, though her tone carried evident amusement. This is my younger sister Audrey. You must not bully her. Cade chuckled and immediately pulled out a chair for Audrey in a gentlemanly manner. So you are Miss Sue's younger sister, that makes you younger than me. Sister Hope, please take a seat. Audrey's face turned beet red with embarrassment, but she politely thanked him. Encouraged by Kelly's approving gaze, she sat down gracefully. Seeing this, Quinlan hurriedly prepared another set of utensils and placed them smilingly in front of Audrey. Elspeth, do you have any dietary restrictions? She hadn't known there would be a little sister joining them today, so she was concerned the food might not suit her taste. No, Audrey smiled, you must be elder sister who? Sister Brooke often speaks highly of you, praising your cooking. I finally get to enjoy it today. The young girl's sweetness made Quinlan overjoyed, and she promptly turned around to serve Audrey a large bowl of rice. Seeing Audrey being well-liked by everyone, Kelly couldn't help but smile broadly throughout. Due to strong requests from netizens, the director had no choice but to give Kelly and Audrey more screen time. Because of this, Nyla, sitting at the same table, looked increasingly displeased. She shot a glare at the two who were stealing her limelight and then quickly sidled up to Hurley with a charming smile. Big brother Feiyu, I heard we're going on location this afternoon, but I've run out of sunscreen. Can I borrow some from you later? Hurley frowned and moved away slightly, coldly rejecting her request. Sorry, that's specifically for men, probably unsuitable for your skin type. After saying that, he directly moved next to Kelly. If one looked closely, his expression seemed tinged with a hint of resentment. Do you want to sit here? Kelly didn't detect Hurley's thoughts at all. She blinked her big eyes and pointed to the seat beside her instinctively. Looking at this carefree young woman, Hurley sighed helplessly and plopped down next to her. Upon seeing this, the online viewers grew even more excited. Ah. A double CP? Kelly is so charming. Heaven, between the ultra-cool guy and the adorable, whiny girl, which will our elder sister Brooke choose? Slobber. Am I the only one who feels like our Alice is being isolated? While some were enthusiastically pairing couples, others defended Nyla. One comment quickly gained followers. On the other side, Nyla watched the scene unfold with cold eyes, her emotions suddenly breaking. She glanced coldly at Audrey, who was chatting happily with the other guests, and opened her mouth with a smile. Audrey, it must be very exciting to have a meal with so many celebrities, right? You should seize this opportunity. Hearing her sarcastic voice, Kelly frowned and was about to respond, but Audrey playfully retorted first. Yes, I am indeed happy to eat with everyone, but unfortunately, there's someone at the table who ruins my appetite. If she knew better, she'd leave on her own, and I'd be even happier. Who can't deliver sarcasm? Nyla realized Audrey was indirectly insulting her. Though her face remained calm, inwardly she seethed with anger. How dare this bitch, just like Kelly, annoy her? If she got the chance, she would find a way to get rid of her. The tension between the two quickly sparked debates among the netizens. Our Alice just wanted to care for Audrey. Why did she openly mock our Alice? Poor Alice, hug hug. You've got to be kidding. Would you remain pleasant if you were mocked? Exactly, anyone with eyes could see Nyla was deliberately mocking the pretty girl. Such people are really disgusting. Soon, netizens' scathing remarks flooded the chat, neither side willing to back down. Meanwhile, the director was beaming. He wasn't afraid of conflict, he was just worried about not having enough viewers. After dinner, as Kelly was about to escort Audrey away, the director called her into the production room via walkie-talkie. She asked Audrey to wait for a moment before heading over. In the production room, the director was especially pleased. Kelly, today's live stream data has been surprisingly good. Here's what I'm thinking, could you discuss with your friend and see if she would join us for the upcoming recording? If she agrees to participate, I can arrange for a special appearance fee of $2 million for her. Kelly frowned, knowing Audrey's character, she instinctively declined. Unwilling to give up, the director pleaded. Finally, Kelly told him she couldn't make decisions for Audrey and needed to ask her personally. Okay, please go ahead and ask her. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the director beamed even wider. Afterward, Kelly pulled Audrey aside and quietly relayed the director's offer. To her surprise, Audrey eagerly agreed to participate. Kelly smiled wryly and ruffled her hair, asking the reason. She giggled and said, "The money doesn't really matter to me. I just love being close to Sister Brooke." Hearing this, Kelly's gaze softened even more. Then she smiled and nodded, "All right, wait for me here. I'll go talk to the director." With Audrey confirmed to participate in the subsequent filming, the director immediately arranged for someone to prepare a room for Audrey. However, as she was a last-minute addition, the production team hadn't prepared any extra rooms, presenting a bit of a dilemma. Seeing this, Kelly smiled and suggested, "The bed in the guest room isn't small. Elspeth can stay with me." Here, only she and Audrey were familiar with each other, and both being women, they would have similar daily needs. Staying together made the most sense. Ulrich's eyes lit up, and he quickly agreed. The live stream continued, and when netizens saw Kelly and Audrey enter Kelly's room one after another, it caused an uproar. That little beauty didn't leave? Why? Ah. The CP I've been shipping has come true. I'm loving this. Don't be ridiculous, upstairs. They're just spending the night together, she might leave tomorrow. Without an official announcement from the production team, some netizens believed that Audrey couldn't possibly join the show, leading to continuous arguments. At this moment, Nyla's fans couldn't sit still anymore. They started commenting to defend Nyla. Are you kidding me? I think Kelly wants to bring a new star on board, so she privately asked the director to keep this Audrey around as a stepping stone for herself. Exactly, I noticed too. Didn't you see how that Audrey looked at our Alice during dinner? It was disgusting. I wonder what the director was thinking. Our Alice is losing screen time because of this. Such comments made even the good-natured director frown, but to keep the live stream data high, he didn't express any opinion. However, this didn't mean he could do nothing. On the contrary, he decided to meet those brainless fans' demands and announce early the next morning that Audrey would be attending as a special guest. Chapter 266, Emperor of Shadows on Guard. Since it was a live broadcast program, Kelly and Audrey only got their phones back after the day's recording was finished. They were unaware of the climax battle between netizens and the director. Audrey was so excited at the thought of sharing a bed with Kelly that she couldn't contain herself. Seeing her exhilarated state, Kelly smiled lovingly and considerately handed over a brand new set of pajamas. I haven't worn this set before. Your figure is similar to mine, so you can just make do with it today. We'll go buy you a new set tomorrow when we have time. No need, this one is perfect. Audrey grabbed the pajamas, her eyes glowing impossibly bright. You must be kidding, these are Big Sister Brooke's pajamas. Even if they were used by her, there would be no way I would dislike them. Ha. Audrey's actions successfully made Kelly chuckle. Rubbing her head, Kelly said fondly, "All right. You go freshen up first, I need to make a call." Audrey nodded enthusiastically, clutching Kelly's pajamas as she headed to the bathroom, still thrilled. Turning around, Kelly dialed a video call to Hassan. Today, Audrey suddenly joined the cast, and she didn't get much chance to speak with Hassan. Earlier, his expression had been quite gloomy, she wondered how he was now. The video call connected quickly, revealing indeed Hassan's handsome but disgruntled face on the other end. You still remember to call me? Hassan sounded like a bitter woman wronged, brimming with jealousy from the very start. Kelly chuckled softly, finally realizing she had indeed neglected him today. Ahem, sorry. Elspeth has only me as a friend here. If I don't take care of her a bit more, it wouldn't look good. Lucky for her someone cares and looks after her, while I am left to eat cold leftovers alone. Mr. Great Actor Hope, can we please have a proper conversation? Kelly rubbed her arms, feeling a tingling discomfort. Hassan pursed his lips, also looking somewhat uneasy. Kelly laughed lightly and brought up trivialities from the day, attempting to change the subject. Just then, Audrey called out hesitantly from the bathroom. Big Sister Brooke, could you bring me a towel? Kelly paused, while Hassan on the other side looked utterly confused. I'm coming. Kelly stuck out her tongue at him, apologetically saying, wait a moment, I'll be right back. After returning, Hassan frowned, asking about what just happened. Glancing at the quiet bathroom, Kelly explained, Ulrich invited Elspeth to participate in the subsequent recordings, but there aren't any spare rooms here, so she is staying with me. Before she finished, Hassan's face darkened immediately. Can't she bunk with someone else for one night? I remember Audrey seemed to get along well with Quinlan during dinner. He wasn't sure why, but whenever he imagined the girl he liked sleeping with another woman, he felt uncomfortable all over. Elspeth may seem carefree, but she doesn't open up easily around strangers. Don't think of silly ideas. Kelly sighed helplessly, still smiling while explaining. At this moment, Audrey emerged from the bathroom wearing her pajamas. Seeing Kelly on a video call with Hassan, she acted naturally and went over to greet him casually. Despite being unhappy, Hassan retained his manners, responding briefly with a slight nod. In the next second, Audrey deliberately hugged Kelly in front of him, teasing playfully, Sister, Mr. Great Actor Hope doesn't look too happy. Is he annoyed because I'm monopolizing your attention? Maybe I should sleep outside tonight. Hassan. How could it be? Hassan is usually quite aloof, not targeting you intentionally. Right, Hassan? Kelly tousled Audrey's hair, noticing it wasn't dried, her eyes showing a hint of helplessness. You'll catch a cold if you don't dry your hair. Go fetch the hairdryer, I'll help you blow dry it. Hassan almost choked with indignation at Kelly's words before he could respond. Suppressing the bitterness in his heart, he grinned through gritted teeth, it's late, I should go to bed. Have fun you too. His tone was heavy. Without waiting for Kelly's reaction, he hung up abruptly, leaving Kelly puzzled. Audrey stuck out her tongue at Kelly, turning to fetch the hairdryer. Seeing Audrey's mischievous expression, Kelly finally caught on. She watched Audrey's back affectionately, sighing helplessly but ultimately said nothing. On the other side, Adrian managed to find some time alone and immediately took out her backup phone. Using 2 phones and 2 different numbers, she logged into the live stream separately. First, she entered her fan group using her main account, where people were discussing whether Audrey had officially joined the program. She put on a happy front and discussed with everyone for a few sentences, then said it was getting late and reminded everyone not to stay up too late before logging out with a dark face. Adrian, feeling provoked, logged back into the live stream using her secondary account. Upon seeing the negative comments about herself and the numerous praising comments for Audrey, she immediately turned serious. Biting her lower lip, Adrian instantly sent a mocking comment about Audrey through her secondary account. I think Audrey has been plotting this all along. She must have planned with Kelly to join the program through Kelly's hand. What a schemer. As soon as this comment appeared, the previously quiet chat box once again became lively. People started cursing each other, and this time, they even criticized the production team and the director. When the director heard about this news, he couldn't sit still any longer. He decided to appear in person, cleared his throat, and said, First of all, I want to thank everyone for their love for the show. Secondly, I would like to announce something important here. Miss Audrey will join the program as a special guest for the subsequent recordings. This decision was made by me on the spot without any ulterior motives. Moreover, I personally do not know Miss Audrey. Everyone is welcome to investigate. Secondly, I hope everyone can watch rationally and not be manipulated by certain people stirring things up. His words were quite clear, implying that there was no hidden agenda behind Audrey joining the group, and the public's anger was just due to being misled. Ulrich's personal clarification immediately silenced the live stream, while Adrian in front of the screen had her face twisted in anger and threw her phone directly. However, luckily she used her secondary account. She believed that even if someone could trace the number, they wouldn't be able to find her. Damn Kelly, damn Audrey, I won't let you two off easily. And the Flynn family, you like Kelly so much? Fine, I'll wait to see how you still like her after your downfall, how you protect her. That night, Adrian didn't sleep well, dreaming of Kelly and Audrey laughing triumphantly and wildly. Chapter 267, Differential Treatment. Perhaps because the issue with Rochelle had been resolved, Kelly slept soundly, so soundly that when Audrey got up the next day, she was still not awake. Audrey looked at Kelly's serene and beautiful profile, swallowed her saliva, washed her face casually, and left the house. This was her first official day on set. She had enjoyed Quinlan's delicious food yesterday, so today she wanted to cook something for everyone as a gesture of thanks. However, she did not expect that it was still early, but the camera equipment was already in place, and the live streaming room was already crowded. Audrey skillfully found a few slices of bread, eggs, ham, lettuce, etc., from the fridge, then located milk and fresh fruits before turning into the kitchen. Afterward, she seemed to have found some leftover rice from last night in the fridge, and after thinking about it, she brought everything into the kitchen at once. She didn't cook much and wasn't as versatile as Quinlan, so she planned to simply make sandwiches. Served with milk or juice, it would be nutritious enough. But what the netizens saw made them feel that this little sister was truly considerate and capable, leading to another flood of comments on the screen. Heavens, not only is this little sister pretty, but she's also so diligent, busy even before everyone wakes up. Does my little sister have a career friend? Look, I could be a candidate. Compared to most people who were kind, Nyla's fans immediately became agitated. Although the director had clarified the situation the night before, they just couldn't bear to see their idol being overshadowed. The next moment, sarcastic remarks filled the screen. Showing off, I think she's just trying to gain attention in front of the camera and create an image for herself. How disgusting. And no inside information? From what I see, it must be Kelly grooming new talent. She can groom new talent, but stepping on our idol's reputation to rise is inappropriate. Kelly, come out and apologize. Meanwhile, everyone's phone alarms went off, prompting them to wash up and head downstairs, none realizing the heated argument happening in the live stream. As soon as Audrey saw Kelly coming down, she immediately placed the sandwich and juice neatly for her. Juice, rich in vitamin C, was more suitable for breakfast than milk. It was only then that everyone noticed Kelly's sandwich was heart-shaped, which again flooded the live chat with comments. Kelly smiled and thanked her without any fuss. In contrast, the others couldn't help but smile bitterly as they looked at their own meals. Miss Audrey, don't you think this differential treatment is a bit too obvious? Cade pointed at his scrambled egg fried rice and smiled helplessly. He didn't ask for a special breakfast, but at least not such a stark difference. Who would eat dry fried rice early in the morning? I'm sorry, there were only a few slices of bread left in the fridge, so you'll have to make do, Audrey said, scratching her head slightly, unembarrassed. Quinlan glanced at the ordinary-shaped sandwiches in front of her and Audrey and laughed softly. Yes, there weren't many bread slices left in the fridge, but the sandwiches in front of her and Audrey were plain while only Kelly received preferential treatment. Hassan watched this scene, angrily scooping up a large spoonful of fried rice into his mouth, chewing it like tasteless paste. Was this really necessary? Not only did he have to guard against men, but now he needed to watch out for this ulterior-motivated Audrey. Headache. But seriously, Hassan's cooking skills are actually quite good. Yes, I thought it would be dry and tough, but it's unexpectedly delicious. Cade and Joel continued eating and praised the meal. Quinlan took a big bite of her sandwich and smiled gratefully. Netizens watching the live stream expressed hunger from the beauty's cooking skills, all wishing they could taste it too. For a moment, the atmosphere in the dining room was unusually pleasant, except for one person. While everyone was eating happily, Nyla, sitting opposite them, suddenly began tearing up, constantly sniffling to draw attention. Everyone turned their heads curiously, and Quinlan frowned, asking her what was wrong in a low voice. She wiped her tears, her eyes red, and replied, I've had my fill, please continue eating. After saying this, she ignored everyone's awkward expressions and continued crying. Kelly raised an eyebrow, knowing her intentions, and ignored her, taking a sip of juice instead. The freshly squeezed juice was indeed sweet. Audrey rolled her eyes inwardly and chose to ignore her as well. Seeing that no one paid attention to Nyla, Quinlan sighed silently and finally put down her sandwich to go over. Awkwardly, she asked, Engsub, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Wah. Nothing, I just felt envious seeing how Miss Hope knows how to curry favor. It reminded me of myself. I guess I was born with low EQ and don't know how to handle interpersonal relationships, so I'm never liked. Nyla began sobbing again as she continued speaking. This time, even Quinlan felt annoyed. She even thought that if it weren't for the live stream, she would certainly ignore her affected behavior just like Kelly did. While Quinlan saw through her, Nyla's diehard fans in the live stream didn't. They immediately started to attack without discrimination over the differential breakfast treatment. Kelly and Audrey are really not human, they can still gang up on someone during a live stream. Bitch. Someone was trying to build a persona for Audrey just now. Pfft, she's just a damn gold digger. Compared to the live stream, the atmosphere in the restaurant wasn't much better either. Feeling insulted, the straightforward Audrey instantly turned serious. Nyla, what do you mean by saying that? Do you think I'm targeting you or something? You'd better clear it up in front of everyone. Apart from Kelly, everyone in the restaurant was stunned for a moment. Nyla also stopped crying, looking puzzled at Audrey. Seeing this, Audrey snorted coldly and continued, First, I made the breakfast, and since I put in the effort, I have the right to choose who gets to eat it and who doesn't. Giving you some still caused problems. Second, I explained earlier that there were only a few slices of bread left in the fridge. If there were enough bread slices, do you think I'd be willing to make 2 different breakfasts? Am I that full and bored? Kelly remained silent all along, but the amusement in her eyes grew deeper. Provoking this little sister who couldn't stand anything less than perfect, Nyla, you'd better pray for yourself. As soon as those words came out, everyone in the restaurant and the staff nearby looked at Nyla with slightly accusatory eyes, making her feel utterly humiliated. I am sorry, that's not what I meant. Nyla didn't expect Audrey to find an excuse from such a situation. She was quite angry inside, but she had to apologize pitifully with red-rimmed eyes. Chapter 268, Pitiful Adrian. The turnaround came too quickly. In the live stream, Adrian's brain-dead fans immediately lost their spirit, each drooping their heads in silence. However, the netizens who liked Audrey had a different reaction. Seeing her genuine personality that was unlike before, they did not feel deceived but instead found her adorable and unpretentious. The chat room was filled with nothing but praises. Look, this is true authenticity. Those who praised your little fairy's honesty should all take a look and let your idol learn from her. Wah, she is truly adorable. Elspeth is like a small firecracker that ignites easily, so adorable. You see Adrian's expression? Do you really believe it wasn't intentional? I don't buy it anyway. TSK, how come those brain-dead fans aren't washing her image now? The way she is, it's impossible to cleanse the mess. Ulrich worried that Audrey's persona would collapse and back-end traffic would be affected, but unexpectedly, her straightforwardness won her a wave of new fans, and the back-end traffic skyrocketed, which delighted him immensely. Breakfast ended awkwardly not long after, and everyone, except Adrian, moved to the hall. Seeing that the guests were mostly gathered, the host immediately cued someone to liven up the atmosphere. Next, we will have the team selection draw. With Elspeth joining us, today we'll have a new trio combination. Now, please welcome our guests for the draw. Adrian bit her lower lip, involuntarily glancing at Audrey, silently praying, just don't be in the same group as her. Alright, please bring the lottery box over. Thank you. As soon as the host finished speaking, 2 staff members carried the lottery box into the camera frame. Only the side of the lottery box facing the camera was transparent, so the guests could not see the content of the slips. Kelly was indifferent about the drawing. She got along with everyone except Adrian. But because Adrian wanted to avoid Kelly and Audrey, she forced a gentle smile and said apologetically, I'm quite eager to know who my teammates are, so I'll go ahead without being polite. With that, she walked straight to the camera, extended her hand, drew a slip casually, then retreated, not looking at the others' grim faces throughout. Kelly, why don't you go next? Quinlan smiled at Kelly and Audrey, politely saying. That's fine, I'm not in a hurry, you go first, Kelly responded with a smile, leaving the netizens puzzled once again. The drawing process was relatively calm, but due to the notorious scene of Adrian and Audrey disliking each other earlier, everyone still found it thrilling and nervously waited for the final results. Not until Kelly pulled out the last slip did the host invite everyone in front of the camera. Now, please announce the numbers on your slips in order. Those with the same number are in one group. Upon these words, everyone held their breath. Number 3. Adrian was extremely nervous, constantly praying inwardly for Kelly and Audrey to be in different groups. Unfortunately, after the other guests read out their numbers, she was dumbfounded. Seeing the final result, the netizens watching the live stream exploded. Is this a joke? Knowing very well that Audrey always targets my little fairy, they still put them in the same group. Is the production team doing this on purpose? Don't delude yourself. I like Adrian, who wants to be with her. Good job, and my sister Brooke as well. Being grouped with someone like Adrian is just disgusting. Indeed, after everyone read their numbers, the final result was Quinlan and Cade in one group, Joel and Hurley in another, and Kelly, Audrey, and Adrian in a trio group. This outcome instantly made the scene awkward. Staff members whispered among themselves, giving strange looks at the three. Watching this scene, the director behind the monitor couldn't help but laugh broadly. To him, this was undoubtedly the best result. Only with conflicts and drama among them could huge traffic be attracted. Great. Arrange for more cameramen to follow Kelly's group, ensuring full coverage. Yes, understood. Rest assured, I'll make sure to produce good effects for the next few days. The assistant director also grinned widely, envisioning the show's booming popularity. However, he hesitated with a furrowed brow. Joa, I'm not worried about the other guests, but Miss Audrey. She isn't part of the industry and has shown to be rather outspoken. I fear that with such high traffic, there might be other issues between them. Many situations on the live stream are beyond their control. Ulrich froze for a moment after being reminded, cold sweat trickling down his temples. How could he forget about this? Honestly, Audrey's temper is indeed not suitable for live stream recordings. He really didn't know if his decision to persuade her to participate in subsequent recordings was right or wrong. Looking at the tense atmosphere on set with concern, the director felt regret for the first time. Well, the groups have been assigned. This outcome is quite unexpected, huh? Haha. The host laughed awkwardly, then lifted his hand to beckon 2 more staff members to ease the tension. The groups are set. Let's move on to the next phase, task selection. The host smiled and shook the lottery box in front of him. There are various tasks inside. Each group can send 1 representative to draw their task. Quinlan naturally stepped forward, drew a slip randomly, and opened it in front of the camera. Wow, it's a random interaction with 100 lucky audience members to find out what they think is the best food. The host said into the camera, filled with excitement, I wonder if these 100 lucky audience members will be our online viewers? Stay tuned. Joel then went up to represent their group, casually picking a slip and handing it to the host. Oh wow, it's working for 5 hours. I wonder what kind of work environment our handsome Joel and Holly will choose. I'm looking forward to it, aren't you? Finally, it was Kelly's turn. Adrian clenched her fists and pursed her lips, feeling very unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. In this group, no one would cater to her. When Kelly handed her slip to the host, he instantly grinned. Wow. Sister Brooke Drew's staying home to cook. Looks like everyone is in for a treat. Chapter 269 6 dishes and 1 soup. Upon hearing the task to cook at home, Nyla felt a darkness cloud her vision. She only knew how to steam fish, while Audrey seemed quite adept at cooking. Watching others shine right before her eyes, gaining favor from netizens and guests, was more painful than death itself. She would rather have done any other task than this. This is your starting fund. The host cheerfully placed the red envelope in the hands of the 3 team members. As before, the team left at home had the largest amount in their red envelope, while the other 2 teams only received money for transportation. Joa, we need to eat lunch too. Can you give us a bit more? Quinlan complained, rubbing her stomach. She suspected that the show wasn't about delicious food but about weight loss, since they barely got to eat. The host listened through his earpiece for a moment, then replied awkwardly, Ulrich said if you want to eat, earn it yourself. Even Quinlan, known for her good temper, couldn't help rolling her eyes. I've seen stingy people, but not this stingy. Netizens were entertained. Ulrich really is a miser. Hungry Quinlan will become a real fox, perfect for playing De G. Who gets my laugh point? Ha ha ha, De G. Protests didn't work, as the director remained unmoved. The guests had no choice but to set out to complete their tasks. Inside the villa, only Kelly's group remained. Nyla kept her head down, deep in thought about how to grab the camera's attention today. What should we cook? Audrey asked first. What can you make? Kelly replied. She sounded very relaxed, glad to finally have someone who could cook. She wouldn't have to watch videos and learn on the spot. But Audrey looked embarrassed, scratching her head. Well, I can make breakfast. Hearing this, Nyla raised her eyes abruptly, a look of schadenfreude on her face. You only know how to make breakfast? I'm still better than some who can't even make breakfast, Audrey retorted, arms crossed, looking fierce. Her childlike face made her seem less intimidating, even a bit cute, making people want to ruffle her hair. I just asked. Even though my cooking skills aren't great, I'll try my best. Nyla clenched her fists, trying to encourage herself despite feeling wronged. Fans began to praise and criticize. Our fairy has such a good temper, while Audrey seems crazy. Why does she get so offended and others talk to her nicely? I always thought she was trying to establish a hot-tempered girl image. Is she aiming for contrast? Well, no wonder, given that she's trained by Kelly, showing hypocrisy perfectly. Can you act like a normal person instead of coming up with these schemes? I like genuine people, not those with many tricks. Can fans stop talking? We viewers have eyes too. Anyone could see Nyla's smugness just now. What an act. Because fairy fans often cause trouble, viewers and fans of other idols were quick to point this out, unaffected by their comments. Kelly felt a headache. She realized the importance of being able to cook for the first time. She quietly opened the short video platform, continuing to search for the blogger who taught braised pork last time, hoping to find simple yet tasty dishes. Gallensteining to the blogger's voice, Nyla suggested, how about this? Let's prepare 6 dishes and 1 soup, each person doing 2 dishes. This proposal was fair, and both Kelly and Audrey agreed. Then I'll do steamed fish and braised pork, Nyla said immediately. She knew Kelly could only make braised pork, taking away that dish, seeing what rubbish she could come up with. Feeling challenged and mocked by Nyla, Kelly paused scrolling through videos. Okay, she replied succinctly. Nyla was taken aback by her calm demeanor, but quickly smiled, thinking she was just putting up a front. She was very confident about making braised pork. If Kelly could do it, so could she. It was just 1 dish. Then you choose your dishes first. I'll change clothes and prepare to go out, Nyla said happily. Audrey moved closer to Kelly, discussing what dishes to make. Since Nyla chose 2 meat dishes, we should balance with 2 vegetable dishes, 1 meat dish, and 1 soup, she suggested. Kelly nodded, opening her favorites. These garlic broccoli and tomato corn spare rib soup sound good. These dishes are yummy. I'll make braised eggplant and sweet and sour pork, Audrey said. The detailed instructions from the blogger gave them confidence that these dishes wouldn't be hard to prepare. After Nyla went downstairs, the 3 set off to a nearby supermarket to buy ingredients. They spent a total of 300 yuan on groceries. Worried that Nyla might play tricks, Kelly did not buy snacks this time but returned directly to the villa with the groceries. Since the guests will return for dinner, we have some rest time. Can we arrange this time by ourselves? Audrey asked. She really didn't like Nyla and felt that this person was really putting on an act. She wanted to stay away from her. Of course. The latter immediately agreed, sharing the same thought. Audrey wasn't in the entertainment circle and spoke freely. She dared not display her tea art skills in front of Nyla, which really troubled her. Sister Brooke, can you take me to explore nearby? I saw online that you found a delicious snack street nearby. Audrey clung to Kelly's arm, her big round eyes full of anticipation. Mentioning the snack street, Kelly became interested right away. Of course, we can have lunch there too. Yes. Audrey exclaimed happily. Nyla, who was walking upstairs, curled her lips. These two were really problematic. No girl should indulge herself like this all day long. Sooner or later, they would end up weighing 200 Gene. They would definitely eat with the guests tonight, so she decided not to eat anything for lunch. Ulrich assigned a cameraman to follow Kelly and Audrey. Most viewers watching the live stream followed the two into their new live stream room, leaving only Nyla's fans and a few casual visitors in the original place. In her live stream room, there were only praises, all admiring her for world-class beauty, giving her exaggerated compliments one after another. The casual visitors found these comments headache-inducing and quickly left. Returning to Kelly's live stream room and seeing normal comments, the newly arrived visitors heaved a sigh of relief. How can Nyla's fans be so enthusiastic about praising her? Gallensteining to what they say makes my head hurt. They just blindly praise. Kelly is better, her fans are more civilized and don't overpraise awkwardly. Quinlan's group seems to be at the snack street too. I wonder if the two groups will meet. In the taxi. Kelly looked at the meter reading, recalling that the remaining money also belonged partly to Nyla, causing her brows to furrow. She didn't want to get into trouble again, so she immediately took out her phone and called. Nyla answered quickly, her tone not very friendly. Kelly? What's up? Is she going to invite her to the snack street too? Chapter 270, Private Stalker Fans? Do you need a share of the leftover money from buying groceries? Kelly asked seriously. Adrian, who was nervously thinking about how to decline, showed an impatient expression upon hearing this. No, you keep it. Without waiting for any reply, she directly ended the call, inwardly criticizing that Kelly really had issues. It was just a few $100, no one would covet such a small sum. So petty, clearly a person from the slums, her character can never change. How could someone like her be qualified as Madam Flynn of the Flynn family? In the taxi, Audrey couldn't help but say, Sister Brooke, you are too tolerant of Adrian. If anyone dared to treat her like that, always putting her down, she would absolutely get angry and fight back. Kelly shook her head, her cold beautiful eyes revealing a hint of melancholy. It's not tolerance, it's just. She didn't want to make her parents sad. Of course, she wouldn't voice the second part. Audrey didn't understand, nor did the live stream viewers, but the Flynn family understood. At the Flynn villa. On the big screen showing the live variety show, Madam Flynn's eyes reddened upon hearing Kelly's words, even Hakeem's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Gregor clenched his fists tightly. Beck, Tamara, do you really have to let Tyra suffer for the past friendship? How Adrian targets her on the show and tarnishes our Flynn family's reputation, you see it all clearly. People also have feelings. Aren't you afraid that if this continues, Tyra will be disappointed? Beside them, Todd heard these words but remained speechless. Each word from Gregor tore at the hearts of Mr. and Verity. They began to realize they indeed made Kelly suffer. Honey, Hakeem looked at Verity and asked. If she disagreed, he wouldn't act. Verity, with tears in her eyes, nodded slightly at him. Let's give Tyra justice. Hakeem immediately called and instructed his assistant to gather evidence to clear up all the lies Adrian had spread. The Flynn family had never wronged her. Inside the live stream room, Kelly and Audrey had already gotten off the taxi and were walking toward the snack street. Seeing crowds gathered at the entrance of the snack street, both paused in surprise. Upon getting closer, they found Quinlan and Cade there. They chose a pretty good spot, Kelly commented. They should be able to gather 100 people soon in such a place. Sister Brooke, almost everyone is here. There might be few inside, Audrey raised her eyebrows. Kelly nodded firmly. The two walked through the back door into the snack street. Indeed, only a few people were scattered inside. Even those usually bustling stalls only had a couple of people queuing. Go queue for the grilled meat skewers, I'll take care of the taro chips, Kelly said, passing over 100 yuan. Audrey quickly took the money and started queuing with lightning speed. Before long, the two bought plenty of food and also bought some for Quinlan and Cade. Carrying their purchases, they sat on stone stools nearby and started enjoying the food. They could also watch Quinlan and Cade complete their tasks, feeling like they were watching a reality show. Surprisingly, it was quite entertaining. Kelly has an ethereal demeanor and a cool appearance, but I really feel like she's just a funny lady. If Quinlan and Cade looked up and saw the two of them, they'd definitely be stunned, ha ha ha. Hasn't anyone noticed that although Kelly looks cold, she has a warm heart? She bought extra stuff when shopping. She truly is a good friend to have. Half an hour later, Kelly finished eating everything she had. Quinlan and Cade seemed to have completed their tasks. They waved at the crowd with smiles, signed a few autographs, and left. The audience was very polite, not chasing after them but watching them walk away before re-entering the snack street. Kelly gave Audrey a nod, and both picked up the specially bought items, quietly following behind Quinlan, looking very much like private stalker fans. Following closely but keeping a distance, it looked quite eerie. I feel like there's someone watching us from behind, Quinlan whispered. Cade nodded. I feel the same way. Sister, shall we turn around and check? What if they're private stalker fans? That'd be bad news if we look back, Quinlan complained. She didn't expect that stalker fans would now be so bold as to follow openly, even on camera, not fearing being exposed online. So what should we do? Cade asked anxiously. Quinlan thought for a moment. When I count to 3, let's run. Cade gave a thumbs up. Okay. After walking for a while, Quinlan suddenly said, 1, 2, 3. Both of them sprinted forward, and Kelly and Audrey hurried to keep up. The four of them chased each other, and the netizens in the live stream laughed their heads off. What on earth are they playing at, ha ha ha. Quinlan and Cade are totally scared, how can Kelly be so funny? Confirmed comedic girl, but if I were being followed, I'd be scared stiff too. But it feels a bit sad, these days those stalker fans are really excessive, hate those stalkers the most. Yeah, looking at their reaction, they must have been tormented by stalkers before. Quinlan, who was a bit overweight, couldn't run for long after a few steps. She had to stop and catch her breath heavily, forcing Cade to stop as well. He looked worried. Sis, what's going on, can't you run anymore? Bro, you go first, don't worry about me. Quinlan said. Her expression was very tragic, as if she had made a death-defying decision. The live stream viewers were again laughing heartily. Everyone's stomachs hurt from laughter, they never expected that a food variety show could be this humorous. Sis, we're a team, we're good friends who trust each other, I can't leave you here to suffer alone. Cade said. Just as they were getting emotional, Kelly and Audrey arrived in front of them. What are you two doing? The familiar voice made them turn around abruptly, seeing it was them, they were completely stunned. How could it be you two? Aren't you stalker fans? Cade asked blankly. Quinlan covered her eyes, she felt incredibly embarrassed and ashamed of this foolish teammate. It has always been us. Kelly said. She wasn't very familiar with the concept of stalker fans. Sis Brooke brought me to deliver some food for you guys, ha ha ha, you sure ran fast. Audrey couldn't help but burst into laughter. She was truly impressed, Quinlan running looked like a round ball rolling, both cute and hilarious. Food? Cade's eyes lit up. Kelly handed him the bag in her hand, we went to the snack street earlier, and got 2 portions of everything. Ulrich didn't agree to directly give money, but giving food should be fine, perfect for lunch. Chapter 271, Room Comparison. Cade and Quinlan opened the bag, although the food inside had cooled down, it still emitted an inviting aroma that made their stomachs growl. They were quite hungry after running around just now. Winnie, you're really great. From now on, we'll be good friends. If there's anything, you can tell me directly, if I can help, I absolutely will, Quinlan said with a serious tone as she took a skewer. Cade hurriedly chimed in, me too. Kelly smiled, you two eat your fill. Do you want to ride back to the villa? Upon hearing this, both of them felt overjoyed. They had spent all their money on transportation, so being offered a ride would save them from walking back. At that moment, Kelly seemed like a fairy to them, one who could alleviate suffering. The 4 of them got into a taxi, and the 2 fans kept thanking her. From now on, I'll start liking Kelly too, she is such a nice person, offering us food and a ride. She must be an angel. I've never cursed at her, and I'm glad I didn't join others in cyberbullying her. Sniff, sniff, I used to curse at her, but I won't do it anymore. Why is she so kind? This is what people call cold on the outside but warm-hearted inside, right? Kelly's popularity began to rise rapidly. Edison, looking at the followers count on Weibo, couldn't help but admire how easy his artist was to manage. More artists like this would be great. He loved it. After returning to the villa, Kelly and Audrey stayed in the kitchen discussing how to prepare dishes. Quinlan and Cade initially wanted to help, but they were turned down. Last time the director allowed them to help because they had no choice, but this time they hadn't even tried yet. If it didn't work out, they would ask for help then. The first dish they made was braised eggplant. Audrey had some cooking skills and understood how to control the heat, so following a video blogger's tutorial went well, resulting in a very tasty dish. Kelly also did very well. Her learning ability was strong, and after making twice-cooked pork last time, she had figured out some cooking secrets. Nyla came downstairs only after sleeping upstairs, immediately smelling the rich aroma of food. She realized those 2 had already started showing off in front of the camera without her, which irritated her to no end. TSK, trying to make everyone think she's lazy? Their hearts are truly vicious. Walking into another kitchen, Nyla washed the vegetables she needed, pretending casually, actually, I do enough of these things at home, so cooking isn't difficult for me. But of course, my cooking isn't particularly good. She playfully stuck out her tongue, making her fans feel quite sorry for her. How did the Flynn family treat their little fairy? When have we ever made her do those things? She still doesn't forget to tarnish our reputation. Beck, when are you going to get evidence against her? Gregor asked through gritted teeth. Watching Nyla put on a show live on camera made him wish he could burst in and expose her. Beck, it will take some time, don't worry, fake is always fake, Farrell said. Gregor rarely lost his composure like this, indicating how upset he truly was. Beck, Gianna has really gone too far this time. Our family rises and falls together, we cannot let her harm the company's interests, Todd suddenly said. He had always been overly protective of Nyla, tolerating everything she did, but now he was criticizing her, shocking the entire Flynn family. Was this kid possessed? Noticing the doubtful gazes of everyone, Todd blushed. How foolish had he been in the past? I'll go upstairs and take a picture of Gianna's room. It might reduce some of the public pressure, Todd said. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly headed upstairs, unable to bear everyone's probing gaze. Minchen has finally grown up, Gregor sighed, feeling relieved. As an older brother, he was very pleased. Farrell and Alea also nodded approvingly, smiling. Upstairs, Todd opened Nyla's door, clenching his teeth at the lavish interior. Among all the Flynn family members, her room was the most luxurious, and her parents always gave her the best from childhood. The brothers never enjoyed such treatment. Yet, she dared to say the Flynn family wronged her. This time, Nyla had really gone too far. After taking photos of her room, a sudden thought struck Todd, leading him to photograph Kelly's room. Since she didn't care much about external conditions and had just returned to the Flynn family, her room lacked valuable items, appearing simple and slightly shabby by comparison. Todd suddenly felt pained. He realized that they hadn't treated their sister properly. He posted both photos on Weibo. Nyla's room had many of her own photos, making it clear whose rooms they were without needing further explanation. After posting on Weibo, Todd opened a shopping app and began selecting room decorations. Whether out of compensation or sympathy, he placed orders for many items. If others had it, how could his own sister be without? As the brother who got along best with Nyla, Todd's photos immediately attracted numerous comments upon release, from fans and passers-by alike. I don't understand, didn't someone say on the show that the Flynn family treated her badly? With so many good things in this room, how is that bad? Wow, I just went to screenshot search, and a tiny vase costs tens of thousands. If the Flynn family treats servants this well, I have nothing to say. What does Todd mean? Our little fairy considered you the best brother, and you stab her in the back. Are you even human? The person upstairs has some serious brain damage. If you look closely, it should be your little fairy who first stabbed the Flynn family in the back, emphasizing on the show and Weibo that the Flynn family treated her badly. Besides Weibo, the live stream chat was also in an uproar, mostly filled with ridicule. Nyla, however, remained oblivious, continuing to handle the vegetables in her pitiful act. Steaming fish went very smoothly, but when it came to twice-cooked pork, she also watched a video and followed the instructions to boil the meat. Cooking fish didn't require steps like deodorizing or skimming off foam, so Nyla instinctively skipped several steps. As a result, while the appearance of the twice-cooked pork looked decent, the taste was truly unbearable. She tasted it herself and almost felt like throwing up. But Nyla maintained her expression, feigning enjoyment. To redo it would be absolutely impossible. Acting skills were needed everywhere in the entertainment industry. She believed that even if her dish wasn't tasty, the guests would definitely not comment much. Nyla forgot that among the guests was a troublemaker, Audrey, who wasn't part of the entertainment circle. As evening approached, all the dishes were prepared. Joel and Hurley, looking exhausted, returned to the villa. They appeared very disheveled, and netizens who hadn't been following their live stream couldn't help but express confusion. Did these two go bricklaying? Chapter 272, The Flynn family comes forward to clarify. Rat with a smile, the previous comment hit the nail on the head. Hurley and Joel really did go to lay bricks. Wah. I feel like I missed out on something big by not watching their live streams. Netizens who watched Hurley and Joel's combination couldn't help but enlighten everyone that the duo had encountered a familiar Zachariah when they were taking a taxi. That was the very Zachariah who listened to Kelly's prediction about them being innocent youths. Knowing that the two were job hunting, he was delighted and directly took them to a construction site, even pulling some strings to get them daily paid work. As a result, whether Hurley and Joel wanted it or not, they ended up laying bricks, working so hard that they barely looked human by the end of the day. When food was served, their eyes lit up as if wolves had seen meat. They dashed to the table at an unbelievable speed. If it weren't for etiquette, they would probably grab the food with their hands. You're this hungry? Kelly raised an eyebrow. If you spent a whole day laying bricks, you'd be just as famished. Joel complained breathlessly. He didn't know why he was so unlucky to encounter that Zachariah and ended up with a bricklaying job. Kelly smiled, moving swiftly between the kitchen and the dining table, and soon the table was filled with dishes. With 5 dishes and a soup paired with rice, everything looked incredibly appetizing. Finally, I can fill my starving belly, Joel exclaimed happily. He reached for the twice-cooked pork first, which is famously good with rice. Eating this dish could lead one to finish several bowls of rice. But as soon as the twice-cooked pork entered his mouth, Joel's joyous expression froze. He quietly ate several bites of rice before he could suppress the salty taste. He had never eaten such terrible twice-cooked pork. It tasted like chewing wax and yet had such a rich flavor. Joel sipped the tomato rib soup. This mouthful was smooth and rich, elevating his soul. It was genuine gourmet. For the rest of the meal, except for Nyla occasionally picking at the twice-cooked pork, everyone else avoided it entirely. Under normal circumstances, not finishing all the food wouldn't seem so odd, but today Joel and Hurley were so hungry that they felt they could eat the table too. They emptied all the rice from the pot, finished every dish and its broth, leaving only the twice-cooked pork untouched. Though no one said anything, their attitude was clear. This dish indeed tasted bad. By the end, Nyla's face was strained. Haha, this is the culinary skill of your little fairy who often helps out in the kitchen? Even a dog wouldn't eat this. To be honest, I think Hurley and Joel must be hungrier than dogs right now. They not eating proves this isn't good. I've realized everyone always has complex expressions when eating twice-cooked pork. Nyla herself looks especially grotesque. This girl really loves lying. She said she could handle fish, but can she? Nyla once again managed to lower public goodwill toward her. After dinner, Quinlan and others started cleaning up the dishes. They cleared the empty plates first, saving the twice-cooked pork for last, embarrassing Nyla once more. Of course, while clearing the dishes, they had no ill intentions, just finding it easier to start with empty plates. After dinner, the guests sat on the sofa watching TV, all with bulging bellies, looking thoroughly satisfied. I didn't expect your skills to be so good. Entrusting you with cooking was brilliant, Joel praised. Mostly because he was so exhausted, everything tasted delicious. Yes, I've never had tomato rib soup before. I thought it would be terrible, but it turned out surprisingly good, tasting absolutely amazing. Quinlan gave a thumbs up. That soup was made by our Brooke sister. I liked it a lot too, Audrey giggled, hugging Kelly's arm for credit. If Nyla said she made the soup, what then? After chatting for a while, the guests went upstairs to wash up and prepare for bed. Audrey finally got her own room. Pouting and waving goodbye to Kelly, she looked quite dissatisfied. She seemed like Bai Nyangzi and Hope Xian separated by Fahai. Ulrich watching from backstage had a twitching corner of his mouth. This girl was truly entertaining. Today was really a good day. High traffic and no conflicts among the guests. I should have a drink tonight, the director chuckled. Though Audrey seems like a firecracker, ready to snap at anyone, if left alone, she's easy to talk to and takes cooking seriously. It seemed that the guests all liked this new addition to the show. Of course, except for Nyla. Yes, our show has truly become a hit now. It's a pity that some people still think it's just another quarrel-filled variety show, the assistant director sighed. Ulrich rolled his eyes. As long as it's not actually a quarrel-filled variety show, that's fine. The guests didn't fight today, did they? The assistant director nodded, finding this argument reasonable and did not object. Unbeknownst to them, while they were talking, the materials organized by the Flynn family were posted online. If Todd's comparison picture was just a pebble thrown into the lake, causing only ripples, then the Flynn family's materials were like a boulder, splashing water everywhere. The content they posted was not fabricated. It detailed various investments in Nyla over the years, as well as pocket money, properties, and various expenses. Just from the figures, one could see that even after recognizing her as their biological daughter, the Flynn family had never mistreated her. With so much wealth and servants at home, why would they let their daughter work in the kitchen, or even suffer? The Flynn family was clearly slapping Nyla in the face, while also warning her not to speak irresponsibly. Such behavior would no longer be tolerated. Why aren't the fans of a certain fairy jumping out now? This evidence is powerful enough to break your faces. The one who cried on Weibo and asked for donations of money and houses was none other than her. It's hard to judge. Having an adopted daughter like Nyla would truly break one's heart. If she were my daughter, I'd kick her in the gut. Such trash doesn't deserve my wealth. Our little fairy might have just been unable to bear the change in status. Making mistakes can be understood. She's like a naughty child seeking her mother's attention. Really disgusting. A child doing such things might be seeking their mother's attention, but as an adult, I can only say her heart is truly cruel, dragging the loving Flynn family down with her. No wonder even Todd doesn't stand by her side anymore. Chapter 273, aren't you? The Flynn family's clarification pinned Adrian to the pillar of ridicule and shame. Her fairy pink fans wanted to refute it, but the evidence was right there in front of them. Even with their ability to turn black into white, they couldn't change the situation. It was unheard of and unseen that an artist could be so difficult to handle. As a result, those few remaining fans of Adrian began another small-scale mass departure, with some even turning against her. They had supported her for years, even blackening the names of many other celebrities on her behalf. Onlookers silently watched this turmoil in the fan community, all agreeing that watching this show was truly refreshing, especially since Adrian was not a pleasant person. Though she always appeared gentle on the outside, her heart was as venomous as a snake's, and she was prone to fierce jealousy. This wave of defamation for Adrian successfully whitewashed several female celebrities in the entertainment industry who had been unjustly maligned before. Since the smear campaigns were baseless and forced upon them by the fairy pink fans. Of course, there were also female celebrities who took advantage of the moment to push further when the wall was crumbling, openly using this reason to cleanse themselves. After all, everyone now knew that the Flynn family's official clarification indicated that they would no longer support Adrian. In the entertainment circle, it was all about connections. With none left, anyone could step on her easily. At this moment, Dung Chong Entertainment, the company that signed Adrian, was going mad. They thought they held a trump card, only to find it had turned into a losing hand. All due to her own doing. The agent called over. Adrian, you promised us you would maintain good relations with your family, and that the Flynn family would still pour resources into you. Is this what you call maintaining good relations? I'm telling you, we have plenty of promising stars on our roster, and we don't need to put all our resources and traffic into you. If you can't handle things with the Flynn family, you should quickly step aside. Hearing the agent's words, Adrian, who had just read the Flynn family's exposé, bit her lip hard in anger, trembling and unable to speak. She was furious. How did those people in the Flynn family dare to do this? I will properly handle this matter, Adrian said, trying to steady her emotions. How exactly are you planning to handle it? The agent persisted. Adrian, I warn you, if the Flynn family hasn't taken down the trending topic within 3 days, don't blame me for applying to the company to abandon you. All right. Adrian squeezed out the word through gritted teeth. The agent snorted and hung up, completely different from the respectful manner he used to treat her. Power and capital indeed mattered most. I made so much money for your company, and now you're ready to give me up? And you want to freeze me out? Bitches, every single one of you is despicable. If I had the power, I'd kill you all first. Adrian cursed between clenched teeth, throwing the pillow violently onto the bed, clearly imagining it as the people bullying her. She didn't realize that the reason things had deteriorated to this point was because she herself wasn't content. The Flynn family had already treated her well enough and valued her highly, yet she still wanted more. In another room, Kelly wiped her hair while video calling Hassan. He seemed very busy recently, always filming whenever they talked. Isabeline, when can we meet? Even though we're in the same city, it feels like there are thousands of kilometers between us. Hassan said with a sigh. Sadness shone through his warm, phoenix-like eyes, and his handsome face looked helpless. Kelly's heart moved slightly. She tried to touch Hassan through the screen, her eyes filled with faint longing. I'll come see you after the variety show recordings, okay? Upon hearing this, Hassan's eyes lit up with spots of joy, his lips curving into a visible smile, visibly delighted. If Edison saw him like this, he would definitely mock how easy he was to appease. Arden, talking to your girlfriend? A loud girl's voice reached Kelly's ears, making her somewhat puzzled. She saw Hassan smiling as he turned the camera around. There was a girl wearing a down jacket, her nose red from the cold. Her short hair gave off a neat and efficient vibe, her features exquisite yet bold, large eyes adding a touch of cuteness. Hi, I'm Arden's close friend, Jill. You must be Kelly, the popular entertainer lately. I heard you can tell fortunes from people's faces. Can you help me through the phone? Jill laughed heartily, but her large eyes revealed a hint of scrutiny and disdain. Kelly had never encountered such strange people before. She could feel that Jill disliked her but was putting on a pretense. Oh yeah, I forgot we're in the entertainment industry, where mysticism is just for show. Sorry to trouble you. There's time to meet up for dinner. I'd love to see what kind of exceptional beauty has captivated Hassan so much that he won't shoot intimate scenes with me and insists on using a body double. Jill chuckled again. The more Kelly listened, the more she felt that there was an underlying tone of insinuation in Jill's words. She carefully examined Jill's face. There was a mole in her left palate, which at this position signified a mark that could break up love affairs. From the dark circles under her eyes, it seemed she was quite exhausted. The two shallow vertical lines between her eyebrows were not in a good location. You've incited 3 couples to break up and have had 2 abortions. Am I right? Kelly said. Jill's fake, carefree smile froze instantly. A flicker of panic flashed across her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Hassan, I came to meet your girlfriend as a friend. What does she mean? Talking nonsense like that? If you can't stand me being by your side, just say so. We're both women, why do you have to be so hostile to me and tarnish my reputation? Jill said with a slight choke in her voice. Kelly blinked a couple of times, feeling rather puzzled. She had merely stated the facts. Tyra, I'll hang up now. Hassan said. When he hung up, his face was expressionless, looking somewhat angry. Since they first met, Hassan had never shown this kind of look to Kelly. Stunned, she hadn't even reacted when she heard the dial tone. The call had already been disconnected. A mix of anger and sadness welled up inside her. She covered her chest to suppress her emotions. It felt like a lump in her heart, making her feel suffocated, almost unable to breathe. At this moment, Kelly wanted to call back and ask Hassan what he meant. Did he think she was wrong? If that were the case, she didn't want this man anymore. Let anyone who wanted him have him. Meanwhile, on set. Seeing Hassan lash out at Kelly, Jill's eyes shifted slightly as she looked at him and smiled. Arden, it's not such a big deal. Women tend to get jealous of other females around their career friends. I understand. No matter what, you shouldn't yell at your girlfriend. If our relationship is affected because of me, then wouldn't I really become the person others say I am? She made sking sounds, clearly bothered by what Kelly had said earlier, but trying to act like it didn't matter. Aren't you? Hassan suddenly replied. Chapter 274, A Man's Tea, Public Enemy. Hassan's brief 4 words made Jill's brain freeze. She stared at him with widened eyes and a frown. She suspected she hadn't heard clearly and asked again, what did you say? Tyra wouldn't make a mistake. Also, I'm not familiar with you, so there's no need for such an intimate tone. The reason I hung up was to prevent you from disturbing her peace. I can handle someone like you on my own, Hassan said calmly. His expression remained unchanged, but his words cut deep. You're sick, Jill couldn't help but curse. Hassan nodded. If you want to put it that way, I don't mind finding someone to investigate your past. He always trusted what Kelly calculated, she wouldn't lie. Sure enough, Jill was stunned by these words. She had stirred up trouble between many couples before, but this was the first time she encountered someone as firm as steel. Psycho, I can't be bothered to argue with you. You actually believe what a fortune teller says. She grumbled and walked away. Jill didn't notice the increasingly cold look on Hassan's face behind her. It was fine if she cursed him, but cursing Kelly was unacceptable. Hassan took out his phone and contacted people from the Hope family to investigate Jill. He believed they would find quite a few shocking details about her. "Mr. Hope, it's your scene now," the assistant on set informed him. After this distraction, Hassan forgot to call Kelly and explain, continuing with his busy schedule. He wouldn't know how much he would suffer because of this incident. The next day, Adrian hadn't slept all night, partly angry and partly brainstorming ways to salvage her image through live variety shows. At 5 in the morning, she opened the door and went downstairs to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Witnessing this, netizens began discussing. "Hey, why is Adrian down here making breakfast? Didn't her helpless act already fall apart? Why does she still want to please others?" Well, it's hard to judge. I'm curious what kind of tricks she has up her sleeve. She's probably trying to cook breakfast, but her culinary skills are terrible. Actually, there's no need for this, and doing so much won't help either. Everyone already knows what kind of person she is. Time ticked by, and guests gradually woke up and came downstairs. Everyone got up pretty early today because the program was wrapping up, and they could return home in the afternoon. Audrey and Quinlan wanted to go to the kitchen to make breakfast first but were surprised to see Adrian wearing an apron and struggling in the kitchen. And in the pot, there was a pile of black, unidentifiable, garbage. "Sorry, I tried to cook breakfast for everyone, but my cooking skills aren't good. I wasted food," Adrian apologized with reddened eyes and bowed deeply, looking very pitiful. Audrey twitched at the corner of her mouth, feeling like her cerebellum was shrinking. She had never seen such a stark contrast in one person within such a short time. Where was yesterday's Adrian? Had she been possessed? "It's okay. Just wait outside, we'll do it. Breakfast will be ready soon," Quinlan said. With tearful eyes, Adrian left the kitchen. Seeing the guests sitting on the couch, she quickly offered them honey water. Seeing the honey water in front of them, the guests were all bewildered. Hurley pushed it slightly away without drinking it, afraid there might be poison. Kelly, however, drank it calmly and finished it. "Thank you, it's very tasty. Thank you for your thoughtfulness." Those words nearly made Adrian grit her teeth in frustration. Indeed, she intended to create an image of being humble, but she didn't expect Kelly to treat her like a servant. This patronizing tone disgusted her. The other guests all smiled faintly and also drank the honey water, appreciating her gesture. Even Hurley, who had just complained, followed suit. But as everyone drank the honey water together, with Adrian standing there watching, it only made her look more like a maid. Who knew maids no longer existed, yet someone is still eager to serve others? This is easy to understand. Adrian probably noticed the negative online reactions and wants to regain fans or gain sympathy from passersby. In the past, fans might have fallen for such behavior, but times have changed. I can only say this is self-degrading. How could someone full of lies even be considered a decent artist? Can't we get her punished publicly? Does anyone remember Egon? Why should she escape blame for planning to kidnap Kelly when he ended up with an unknown fate? It's not about whether he's good or bad, it's just that Adrian is shameless. When a person hits rock bottom and is filled with scandals, people tend to repeatedly dig up their past. Adrian had no time to check her phone now. If she had the chance to see what netizens were saying, she would surely be driven to the verge of collapse. What she hated most at this moment was that others associated her with the fool Egon, who planned a kidnapping but ended up being kidnapped himself. Such trash didn't deserve to be her friend. Moreover, he not only got himself exposed but also implicated her, which was an utter disgrace. Thinking about the events on today's hot search list, the director had a sudden idea and announced that new guests would join under the pretext of preparing for their arrival, allowing the current guests to act freely for the day. They could stay in the villa all day or go out as they pleased. The production team would not collect their phones today, so guests could spend their own money freely. Since the director is being so generous, I hope the new guests don't come today and preferably not in the next few episodes, Cade said cheerfully. Ulrich's voice came through the intercom. "You're dreaming." Cade's smile slowly faded, turning into a blank expression, even one of indignation. "Joa, be careful, we might report you for swearing," Quinlan teased with a smile. This time, the director dared not say anything, believing the guest could indeed make good on their word. Wow, Quinlan's sticking up for Cade. They seem to have a good relationship. Can we ship them? And they have such good chemistry, they've been paired together several times. For the love of it, Quinlan looks pretty good. She could be a goddess if she loses some weight, and pairing her with a younger guy seems perfect. Stop shipping CPs. Everyone, quickly head over to the trending topic for some juicy gossip. A crowd of gossips flooded into the live stream, making everyone shift their focus to Weibo's trending topics. There, it showed Hope Man intervening in other people's relationships, forcing abortions twice, and using her brother identity to sabotage her friend's partner, ultimately causing their breakup. Pictures provided undeniable proof, hammering the fans' minds. They couldn't believe their idol could be like this. Man T, public enemy of women. Chapter 275 Watching a movie. Once the trending search appeared, Jill's reputation plummeted to its worst, and the TV series she filmed with Hassan was urgently withdrawn for safety. The production team quickly dismissed her. Moreover, she had to bear the anger from her fans and the celebrities who were split up because of her. From now on, Jill would cease to exist in the entertainment circle. Hassan's measures were truly swift and decisive. Inside the villa of the variety show, the guests all sat on the sofa with worried looks, not knowing what to do. In the past, they complained about the tasks arranged by the director, but now that he said they could do as they pleased, it became boring. TSK, humans are truly unpredictable. Since this is a food-themed show, why don't we go find some delicious food? Quinlan suggested. We've already eaten most of the nearby delicacies. There's probably nothing special left, Cade replied. Not just them, even Audrey, who had just arrived, had tasted plenty of local cuisines. Actually, if you think about it, there were only a few places nearby. Tyra, what should we do? Quinlan asked Kelly, and everyone's eyes followed. Kelly pursed her lips. I suggest we stay inside, it's going to rain heavily outside. Hearing this, the guests exclaimed in unison and turned their heads stiffly to look at the sky outside. The sun was shining brightly, and there wasn't a cloud in sight. It didn't look like it would rain at all. This? Tyra, your image shouldn't be maintained this way. The weather forecast last night said it would be sunny today, and it won't rain, Adrian murmured softly. But even though she spoke very softly, the microphone pinned to her collar recorded every word clearly, and everyone watching the live stream could hear her. If you don't believe me, you can go out. Those who trust me should just stay inside, Kelly said calmly. She was just reminding them, not forcing anyone to stay inside. To Adrian, these words sounded like a challenge. She pursed her lips and stood up. Then I'll go for a walk. I haven't been in a good mood lately and need some fresh air. Anyone want to join me? Silence greeted her question, as if crows were flying over their heads. Adrian gripped her wrist tightly, feeling furious at their favoritism, but she dared not show it on her face and could only turn away. It's such a sunny day. They really believed Kelly and are afraid to go out? I also find it amusing. I've never seen someone maintain an image this way. The weather forecast says no rain. If it rains, there must be something wrong. But hasn't Kelly always been quite accurate in predicting things? I'll tell my mom to bring in the clothes just in case. Better safe than sorry. Hashtag Kelly predicts rain under clear skies hashtag. The trending topic quickly shot up, with ridicule in the comments below. However, while the guests looked at Kelly, they found it impossible yet inexplicably believed her. There seemed to be a mysterious charm about her. No matter what she said while sitting there, it felt incredibly reasonable. With the rain coming soon, I'm craving hot pot. Would you like to have some too? If so, I'll buy more ingredients, Kelly turned to ask the others. Everyone nodded. Whether it rained or not was set aside, but eating hot pot was definitely on the agenda. Kelly immediately started shopping, filling the cart with ingredients and checking out, even adding tips for the delivery person. Her order was picked up right away. After finishing, she put her phone back in her pocket with a satisfied smile, noticing everyone looking at her. What's wrong? Why are you all staring at me? Kelly asked curiously. Joel coughed. Is it really going to rain later? He didn't want to believe it either, but recalling how she accurately predicted his virginity, he had no choice but to trust her. Hearing everyone still debating, Kelly sighed helplessly. Belief determines perception. Let's wait and see. Joel hummed, finding this statement quite profound. The fairy fans in the live stream seized the opportunity. Fortune-telling is fine, saying belief determines perception. But talking about the weather this way sounds a bit ridiculous. You laugh, I laugh too. Turns out Kelly is also a comedian. Who exactly is supporting this kind of celebrity? Not me, certainly. Want to watch a movie? Kelly asked Audrey. There was a cinema in one of the rooms on the second floor of the villa, and the guests hadn't visited it much during this period since they were busy with daily tasks. Yes. Audrey nodded eagerly. Watching movies didn't matter, what mattered was getting closer to Kelly. Getting close to a beautiful woman was simply the most perfect and joyful thing in the world. The two went upstairs to watch a movie, and Hurley, feeling bored, also stood up. I'll join you in a bit. The others thought for a moment and decided to follow him. Sitting here was boring anyway, it would be more fun to watch a movie together. Thus, except for Adrian, the guests all sat in the cinema room on the second floor. Looking at them, Audrey couldn't help but complain inwardly. They couldn't give her and Daphne a moment of privacy. What should we watch? Quinlan asked enthusiastically. Horror movie. Cade replied immediately. Joel nodded, yes, watching a horror movie with so many people in a dark room is the most interesting. Under the table, they picked a very classic and well-received horror movie and began to watch it intently. Aya, why am I watching a horror movie on a variety show? I'm genuinely scared of this stuff. These celebrities are so brave to watch in the dark. It's pitch black all around. If I were watching, I might get scared out of my mind. Hey family, did you notice that the camera seemed to be shaking, or rather, it's the cameraman's hands that were shaking. The eerie music from the horror movie slowly played, and everyone was engrossed, with time ticking away. During the movie, everyone screamed, even Audrey, who often dealt with such things, was greatly affected by the terrifying atmosphere. Kelly's arms were held from both sides, on the left was Audrey, and on the right was Quinlan. Whenever the scary scenes came up, the two would bury their heads in her arms and peek through the gaps cautiously, embodying the phrase, afraid yet can't resist. Kelly remained silent, unsure of what to say. Horror movies had made it to her blacklist, she wouldn't watch them again. After the movie ended, it turned out all the ghosts were man-made, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief but couldn't help complaining. Let's not watch domestic horror movies next time. They always end this way, I'm used to it now. But at least this ending makes me feel better. Quinlan and Audrey, both of whom loved to play yet were easily frightened, complained, making netizens laugh heartily. These two were real jesters. Moreover, after watching this movie, they seemed to have found kindred spirits. The two became very close, clearly like two best sisters. Chapter 276, The Wet Dog Nyla. The guests returned to the living room only to find that the sky, which had been bright and sunny, was now completely dark, with thunder rumbling and raindrops pattering down in a torrential downpour. Damn, it's really raining, Joel exclaimed in shock. He ran to the floor-to-ceiling window to look outside. Most pedestrians on the road didn't have umbrellas, and they were running around very clumsily. The other guests also came forward to watch, but Kelly stood before the ingredients, carefully counting if there was enough. Netizens were astonished. God, today's weather forecast said no rain, yet it predicted this. This is seriously impressive. Looking at people running outside, I can't help but replace their faces with Nyla's. She must be pretty disheveled now, right? Because of the heavy rain, her side couldn't be filmed clearly, so the camera turned off directly. Meaning she's probably even more disheveled than you think. Why do I feel like laughing? Sorry, I'm just such an unsympathetic and cold woman. After watching for a while, the guests sat back on the sofas, filled with admiration for Kelly. She was simply divine. In such weather, having hot pot is perfect. I can't imagine how happy I'll be when the warm hot pot enters my stomach. Cade rubbed his belly inside. Quinlan laughed heartily, I dare to imagine. Their banter lifted everyone's spirits. Everyone took out the ingredients and went to wash them together. Kelly sorted out the extras and handed them to the cameraman. You've all worked hard during this time. Give these to the director, let him take everyone out for a good meal. Hearing this, the cameraman was deeply touched. He never thought a celebrity would care about ordinary people like them. He nodded quickly, deciding then and there that he would become Kelly's fan from now on, and he took the items to the director. Ah, Kelly really has a cold face but a warm heart. She has always quietly cared for those around her. Supporting such an artist gives me a sense of security, and she can predict the weather better than the forecast. Just a lucky guess. Can fans stop glorifying her? Try guessing right once. Hashtag Sue way more accurate than weather forecast hashtag. While friends argued, the guests had already placed all the ingredients and pots on the table, adding hot pot base to teapot, and pouring in mineral water. Watching the bubbling broth and smelling the aroma of the hot pot filling the air, everyone felt happiness in unison. Many thanks to you, Tyra, for allowing us to eat hot pot. Let me toast to you first. Quinlan raised her glass of orange juice. Everyone else raised their glasses too, clinking them in midair with Kelly. Every face wore a smile, looking very happy. Eat, Kelly said. Everyone immediately put vegetables into the hot pot, successfully making the director, staff, and netizens in front of the screens drool. They craved not only the taste of the hot pot but also the pleasant and joyful atmosphere. Everyone couldn't help but marvel that Kelly was actually quite a nice person. Having eaten the hot pot, everyone felt warmly cozy, lounging on the sofas like couch potatoes without wanting to do anything. Let's clean up later, I'm too full. Quinlan patted her bloated stomach. Kelly also burped, I enjoyed eating today. Everyone burst into laughter, agreeing wholeheartedly that they were truly happy. Suddenly, the door was pushed open from the outside, cold air rushing in. Everyone shivered as they looked toward the entrance. Standing at the doorway was Nyla, dripping wet from head to toe, her delicate makeup smeared all over her face, presenting a stark contrast to the neat appearance of the guests. Wow, so pathetic. Doesn't she look like a wet dog? So celebrities can smudge their makeup too. That makes me feel better. After all, celebrities are human, ha ha ha. I don't know if other celebrities are human, but Nyla. Her fans always say she's a fairy. The guests stared blankly at Nyla, none moving to offer help. Mainly because she insisted on going out, which had nothing to do with them. Nyla seemed very aggrieved, wiping her tears and stomping upstairs, leaving black marks on the white tiles, looking quite dirty. Why didn't she change into slippers before coming in? Joel remarked involuntarily. Being cleanliness conscious, he found Nyla even more detestable. Upstairs. In the bathroom, Nyla looked at herself and couldn't hold back her tears. She originally intended to show Kelly her triumphant return, dry and comfortable, ridiculing that it wasn't raining at all. But unexpectedly, the sky changed so suddenly. And the change was so quick, she hadn't reacted in time and ended up a wet dog. The fragrance of the hot pot still lingered in the villa, making Nyla's stomach rumble. Those people actually ate hot pot without her. They were deliberately excluding her. After taking a shower in the bathroom and changing into clean clothes, Nyla redid her makeup lightly and then lay on the bed to browse her phone. She saw what the guests had been doing while she was gone. They seemed really happy, completely forgetting about her. These people made Nyla feel disgusted. Her eyes flickered as she sat up from the bed, opened the camera, and took a teary selfie. Nylav, maybe, I'm just not liked by anyone. No matter how much I do, it's all in vain. I should learn to accept it. Picture.jpg. Once posted on Weibo, netizens and passers-by who favored the underdog could not help but leave comments since Nyla indeed had a miserable night. I think those guests went too far. After all, she's a colleague they're recording the show with. Was that really necessary? True, if I had such a colleague, I'd really dislike them. It feels like everyone is pushing Kelly, and Nyla has friction with her. So everyone must choose one side. The Flynn family does seem quite over the top. Loving their biological daughter is fine, but they don't need to treat their adopted daughter of so many years like this. Of course, there were also clear-headed individuals who mocked her. Nyla insisted on going out herself. Why blame other guests for that? Without her, did everyone have to act like someone died at home? Did she have that much influence? Before these comments could be fully appreciated, they were drowned out by pro-Nyla replies. She was very satisfied. Her hunger became unbearable, and no matter how unwilling she was, she had to go downstairs to see if there was anything left to eat. Downstairs, the guests were gone, and the mess on the table had been tidied up spotlessly. Only the black footprints on the floor stood out glaringly. Nyla recalled running upstairs earlier, and her face couldn't help but change. Why didn't the director send someone to clean these footprints? Did he expect her to do it herself? She had never done housework in her life and certainly wouldn't do it on a reality show. Chapter 277, Urging and Reminding. Adrian pretended not to notice the stains on the floor and went to the kitchen to prepare food. But netizens, who always watch variety shows with a microscope, captured her subconscious reaction. What did Adrian mean? Was she planning not to clean up the mess she made? Smelly and obnoxious. She's a stinky female star. As a fairy fan, I'm convinced and about to quit being her fan. Come on, even if unwilling, can't you at least pretend in front of the live streaming camera? Just when she had gained some passers-by fans, they're lost again. Is there something wrong with Adrian's brain? Watching all the ridicule fill the screen of the live stream, the director, who was enjoying Hot Pot, chuckled merrily. Just now, when he was out with Adrian, the production team directly lost a camera. It hurt him a lot. How could he not bear a grudge? In the afternoon, the live stream camera closed on time, and the guests set off for home. This time, Fitzroy did come to pick them up. Kelly raised an eyebrow as she looked at him, feeling that the sun was rising from the west. Just after getting in the car, she saw someone else inside, Hassan. Recalling what he did during the video call, Kelly's smile faded, and her eyebrows knitted slightly. She realized that she didn't want to see him right now. But since there was only one car, not getting in wasn't an option, so Kelly had no choice but to get in. She chose to sit in the back seat, keeping distance from Hassan. Seeing the change in Fitzroy's eyes through the rearview mirror, oh, are these two having a conflict? Hassan's smile vanished, his eyes carrying some confusion. He didn't know what he had done to upset her. As the car started, he turned back and asked curiously, Tyra? Kelly hummed indifferently, clearly not willing to respond. Are you angry? Hassan asked cautiously. Feeling her inner emotions, Kelly nodded honestly, yes. Fitzroy, driving while trying to catch the gossip, nearly swerved the car. He'd never seen anyone in a relationship be this honest before. Kelly, indeed, had her unique qualities. Hassan raised an eyebrow, why are you angry? Kelly carefully felt her inner emotions and then looked into his eyes frankly, I don't want to say, and I don't want to talk to you for now. Her demeanor seemed somewhat like pouting. Looking at such a Kelly, Hassan felt unexpectedly happy. He liked her like this, she was gradually changing for him. However, resolving the current situation was more important. But since this was Hassan's first relationship, with Kelly explicitly saying she didn't want to talk, he couldn't figure out the reason even after much thought. They hadn't met for a while, so how did he offend her? The car stopped in front of the Flynn family villa. Kelly got out without lingering, while Hassan was still thinking hard. As his good friend, Fitzroy clenched his teeth in frustration. He truly couldn't understand how this guy had such a face that looked perfect for dating but was actually incredibly dense. What a waste of that handsome face. How did you offend her? Fitzroy couldn't help but ask. Hassan shook his head quickly, I don't know myself. Fitzroy sighed, unable to hold back his frustration, you're dating, but you don't even know how you offended the girl. Can you have a girlfriend like this? I'll go home with you first. Tell me what happened in the past few days, and let me analyze it for you. Okay, Hassan agreed. Fitzroy, the experienced Lothario, should be able to offer useful advice. Kelly returned to the Flynn family villa and saw that everyone was there. Upon seeing her return, they stood up to greet her, which looked a bit alarming. What's going on? She asked. Tyra, you've suffered on the variety show. You don't need to endure Adrian anymore, Gregor said first. Farrell nodded, since she doesn't want to be our daughter and has been defaming the Flynn family, we will let her have her wish. From now on, the Flynn family has only one daughter. Any adopted daughter will be considered a non-existent. This time, the Flynn family's heart was thoroughly broken. Kelly sighed at the sight and said to Farrell and Louisa, raising that daughter hasn't been easy for you either. Don't bear too much psychological pressure. Her actions have nothing to do with you. The inferiority in her bloodline is evident, as she carries Helena's blood. Speaking in the tone of an elder comforting a junior, the Flynn family was taken aback but then felt very happy. Unexpectedly, despite enduring so much humiliation outside, Kelly could still understand them. This was indeed their Flynn family's daughter. Even Todd, who usually didn't favor her much, couldn't help but nod in agreement. The Flynn family should indeed have such a magnanimous attitude. Adonis, however, frowned slightly. He had never truly believed that Nyla was that bad and always treated her like a little kid in his heart. But now it seemed that everyone at home disliked her, so he wisely didn't say much. After dinner, Adonis returned to the study and the first thing he did was call Nyla. The phone rang a few times before she answered. Nyla's face was flushed, tears glistened in her eyes, looking as if she had just been crying. Xiao Hopi, what happened? Did someone bully you? Adonis asked anxiously. Older brother, those people on the internet are all cursing me. It's because of Kelly, Nyla said with a sob. She looked miserable and helpless, her expression filled with distress. It's okay, you did make mistakes, but they can be forgiven and understood. Xiao Hopi, as long as you start reminding yourself to be more careful from now on, that's fine, Adonis said earnestly. Hearing this, Nyla nearly forgot to cry, feeling choked up. Todd used to pamper her, all she needed to do was say she felt wronged, and he would help her out. Now, Adonis's preaching made her feel nauseous and unnecessary. Big brother, I'm going out for dinner now. I'll talk to you later, Nyla said. Adonis didn't notice anything amiss, nodding and hanging up the phone with a sigh. No matter what, Xiao Hopi was still his sister, and as an older brother, he had the responsibility to urge and supervise her. He couldn't let her do anything wrong again, he needed to call her frequently to remind her. On the other side, after hanging up, Nyla cursed and threw her phone onto the bed, continuing to glare angrily at Helena who sat opposite her. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were tearful, not from being wronged but from anger. You should have killed her back then. What were you thinking? Why did you keep her? Now look, she has taken everything from me. Do you even care about me? Nyla coldly interrogated Helena. Looking at this birth mother, she really couldn't stand her. Xiao Hopi, at that time, I wanted her life to be miserable, to be mediocre, nothing more than a slave I could command. I never thought she would find her real parents, Helena said, sounding aggrieved. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have let her live, Helena added. Chapter 278, The One Who Took Her Daughter Away. There's no such thing as regret medicine in this world. What do we do now? Adrian shouted angrily at Helena. Helena felt not the least bit upset being treated this way by her own daughter. Instead, she felt extremely guilty. If not for her foolishness, little Snow could still be living the life of a pampered heiress. It's all her fault as a mother that she couldn't give her daughter what she wanted. I want Kelly to be disgraced and be worse off than me, despised by everyone. I also want to give her to old men, have her violated and persecuted, to cut off any chance of luring Brother Arden. Adrian said with crazed resolve. She was almost driven insane, seeing Kelly as the sharp sword hanging over her head, tormenting her every day, causing her unbearable pain. Tamara will help you. Helena gritted her teeth. She clenched her fists tightly and continued speaking resolutely, like a warrior cutting off his wrist. Don't worry, Xiao Hopi. With Tamara here, no one can bully you. Adrian threw herself into her arms and sobbed, Thank you, Tamara. You're the only one who's good to me. You're my only family. Since they acknowledged each other as mother and daughter, her daughter had never been close to her. Unexpectedly, it turned out like this now. Helena's heart melted into a puddle of soft water, and a happy smile appeared on her face. At this moment, even if Adrian asked her to kill someone, she would hesitate not one bit. She owed this child and should make up for it. Tamara, I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep for a while, Adrian yawned. Helena quickly let go of her, full of concern. You must not have slept well these past few days while filming the program. Get a good night's rest tonight. In a few days, Tamara will let you see the news you want to see. Hearing this, Adrian smiled again and nodded heavily, looking very sweet and lovely. I'll wait for the good news from Tamara then. Helena watched her return to the room, thinking about how many times she called her Tamara. She felt she was the happiest person at this moment. Her daughter finally recognized her. Once Kelly was dealt with, Xiao Hopi would definitely be happier. A fierce light burned in Helena's eyes, unaware that her dear daughter immediately took off the clothes she wore after entering the room and ran into the bathroom to wash the places she touched clean. What kind of person are you? How dare you hug me and hold my hand? Adrian cursed. Recalling the rough feeling of Helena's hands just now, she shivered and felt extremely disgusted, wishing she could scrub off layers of skin. If it weren't for that guy's usefulness, Adrian wouldn't have returned to this cramped and tiny room, nor would she have called that nauseating trash Tamara. She thought about this, took out her toothbrush and cup, and wanted to clean her mouth that had spoken such nonsense. Only someone as graceful and beautiful as Isabeline could be her mom, not Helena, who looks ordinary and hides away like a rat all day. Once Kelly was taken care of, she could return to the Flynn family. A conspiracy was silently brewing. Kelly decided to stay home with father and Isabeline during this break, as nothing else happened these days. As for Hassan, they sent messages to each other. Probably because she wasn't happy, he was being extra careful in choosing his words. Kelly could feel his desire to reconcile, but she still felt uncomfortable, so it remained unresolved for now. Lila, do you want to go shopping with Tamara today? Let's buy some nice clothes and get a beauty treatment. As a celebrity, you need to take care of your face. Isabeline was saying this when she realized Kelly's face looked like a peeled egg, soft, smooth, and healthy. Her daughter didn't seem to need any beauty treatments. What if the beauticians used something wrong and made her break out? Lila, why is your skin so good? Isabeline asked curiously. Kelly touched her face. Indeed, it felt very smooth and tender. Her skin was excellent. All thanks to the divine soul, but she certainly couldn't tell her mother the truth. Just as Kelly was racking her brain trying to think of a response, the doorbell rang. Isabeline put away her confusion and hurried to open the door. Seeing Hassan, she smiled like a blooming flower and quickly turned to look at her daughter. Lila, your career friend is here. Kelly sighed in relief and walked to the door. Their eyes met, and she inexplicably felt somewhat embarrassed due to her recent daily tantrums. She wasn't really human, yet she, a god, had arguments with humans. If her former colleagues knew, they would surely laugh at her. Lila, can I invite you out? Hassan asked gently. Looking closely, his expression was still very cautious, as if afraid of rejection. Sure. Kelly nodded. I'll change into another set of clothes. Hassan agreed with a smile, and Kelly turned upstairs. Isabeline invited him in. Don't stand there like a fool. Come inside and wait. Thank you, Aunt. Alea went to the kitchen to brew a cup of tea, then brought it over, looking at Hassan with utmost satisfaction. This Corey had grown up under her watchful eyes, and she never imagined he would actually be won over by her daughter. Farrell appeared at the top of the stairs, holding up his pants, and called out loudly, Honey, have you seen my... His sentence trailed off as he saw Hassan. He couldn't believe it. How did this kid come here again? He quickly retreated back into the room without much thought for coordination, hastily put on a belt, and rushed downstairs. How did you come here? Is there something wrong? Farrell asked Hassan from above, filled with suspicion. He believed this young man didn't have good intentions and was surely here to win over his daughter. He absolutely wouldn't allow it. Uncle, I came to find Lila. I'm planning to take her out, Hassan explained. Maintaining the respectful demeanor befitting a junior addressing an elder, yet Farrell's face turned fiercely red upon hearing this. No way. Our Lila isn't going out today. Farrell growled. He failed to notice that Kelly was standing at the top of the stairs, overhearing his words. Why wasn't she allowed to go out? Curiosity got the better of her, so she stayed where she was and chose to observe. Uncle, I just wanted to take Lila for a stroll. Please don't misunderstand, Hassan said helplessly. However, at this moment, all Farrell could think about was the warning in his head. This young man was trying to take away his daughter. No way, Lila has only just returned home and needs to spend more time with us two old folks. We're getting old, who knows when we might not be around anymore. Farrell blurted out nonsense, completely oblivious to the increasingly dangerous look in his wife's eyes, as if she wished to chop him up. You're the old fool, don't drag me into this. You can die by yourself, I'm living just fine, Alea snarled fiercely. All of Farrell's words died in his throat as he forced a laugh, not daring to say anything more. Damn, while talking earlier, he didn't pay attention and upset his wife again. Once the visitor left, he would definitely get scolded. It's all because of this little brat, Hassan. Chapter 279, Relationship Exposed. Seeing the atmosphere growing increasingly tense, Kelly sighed and went downstairs. Beck, she said. Looking at his beautiful and lovely daughter, Allah's anger melted away into tenderness, and he smiled, nodding. In the past, when he looked at Adrian, he didn't have this feeling. Blood ties really do make a difference. Hassan stood up and walked to Kelly's side, and Allah's smile immediately froze, his eyes turning cold. This kid was really annoying. Father, I'll be back before nightfall, Kelly said. She gave Hassan a look, and the two of them left together, Allah watching their backs with a sudden pang of sorrow. He had finally found his long-lost daughter, and he really didn't want to let her go. The villa door closed, and Isabeline pinched the soft flesh on Allah's arm hard. He cried out in pain, tears welling up as he looked at his wife. If you don't know how to talk, then just keep quiet. Always glaring at Arden like that, you're not acting like an elder at all, Isabeline scolded. Honey, I'm just being vigilant against the bad guys, Allah muttered, piteously rubbing his arm. As the saying goes, friends are welcomed with fine wine, but wolves are met with hunting knives. To him, Hassan was the wolf. Not attacking him outright was already lenient, giving him a few cold words wasn't too much. What was wrong with that? Isabeline knew her husband's thoughts well. She sighed deeply and sat down on the sofa with her arms crossed. Sit here, she said. The domineering Allah turned docile in front of his wife, quickly sitting beside her. Now, tell me the truth. Is that Corey from the Hope family okay? Isabeline asked. Allah pouted subconsciously but, under his wife's angry gaze, he nodded. Indeed, he is quite ambitious, good-looking, and from a good family. We know their background. Upon hearing this, everything seemed positive. Yes, if Tyra doesn't choose him, who else would she choose? You don't even know what his family does or what kind of person he is. Would that be alright? Isabeline asked. Alla pondered and shook his head vigorously. As for looks, have you seen anyone younger than him who's handsomer? Isabeline asked again. Alla thought about it and shook his head once more. There you go. Don't hinder these kids' relationship. If they have an intelligent niece for us later, wouldn't that be wonderful? Isabeline said. Given Kelly and Hassan's appearances, any daughter they had would undoubtedly be stunning. Imagining holding his future niece, Alla's lips curled into a smile. Yes, why didn't I think of that? You always think clearly, my dear. Our family needs a cute and gentle little niece. Unbeknownst to him, Alla's mindset had completely changed, and he was still oblivious, his smile radiant. What we need to do now is to help these kids get married so we can have a niece soon, Isabeline said. Alla nodded vigorously, his heart now fully aligned. So much so that when Gregor tried to find someone who agreed with him later, he couldn't find a single ally. Kelly and Hassan were unaware that they had become the couple expected to have a daughter in the eyes of Flynn's parents. The two walked side by side in silence, the atmosphere heavy. Hassan stopped walking and looked at Kelly seriously. Tyra, are you upset because of Jill? After discussing for a long time with Edison, this was the only conclusion they reached. Kelly nodded. Still unwilling to talk to him, she lowered her head after answering. Hassan chuckled softly, patting her head, feeling delighted. Tyra was truly jealous. Edison mentioned it, and he hadn't believed it until now. What are you laughing at? Kelly narrowed her eyes slightly and asked. She felt this man wasn't thinking anything good. I'm laughing because you're cute, Tyra, Hassan replied. The word cute made Kelly feel uneasy, and her ears turned slightly red as she turned her head away, making her even cuter. Hassan held her hand. Tyra, I resolved Jill's issue the same day. Didn't you check Weibo? Kelly shook her head innocently. I'm not a big fan of social media apps. Hassan gave a knowing look, took out his phone, searched, and opened the relevant Weibo post, showing it to her. Look, this proves that when I hung up, I wasn't yelling at you, but preparing to vent at her. He patiently explained, while Kelly read the Weibo post description, which matched what she had deduced. She hadn't expected him to find so much information. Her gloomy mood suddenly lifted. Kelly handed the phone back to him, a faint smile playing on her lips, making Hassan's heart flutter. Watching her change for him, how could he not be moved? Hassan gently pulled Kelly into his embrace and planted a kiss on her lips. Neither of them noticed the soft click from the corner. This kiss was brief but intense. Kelly looked at him in a daze, while Hassan caressed her cheek and stroked her lips with his thumb. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. I couldn't resist it, Tyra. Kelly bit her lip, her cheeks flushed red. Be careful, there are people outside. Don't do this again next time. Hassan nodded, his mood even more beautiful seeing her understanding attitude. Are you still upset? No, I'm not, Kelly replied. Hassan smiled and nodded. Good. At this moment, a photo climbed to the top of the trending list, capturing the intimate moment between the two just now. Hashtag Kelly and Hassan's romance exposed hashtag. So these two really are together. I've been feeling they had chemistry for ages. My ship has become a reality, who can understand this kind of happiness? They actually kissed. Why does their kiss feel so romantic? They are such a perfect match. Both are handsome and beautiful. Girls should find girlfriends according to this standard. I'm totally shipped. I love this so much. Jeff is of age, and he really matches Kelly. They have an engagement, which is the promised marriage Galen Snow Flynn mentioned before. Since she was the fake heiress, then the real heiress is Kelly, right? Amidst the heated discussions from netizens, Weibo suddenly stopped accepting comments. Refreshing didn't help either, it showed that maintenance was in progress. These two were both top-tier influencers, naturally causing this outcome. Edison frantically called Hassan, shouting into the phone as soon as it connected, You little brat, yesterday you didn't know how to annoy your girlfriend, and today you're kissing her already? Can't you tell me before exposing your relationship? Give me some preparation. Exposing our relationship? Hassan asked in confusion, glancing at Kelly beside him. Yeah, your kiss photo made it to the hot search. Weibo crashed because of you too. Yet the parties involved don't even know what's going on. Chapter 280, Publicized. Edison truly felt it was unbelievable how numb his artists could be. I don't know, Hassan said. Edison sighed, I'll send you the screenshot. After hanging up, he immediately sent the screenshot and clicked to view the enlarged image again. Undeniably, the match in looks between these two was simply impeccable. A handsome man and a beautiful woman standing together were pleasing to the eye. Hassan and Kelly both remained very silent. They hadn't noticed any paparazzi nearby just now. Were these photographers really all powerful? How did they manage to capture everything? However, since it was already public. Hassan forcibly suppressed his inner joy, trying not to laugh, feigning distress. Tyra, what should we do? The netizens already know now. Then let's go public, Kelly said. Finally, Hassan had reached this day of being officially acknowledged. He wondered how others would pair CPs for Tyra from now on. He happily opened the original camera and pointed the lens at the two of them. Tyra, smile. Kelly cooperated with a smile, and Hassan also smiled, capturing their smiles on his phone. Do you want to take one too? He asked. Okay, Kelly nodded and took out her phone. She held his hand with her small hand and took a photo of them holding hands. Hassan was slightly dissatisfied. Wasn't his face worthy enough to be displayed by her? Kelly seemed to know what he was thinking and whispered, I feel so happy this way. Hassan nodded and logged onto Weibo to edit and post a tweet, as did she. They had each other and included pictures, successfully attracting a large number of fans congratulating them. Wow, your hands are both so nice, no wonder people say you're a perfect match. I've always guessed Hassan is the official one, it turns out to be true. But then there can be no second, third, or fourth anymore. So many hearts will be broken tonight. Don't talk, I'm going to join the super topic for the couple. The Candy Couple's super topic saw a sharp increase in numbers, eventually reaching 1 million members, which was the largest in the history of domestic entertainment. Some respected this while others hated it. Nyla's fans and she herself were furious. In the fan group, everyone expressed their dissatisfaction. Why should the engagement return to the real heiress after she came back? We have been close to Hope Emperor for so many years. It's really unfair for our fairy. The upper class and entertainment circle are equally realistic. These two definitely aren't genuinely in love, they are tied together for interests. The photos are taken so beautifully that it's obvious they're fake, surely arranged by planted paparazzi. How come no one can deal with that bitch Kelly who tries to snatch everything from our fairy? No one realized that everything Nyla owned was originally stolen. Seeing the messages rolling in the fan group, Nyla threw her phone heavily onto the bed, her hatred towards Kelly escalating. If possible, she wished she could kill her. Nyla wiped away the craziness from her face, rubbed her eyes fiercely, and went out with red-rimmed eyes. Helena was sitting on the sofa, scrolling through her phone, also watching this big news in the entertainment industry. She believed Hassan should belong to Nyla and regarded Kelly as a thief, a robber. Her poor daughter being bullied like this, yet she couldn't help as a mother, it pained her heart. Tamara, Nyla said in a pitiful voice, throwing herself into Helena's arms. He used to say he would be with me forever and loved me, but now why does he end up with Kelly? Is it because I'm not a daughter of the Flynn family, or because they want to make up for her loss even to the point of taking my career friend? My heart really hurts, Tamara, it feels like someone has stabbed me with a knife. As Nyla sobbed, if Helena could see her face, she would notice there were no tears but only malice. Be good, Tamara will definitely help you get back what belongs to you. What's yours cannot be snatched away by others, Helena said. She patted her daughter's back in comfort, with a cold gleam in her eyes. Originally planning to move later, letting Kelly live a few more days as a rich lady, it now looked like she had to act. Dare to snatch what belongs to her daughter, and she should know the consequences. Tamara, when are you going to deal with her? I can't take it anymore, Nyla asked. Tears finally gathered in her eyes as she looked at Helena pitifully. If I keep seeing Kelly getting better while I live worse than dogs and pigs, I'll really think about dying. Why does the person who took what belongs to me get to live a glamorous life, even loved by so many people, while I have to hide here like a rat in a sewer? It's not even my fault. Helena hung her head in shame. She was the one who made the mistake, yet it implicated her biological daughter. Everything was her fault. If she could go back in time now, Helena would not hesitate to strangle Kelly after switching the two daughters. Her daughter was born to be the pampered heiress of a wealthy family. As for Kelly, she was just an illegitimate child. Xiao Hopi, Tamara has already prepared everything and can start the action anytime, Helena said. Tears welled up in Nyla's eyes as she nodded vigorously, her face full of joy. That's wonderful, having you by my side even in such a situation still supporting me. I know you're the best for me. Once I reclaim my position as the young miss of the Flynn family, I will certainly seize the Flynn family assets for you to spend. From now on, the Flynn family will belong to us too, allowing you to enjoy a carefree life of luxury. Helena smiled broadly and nodded vigorously, feeling grateful. Indeed, her biological daughter was considerate and understood her thoughts. But she didn't realize that even now, Nyla's wealth was enough for them to live comfortably and extravagantly for half a lifetime. After all, she was a second-tier celebrity and previously the young miss of the Flynn family. How could she possibly lack money? At the Flynn family villa, Kelly returned home for dinner near dusk. Just as she entered the door, she saw her 3 Flynn family brothers sitting on the sofa, looking rather unhappy. Instinctively, she felt these people were there for her and hurriedly quickened her steps to go upstairs. Tyra, we need to talk to you, Gregor said. Kelly's steps were forced to stop. She turned around and looked at him, pulling a strained smile. What's up? I saw on Weibo that you and that guy from the Hope family seem to have gone public. Are you really dating seriously? Do you know what you're doing, or are you truly in love with him, and is he truly in love with you? Gregor asked. Usually a man of few words, his questions now fired off like bullets. Chapter 281, Gregor's explanation. I know myself very well, and I understand my own heart. Kelly placed her hand on her chest, her beautiful phoenix-like eyes filled with seriousness. My heart likes Hassan. Her expression made the 3 brothers sitting on the sofa fall into silence. Gregor felt utterly powerless. He knew he should bless his sister for finding happiness, but thinking of that little green tea Cory from the Hope family made his teeth itch with anger. Hassan is simply not worthy of Tyra. Tyra, Arden is still Gianna's fiancé, Adonis suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Gregor and Todd both stared at him in shock, their pupils widening in surprise. Meeting the gazes of the two, Adonis frowned, puzzled if he had said something wrong. As the eldest brother, even though Gregor and Todd were indignant, they could only lower their heads, swallowing back all complaints. Adonis's gaze returned to Kelly as he gently persuaded her, you and Hassan aren't really suitable for each other. When Gianna comes back, she might get hurt because of this matter. We are a family, maintaining good relationships is most important. Can you understand what I mean? The last sentence was said with slightly more emphasis, sounding like a warning. Kelly crossed her arms, a sneer creeping up at the corner of her lips, so you're sitting here interrogating me, asking me to give up my career friend for Nyla? Her tone carried a sharp edge, causing Adonis to press his lips together tightly, his expression less than pleasant. His daughter wasn't just some object for Hassan to pick. What did she mean by, give up? He simply couldn't tolerate that guy's fickle behavior. I'm an adult, and I have the right to make my own choices. Who I date has nothing to do with you, Kelly said coldly. She glanced at the three brothers with disdain, turned around without hesitation, and walked upstairs. Gregor sighed deeply. He originally wanted to persuade Tyra not to be with Hassan, but now it seemed not only did he fail to convince her, but he also made her upset. All this was because of the elder brother. Brother, if you can't say the right thing, then say less. Gianna used to like Hassan, but he didn't agree. Why are you blaming Tyra? Gregor said angrily. After speaking, he didn't care about Adonis's reaction and stormed upstairs, stomping loudly on the steps. Brother, you were indeed in the wrong this time. Kelly is part of our Flynn family now, we shouldn't be too biased, Todd also pointed out. However, he didn't leave immediately. Adonis looked at him in surprise. Previously, the youngest brother had always been the most sympathetic towards Gianna. Why was he taking sides now? Under his brother's accusing stare, Todd scratched his head in frustration and left with unsteady steps. He wasn't favoring Kelly, but every time he saw her, he would remember that dream, making him empathize more. Left alone in the living room, Adonis crossed his hands thoughtfully, a distant and cold look appearing in his eyes. He began to understand why Nyla kept going against Kelly and even disregarded her own manners by making repeated mistakes. During his absence, the Flynn family seemed to have undergone tremendous changes. Even Todd had changed. How could Nyla bear it? Although she had done certain things, they were understandable under the circumstances. Thinking this way, Adonis felt sorry for his childhood companion. He took out his phone, entered a bank card number, and transferred 1 million yuan, then reminded Nyla to check her account in a message. He couldn't bring her home now, but giving her spending money was the only compensation he could offer. Upstairs. What the three Flynn brothers had just said made Kelly extremely upset. After washing up in the bathroom, she burrowed into her bed, feeling waves of bitterness coming from her heart. They were supposed to be family, yet their words cut through her like daggers, trying to uphold so-called justice for Nyla. How laughable. What about all the things Nyla had done to her? Just because she wasn't sold to Myanmar? In that situation, an ordinary person would have been harmed long ago. With her thoughts running wildly, Kelly felt uncomfortable all over. Knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking sound came from the door. Irritated, she buried herself deeper under the blanket, pretending not to hear. Tyra, can I come in? I want to talk to you, Gregor asked softly. Recognizing his voice, Kelly pulled the blanket off her head and made a small sound in response. After her agreement, Gregor pushed the door open and entered. Seeing her wrapped up entirely in the blanket, he couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. He always found his sister mysterious, but now she appeared just like any other young girl. Seeing that Kelly remained silent, Gregor gently asked, Tyra, are you in a bad mood? She nodded slightly and gave a low, At least you're being honest, Gregor remarked. But honesty had its benefits, at least it let him know she was upset, which meant he could try to comfort her. What I said just now wasn't about asking you to give up your career friend for Nyla, but I truly feel he's not worthy of you. Tyra, in my heart, you're the best girl in the world, Gregor said. Kelly stared at him intently with her phoenix-like eyes, not missing any expression on his face. Gregor's expression was candid, what he said was indeed the truth. I believe you, Kelly said. Tyra, do you really like Hassan? Gregor asked again. Kelly nodded without hesitation, he is different in my heart. Hearing this, Gregor sighed, and then said with a hint of gnashing teeth, that kid sure has good luck to be liked by our Tyra. If Tyra likes him, I won't oppose it. But if that kid dares to bully you, tell me, I'll beat him senseless. Okay. Kelly smiled, her eyes curving into crescents, displaying a girlish sweetness. Gregor had never seen her like this before, finding her cuteness almost overwhelming. Noticing her slightly flushed face, he suddenly realized something was wrong and put his hand on her forehead to check her temperature. Sure enough, she had a fever. Tyra, are you feeling unwell? Gregor asked urgently. No, I feel fine. I'm happy knowing that eldest brother isn't biased, and I'm even happier that you can bless me, Kelly replied earnestly. Seeing her serious manner, Gregor covered his face, feeling utterly helpless. Finished, she really has a fever. You lie down quietly for now. I'll get you some medicine. If it's not severe, taking the medicine and having a good sleep will help, Gregor said. Kelly nodded obediently, watching him leave as her mind became foggy, sapping her strength. As a mountain deity, she had naturally never been sick before. This was really her first time. Soon after, Gregor came back with a glass of water and 2 fever-reducing pills. Kelly had already fallen asleep. He could only reluctantly wake her up, coaxing her to take the medicine first. Gregor didn't rush to leave. He pulled a chair to sit beside the bed, looking at the peacefully sleeping Kelly. She rarely seemed so docile like this. He suddenly became curious about what she was like as a child. Based on their Flynn family genes, she should have been a pretty and adorable little girl. Chapter 282, How to Maintain. Realizing that he had missed his biological younger sister's childhood and that it was impossible to reclaim those lost years, Gregor felt waves of bitterness rising in his heart. The mastermind behind all this was Helena, Nyla's mother. Gregor couldn't understand his former self, knowing clearly that Kelly had been deliberately switched and wandered outside for so many years. Why did he still favor outsiders? Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, he rose and quietly left the room, gently closing the door behind him. Upon lifting his eyes, he saw Todd. He seemed to have been standing outside for quite some time but lacked the courage to go in. Gregor knew that his second brother had an arrogant personality. Why did you come over? He asked intentionally. Todd touched his nose awkwardly. Just. Eldest brother spoke a bit too harshly earlier. I came to check on her. And to properly talk to her. He certainly didn't mean anything else. Tyra has already gone to sleep because of a fever. Let's discuss anything important tomorrow, Gregor said. Hearing this, Todd frowned with concern. Should we go to the hospital? Is it serious? Gregor smiled knowingly. It's fine, not serious at all. She just needs to sleep. Don't disturb her. Realizing he was being teased by his older brother, Todd blushed slightly, gave a mumbled acknowledgement, and immediately turned to return to his room. He wasn't worried about Kelly. He was just afraid that if something happened to her and no one noticed, their parents would be upset. Gregor shook his head lightly, laughing. Returning to his room, he opened his computer and searched for Kelly's name. Numerous videos and photos appeared on the platform, including many from her childhood. In the videos, she had a sweet smile, looking only about 1 meter tall, with a bob hairstyle popular back then, making her look like a little mushroom, dancing in a silly manner. Unconsciously, Gregor chuckled softly, feeling healed by his little sister's adorable sweetness. Tyra is really cute and beautiful. He then clicked on a video comparing Kelly from childhood to present day. Watching it made him feel as though he had also participated in her life journey. Indeed, it's our Flynn family genes. Tyra has always been beautiful. Gregor couldn't help but marvel, feeling proud to have such a beautiful younger sister. Opening the comments section, he wanted to see how netizens praised Kelly, but unexpectedly found numerous negative comments. Pretending since childhood, can tell she's no good. Foster mother wouldn't educate her seriously. These characteristics developed on her own. TSK, are all Flynn family members pretenders? She's pretty, but even as a child, there was unerasable cunning in her eyes. Kelly has nothing praiseworthy except her face. Gregor truly hadn't expected these netizens to act like psychological experts, able to discern pretension from a child's eyes. He screenshot these malicious comments and posted them directly on his social media account. Gregor V. Today I've learned that everyone can be psychologists. Due to being a genius doctor and the elder brother of Kelly and Nyla, many people followed him on social media. Thus, soon after this post, a large number of comments flooded in below. Some people really shouldn't joke around. You can see cunning from a 6-year-old's eyes? Impressive. I only see cuteness. Kelly looked like a fluffy candy when young, so sweet and beautiful. These things are subjective. They're projecting their own deceit onto others. I went to the video comments and most of these people seem to be fans of Nyla, really over the top. Hashtag FlynnGalenXafans badmouthing Sue hashtag. This hashtag quickly became a trending topic, netizens calling it absurd, saying they saw no cunning, but rather the fans were crafty. Late-night phone user Nyla almost exploded upon seeing the trending topic. She had no idea what her fans were doing online. All fools, thorough fools, how do you do this kind of trash talking? Next day. After taking medicine for the fever, Kelly slept until 10, the sun blazing outside. She yawned and stretched, feeling relaxed all over. Memories of last night surfaced. She had actually run a fever. So ridiculous. Cross-legged on her bed, she channeled divine power throughout her body, cleansing internal impurities. 15 minutes later, she slowly exhaled a turbid breath, a thin layer of ash floating on her skin. She went to the bathroom to shower. The difference between human and divine bodies was too great. Even with divine essence nourishment, she needed to periodically cleanse impurities to avoid further ridicule. Thinking of Todd's attitude toward her last night, warmth filled Kelly's heart. It seemed her second brother had his uses. Drying her hair, she finally went downstairs. The Flynn family had already finished their meal. Kelly was about to go to the kitchen to see if there was any leftover food when the nanny arrived. Miss, please sit down first. I'll warm up the food for you. It seemed they had saved some food for her. Kelly patted her empty stomach and sat by the dining table. Tyra, why didn't you sleep in a bit more? Your mom saw online that young people can sleep all day on rest days. You should sleep more, Isabeline said. Kelly turned back. Tamara, I've slept enough. Isabeline smiled and approached, noticing Kelly's smooth and fair skin with surprise. Tyra, how did you become even whiter than yesterday? Just one day, could it change so much? What skincare product are you using? Isabeline asked eagerly. It's not skincare products. After clearing impurities from the body, the skin naturally becomes fairer and smoother, Kelly explained. How do you clear it? I want skin like yours too, Isabeline said. Her expression was full of longing. If Tamara wants, I can help you clear impurities after lunch, Kelly offered. Isabeline nodded joyfully, feeling very pleased. If her skin improved, the other older sisters would surely envy her when she went out to play cards. Of course, if she knew at this moment that all gifts from fate come with a price, she would certainly regret it. After the meal, the two of them went upstairs. Kelly scanned the room with her eyes, finally stopping on a yoga ball. Isabeline probably had never cleared impurities before. There must be a lot of dirt inside her body. Tamara, sit on this. I'll help you, Kelly said. Although Isabeline found it strange, she obediently sat on the yoga ball, looking expectantly at her daughter. Kelly drew symbols in the air with her fingers, surrounded by mysterious power. Isabeline couldn't see the patterns of the talismans but could feel her daughter's strength. A smile appeared on her face. Wash away the impurities, go. Kelly commanded. As she spoke, the talisman drawn in the air with divine power struck Isabeline's body. She involuntarily closed her eyes, feeling a strange sensation rising within her. Chapter 283 Killing Kelly. Verity was immersed in a strange sensation and gradually began to regain consciousness. As her senses returned, she slightly twitched her nose, detecting the foul stench emanating from her body and exclaimed. Tyra, did your father bring durians in again? He loves that shit smell. I told him to eat less of it normally, but he said I don't appreciate it at all, Verity muttered incessantly. Suddenly, her voice came to an abrupt halt as she looked down at herself in disbelief, letting out a scream when she saw the layer of filth on her arm. Fortunately, Kelly had anticipated this and blocked her mouth with divine power to prevent her scream. Tamara, I'm going to let you go now, can you calm down? She asked gently. Verity pointed at her own mouth, nodded vigorously, and gave a thumbs-up sign. Only then did Kelly release her. Her eyes were filled with shock. Tyra, what's wrong with me? This is so smelly. At that moment, Verity felt as if she hadn't taken a bath for her entire life. Due to her severe curiosity, she didn't rush into the bathroom immediately but first asked. Tamara, it's normal, the impurities inside your body are being expelled, Kelly explained. Unlike ordinary people, she had many methods, so upon hearing this, Verity nodded and readily accepted it. She could hardly wait to get up and run towards the bathroom, scrubbing off the filth on her body. Kelly shook her head with a smile. Although Verity was old, her behavior was still like that of a young girl, showing how much Hakeem doted on her. Her phone rang, and Helena's name flashed on the screen. Strange, she would call. It's like the weasel wishing the chickens a happy new year, no good intention. She answered the call casually, putting the phone to her ear and walking towards the door. When will you be free? I want to pay back the money, Helena said. Kelly's steps halted, her eyes filled with mockery. I'll be free these days. While talking, she glanced outside through the window, suspecting that the sun had risen in the west for Helena to want to repay the money, which was unbelievable. Let's meet then. Helena spoke quickly and mentioned an address, which Kelly noted in her mind. All right. After hanging up, she stood there pondering. What was Helena up to this time? Adrian wasn't at home recently, was she with Helena? A smile curled on Kelly's lips. It didn't matter, whatever Helena plotted, she'd only end up hurting herself. Shao Hopi, I have successfully set up a meeting with Kelly, and now we'll deal with her. Helena rushed downstairs excitedly and informed Adrian, who was playing on her phone. Hearing this news, Adrian immediately jumped up from the sofa. Really? Tamara, you're amazing. The praise from her real daughter made Helena feel warm in her heart, and she nodded with a smile. Yes, really. Tamara, you must get rid of Kelly this time, don't let anything go wrong again, Adrian said with a smile. Sensing the implication of murder in her words, Helena's smile dimmed a little. She just wanted to make things difficult for Kelly, not involve anyone in criminal matters. Tamara? Adrian pouted and looked at her with teary eyes. Maybe because we were born on the same day, I feel like Kelly and I are competitors. If she does well, I do poorly, and vice versa. As your biological daughter, aren't you going to stand by and watch me be overshadowed by her? Adrian spoke earnestly, even shedding some tears, erasing any hesitation on Helena's face. She nodded firmly. Fine, Tamara will take care of her. If only one of us can thrive, Tamara hopes that person is you. Thank you, Tamara. Adrian threw herself into Helena's arms. After spending these few days with you, I've learned what it means to have a mother. You're completely different from the unfeeling people of the Shin family. These words flattered Helena, making her feel especially delighted. Now, even if Adrian asked for the moon, she would try every possible way to get it. There was no other choice since she owed her daughter so much. What Helena didn't know was that Adrian had already decided to alert the police right after getting rid of Kelly, exonerating herself from this matter. As for her biological mother, she was nothing more than a useful tool. Tamara, go ahead and prepare now, Adrian said. Okay. Helena nodded firmly, giving her a reluctant look. Adrian saw her off at the door, and it was evident from her smile that she was genuinely happy and eager for Kelly's death. Stay home and behave. I'll bring back good news, Helena said. With those words, she opened the door and left. After the door closed, Adrian couldn't hold back a laugh of joy. She covered her mouth, but the happiness couldn't be concealed. She was truly ecstatic. Kelly, don't even think about living. She had taken the place of the true Flynn family heiress for so long, it was time to pay the price today. However, Helena acting alone wasn't enough, she needed another person to assist. Adrian opened her phone and set up a voice changer in the call interface before dialing the number. The call was answered after a while, a male voice laced with alcohol answered, "Hello? What's up? Go track someone now, Helena. Help her with what she needs, and I'll share her current location with you," Adrian said. The other end lazily agreed and hung up the phone after a belch. Egon's phone dinged as he looked down at the shared location button on the screen, clicking to join. Surprisingly, the red dot indicating his target wasn't far from his current position. He placed the wine bottle on the table, threw on a piece of clothing casually, put on a mask and hat, then headed toward the moving red dot. Due to drinking earlier, the smell of alcohol still lingered on him, drawing several sideways glances from passers-by. Egon felt increasingly irritable. He had barely survived in that man-eating place, and the memories of those days were unforgettable. It was like hell. Although Egon managed to escape alive, the cost was his face. When climbing over the railing, his entire face was punctured by the spikes on top. The pursuers were right behind him, leaving him no choice but to jump down. Heart-wrenching pain accompanied the sound of his skin tearing. Several deep wounds reached the bone on Egon's face. But fortunately, he managed to crawl back and survive. Yet, he would never forget the words those people had said. "Do you think crawling out means the end? How naive. You'd better live in fear, we have connections in Huagua. If we see you, you'll never be left alone. And remember, the memories of this time will haunt you for a long time. Ha ha ha, if you're caught again, we'll mercilessly sever your tendons and turn you into a cold corpse." Egon shivered and shook his head, trying to forget those terrifying memories. Chapter 284 Surrounded by Hooligans. Before long, Egon caught up with Helena. She had wrapped herself tightly in a scarf and mask, not exposing any skin. As if this would prevent others from recognizing her. However, this bizarre attire attracted considerable attention from passers-by, almost achieving 100%, turning heads. Egon followed at a distance, appearing much more normal compared to her conspicuous presence ahead of him. Helena was completely oblivious to the gazes of the pedestrians. She felt uneasy and anxious all over. Really going to kill someone? Helena had never even killed a chicken herself, at most she had swatted a few bugs. She definitely couldn't bring herself to kill a person. But thinking of Adrian's hopeful and trusting eyes, she felt she couldn't let down her daughter. Kelly must die. Having made up her mind, Helena walked faster and hurried to the courtyard door. She stopped and looked around, making sure no one was around before knocking on the door. A few rough-looking hooligans with multicolored hair came out. Helena took out money from the bag tucked under her arm. "All this is for you." The hooligans' eyes lit up as they happily weighed the money in their hands, feeling the weight of the cash. "Plans have changed. If you can help me kill her in addition to the previous requirements, I will give you another $1 million after it's done," Helena said. Kelly had been a child star, shuttling between various film sets since childhood, earning her plenty of money. $1 million was just a small portion. Helena hadn't thought that one day she would use the money Kelly earned to buy her life. "Are you serious?" the hooligan with the mohawk immediately asked. His eyes were filled with greed and longing for the money. $1 million was an astronomical sum for these uneducated thugs. Even if they beat people up for a lifetime, they probably wouldn't earn this much. "Of course I am. Killing is serious business. If I don't pay you, you can report me to the authorities," Helena said. A cold glint flashed in the mohawk hooligan's eyes as he nodded heavily. "I'll take this deal. We will record everything from start to finish. When we exchange the recordings, you give us the remaining money," he added. A look of disdain crossed Helena's face. No need to record during the killing. She didn't want to see such a bloody scene, it was too revolting. The mohawk gave her an okay sign, and Helena hurriedly left. Egon, hidden in the dark, rolled his eyes sarcastically. Kelly was far stronger than these people. How foolish Helena was. If she wanted to kill, she should do it herself. What was the point of relying on others? The hooligans' faces flushed red as the mohawk spit into his hand and counted the money they had received. Confirming there was 5,000, he pocketed 3,000 for himself and divided the rest among the others. Since the boss found them this job, he got a larger share, but the other hooligans didn't complain. They happily accepted their shares. This time we're really going to make it big. Killing a person gets us $1 million. Whoa, I can't even imagine how to spend that kind of money. At least we can each get tens of thousands. After getting the money, I'll take some time off. The body will still be buried in the old place. They closed the door, and Egon listened with interest. From what those people said, they had killed before. Perhaps he could trust them to be somewhat useful, but not entirely. Egon ensured he was hidden where no one could see him, waiting quietly for Kelly. After a while, crisp footsteps approached. Kelly looked around at the desolate place. Helena inviting her here clearly didn't have good intentions. Seeing her cold and beautiful face, Egon clenched his fists, wishing he could tear her apart right now. Jealousy and murderous intent filled his eyes, especially thinking about the scar on his face caused by her. If it weren't for her selling him to Myanmar, how would he have gone through such pain? Egon's breathing grew heavier like a wild beast. Kelly smiled slightly and glanced at the corner. Quite interesting, it seemed there were quite a few people planning to attack her this time. Following the message from Helena, she walked to the courtyard door and knocked 5 times. The door opened from the inside, and the hooligans grinned maliciously, immediately surrounding Kelly. The Mohawk hooligan's eyes shone with admiration. No wonder she's a star, she's so beautiful. I've never seen anyone this stunning in real life. His minions quickly nodded in agreement. Yeah, really pretty, and she smells good too. Hey, beautiful, come inside and play with us. They whistled and leered, their faces displaying crude, ugly smiles, practically drooling. A top beauty like Kelly was something they never dared to dream of encountering or even seeing in real life. Come in, you have no choice. The Mohawk hooligan sneered. Just as his underlings were about to push Kelly, she stepped into the room on her own. The Mohawk hooligan and the others exchanged glances, all of them shocked. How could this woman be so bold? Kelly noticed the murderous intent on their faces. These people had all taken lives before. Today, she had to apprehend them. The door slammed shut heavily, and the hooligans began flexing their muscles as they watched her. One of them turned on a camera that was set up in the corner. Do you want to take it off yourself or shall we help you? The Mohawk hooligan said. Why should I take it off? Kelly tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with both confusion and coldness. At this moment, having spoken to the Mohawk hooligan, there was now a connection between them, allowing her to see more clearly what he had done in the past. The Mohawk hooligan's name was Guillermo. Relying on his status in the underworld, he had forced many women and even caused deaths. The most tragic victim was a high school girl. Born into a family that favored Coreys over girls, after completing 9 years of compulsory education, she had barely managed to continue to high school by kneeling from house to beg for money. She should have had a bright future, but everything was destroyed by Guillermo, her classmate who sat next to her. He had noticed her. What started as verbal harassment escalated to physical assault, and it only got worse over time. Guillermo would even take advantage during class, putting his hand inside her clothes. Any resistance from her would result in him making a huge scene. Under his deliberate manipulation, the classmates believed they were a couple, leaving the girl unable to speak up and trying her best to stay away from him. When she tried to ask the teacher to change seats, she was mercilessly refused. No one in the class wanted to sit next to Guillermo, the gangster, so the girl, being left unchecked, was bullied freely. Learning that the teacher had refused her request, Guillermo's actions became even more outrageous. One day after school, he dragged her into a rented room near the school, forcing her and taking photos to threaten her not to tell anyone. From then on, the girl lived a life worse than a pig or a dog, until she became pregnant and was discovered by her family. Chapter 285 Punishment in the Illusion. Milagros's family came to the school making a huge scene. They learned from the chatter of classmates that she had even found a career friend, and immediately demanded that Guillermo marry her. Thus, for 66,000 yuan as dowry, the girl's life was bought. Guillermo married her and took her home, both dropped out of school. Watching her belly grow, he truly felt some joy as a first-time father-to-be, diligently working outside during that period to earn money for future baby formula. But, how could his vicious nature really be polished away? One day after drinking, Guillermo sought intimacy with the girl but was refused. In his rage, he grabbed a wine bottle and hit her on the head. That night, ignoring her desperate pleas, he kicked her stomach and head repeatedly, until her begging weakened. Only then did Guillermo feel slightly better and went back to sleep. The next morning, when sober, he saw the body on the ground. He immediately called the girl's family over, lying that she wanted to go out and cheat on him late at night and accidentally fell. Her family also thought their daughter wasn't good since she got pregnant in high school, believing she could do something like cheating, so they hastily arranged the funeral. From that point on, it was as if Guillermo had flipped a switch in his mind. He started beating people almost to death every time. Due to his ruthless behavior, he gained many followers and embarked on a life worse than beasts. Our boss is talking to you, why are you standing there like a wooden post? Pretty face. But something wrong with her brain. Guillermo's subordinates criticized and tried to touch Kelly, but her single glance froze them in place, preventing any rash actions. The others burst into laughter. Broderick, what's wrong with you? Scared of a woman, are you still a man? And this woman has problems too, you really shame us men. Ha ha ha, look at your cowardice. The man nicknamed Broderick was actually the smartest and most agile of their gang, hence the nickname. He swallowed hard, feeling instinctively that this woman was incredibly dangerous and should be avoided at all costs. Even as the brothers mocked him, Broderick dared not retort, cowering and lowering his head. An inexplicable irritation rose in Guillermo's heart. Hurry up and finish what you need to do. We're waiting for the money. The underlings rubbed their hands eagerly and approached Kelly, ready to taste the beauty. They never imagined they would have such a treat one day. Kelly pulled out a small judge's pen from her pocket. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the pen enlarged instantly. The thugs gaped at her, their minds buzzing, feeling as though they were seeing ghosts. With thoughts, words come true, all things void, the pen depicts, judging the past. Kelly proclaimed. As she spoke, a black hole appeared in the air. Kelly pointed the judge's pen at Guillermo. His mind remained clear, yet his feet involuntarily stepped into the black hole, his form gradually disappearing. The other thugs were stunned, while Broderick urinated in his pants. No one laughed at him now. Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon, Kelly said. She stepped into the black hole, which vanished instantly. The scenery around the thugs changed dramatically. Egon, guarding outside, heard several screams. He turned stiffly and screamed as monstrous creatures charged towards him. This was the world Kelly created for them. She singled out Guillermo because he deserved it. How could wrongdoing go unpunished? When Guillermo opened his eyes again, he saw a gray, tattered roof above him. Trying to speak, he only wailed instead. Before he could understand what was happening, an old woman with a haggard face entered the room. Looking extremely impatient, she rolled her eyes at Guillermo. Useless girl, crying for no reason. If it weren't against the law, I'd drown you in the well. Look at how ugly you are, clearly not my son's offspring, must be from your mother's affair. The old woman muttered insults while roughly picking up Guillermo and brought him to the table, shoving cold millet porridge into his mouth. The food irritated his throat and caused discomfort in his stomach, making him cry even louder. Cry more and see what happens, the old woman snarled, pinching his arm. Kelly watched Guillermo suffer from a distance. He was now experiencing everything the girl had gone through. She intended for him to endure unimaginable suffering in this world before facing justice in reality. Time flowed quickly in the illusory world. Soon, Guillermo was 5 years old. He gradually accepted his current identity, family background, a girl named Alyssa. When she was 1 year old, her parents had a younger brother, and now, besides helping with household chores, she also had to constantly look after her brother. Whenever her brother was unhappy, she would get beaten. Occasionally, Guillermo would rage against this life, wanting to fight back. But she was still young, weak from long-term malnutrition, and each time she rebelled, it only brought more furious beatings. Guillermo didn't attend kindergarten, starting directly at the village primary school. If not for needing to take care of her brother, she wouldn't even deserve to study. Because he retained memories from his past life, he knew education was paramount. Only by getting into high school could he escape this family. Thus, Guillermo changed his delinquent attitude and studied diligently. Finally, he got admitted to number 1 high school. Excited, he hurried home to share the good news with his parents, only to receive a heavy slap. Deliberate or what, just to upset your brother? What's the use of going to high school? A dead girl will end up married anyway. If your brother can't go to high school, you shouldn't dream about it either. Humph, tear up your admission notice and see if you still want to go. The ugliness of his family members disgusted Guillermo, who trembled in anger as he snatched the admission notice and ran out. He must go to high school. Guillermo started begging door to door, kowtowing countless times until he finally gathered enough tuition, with a few hundred extra. He knew that bringing this money home would mean losing it all to those people, so without hesitation, he took the money and ran away. In the county town, Guillermo found a restaurant willing to hire minors, earning a meager 30 yuan daily, but it provided meals and accommodation, which he gladly accepted. Kelly watched him improve over time, curling her lips in a mocking smile. Change was coming, and she hoped he could endure everything he once inflicted on girls. With anticipation, Guillermo finally saw the school year start. He bought new clothes for school, entering the classroom determined to keep studying hard, aiming for university. Chapter 286, Clown. Guillermo found his seat. As he just sat down, a Cory took the seat next to him, sweeping his eyes from head to toe, then extended his hand. Hello, little beauty, I'm Apollon, nice to meet you. Hello. Guillermo nodded shyly, not wanting much contact with the other party. He felt something was wrong for no reason. This scene seemed like something he had experienced before, but could not remember it. This was because the illusion caused his previous memories to gradually fade away, being replaced by new memories. Beauty, don't be so shy, Apollon came closer with a smiling face. As he spoke, his breath was full of stench. Guillermo chose not to talk to him, trying to let the other party understand that he did not like him, yet the latter pretended not to understand even when he clearly knew. This is my girlfriend, she's really pretty. Well, we two happen to be arranged together, which can only be said as fate. What if she ignores me? I believe that one day, perseverance will open any lock. In the midst of Apollon's mockery, Guillermo tried to defend himself, but his defense was dispersed by everyone's laughter. With red eyes, he had no choice but to find the class teacher and explain this matter. Flies don't bite, a seamless egg, there would be nothing wrong with you, how could anyone possibly target you? When encountering problems, don't always blame others. Sometimes, you need to find your own mistakes. Actually, Apollon is quite good. You may be overthinking it. At your age, the most important thing is studying hard. I think you should understand that changing seats might not get you a better spot than now. There's only a place near the trash can left in the class, which smells very bad. As the teacher talked on and on, Guillermo's mind buzzed, hanging his head as he left. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Apollon, who was grinning with ill intentions in his eyes. It got worse and worse. Guillermo could not bear it but had no way out. Desk mate, do you want to come to my place tonight? My parents rented a house near the school for me, cool right? Apollon said with a laugh. Guillermo shook his head, I don't want to go. I have to go back to study. He packed all his things into his school bag and tried to leave, but was forcibly held by Apollon and dragged into his home. Then, he suffered unimaginable pain. Afterward, Apollon opened his phone, clicking sounds resounded, and Guillermo hurriedly covered himself up, but it was too late. From now on, you're my girlfriend. Don't worry, I'll definitely love you. Honey, come here every day after school. If you don't come, don't blame me for sending these photos out. Apollon waved his phone, laughing recklessly. Guillermo's heart fell to the bottom, tears falling heavily. He knew, it was over. Everything was over. That night, Guillermo dragged his broken body to the school rooftop, blowing cold wind all night. He wanted to jump many times but was unwilling to give up. Just get through high school and enter college. Guillermo was terrified to find that he had been vomiting every day lately, and his stomach was getting bigger, and his menstruation had not come for several months. He thought he had gynecological disease but did not dare to check until blood flowed between his legs during PE class and was carried into the hospital. She was pregnant. Kelly watched Guillermo's world fall apart beside her. She could not accept what happened to herself, but why did she hurt that girl at the time? The board doesn't know how painful it is until you've felt the hit yourself, right? Next, Guillermo continued to experience the life of that girl, while Kelly watched him mercilessly struck by the bottle again and again until he breathed his last. She snapped her fingers, everything around her stopped immediately. The ugly and fierce expression on Apollon's face was frozen, and he still raised the beer bottle high in his hand. And Guillermo's body slowly turned back to male. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes. Seeing Apollon, his physical reaction made him tremble and kneel on the ground, begging for mercy. Kneeling down like this, Guillermo realized that he had recovered his male body. Looking at a pair of large palms, he pinched his strong biceps, crying in joy. All memories flooded back instantly, and he showed a horrified look afterward. Because he realized that everything he was going through at the moment was all due to his past actions, and this Apollon was none other than himself. How does it feel? Kelly asked. Guillermo turned around immediately, looking at her with a ghost-like shocked expression. What did you do to me? Why am I experiencing all this? This is witchcraft. You are not human. His voice was trembling. Kelly sneered, compared to me, your behavior has long ceased to be considered human. Hearing this, Guillermo gritted his teeth and couldn't say a word to refute her. Only after experiencing it himself did he realize how painful it was. Guillermo, you will spend the rest of your life in prison. Enjoy it well, Kelly's voice rang out. Suddenly, the surroundings darkened and lit up again. On the ground lay a bunch of gangsters, each with whites of their eyes showing and urine stains in their crotches, as if they had been terrified by something very frightening. The wail of police sirens approached. Guillermo gritted his teeth but dared not make any movements against this woman who seemed more like a demon than human, fearing for his life. A large number of police swarmed into the courtyard, and he immediately shouted loudly. Officer, there's something wrong with this woman. She's a demon in human skin. You must arrest her quickly. Letting such a creature live will endanger society. It was quite ironic to hear words about societal harm coming from Guillermo, a man notorious for his despicable behavior. Draper, leading the squad, snorted coldly, the priority now is to arrest you, this parasite. He waved his hand, and the police immediately dragged the gangsters on the ground and the still Guillermo into the police car together. Helena invited me here. Remember to ask her what happened, Kelly said. Draper nodded and looked at her with a complex expression. Being manipulated every day is not a good situation. Kelly raised an eyebrow. It doesn't matter. To me, they're just clowns. No matter how many tricks they play, they are useless. I can easily expose their plots with a flick of my finger. Her tone was filled with ridicule. Draper thought for a moment and realized she was right. Capable people had confidence. He gave her a thumbs up. That's true. Those people will contribute to my performance record. Carefully investigate Guillermo. He's involved in several murder cases. This case should be big enough, Kelly said. Upon hearing this, Draper's originally joking face turned serious. All right, noted. The sound of the siren gradually faded away. Kelly left and came to a corner, looking down at the half-dead Egon. His face was deathly pale, froth spewed from his mouth, and most prominently, the scar on his face, extremely terrifying and ugly. Looking at him now, one would never guess that Egon used to be a famous idol star and top streamer. Chapter 287, The Police Pay a Visit. Kelly kicked Egon, who lay there like a dead dog, and a playful idea seemed to strike her. A mischievous glint appeared in her Brenda eyes. Then, she squatted down, and with a flick of her finger, she sent a tiny bit of divine power into his third eye point. A person harboring filth couldn't withstand the purity of divine power. It would cause him great suffering. This was Kelly's punishment for him. Egon's brow knitted tightly in his unconscious state. Suddenly, he started breathing heavily as if enduring immense pain, sweat droplets appearing on his forehead. After watching for a while, Kelly raised an eyebrow, stood up, and left, leaving the man on the ground to suffer his punishment. At this moment, Helena had already returned home. She removed her strange outfit and placed a hand over her chest, taking deep breaths to try and calm herself. She had just indirectly killed someone. Hearing movement outside, Nyla, who had been waiting inside the room for news about Egon, opened the door and approached Helena with a smile. Tamara, how did it go? Did everything go according to plan? I told them they'd finish abusing Kelly and then post the video online before killing her. This time, I'll make sure she ends up ruined, Helena said. The smile in Nyla's eyes threatened to spill over, but she covered her mouth and drew in a cold breath. Ah. Is that not too cruel? Upon hearing this, Helena took her hand, her eyes filled with concern. Gianna, you're too kind-hearted, which is why you've been bullied by Kelly again and again. Thinking about what she did to you makes me hate her. Letting her die so easily is letting her off easy. Alright, I'll do as you say, Tamara. Nyla lowered her head and murmured softly. In truth, she couldn't hold back the smile curling at the corners of her lips, her heart pounding with excitement. Kelly was finally finished. Helena embraced her obedient and kind daughter and sighed. Gianna, I will remove all obstacles and those who dare to bully you. Sniffing the smell of sweat from being wrapped too tightly, Nyla wrinkled her nose, feeling waves of nausea rising in her stomach. Since the goal was achieved, the bloodstained knife wasn't needed anymore. She pushed Helena away directly, her expression utterly cold. I'm going back to my room. Helena stared at Nyla's unrelenting back, suddenly feeling distant from her daughter. But she quickly dismissed the thought. Nyla must be scared because of the mention of killing just now, her emotions are off. Thinking this, Helena felt guilty. She shouldn't have described things in such detail earlier. The door to Nyla's room slammed shut. She walked to the door and knocked gently. Gianna, don't be afraid. I did this, it has nothing to do with you. In response to Helena, there was only silence. Pressing her ear against the door, she heard a steady stream of water, making her worry. Could Gianna be crying in the bathroom with the tap on? She knocked heavily on the door again. Gianna? Nyla couldn't hear anything because she was standing under the shower, the sound of the water drowning out everything else. She wiped the water from her face, feeling extremely irritated. Recently, she had been showering instead of soaking in the bathtub, which she hadn't done in a long time. But it didn't matter. With Kelly dead, she could return to the Flynn family and enjoy life again. Ding Govind. The sound of knocking came, and Helena stopped pounding on Nyla's door, puzzled, and went to open the main door. Seeing the police officer standing outside, her eyes widened instantly, her face turning pale with fright. Draper knew something was wrong from her reaction. Take her away, he ordered. Helena's entire body stiffened in fear, unable to move or think, and she was pushed out the door, which closed heavily behind her. In the police car. Finally regaining her senses, Helena tried to control her trembling voice and avoid sounding guilty. Why are you arresting me? I'm a law-abiding citizen. What you're doing is wrong. Draper gave her a sharp look, making her heart quiver. The fear she had been trying to suppress resurfaced. You know very well why we're arresting you. The net of heaven is wide, but it catches everything. Don't think your actions can escape justice, Draper said. Helena's lips trembled, she was nearly reduced to tears. She began to regret killing Kelly and agreeing to Nyla's plan. In the past, hiring someone to commit murder might have been easier, but modern society had cameras everywhere, and everything was under police surveillance. Is Kelly already dead? Helena asked, her voice shaking, still hoping otherwise. That girl had changed quite a bit recently. Perhaps she managed to survive the thugs. As long as she was alive, Helena wouldn't be charged with murder, at most just attempted murder. Draper knew what she was thinking. He huffed through his nose and turned to look out the window, ignoring her. Helena was anxious but dared not ask further, only worrying silently. She was pushed into the reception room, where those few thugs were already present. Guillermo's eyes were vacant, and the other thugs were trembling, hugging their heads as they squatted on the ground. They all looked rather foolish, as if something was wrong with their minds. Draper sat down in an empty seat and nodded toward the police officer beside him. Immediately, all the thugs were lifted to their feet. Speak up. What have you done or planned to do? He asked. Hearing this, Helena's face lit up with a mix of surprise and joy. She knew Kelly wasn't dead yet, she hadn't really killed anyone. No need to pay with her life. I saw a ghost just now. It grabbed me, trying to eat me. Its whole body was covered in rotten flesh. When it opened its mouth, there was a foul smell. It must be real, one thug muttered. After saying this, he suddenly hugged his head and screamed, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying again. Draper knew that this was definitely because Kelly had done something to them. Shut up, he barked. The screaming thug immediately stopped, but his eyes were still filled with fear and confusion, visibly terrified. Now, explain what happened, Draper pointed at Guillermo and asked. He seemed to be in a better mental state compared to the others who were about to break down, but still looked quite disturbed. I told you, there's something wrong with Kelly. She's a demon, don't you believe me? Yeah, I originally intended to rape her and then kill her, but you can't let a demon like her live. Officer, I was doing it for the greater good. Can you understand me? Guillermo tried to justify himself. Helena was stunned. How could he confess to his crime so easily? Draper slammed his hand on the table. Why did you attack Kelly? Who instructed you? Without any hesitation, Guillermo pointed at Helena. Her, she gave me 50,000 yuan. The money is still in my pocket. As he said this, he pulled out a thick wad of RMB, and the other thugs hurriedly followed suit. Helena was so angry that she almost fainted, her heart aching. I don't know these people, and the money wasn't given by me. Chapter 288 Love watching dogs biting each other. Phew, you wicked woman, the money was handed to me by your own hands. If you don't believe it, we can check the fingerprints, Guillermo said with intense hostility, simultaneously providing suggestions to the police. He now utterly despised Helena. If not for her, he would have never been entangled with Kelly and endured all that suffering in the illusion. The memory of being a woman had caused Guillermo immeasurable pain, hatred, and indelible memories. Helena was so enraged by Guillermo that she felt dazed, immediately retaliating regardless of consequences. What are you, lacking any professional ethics? You took the money, and now you dare to expose me. Upon hearing this, Guillermo picked up the renminbi on the table and threw it straight at Helena's face. It made a smacking sound upon contact before rustling as it fell to the ground. Seeing their boss do this, his henchmen hurriedly threw the money they had collected at Helena as well, making the scene appear absurdly comical. The policeman standing nearby wanted to intervene, but Draper shook his head, signaling them to watch how this group of people would tear each other apart. Are you crazy? Helena questioned loudly, grinding her teeth. I'm indeed insane, all thanks to you. Neither will you be spared, Guillermo yelled angrily. He turned to look at Draper, pointing at Helena. This bitch instructed us many people to take turns defiling that big celebrity and even film videos to post online. In addition to that, she just verbally agreed to give us 1 million to buy that big celebrity's life. Apparently, that big celebrity is her adopted daughter. Perhaps that 1 million was earned by the latter. Yet, she still shamelessly wants to kill her. What a poisonous person. Such a person must be locked up in prison. Unable to bear it, Helena shrieked and lunged at Guillermo, fingers clawed to scratch his face, only to be kicked to the ground by him directly. As a gangster who fights daily for others, Guillermo couldn't lack agility. The police moved forward to restrain Guillermo, while Helena clutched her stomach in pain and cried. Draper watched this performance with satisfaction. All right, investigate thoroughly and lock up those who should be jailed, he commanded. Guillermo's gang required strict investigation, and Helena wasn't a good person either. The crime of hiring murderers had enough evidence and witnesses. And since she targeted Kelly, a specially registered talent of the state, her punishment should be escalated. Combined punishments meant Helena wouldn't be out in less than 3 to 5 years. But she didn't realize the gravity of the situation and continued screaming, acting as if she were the victim. Guillermo, you beast. You took the money and didn't do the job, and now you dared to hit me. After I get out, I'll expose your organization, and see who will still hire you. And all of you police officers don't behave properly, why didn't you stop him? No one responded to Helena. They handcuffed her and led her away, while Draper sent a message to Kelly, indicating everything had been investigated, and asking what exactly she did to make them act like they saw a ghost. In the car. Looking at Draper's message, Kelly smiled and rapidly tapped a reply on her phone. They indeed saw ghosts. Sending these words, Draper fell silent, finally responding with a thumbs-up emoji. To make living people see ghosts, such a skill was truly impressive beyond words. Kelly put her phone down and looked out the window, thinking about what to do next. Should she tell the Flynn family? She pondered and decided it was better not to say anything. There was definitely Adrian's involvement in this matter, but perhaps she only incited Helena. There was no direct evidence to convict her. Better safe than sorry. Back at the Flynn residence, Kelly locked herself in her room to rest. Using divine power and weaving illusions drained energy. She felt quite tired. After all, each scene in the illusion involved switching and transformation, not static images. In the world, only Kelly could use the judge's pen so adeptly. On the other side, after showering, Adrian left the house. Helena's phone lay on the table, and no one knew where she had gone. Tamara, she shouted. No one answered. Adrian sat on the sofa playing with her phone, waiting for Helena, who shouldn't have been gone long. 2 hours passed unnoticed, yet she still hadn't returned. Feeling hungry, Adrian muttered, not coming back to cook just before dinner time. This is how you treat your own daughter? Gallanting here was already infuriating enough, and now she couldn't even eat. It was unbearable. Calling Egon again, there was still no answer. Adrian didn't want to wait anymore. Probably, Kelly had already been dismembered by now, she thought. With this idea, Adrian packed her belongings into a suitcase and cheerfully went downstairs to catch a taxi, heading for the Flynn residence. From now on, they would only have her as their daughter, and they definitely wouldn't mind the harsh words she had said recently. But she still needed to prepare herself before going back. On the taxi, Adrian made a video call to Adonis, who answered quickly. "Brother, are you at home?" she asked. Adonis nodded and flipped the camera to show everyone in the living room with the rear camera, except for Kelly. "Brother, actually I feel very guilty. I think what I said about leaving home was too much and hurt you all. After some soul-searching, I've decided to come back and make amends. Parents who have raised me for so many years deserve my respect and gratitude. I want to stay by their side." Adrian spoke sincerely, each word heartfelt. Tears even welled up in the corners of her eyes, making her look genuinely repentant. "It's good that you think this way. Your room is still kept at home, and we all welcome you back," Adonis said warmly. He did love his sister after all. Adrian thanked gratefully. "Thank you, brother, and thanks to everyone for your understanding." After hanging up, she wiped away her tears, breathing a sigh of relief with a smile creeping onto her lips. As if thinking of something, she immediately opened her phone and typed a message in a chat. "What I said earlier doesn't count anymore. Don't put things in the Flynn family villa, I'm planning to go back." After sending the message, Adrian felt a bit uneasy, also thinking it wasn't right to change her mind. Her phone buzzed, and she hurriedly looked down. A question mark appeared on the screen. "What do you mean?" "I'm already prepared. You should know my time is limited. What will be the consequences if you toy with me?" Adrian bit her lip, her face flashing with hesitation. "I can compensate you, in any way. I must return to the Flynn family." The other side soon replied with an agreement. She heaved a sigh of relief and turned off her phone, looking forward to being pampered again by the Flynn family. Having been treated like a princess for so many years, how could Adrian still be content with being an ordinary person? She couldn't bear a single moment without servants attending to her. These past few days living at Helena's house were like hell for her. Chapter 289, Call Kelly Down. The sky gradually turned dim, but the lighting in the villa area was more abundant than in the city. Enjoying the pleasant view outside, Nyla rolled down the car window and took a deep breath of the air. Indeed, compared to that shabby place, she still preferred this area. The car slowly came to a stop. When paying the fare via scan code, Nyla gave an extra 100 yuan. She was feeling particularly happy today. "Thank you, miss. Wishing you success and prosperity," the Zachariah bowed and grinned, his smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. He even got out of the car to help Nyla with her luggage, bowing while handing it over. She proudly accepted it, her chin slightly raised, finding it amusing that just 100 yuan could make a commoner so delighted. It was unimaginable whether giving several hundred more would make the Zachariah give his life for her. At this moment, Nyla felt a sense of nobility. "Miss Flynn, you no longer have identity clearance here. To enter, you need someone's escort or we can call the homeowner for confirmation," the guard dutifully informed her. Nyla's face instantly darkened, her blood seemingly rushing to her head, causing unbearable discomfort. "What?" The guard touched his nose, confirming that the young lady had heard clearly. "I've entered and left the residential area so many times. Don't you remember my face? I am the miss of the Flynn family." Nyla suppressed her anger, trying to keep her voice calm. But it couldn't help trembling slightly. The guard remained expressionless. "As far as I know, the Flynn family's young mistress now has the surname Sue." Hearing this, Nyla bit her tongue against the roof of her mouth, so furious that her hair seemed to stand on end. If it were before, encountering such an issue, she would definitely complain and get the property management to fire the guard. But now, she didn't have that authority. The Flynn family acted swiftly. She had only uttered some harsh words last time, yet they actually deleted her identity. "I'll call my eldest brother," Nyla said sternly. She took a deep breath, controlled her facial expressions, and dialed the phone. "Brother, I can't enter at the entrance of the residential area and need you to come pick me up," Nyla said. The guard opened his mouth, wanting to remind that it would be enough if the homeowner just said so, but he dared not speak further. Nyla did not seem as approachable as Miss Sue. Adding trouble to himself wouldn't be good. "Okay, I'll come pick you up." After hanging up, Nyla stared provocatively at the guard, wanting him to see how much favor she enjoyed in the Flynn family. With a billionaire CEO coming personally, Kelly never got this treatment. However, the guard paid no attention to her. He was thinking about what to eat after work. That Japanese restaurant seemed nice. Taking his girlfriend there would be a good choice. Adonis arrived quickly. Nyla fluttered into his arms like a butterfly, asking plaintively, "Brother, why did you delete my clearance? Can it be added back? I don't want to trouble our family every time I enter or leave the villa, making me feel like an outsider." "This matter needs to be discussed with Beck when we return home," Adonis replied. Nyla responded with a, "Oh," hatred flashing in her eyes. Indeed, once they had their biological daughter, they viewed her, the adopted daughter, unfavorably, truly heartless. She tugged on Adonis's sleeve and pointed at the guard, saying, "Brother, my face should be enough proof to enter. He stopped me just now." The guard's head went blank upon hearing this. This woman actually reported falsely. Oh no, would the homeowner fire him? Adonis's expression didn't change much, and he nodded slightly at the guard. "Thank you, the security measures are indeed stringent." The originally anxious guard stood straight and saluted. "Thank you for your praise, sir. I will strive to do better." Good, Adonis appreciated. Nyla didn't expect things to develop this way and immediately frowned, but knowing that Adonis always liked obedient younger sisters, she dared not say more. Riding in the car towards the villa, both were silent all the way. Still harboring anger, Nyla didn't want to speak first, while Adonis, being the blunt type, said nothing either. However, he at least helped carry the suitcase. Upon arriving, Nyla pressed the doorbell with a smile. When the door opened, the maid's smile inexplicably froze and disappeared. "Miss," she greeted. Nyla ignored her, walking directly into the house. When the Flynn family members saw her, their faces changed, all appearing very surprised. Acting as if she hadn't noticed, she greeted cheerfully, "Beck, Tamara, second brother, third brother." Her father and mother nodded slightly. Gregor turned his head away to show his displeasure, while Todd simply acknowledged her with an "ah." Seeing their reactions, Nyla chose to sit next to third brother. "Beck, Tamara, I've thought a lot these days. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. Actually, you have always been kind to me. Moreover, I admit that what I did was too much. Because of jealousy, I lost myself and felt guilty about all the kindness you've shown me over the years." Tears streamed down Nyla's face as she looked pitifully at her parents, who were not heartless people after having raised her for so many years with genuine affection. "It's good that you have realized this. As long as you are willing to stay, your mother and I will treat you like our own daughter," Alea said. Farrell nodded in agreement beside her, clearly sharing the same thought. "Thank you, Beck, Tamara." Nyla replied gratefully. Having calmed Farrell and Alea, they would absolutely not suspect her when they eventually learned of Kelly's death. However, why had there been no news from Egon? Seeing Nyla getting along well with the family, Adonis sighed in relief. Gianna seemed more mature now than before. The appearance of Kelly gave her a sense of crisis, which was a good thing. Nyla deliberately made everyone in the house laugh until they forgot the things she had done in the past. Everyone except Gregor seemed to have forgiven her. He found it amusing and felt sorry for Kelly. Clearly, she was the one who had suffered. How could these people assume they could forgive on her behalf? Furthermore, Nyla never apologized to Kelly. She just acted sweetly, and the Flynn family took it as a sign of sincere repentance. "It's time for dinner," the maid said as she approached. "Okay, Jingjin, go upstairs and call Tyra down for dinner," Alea said while pulling Nyla up by the hand. Suddenly, her hand was tightly squeezed, causing her to hiss in pain. "Gianna, what are you doing?" Alea frowned as she pulled her hand away. Due to Kelly's care that purified her body, Alea's skin had become very delicate and would turn red easily from any touch, let alone such a hard squeeze. Seeing the bruise starting to form on his wife's hand, Farrell pursed his lips, anger sparking in his eyes. "Nyla." He addressed her by her full name, clearly enraged. How dare she hurt his wife? "Sorry, Tamara, I slipped a bit just now and accidentally used too much force," Nyla quickly defended herself. Chapter 290, Leaving with Gregor. Kelly, who had just woken up, was called downstairs. Upon seeing Adrian sitting at the dining table, Kelly's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, and she stopped in her tracks. Gregor also halted, his heart surging with emotion. Was Xiao Wei finally ready to fight back? Good job, they deserved to see that she wasn't someone to be bullied. Adrian seemed to sense something and stood up before Kelly could say anything. She bit her lip uneasily and said, "Tyra. I know what I did in the past was wrong, and I want to make it up to you and Tamara and Beck." Everyone has agreed. The word everyone was quite interesting. If Kelly opposed, it would seem like she was dissatisfied with the entire Flynn family's decision, leaving her no choice but to grit her teeth and bear it. But she couldn't stand any injustice. "I didn't agree," Kelly said. These 4 words made everyone present change their expressions simultaneously. Adrian seized this opportunity to play the victim. She widened her innocent eyes and turned to look at her parents, asking them to stand up for her. Seeing their hesitant looks but silence, she added fuel to the fire. "Beck, Tamara, why don't I leave then?" Before her parents could respond, Adonis interjected first, "No way. Why would you leave now that you're back? Kelly, can't you understand? Everyone deserves a chance to be forgiven for their mistakes, including Gianna." These familiar words made Todd's temples twitch involuntarily. He wanted to remind Adonis to be cautious but dared not, so he cautiously hid in the corner to lower his presence. Whatever eldest brother said had nothing to do with him. He hoped Kelly wouldn't hold a grudge against him too. "Beck, Tamara, you think so too?" Kelly ignored Adonis completely and asked only her parents. Her tone was cool, as if she were indifferent to everything. "Tyra, don't put your parents in a difficult position. If I leave, that's fine," Adrian said pitifully. This aggressive stance from Kelly perfectly contrasted how considerate Adrian appeared. Seeing Adrian genuinely preparing to pack her things upstairs, Alea hesitated lightly and whispered, "Tyra, Gianna is still our Flynn family child." "Fine." Kelly coldly nodded and turned to go upstairs. This puzzling move left everyone in the Flynn family baffled, except for Gregor, who muttered under his breath and rushed upstairs disregarding his image. Breathless, he pushed open the door to Kelly's room and indeed found her packing. "Tyra, what are you doing? Now you're the Flynn family's miss. If you leave, aren't you handing over the home?" Gregor really hadn't expected that Kelly wouldn't even fight for it. Just thinking about living under the same roof with that manipulative Adrian made him feel unlucky. Moreover, he felt a bit resentful of her lack of assertiveness. Why don't you learn some of those tea ceremony skills? Look at how they fooled Tamara and Beck with just a few words, making them forget all about her past misdeeds. Tyra, you must remind everyone constantly that you were the one targeted and bullied by Adrian. They have no right to forgive on your behalf. Kelly's hands paused in packing, and she looked at Gregor humorously, who seemed more indignant on her behalf than she herself felt. Her heart warmed at the genuine concern from family. Elder brother, it's not about giving up the house. Having you around is enough, she replied. True relatives care for each other as you do for me. Family ties can't be forced, do you understand what I mean? Gregor was stunned, watching Kelly continue packing. He touched his nose, suddenly feeling very heartache. She must have lost hope in this family. Do you have somewhere to stay? He asked. I have a villa outside, where you can stay. Besides, I'll be moving there too. I won't feel safe with you staying alone out there. Facing a relative who truly cared for her, Kelly didn't fear forming karmic ties. She nodded, sure, thank you, elder brother. Originally expecting rejection, Gregor was thrilled when she agreed. Overjoyed, he clenched his fists and jumped a few times. Then you keep packing, I'll head back to my room to gather my things too. Don't sneak away without waiting for me. Saying this, Gregor rushed back to his room and started making noise packing loudly, intending for everyone downstairs to hear. He finished packing in just 5 minutes, the fastest he had ever been in his life. When Gregor arrived at Kelly's door with his luggage, she couldn't help but pause in surprise. Elder brother, since I promised, I won't change my mind. There's no need to be so anxious, she said helplessly. Caught red-handed, Gregor scratched his head awkwardly. Dr. Flynn, usually authoritative and calm outside, now exuded a clumsy aura in front of his younger sister, which he found quite embarrassing. I'm not anxious, it's just, are there any areas where you need help? He tried to save face. Yes, there's too much stuff to carry alone. Can you give me a hand? Kelly replied. Both of them knew that she was giving him an easy way out, and Gregor, with a smile, forcefully pressed the suitcase shut and zipped it up. Let's go, time to leave. He jingled the keys in his hand. Being able to live with his sister and leave behind these heart-wrenching family members made Gregor feel very happy. He took the initiative to carry the suitcase. Seeing how genuinely happy he was, Kelly went along with everything he did. The two went downstairs, and when the Flynn family saw the suitcases, they were taken aback. Adonis frowned irritably. He didn't understand what was going on in this house. In just a short while, everyone seemed drastically different from before. Now, he couldn't figure out anyone, not even Lao Air, who used to be the easiest to understand. You're leaving late at night. Where are you heading? Isabeline asked with concern. She said, you all, but her gaze stayed on Kelly, full of worry. Beside her, Nyla couldn't help grinding her teeth. All that concern used to be hers. Damn it, why didn't Kelly just die? Tamara, Beck, Tyra is planning to stay with me for a few days. With me watching over her, you don't need to worry, Gregor coldly replied. Isabellian's eyes flickered slightly, as if understanding something. She pleaded, Tyra, are you really leaving? Tamara doesn't want you to go, can you stay? Seeing her mother like this, Gregor felt uncomfortable, but more so sarcastic. You were so firm just now in forgiving on behalf of Tyra, so why are you scared now? Kelly indifferently moved her gaze away from her parents, looking back at Gregor, elder brother, let's go. He nodded cheerfully, sure thing. Under the gazes of the Flynn family, the brother and sister left without any hesitation. Isabeline slumped onto the sofa, feeling as if part of her heart had been gouged out. Tamara, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have come back, Nyla sobbed. She bit her lip and suddenly knelt down, slapping herself hard, successfully diverting everyone's attention to her. Adonis rushed forward and grabbed her wrist. Gianna, it's not your fault. Don't do anything foolish. Chapter 291, Hassan went on a killing spree. But all of this is my fault, eldest brother. I want to atone, Nyla pleaded, her cheeks flushed and eyes brimming with tears. Adonis sighed. Gianna, don't shoulder all the blame. They are merely acting on their own willfulness. Father, Louisa, the second one is getting more and more outrageous now. Just let him be, these couple of days should knock some sense into him. Upon hearing this, both parents' faces turned grim, but neither said anything. Confronted with the fragmented scene in their home, no one was as distressed as they were, the two guardians. They truly had no idea how to balance the relationships between their children. The villa area was geographically remote, and it took a full hour's drive to reach Gregor's villa, located in the famously pricey and exclusive Star River Bay residential area. Property prices here were even higher than those of the Flynn family's villa. Even Kelly, who was not very familiar with modern affairs, had heard of this place before. She was quite surprised. Elder brother, you live here? Gregor affirmed it with a hum, his cheeks slightly red, looking somewhat embarrassed. I saved up all the living expenses Tamara and Beck gave me from childhood until now. After starting work, there wasn't much to spend my salary on, so I ended up buying a villa in Star River Bay, he explained. Galloping expenses, nowhere to spend the salary, and hence, any of these phrases sounded incredibly explosive. Kelly suddenly recalled the netizens' jests. Rich people indeed thought differently. Amazing. She laughed and gave him a thumbs up. Gregor felt even more embarrassed but scratched his head, feeling extremely happy inside. Tyra was now closer to him, speaking more casually than before. The service at Star River Bay wasn't as good as that of the Flynn family's villa area. As a prestigious owner, Gregor had to walk in by himself. However, the villas were close together, making it not too long of a walk. That's Kelly? Who is the man next to her? A celebrity like her can enter Star River Bay Villa. She must be latching onto a wealthy patron. Two meticulously dressed socialites snidely remarked, casually pulling out their phones to photograph her back, then uploaded the photo online with malicious intent. Many socialites were eyeing Hassan for his handsome looks, gentle demeanor, and respectable family background. He was like a piece of brook meat, very desirable. They had imagined this piece being claimed by Nyla, but they never thought it would be Kelly, a girl from the countryside, who ultimately got him. What qualification did she have? Jealousy can strip away rationality. Seizing an opportunity to ruin Kelly's reputation, they immediately jumped on it. Online, heated discussions about the photos emerged. The background is Star River Bay Villa. Kelly looks very happy, almost ingratiating herself. Wow, does she really have a benefactor? Isn't she just officially coupled with Hassan? Unbelievable. I always thought someone like her didn't match Hassan. Now it seems I guessed right, she's just after money. I've wanted to say this for a while. Do I remember something others don't? I distinctly recall Kelly kissing Hassan without hesitation. Who would have thought someone could cuckold Hassan? Please, such a handsome man can't escape this fate. Most people defined the photo without a second thought. Kelly's fans came out to defend her, stating she wouldn't do what everyone suggested. But without exception, they were refuted mercilessly. Hashtag Suway suspected of having a patron hashtag. Hashtag Suway entering Star River Bay late at night hashtag. These trending topics vied for attention and finally hit the top headlines, highlighting just how much traffic Kelly attracted. Comments under Kelly and Hassan's Weibo accounts flooded in. For Kelly, it was constant criticism, while for Hassan, it was mostly sympathies mixed with mockery and scornful comments. Edison frantically called Kelly, only to find her phone always powered off. He was nearly frantic, wishing he could drive straight to the Flynn family's residence. But since the photos were taken at Star River Bay, wouldn't going there make more sense? As he was thinking, a notification popped up on Edison's especially followed list, causing him to draw a sharp breath. He only had two people on his special concern list, Kelly and Hassan. Edison immediately checked Weibo and saw the latest update from his special concerns. He felt an uncanny sense of foresight and subsequently broke down emotionally. His employees were uncooperative. What was the point of him being her agent? Was he just a mascot or decoration? You owe me big time. Edison gritted his teeth and slammed his phone on the bed. On the screen was a tweet from Hassan. Hassan v. Trust Kelly. Rumor mongers beware. Ignoring the team's statements, he was still persistently replying to comments. Brother, what are you thinking? Are you really turning into a modern Fiangyang, sheep character? Don't be like this, beautiful women are everywhere. Why be attached to one flower? Hassan, only she is the best bloom. Kelly is a slut, just look at her face, it shows she's fickle and unfaithful. Actor Hope is such a big fool to be lured in, he probably doesn't even realize he's just another fish in the pond. Hassan, yes, you understand everything, very impressive. It's not that I'm saying, but does Actor Hope really care about his fans? He's actually taking sides so openly and standing up for Kelly like this. If I were a fan, my heart would be broken. Hassan, oh. Hashtag Actor Hope defends love by clashing with fans hashtag. Kelly only charged her phone after Gregor arranged the room for her. As soon as it turned on, she saw countless missed calls and messages. Most were from Edison, a few from Hassan. Just as she was about to return the call, another call notification popped up. It was Edison. Kelly answered the call, and on the other end came an exasperated voice. My goodness, finally got through to you. Do you know how intense it is online right now? Hassan is almost going on a rampage. Wah, please, can you help hold him back? Can you make him stop sending those crazy messages? Does he still want to survive in the entertainment industry? As for whether you have a patron or not, that's between you two lovebirds, has nothing to do with me. Please, just hold him back. Hearing these bizarre words, Kelly responded indifferently with an, oh, feeling that if Edison were in front of her, he might kneel down right away. What exactly happened? And what does patron mean? Ending the call, Kelly opened Weibo and successfully found herself trending. Her and her second brother's backs had been photographed, and the photo takers directly spread rumors that her second brother was her patron, which was absurd enough. Even more outrageous was Hassan. No wonder Edison seemed so helpless earlier. To put it mildly, Hassan was currently acting like a mad dog without any restraint. In the few minutes Kelly spent checking the trending topics, he had clashed again. Actor Hope, now you know how good our little fairy is, right? I bet you feel so regretful, but it's too late. Our little fairy wouldn't deal with such a dirty man. Hassan, haha. Chapter 292, Second Brother, Open the Door. The ever-elegant and affable Hassan, an emperor of acting, had actually gone mad for love. Netizens mocked him for being driven crazy by being cuckolded, questioning his mental state while marveling at what Kelly had done. Please, this was Jeff. Why did she manage to make him so devoted? Kelly herself also wondered. She logged out of Weibo and called Hassan on a video call, successfully stopping him from continuing his confrontation with netizens. When the call connected, both looked at each other on their phone screens without speaking. After a few moments, Kelly said helplessly, "Netizens say you've gone crazy." Hassan nodded. "Indeed, I have. Anyone would go crazy if their girlfriend was slandered, especially when it involves her future second brother-in-law." Seeing the faint smile on his lips, Kelly raised an eyebrow. "You know it's second brother?" "I grew up with that guy, of course, I could tell. I also knew he bought a house in Star River Bay recently," Hassan explained. He and the Flynn brothers had been inseparable since childhood, more familiar with each other than with themselves. Most of the time, it was the Flynn brothers who provoked Hassan because they were unhappy about their sister Adrian liking him. "Since you know, don't reply. Fitzroy just called me, he was almost crying," Kelly said with a laugh. Hassan nodded. "Okay. Why aren't you staying at the Flynn family place? Why did you move to Star River Bay?" Mentioning this question, Kelly's eyes dropped, her long lashes trembling slightly. "Adrian has returned." Hassan immediately understood what this meant. He pursed his lips, feeling the same indignation as Gregor. How could the Flynn family still accept Adrian after how she treated Kelly? "Tyra, are you sad?" Hassan asked softly. Kelly shook her head seriously. "Not now. No expectations mean no hurt." These words implied she had been hurt before. Hassan felt like a heavy stone was pressing on his heart, feeling helpless yet powerless. The one he cherished deeply was treated like this by her own family, but he could do nothing about it. "I'm sleepy, going to rest," Kelly said. Hassan replied affirmatively, "Okay." After hanging up, he put down his phone, his handsome face tight with tension, clearly in a bad mood. Fitzroy's calls kept coming non-stop, which was annoying right now. Hassan felt irritated and simply blocked him directly. As for whether tomorrow's troublemaker would come angrily, that was tomorrow's problem. Hassan was very displeased about the Flynn family accepting Adrian, but he knew that whether as a junior or as Kelly's career friend, he couldn't get involved with the Flynn family. What could he do? A sense of powerlessness spread in his heart. Hassan suddenly missed the feeling of arguing with netizens just now. He seemed to understand why Kelly liked straightforward talk. It felt genuinely refreshing. Realizing he was becoming soft-hearted, Hassan smiled gently, feeling very sweet inside. Thinking about this now was useless. Take one step at a time. Kelly would need him eventually, and now was a good time to clear things up. Just as Hassan opened his phone to at Gregor, he noticed a new trending topic. Hashtag Kelly's second brother blasts netizens hashtag. He clicked into it and saw that it was indeed Gregor posting on Weibo, along with surveillance footage, property proof, and keys from Star River Bay, along with text mocking netizens for making mountains out of molehills and being too harsh on women. This Corey who hadn't done much good in his life finally did something right. Hassan closed Weibo, satisfied, and began investigating who posted those photos. One drama after another unfolded tonight. Finally, the rumors were confirmed false, leaving netizens feeling like they were on a roller coaster ride. So, after all the twists and turns, that was actually her second brother. Anyone who dared speak against her being attached to a benefactor must feel stupid. Hassan really loves her. Thankfully, I was busy eating earlier and didn't type any complaints, otherwise, my karma would suffer. All those Weibo posts criticizing Kelly have been deleted, hahaha. Wonder if they'll receive legal threats. Gregor is right. Seeing a female celebrity with a man makes everyone think she's attaching to a benefactor first. Isn't this objectifying women? Many Big V users saw this as an opportunity to discuss the objectification of women, stirring up online discussions. Everyone began reflecting carefully. The next day, Kelly woke up and was about to contact Fitzroy to resolve the Weibo issue but found that Gregor had clarified everything clearly. Her reputation was restored. Netizen summary was right, last night's events truly felt like a roller coaster. Today was the day for a variety show gathering, and Kelly sent the new address to the director. She went to the bathroom to freshen up, yawned as she left, and found Gregor sitting upright on the sofa, his back very straight, looking quite odd. "Second brother, what's wrong? Are you still angry about last night?" Kelly felt baffled and could only think of this possibility. Hearing this, Gregor covered his mouth and coughed twice. "Tyra, today the production team will come to install cameras. They said that this episode's guests will record at home. The theme of the program is to enjoy food with family." "Ah." Kelly nodded in a daze, sitting stiffly on the sofa like Gregor, feeling very uncomfortable. Why does Tyra look so well-behaved in front of her second brother? She probably just woke up and likely didn't sleep well because of the nasty comments online last night. Luckily, it was cleared up, otherwise, she would have been slammed live today. I'm more curious why Kelly, the biological daughter, lives in Star River Bay with her second brother, while Adrian is with the Flynn family. Well, we commoners can't see clearly into the wealthy families. Let's just watch the live stream. Tyra, put on a mic, Gregor reminded her. The microphone was on the coffee table, and Kelly obediently put it on. Are you hungry? Gregor asked with concern. Kelly nodded truthfully. Yes, I am a little hungry. Have you eaten, second brother? Not yet, Gregor replied. His expression was somewhat hard to describe. He had planned to go out for a meal, but unexpectedly, the production crew would visit. Who had given them the address of Star River Bay? A name popped into his head, and Gregor gritted his teeth. If he saw that kid, he'd punch him directly. Ding Govind. The doorbell rang, and Gregor muttered, is it another person from the production team? He got up to open the door. Just as the door cracked open, he saw who was outside and promptly slammed it shut. Tamarins later, Kelly's phone rang. Gregor widened his eyes and rushed to hang up, but she had already answered. After listening for a moment, she hung up and said, second brother, open the door. Chapter 293, The Visiting Superstar. Gregor pursed his lips and reluctantly opened the door a crack. Upon seeing that smug handsome face outside, he immediately put on a stern look. Why are you here? Who else could it be outside the door but Hassan? There he stood with his suitcase, smugly waving his phone at Gregor. TCH. Gregor smiled sarcastically. Sorry, this is my house, and neither Tyra nor I welcome you. TSK, he used to think this guy was decent looking, but now he found him more annoying the longer he looked at him. Especially that smug wave with his phone. What's up with that? Did he really believe that with Tyra, her second brother couldn't control her? What he didn't realize was that these irritable feelings were typical of a future brother-in-law scrutinizing his sister's career friend. Hassan wasn't annoyed at all. He pushed past Gregor into the house, then when he saw Kelly, his ears turned red as he smiled foolishly. Tyra, the production team said the recording for this session will take place at home. I thought I'd come over and stay for a few days to record with you, okay? One reason was the program, but another was that they had just gone public. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot and let netizens see their intimate interactions. Kelly had no idea about his thoughts. She only felt that he got along well with her second brother, and since there were plenty of guest rooms, staying over to record the program together was fine, so she agreed. Gregor, who had been ignored, stamped his feet in anger and stormed back after slamming the door shut. Seeing Hassan casually sitting next to his little sister, his face darkened instantly. I'm talking to you, great movie star, don't you have your own work to do? He implied, why are you always hanging around my sister? As if he didn't understand, Hassan took an orange from the fruit platter without hesitation, peeling it slowly and deliberately. His long, slender fingers were pale and graceful, focused entirely on peeling the orange, like something straight out of a manga. Comments flooded the screen instantly. Ah. Dreamy hands, this is literally manga-level hands, love it. Hey, eating an orange peeled by the movie star would make my life complete. I think you're delusional, you're ugly and dreaming too much. That comment set off a flurry of laughter among the live stream viewers. But in the next moment, Hassan split the peeled orange into smaller pieces and offered them to Kelly. Smiling, Kelly took the orange pieces and popped them into her mouth. Admittedly, her second brother had great skills in picking fruits. This orange was sweet and juicy, stimulating her appetite. Seeing this, Gregor, whose face was already dark, looked even more displeased. I'm talking to you, and you're being rude. Spit. Using oranges he bought to charm his sister, how shameless. My job is to accompany Tyra, Hassan smiled, his eyes full of undisguised affection. Which room am I staying in? There isn't a room prepared for you. The door is over there, you can leave whenever you want. Gregor stood there with his hands on his hips, not intending to welcome this outsider. Kelly couldn't help but smile. Together you're over 50 years old. Acting so immature in front of the camera, aren't you embarrassed? With one sentence, Gregor was left awkwardly standing there, his handsome face uncomfortable. Caught up in arguing with this brat, he'd completely forgotten that the live stream had already started. However, some malicious fans couldn't stand the sight of their interaction. They started mocking in the live stream comments, not holding back at all. Don't you think the interaction between movie star Hassan and Kelly feels too fake? Who peels fruit right after walking in? They must be showbiz contract lovers, faking couple vibes in front of the camera. What the person above said makes sense. I feel the same way. I can't sense any chemistry between them. Are you blind? Didn't you see how red the movie star's ears were throughout? They're definitely real lovers, I ship them. Amidst the heated debate from netizens, Hassan whispered something to Kelly and then wheeled his suitcase to find a guest room, knowing exactly where to go. Seeing this, Gregor pouted and grumbled. Kelly laughed, unable to do anything about him. Seeing his sister looking down at her phone, Gregor's eyes flickered and he chased into the guest room. At that moment, Hassan was putting away his personal belongings. When he saw Gregor enter, he wasn't surprised at all. Gallanston up, Hassan, Tyra is my sister, so you better behave and keep your distance from her. Don't let me catch you touching her, or else. Or what? Hassan didn't even look up, calmly hanging his shirt in the wardrobe. Or I'll beat you up. Gregor waved his fist, deliberately putting on a fierce expression. Hassan turned to look at him with amusement in his voice. Your house has so many cameras installed, how could I lay a hand on her? You're overthinking it. Gregor suddenly seemed to realize this and awkwardly scratched his nose without saying anything more. The awkward chat between the two was captured by the camera in the guest room and instantly caught the attention of netizens. Fans burst into laughter immediately. Huh, look at Brother Two's expression. It's like his cabbage is being raided, he's wary but helpless. Hee hee, you're right. Look at them, both trying to outdo each other. Do you think they'll fight? Of course not. This is a live stream. If they really fought, the impact would be huge. The live stream was particularly lively. In the next moment, Kelly's voice came through the live stream. Have you two finished? I'm so hungry. Hassan and Gregor turned around to see Kelly leaning against the doorframe, looking tired but meaningful as she watched them. Hassan reacted first. He dropped what he was holding and walked over. Haven't you eaten breakfast yet? I'll make it for you. Wait in the living room for a bit. Hassan felt terrible. If he had known Kelly hadn't eaten, he would have bought something on the way. Seeing his attentive demeanor, Gregor immediately pursued. Can you make something as good as me? Hassan frowned and headed straight for the kitchen without hesitation. But the next second, he couldn't help frowning tightly, his tone full of disdain. Gregor, why don't you have anything in your house? Didn't you know the theme of this show is to enjoy delicious food with family? Without preparing anything, what are you going to enjoy? Enjoy tranquility? I don't come back here often, so it's normal not to have ingredients. Gregor faltered, always feeling a little lacking in confidence in front of this guy. Chapter 294. A radically different atmosphere. You don't need to argue anymore. I have already ordered takeaway. Kelly could only look skyward in exasperation, wondering how she ended up with such an older brother and career friend. Gregor, cough, I want to eat soup dumplings. Ordered. I want to eat wontons. Hassan didn't want to be left behind, so he deliberately puffed out his chest and said in a haughty manner. Guessed it, already ordered. Kelly swore that she had never seen such childish grown men in her life. Could they act any more childlike? The two men, who were being looked down upon, obviously realized that their behavior was inappropriate as well. To salvage their image in front of the netizens, they immediately put on serious faces and calmly sat down on either side of Kelly. While they were waiting for the takeaway, there was suddenly chatter about the Flynn family on the live stream's comment section. Have you all seen the camera shots from Adrian's side? Why do I feel like the atmosphere over at the Flynn household is somewhat off? Really? According to what Adrian has been saying, the Flynn family treats her very well, and their relationship hasn't changed at all. Let me go take a look. Soon after, a large number of netizens flooded into Adrian's live stream. Her interactions with the Flynn family instantly entered the public's eye. Why does it seem like the relationship between Adrian and her parents appears rather awkward? I have this feeling too, their relationship looks quite strained. Indeed, I noticed this just now as well. Their exchanges are minimal at best. It seems like Adrian has been doing most of the talking. Unaware of the netizens' discussions, Adrian only knew that the atmosphere at home was tense, and her father and mother seemed like they had nothing to say to her, completely different from the night before. Clenching her fists, her hatred for Kelly grew even stronger. Tamara, Adrian tried hard to maintain her expression, her voice gentle and clear. Let's buy some ingredients. Today's theme for the show is enjoying a meal with the family. I will prepare lunch later, and we can all eat together when Beck comes back. Alea's eyes dimmed slightly but ultimately nodded without saying anything. Seeing her mother's low spirits, Adrian's gaze darkened, and unconsciously tightened her grip on her mother's arm. Tamara, go change your clothes upstairs. I'll wait for you here. Alea looked down at her loungewear and snapped back to reality. Alright, I'll be right back. As soon as Alea left, Adrian took a deep breath and forced a sweet smile. My mom has gone to change. Let me take you all to see my bedroom while we wait. With that, she turned towards the second floor, but the instant she turned away, her expression abruptly changed, revealing only coldness. That damned Kelly, not letting them be even after moving away. Thanks to Adrian's deliberate display, netizens finally got a glimpse of the wealth of the Flynn family. Her bedroom featured a walk-in closet stocked entirely with high-end luxury brands, including bags and clothing. All items were starting from 5 figures. Next, Adrian pretended to sit at her vanity table. I usually don't wear makeup at home. Please bear with me for a moment while I touch up my makeup. Saying this, she mimicked applying foundation as if she really were putting on makeup. However, any discerning person could tell that this layer of makeup was no different from before. The comments section erupted again with discussions. Shortly after, Alea's voice came from downstairs. Adrian stuck out her tongue at the camera playfully and said, My mom is ready, I should head out too. Following her, the cameraman quickly saw Alea downstairs. Alea was now wearing a moonlight gray cheapao embroidered with faint cloud patterns reaching her knees. Her neck, which was well maintained, sported a string of pearl necklace. Even her makeup was light and simple. Yet, even so, many netizens adored her. Heavens, is she really Flynn Tamara? How come her skin looks even better than Adrian's? I feel the same. Look at them together, they look like sisters, don't they? They might look like sisters, but I think Flynn Tamara is even prettier. Speaking of resemblances, Daphne's demeanor resembles Flynn Tamara more. Isn't that true? It's obvious who is blood-related and who isn't at a glance. This remark set off Adrian's fans, who promptly defended her, claiming that their little fairy was the most beautiful. Her skin condition was just suffering due to shooting outdoors recently, leading to windburn and sun damage. However, this only led to more ridicule. Meanwhile, neither Alea nor Adrian, as the main parties involved, were aware of this discussion. By now, they had leisurely left the house. Everything seemed perfect except for the troubled look on Alea's face. The two of them soon walked to the exclusive supermarket in the villa complex. As soon as they entered, they headed straight for the produce section. However, while picking items, Alea seemed distracted, and several times when Adrian asked her to help pick things up, she grabbed the wrong ones. Adrian's expression was grim, but she managed to force a strained smile, gently reminding, Tamara, are you nervous? Don't worry, the netizens are very friendly, they won't attack anyone randomly. Concerned that her mother's unusual behavior might raise suspicions among netizens, Adrian deliberately spoke up to guide the conversation. Alea frowned but ultimately did not mention Kelly. In fact, she had been thinking about Tyra all along. This was supposed to be a program where families enjoyed a meal together, yet her daughter could not come home, and it was all because of her. Thinking of this, her expression became increasingly gloomy. Adrian, as if she didn't notice, finished selecting the ingredients and immediately pulled Alea into the clothing section. To be honest, she wasn't really interested in these clothes, but to create a heartwarming scene for the camera of close family ties, she deliberately dragged Alea around a bit more. Before long, Adrian picked up a light blue long dress and held it up against herself, then turned to ask Alea if the dress suited her. Alea's mind was full of thoughts about Kelly, and almost subconsciously, she said it would suit Kelly. As soon as these words came out, there was an instant silence from the viewers, and the atmosphere between mother and daughter became awkward. A flash of jealousy appeared on Adrian's face. She forced a stiff smile, speaking with a dark undertone, Tamara is right, Kelly would look beautiful in this dress. Only then did Alea realize what she had said. She sighed inwardly and looked at Adrian with a hint of guilt, sorry, I spaced out just now. This dress suits you perfectly, buy it if you like it. Since they had already reaccepted Adrian, there was no need to make things too difficult over a dress. But Adrian smiled awkwardly, no, this dress doesn't match me. Tamara, let's go pick another one. With that, she hung the dress back on the display rack as if it were some filthy virus. Chapter 295 Different Treatment. This scene didn't cause much of a stir in Alea's eyes because the color of this dress was very picky with skin tones, and Nyla indeed wasn't as suitable as Kelly. Putting down the clothes in her hands, Nyla no longer asked for Alea's opinion but boldly instructed the sales assistant to directly fetch 3 sets of clothes that matched her size and paid for them along with the groceries. Witnessing this scene, the netizens watching the live stream immediately started a heated discussion. Some said that it was clear the Flynn family was wealthy, they bought clothes without even trying them on, just buying what made them happy. Some envied Nyla. However, another voice emerged. Look at Alea. Although she's accompanying Nyla, her expression is filled with loneliness. There isn't much interaction between them. Do you think she's missing Sister Brooke? Of course, Sister Brooke is the true daughter of the Flynn family. Now that her daughter isn't by her side, it's natural for a mother to miss her. I'm also a mom, and I understand this feeling best. Whenever my child is away from me, I get restless. With these words, the mothers in the live stream suddenly expressed deep understanding, and some even publicly called out, hoping Kelly would return to the Flynn family and complete this filming session with Alea. Nyla, however, had no clue about this. If she knew the netizens were more in favor of the interactions between Farrell, Alea, and Kelly, she would have been furious. The supermarket here was very considerate. After Nyla and her mother finished shopping and paid, they only needed to give the villa address to the front desk. The front desk would pack the items and send them home. Therefore, as soon as they left the supermarket, Nyla linked arms with Alea and turned towards the cafe. Alea frowned, intending to tell her that she wasn't in the mood for coffee, but Nyla tightened her grip and smiled faintly. Tamara, I know you're worried about Kelly, but Kelly shouldn't always use the running away from home trick to make you worry. Nyla's words carried a subtle meaning, clearly hinting at Kelly's rebellious nature, like leaving home intentionally after arguing with Farrell and Alea. Alea frowned, obviously disliking her statement. Just as she was about to tell Nyla not to talk nonsense, Nyla playfully stuck out her tongue and continued, Tamara, don't worry. I know Kelly best, she'll definitely come back in a couple of days. Let's wait a bit longer, okay? Would her Tyra really come back? Alea hesitated. Due to this brief hesitation, she failed to notice the madness lurking in Nyla's eyes. Meanwhile, at the Xinghe Bay Villa. The takeaway had arrived, and now the 3 of them were sitting around the dining table, eating heartily, enjoying a rare moment of warmth and tranquility. The dumplings chosen by Tyra are really good. They taste as good as what I make. Hassan swallowed a small dumpling and squinted his eyes with delight. These were personally selected by his Tyra, he felt incredibly fortunate. Seeing this, Gregor didn't want to be left behind. After taking a big bite of the soup bun, he immediately started praising it, this soup bun is delicious too. Thin skin, lots of filling. Tyra, later you must tell second brother which restaurant you ordered from. They both glared at each other, but upon seeing Kelly's glance, they silently returned to eating. At this moment, the comments under their live stream video exploded. See that? This disobedient daughter, she quarreled with her parents and ran away from home, hogging second brother and preventing him from returning to the Flynn family, while enjoying their attention here so nonchalantly. How shameless. I never realized before how bad her relationship with her parents is. Today, Alea looked very down, probably worrying about her. She's too unfilial. That's right. I previously thought it was Nyla who had a poor relationship with the Flynn family. It turns out, having such an unthoughtful child, how could the Flynn family not be upset? The live stream was flooded with malicious comments towards Kelly, but Kelly and company remained unaware. After breakfast, Hassan volunteered to clean up. Kelly felt a little embarrassed and tried to help, but Gregor held her back. Why do you care about him? He's freeloaded off us for food and lodging. Why should we do him any favors? From now on, all household chores are his responsibility. Gregor laughed mischievously, and Kelly couldn't help but roll her eyes. Second brother, we shouldn't be so shameless. Gregor pouted, reluctantly rolling up his sleeves and heading to the kitchen while muttering, then I'll go help you, and you can't come over. Kelly. But with someone doing the labor, she was quite content to take it easy. Stretching lazily, Kelly sat on the sofa and took out her phone to browse some trending news. Just then, Hassan came over. What are you looking at? Nothing much, just browsing around. What about second brother? Kelly said, subconsciously turning her head to glance at the kitchen. Oh, Gregor says he wants to help. Since someone enjoys labor, I won't compete with him. After saying this, Hassan grinned, though his usually aloof and restrained eyes now held a hint of warmth. Kelly couldn't do anything about them, so she merely smiled bitterly and didn't say more. Hassan finally had a rare chance to be alone with Kelly and was just about to lean in to whisper a few words when Gregor squeezed in between them with a sour look. Isabeline, anything interesting? I want to see too. Sure enough, that naughty Corey had no good intentions. The moment he slipped into the kitchen, this guy came to disturb his sister. His motives were far from pure. Hassan sneered and reluctantly moved aside. Once Gregor sat down, he sarcastically opened his mouth. So, Gregor, are you so desperate for company that you always stick around us, willing to endure being the third wheel? That one sentence broke through Gregor's defenses. His handsome face darkened, and anger unconsciously flashed in his eyes. You think I don't know what you're up to? You're trying to get close to Isabeline whenever I'm not looking. Just remember, as long as I'm here, you can forget it. Have you got things straight? Isabeline is your sister, my girlfriend. There's nothing wrong with our normal relationship. You're just sour grapes. Hassan was extremely annoyed at being interrupted, and Gregor deliberately saying such provoking words made him even less tolerant. Subsequently, the two started pointing out each other's flaws like immature elementary students, trading barbs one after another. Kelly couldn't stand the annoyance anymore. She frowned and quietly shouted for them to shut up. The two froze, and the live stream viewers also exploded with reactions. They never expected that Hassan, the serious Emperor actor and icy doctor, would have such a private life with Kelly. Unaware of their audience, the two only revealed a trace of grievance on their handsome faces before obediently closing their mouths. Chapter 296 Entire behavior is childish. Netizens, witnessing this, felt another wave of shock. What am I seeing? Is Sister Brooke really that awe-inspiring? Hee, I couldn't tell. But it seems like Big Jeff and Kelly's second brother turn into mice in front of a cat when they meet her. Seriously, don't they feel awkward? You guys are worrying for no reason. If they aren't feeling awkward, then you're being overly concerned. Amidst the laughter of netizens and the idle chatter of the three, time quickly reached 10 o'clock. Neither Hassan nor Gregor wanted to be the one to go cook, fearing that if one of them left first, the other might try to poach their attention. After enduring half an hour, seeing Kelly's not-so-good expression, Hassan finally gave up with a sullen face. How are we going to solve lunch? We can't let Tyra starve, right? Gregor was about to ridicule him, but hearing the latter part, he immediately hung his head down. Though it was a bit unfair of him to care for his sister this way, what he said made sense. His sister shouldn't go hungry. There's no food in the fridge. How about we go out to eat? Hassan didn't even glance at him, only staring intently at Kelly, eagerly waiting for her response. Kelly glanced at the time and then smiled gently. It's not too late yet. Shall we buy some ingredients and cook ourselves? I want to taste your cooking. Didn't you just say how delicious home-cooked meals can be? Kelly met Hassan's gaze without any hint of shyness. They had already made their relationship public, intimate actions were perfectly normal now. Hassan's eyes lit up as he nodded enthusiastically. As long as you like it, I'm willing to cook for you for a lifetime. You've gone too far. How can you say such mushy words without blushing? Gregor was almost ready to throw up. Ignoring him, Kelly and Hassan exchanged shy smiles, everything unsaid but understood. Since they only needed to buy ingredients for cooking, they didn't choose a distant place but selected the nearest market to the villa, a mere 10-minute drive away. Luckily, everything was available there, so they didn't need to go anywhere else. Unfortunately, everything seemed perfect except when deciding who would drive, both men started competing again. Both Hassan and Gregor rushed to open their own car doors and invited Kelly to get in. Their postures suggested they were participating in a competition to prove who was more valuable, each eager to earn Kelly's approval. To compete for the driving opportunity, they argued fervently and passionately. Kelly couldn't help but laugh. She waved her hand, speaking lightly, "Stop fighting. Let's settle this with the simplest method." Huh. Just rock paper scissors. That's fair, right? Hassan and Gregor instantly stopped arguing, looking at Kelly with helpless smiles. However, they still nodded in agreement. All right, rock paper scissors. The loser drives. After 3 rounds, Hassan turned out to be luckier. Gregor, feeling both proud and considerate, opened the passenger door for Kelly. "Tyra, get in." Hassan pouted, giving Kelly a melancholic look before reluctantly sitting in the back seat. Driving skillfully on the slightly narrow road, Gregor's car was as steady as an old dog. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the destination. Getting out of the car, Kelly and Hassan walked ahead while Gregor followed with an unhappy expression. Although they differed in height, the trio walked together harmoniously. Seeing this scene, netizens were filled with envy and jealousy. Who wouldn't want to be pampered by 2 handsome, wealthy, high-quality men? But they could only watch Kelly enjoy such special treatment through their screens. Passing by a fruit stall, Kelly suddenly stopped. Hassan was puzzled and was about to ask when he saw her asking the vendor. "Sir, how much are the pomelos?" 10 yuan per kilogram. Would you like 2? The boss looked at the handsome man and beautiful woman, then at the cameras trailing behind them, guessing they were filming a show. He tidied his clothes and smiled brightly. "Oh, am I on TV? Here, I'll give you a few, try them out." Saying that, the boss grabbed a food bag and handed over a few fruits to Kelly. Kelly paused, took them reluctantly, then pulled out her phone to pay. "You wake up early and work hard every day. How can we take your goods for free?" Kelly is the kind of person who responds better to kindness than firmness. When someone treats her well, she can't just accept it with peace of mind. The boss chuckled and scratched his head, symbolically accepting a few dozen yuan. However, Kelly directly transferred 100. "Thank you for the fruit. If it's good, we'll come back again." Leaving the fruit stall, they continued into the market, soon accumulating quite a haul of groceries. At this point, Kelly finally felt the benefits of shopping with 2 big men. Seeing Hassan and Gregor carry the bags without complaint as they trailed behind Kelly, netizens admitted their envy. Oh. How enviable Daphne is. She has an all-powerful actor career friend and a doctor second brother who dotes on her endlessly. How can I get such a perfect family relationship? Hee, previous poster, wake up. Everyone feels the same, but these perfect men can only belong to our sister Brooke. Boo-hoo. Netizens' teasing voices went on, but Hassan and Gregor suddenly started bickering again for some reason. Caught in the middle, Kelly's expression darkened quickly. She had thought that after determining the winner through rock paper scissors, they wouldn't start fighting again. But it seemed that men never grow up. It hadn't been long before they were at it again. Cough, you 2 have had enough. There are cameras here. Kelly sighed in disbelief, finding it absurd. Was he acting out so much because there was no one he cared about around? "Tyra, I'll listen to you. Talking to him all the way here has indeed been quite boring." Gregor raised an eyebrow at Hassan, deliberately trying to irritate him. In truth, he didn't really dislike Hassan. After all, they had grown up together as close friends since childhood. The reason he kept deliberately starting arguments was mainly because he found it uncomfortable seeing him with his little sister, a discomfort akin to what a future brother-in-law might feel toward a potential son-in-law. Chapter 297, Performing in Public. The 3 of them had picked out enough ingredients for 2 meals. Adhering to the principles of not wasting food and always eating fresh, they decided after a discussion to head back. Who would have thought that as soon as they reached the market entrance, they would encounter Alea and Nyla who were there to select health supplements. Kelly and Gregor froze for a moment. The latter awkwardly scratched his nose and then called out, "Tamara." Alea gazed deeply at Kelly, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't bring herself to do so. Just when she thought her Tyra wouldn't acknowledge her, Kelly calmly called out, "Tamara." Alea's eyes welled up with tears immediately, nodding excitedly, "Ai, Tyra, you." She wanted to say more, but the scene of her packing her luggage and leaving flashed through her mind again, making her hesitate. Seeing this, Nyla clenched her fists tightly in hatred, embedding her newly done manicure into her flesh without noticing. "Aunt Flynn." Hassan furrowed his thick eyebrows. Although he had many objections, since she was Tyra's birth mother and he was only an almost son-in-law, he felt it wasn't his place to speak. "It's Arden," Alea blinked, trying hard to hold back her tears. "I heard from Ilias that you are now living with Tyra and Jingjin. How are you all doing? Do you have enough daily necessities?" Though she was asking Hassan these questions, her gentle eyes never left Kelly's face. After 2 days, her obedient daughter seemed thinner. "Brother Arden." Nyla looked at him tenderly, her gaze lingering. Unfortunately, Hassan didn't even give her a second glance. "Tyra, yesterday Tamara." "Oops, my stomach hurts badly." Just as Alea hesitantly opened her mouth to speak to Kelly, she was interrupted by Nyla. Her little face turned pale, biting her lower lip tightly, looking as if she was in great pain. "What happened?" Alea was terrified. She quickly moved closer to check on her, not hiding her worry at all. I suddenly got a stomach ache. Brother Arden, can you take me to the hospital? Nyla looked hopefully at Hassan, appearing like a damsel in distress, which made people sympathize with her effortlessly. But in fact, she wasn't suffering from stomach pain. She was just worried about Alea and Kelly having a conversation. She feared that once their relationship improved, her bad-mouthing of Kelly in front of the camera would be exposed. If that happened, her perfect image would completely collapse. Stomach problems could be serious or minor, so Alea didn't dare delay. Seeing that Hassan had no intention of helping, she immediately turned to her son Gregor. Jingjin, go get the car right now and take Galingsu to the hospital first. Gregor barely managed to stop himself from rolling his eyes and indifferently took out his phone. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, he mercilessly pressed the play button. The voices of Nyla and Alea quickly came from the phone. Most of it was Nyla slandering Kelly in front of the camera. Ignoring Nyla's increasingly pale face, he directly revealed the true reason why Kelly left the Flynn family. I don't mind being laughed at today. The reason Tyra chose to leave was because of my parents' favoritism. They overlooked whatever had happened between Galingsu and Tyra and generously forgave Galingsu on Tyra's behalf. Some netizens didn't quite understand. They were sisters after all, what was the big deal? But what Gregor said next shattered most people's worldviews, even Hassan's kind eyes turned bloodshot. Nyla once hired someone to kidnap Tyra and sell her to Myanmar. Gregor glared fiercely at Nyla, who was still putting on a show. He couldn't understand how the Flynn family raised such an inhumane white lily. Stomachache? If he hadn't already seen through her little tricks, he might have been fooled too, like everyone else. What the hell did I just hear? Is this something I should be hearing? Where are Nyla's lapdogs? Is this your precious little fairy? Looks like a demon to me. Why hasn't she been locked up? Disgusting. The rich really are crazy. Lucky my family is poor. No, it's not like that. Nyla panicked, her face deathly pale, fear filling her eyes, and this time, it was real. At the time, we were filming a show, and I couldn't explain everything clearly. No, she couldn't let public opinion follow Gregor's line of thinking. If that happened, her life would be over. But Kelly tilted her head coolly and asked sarcastically, why not? Okay, even if you had difficulties back then, what about now? Can you explain it to everyone here? Although she couldn't interfere with her parents' decisions, she could protect her own heart. Family ties? She didn't value them as much. I already explained it at that time. Why do you have to hold on to that matter? Nyla, with her face pale, accused tearfully, I know you hate me for taking your place, but back then, I was just a baby, this wasn't something I could stop. Nyla, you are still the same as before, always trying to change the subject using the story of our backgrounds, making excuses for yourself. You clearly know that what I'm asking about is only the incident where you had me kidnapped and sold. Kelly looked at her with amusement, her eyes cold like she was watching a clown. Kelly, I have nothing now, I only have mom and dad. I beg you, don't say things that make everyone misunderstand me. I will break down, go crazy. Nyla growled lowly, like an injured little beast. But only she knew that if she didn't do this, she would be drowned by everyone's spittle. Witnessing this highly charged confrontation between the two women, netizens erupted once again. Everyone held their breaths in anticipation of the drama, afraid of missing a single detail. Tamara. Nyla's expression froze, her eyes filled with unprecedented panic. She looked at Alea imploringly, hoping she would stand up for her, even just say a word on her behalf, rather than face everything alone. Seeing the cameras around, Alea's face turned sad. She looked at Kelly guiltily, clenched her fists, and decided to help Nyla out first. As for other matters, they were family affairs. After going home, she would have Nyla apologize to Tyra. Once she made up her mind, Alea took a deep breath and spoke calmly, Jingjin, Tyra, you misunderstood Galingsu, this is not how you think it is. Alea's words clearly undermined what Gregor had said earlier, turning Kelly's questions into aggressive pressure. Gregor looked at Alea in disbelief, as if he had never known her, with only anger left in his eyes. From the moment his parents forgave Nyla on behalf of Tyra and accepted her back, he should have known that they not only favored one child over another but also had poor judgment. Choosing not to believe such a good sister while believing a white lily. He was almost mad with rage. Chapter 298, Parting Ways. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Alea hurriedly walked up to Kelly and apologized softly in her ear. Tyra, it's wrong of me to you, but this is ultimately a family matter. If it becomes public knowledge, it will not only tarnish your reputation in Galingsu's but also the Flynn family's. Can't you think about Tamara and Beck? Kelly looked at her in surprise, her eyes distant and estranged. Tamara, I always thought you were just a little biased, but your words now show that you have no bottom line. Kelly's gaze grew colder, and she calmly withdrew her arm from Alea's grip despite the latter's guilty look. She could give her parents to Nyla because she was not the original her, but she could not tolerate Alea's limitless indulgence of Nyla. After all, what Nyla did was criminal. Tyra, you are too soft-spoken, which is why Nyla and our parents take advantage of you. I say don't bother with them, report it to the police directly. Flynn Jing was enraged, unable to stand seeing his sister suffer and having to watch his own mother twist right and wrong before his eyes. If he were Tyra, he would go mad. Second brother. Kelly looked at him calmly, seemingly smiling faintly at the bottom of her eyes. In fact, family affection was enough just between her and her second brother. Tamara, since you've chosen Nyla, then I wish you success. Kelly said, then turned and left first. Seeing this, Flynn Jing glared angrily at the pale-faced Nyla and Alea, then quickly followed her out. Hassan followed a step behind. He looked at Alea with undisguised disappointment. Aunt, now you can fully focus on taking care of Nyla. As for Tyra, I will take good care of her and make sure she won't be hurt again. Originally, she respected her, as Tyra only had her as a mother. But now, he felt that Alea didn't deserve to be Tyra's mother. The reversal came too fast, and netizens immediately began discussing it intensely. Alea went too far. Has she forgotten who her real daughter is? Isn't this favoritism gone wild? What is the upper floor talking about? What's wrong with Alea? My fairy princess was wronged. Does that mean she can't speak the truth anymore? And the truth, didn't you see how scared Nyla looked? That was clearly a guilty expression. As everyone was hotly debating, a big scoop suddenly erupted online. Hashtag police station holds evidence of Helena hiring hitmen to harm and kill Kelly. Hashtag Kelly's adoptive Louisa lost her humanity. Hashtag is it the loss of humanity or moral degradation? Hashtag 3 trending topics, all related to Kelly and Helena. Opening the web pages revealed an overwhelming amount of facts. Such as, Helena hired hitmen to kill Kelly but failed. Due to the plea from the Flynn family, Kelly chose not to report it to the police, and so on. The timing of these leaks was very subtle, coming right after Kelly and Nyla confronted each other on camera, instantly igniting netizens' fury. God, how can there be such a malicious adoptive mother? Alea treated Nyla like her own daughter. I didn't expect her to treat elder sister Brooke like this. So evil, such people should pay the price. Has anyone considered whether there might be some connection between Helena and Nyla? This comment stunned everyone initially, then sparked even more heated discussions. Countless people started tagging Nyla, demanding she clarify and explain herself, while some even dug up Helena's home address and past experiences. Mentioning Nyla instantly brought conspiracy theories into play, making live chat comments even more varied. I once heard a story, a rural woman and an urban woman giving birth in the same ward. They both had daughters, but to let her own daughter have a better life, that rural woman secretly swapped the 2 babies before being discharged. Holy **T. Chills down my spine. Do you think Helena treating Tyra like this means she also swapped the 2 children? One can never tell. Otherwise, who would abuse and try to murder their own daughter? The more they thought about it, the higher they believed this possibility was. Immediately, someone suggested calling the police. But soon someone mocked back, saying Kelly, the party involved, didn't plan to call the police. Aren't you meddling in what doesn't concern you? That comment made those shouting to call the police quiet again. However, Kelly seemed unfazed, directly getting into the car. In contrast, Flynn Jing and Hassan had gloomy faces throughout the ride. Kelly couldn't help but smile sitting in the back seat and initiated conversation. By the way, have you decided who will cook? I'm starving. On the way back, Hassan was driving. He and Flynn Jing were stunned for a moment before they collected their thoughts and started chatting with her. Definitely I'll be the one cooking later. Once you try my skills, it will leave an unforgettable impression on you. Although Hassan still had some concerns in his heart, he didn't want Kelly to notice his worries. Besides, it was rare for them to live together during this shoot, and he didn't want to waste too much time on irrelevant people. Just as Kelly thought Flynn Jing would oppose Hassan, he suddenly turned back in shock and asked a question out of nowhere. Tyra, did you see the news online? Is Helena's hiring of hitmen to harm you really related to Nyla? He couldn't believe what he saw. Originally intending to browse his phone idly, he found himself bombarded with news about Helena and Nyla the moment he turned it on. His mind buzzed with confusion. Without caring about the cameras in the car, he blurted out his question almost instantly. If I say no, would you believe me? Kelly responded with another question, a smile in her eyes that Flynn Jing couldn't understand. Hassan was confused by their conversation. He frowned and asked instinctively, what are you two talking about? What hiring? What does no relation mean? Kelly didn't answer but turned her face to look out the window directly. Does it matter what Nyla has done? It doesn't. What matters is that her family chose to forgive Nyla and chose to welcome her back. To the original host, this might be a huge humiliation, but for her, this incident was just the cause that allowed her to completely let go of familial ties. Flynn Jing was momentarily speechless, unsure how to answer Hassan's question. He no longer felt any sibling affection towards Nyla. If anything, he despised her pretentiousness. But he wasn't sure if Helena's actions were related to Nyla. Even if he believed everything Tyra said, even if he favored Tyra more, he couldn't speak without conscience. Chapter 299, Adrian leaves the Flynn family. No one spoke in the car, and the atmosphere was dead silent. Gregor silently started the car, while Kelly glanced out the window at the rapidly retreating tree shadows, a chill creeping into her heart. Hassan looked at her with concern, wanting to ask what had happened, but knowing it was the Flynn family's private matter, he chose not to speak. Instead, he held her hand tightly, showing his support. Regardless of what others might do, he would always stand by her side unconditionally, trusting and loving her. The strength flowed from their clasped hands into her heart. Kelly's eyelashes flickered as she turned to look at him. Hassan's almond-shaped eyes curved into a gentle smile, charming as ever. At the Flynn residence. After parting ways with Kelly, Alea lost all interest in shopping. She went home and rushed upstairs to her room without paying any attention to Adrian. Closing the door, she covered her mouth and cried bitterly, sitting helplessly on the floor. The image of Kelly's unfamiliar and disappointed eyes still haunted her mind. After carrying her for 10 months, how could she not be heartbroken? But the situation back then was special, and she hadn't thought carefully before speaking. Her intention was to talk privately so that outsiders wouldn't see the Flynn family's embarrassment. Bang bang bang. Adrian knocked on the door, her tone filled with worry and tenderness. Tamara, are you okay? There was no response from inside. As her gaze shifted, she wiped away the mockery and ridicule she had shown toward Kelly. Raised by a modest family, she knew nothing about high society etiquette. It was only fitting that she received cold treatment in front of cameras, much to Alea's face. Adrian knocked a few more times on the door. Still, there was no response. She pretended to be frustrated, hanging her head and walking downstairs, wiping tears in front of the camera in the living room. She murmured softly, "It's all because of my identity that Kelly cares so much, disrupting the household like this. I should leave. Just to make her happy and reconcile with her parents." With those words, Adrian slowly climbed the stairs again. Normally, fans and passers-by would feel sympathy for her, thinking she was wronged yet understanding. However, now that the police had exposed Helena's hiring of a hitman, it was hard to say if Adrian was innocent as well. Actually, it's better she leaves since Kelly is the real daughter of the Flynn family. Given how her adoptive mother treated her, how could she stay here? The comment above is right. If Adrian leaves now, I would respect her more, distinguishing her from that wicked woman Helena. I think an old saying fits here perfectly, Galenk father, like son. Those who understand will get it. Stop being sarcastic. Our little fairy has already offered to leave voluntarily. She has nothing to do with Helena. Netizens and fans debated heatedly. At that moment, the main door of the Flynn villa opened, and Todd walked in, his eyes glued to his phone. He casually tapped on a link, freezing in his tracks as his calm expression turned to disbelief. His fingers quickly scrolled through the screen. Right then, Adrian came downstairs with a suitcase in hand. Seeing Todd, a flash of joy crossed her mind. He had always despised injustice. Knowing Kelly had conflicted with Alea during their outing, he would surely be angry. That way, she could logically stay, which made perfect sense. From the beginning, Adrian never truly intended to leave. She just wanted to perform this act in front of the netizens to make them dislike Kelly even more. On one side, a gentle and wronged figure, on the other, a harsh and unreasonable one, a stark contrast. Adrian had been busy comforting Alea on the ride back and packing up her belongings upon return, so she hadn't checked her phone yet. Had she taken a moment to glance at it, she could have stopped this performance in time. "Third brother, you're back," Adrian called out loudly. She quickly approached Todd, noticing his gaze lingering on her suitcase, confirming her plan. If he pleaded for her to stay, she could remain. Todd put away his phone, his expression cold and serious. "What's going on with the trending topic?" Seeing his reaction, Adrian felt elated. If not for the cameras, she would have urged him to confront Kelly. She sniffled and lowered her head, pretending to be deeply wronged. "It's nothing, just that Tyra doesn't like me. Tamara also got upset with her, so I'll leave now." With that, Adrian raised her head, forcing a smile that was both strained and resolute. "Third brother, Kelly is your biological sister. Please don't be mad at her because of me. Be kind to her. We've both been victims of the identity swap, but she suffered more than I did. I should compensate for her losses." "What are you talking about?" Todd interrupted her impatiently. He sternly asked, "I'm asking you, what's this about Helena hiring a hitman?" Adrian froze, her grip on the suitcase loosening involuntarily. Shocked, she pulled out her phone and opened Weibo. The police report stunned her. No wonder she couldn't reach Helena recently, she had been arrested. What if she said something she shouldn't? What should she do? Fear and panic spread across Adrian's face, and she couldn't control her expression. Anyone who saw her like this wouldn't think she was innocent. "You leave. The Flynn family doesn't welcome you," Todd said through gritted teeth. A series of blows made Adrian's eyes moist with tears, and her pupils were filled with bloodshot veins. She looked at her third brother, who used to dote on her the most, in disbelief. "Third brother, you're driving me away?" she asked in a trembling voice. Removing the sibling filter, Todd now saw how much Adrian could act. It was laughable that she had come downstairs with her suitcase, yet was now questioning him. Netizens felt the same way. Judging from Adrian's expression, she must know about Helena hiring a hitman. Alice fans don't rush to refute, "I'm a psychology student. Only I remember that she once colluded with Egon to sell Kelly to Myanmar but ended up reaping what she sowed. I remember too. The internet has memory. Adrian is definitely not as innocent as she appears." Todd refused to play along with Adrian's act, leaving her feeling extremely awkward. She could only squat down to pick up her suitcase. "All right, I'll go." After speaking, she turned and left, her back looking desolate and helpless. No one tried to stop her until she walked out the door. The cameraman hurriedly followed Adrian to film her departure, and casually asked the director, Joa, should our remaining cameras follow or stay with the Flynn family? Follow her. I'll send someone to dismantle the equipment immediately, the director said quickly, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. Goodness, he never expected such drama in a wealthy family would unfold on his show. This was the Flynn family. If he left the cameras there and something happened, would he even survive? Adrian moved very fast, trying to shake off the cameraman. But despite carrying a camera, the cameraman kept pace effortlessly. Frustrated, she stopped and suppressed her anger. Can you temporarily stop the live stream so I can make a call? Joa, the cameraman asked into his earpiece. Ulrich didn't hesitate for a second. Continue filming. No way. Adrian's live stream was attracting tons of curious netizens and a wave of traffic. How could the director possibly let it go? Chapter 300, Did Hurley get into trouble? The photographer shook his head slightly at Flynn Galangal to indicate that the shooting couldn't be terminated, then continued to focus on the screen without paying any attention to her. In the lens, she showed no change in expression and only looked down at her phone. However, in reality, Flynn Galangal was so furious that she almost felt like vomiting blood. The hand holding her phone was exerting a lot of force, as if wishing to crush it. She couldn't go back to the Flynn family now, and the production team would be filming her closely. Where could she go? To Helena's place? But with her hired murder exposed, getting involved with her again would really ruin her. There was no way around it. She could only settle in a hotel for those few days of filming. Flynn Galangal understood that doing this would surely make netizens laugh at her. She had no other choice. Blaming Kelly for her current predicament, she thought it was all that bitch's fault. Why couldn't she just die obediently by Helena's hands? It seemed she had to play her trump card now. Flynn Galangal opened the pinned chat box and typed in a message. Xiao Nan, I'm sorry, I didn't keep an eye on Brother Arden for you. If you don't come back soon, he'll really be taken away. After sending the message, Flynn Galangal's mood became slightly calmer, and a smile crept up at the corners of her lips. If Kelly can beat her by luck, changing the opponent might not work out the same way, especially when the person was closely related to Hassan. If forced to choose, who would he pick? At this moment, Hassan was in the kitchen wearing an apron while cooking. The pink apron made him look charming and easy to bully. Gregor leaned against the doorframe with ill intent, mocking, this apron choice is good, indeed quite suitable for you. Hassan kept tossing the wok and continued stir-frying, casually responding with an, oh. Feeling like punching into cotton, Gregor found it boring. He pursed his lips and turned back to the living room to continue brainwashing Kelly. After all, he didn't like Hassan as his future brother-in-law. Gregor didn't know that netizens had now figured out a creepy CP pairing. Feeling that these two pairs are also pretty great to ship. Snarky sister-in-law and cold-faced brother-in-law, who is 1 and who is 0. My mouth is watering. Hee, I think Kelly is the most 1, her looks are very 1. You upstairs must be imagining things. I just entered this live stream but almost tripped over piles of camellia nuts. Inside the live room, the direction grew more peculiar, making the director, Ameryl, blush. These young people nowadays don't take things seriously and speak nonsense daily. But, touching his nose, the director thought it indeed made for a good ship. Bringing the dishes to the table, Hassan cooked 4 dishes and 1 soup alone, which was quite a feast. The aroma floating in the air made Gregor rub his stomach, warning himself not to be too greedy and eat less later. But seeing sweet and sour spare ribs, pineapple sweet and sour pork, and green pepper stir-fried meat with coriander at the dining table, his lips twitched slightly. Hassan, you did this on purpose. Everyone who knew Gregor knew he was allergic to coriander and couldn't even touch a bit. The only dish without coriander on the table was the oyster sauce stir-fried cabbage. If you don't want to eat, you can order takeaway or go out. Hassan smiled. Meaning, it was already good to have food, yet still being picky. Gregor rolled his eyes in anger, sitting heavily on the chair and gritting his teeth, wanting to be alone with Tyra, absolutely not. Hassan raised his eyebrows slightly, with a hint of sarcasm playing on his lips, followed by another indifferent oh. This oh, filled with mockery. Gregor wanted to hit someone but hesitated due to Kelly's presence. Swallowing his frustration hurt badly. Looking at second brother and Hassan, Kelly's phoenix-like eyes were filled with helplessness. Both were dear to her, and she couldn't interfere when they argued. So she could only say, eat well. With Kelly speaking, Gregor and Hassan stopped arguing, leaving only the clinking sound of chopsticks and bowls on the table. Feels like the meal looks delicious. I wish I could eat. These home-style dishes pair well with rice. Gregor seems a little pitiful, ha ha ha. The white cabbage field is yellow? The way he picks the white cabbage somehow makes me feel bitter. Hassan glanced up and saw Gregor eating half a bowl of rice with cabbage, opening the lid of the soup pot. The chicken soup had a clear golden color, shimmering with a light oily luster. Sniffing slightly, Kelly's radar told her it was definitely delicious. Have some soup. Hassan ladled a bowl for Gregor, mostly chicken pieces. The latter responded with a snort. You finally noticed. Hassan only chuckled softly, ignoring him and ladling a full bowl for Kelly, with far more meat than Gregor's bowl, openly favoring her. She picked up a spoon and scooped up a mouthful of the soup, her eyes instantly lighting up. Delicious, really delicious. Since you find it delicious, this pot of soup hasn't been wasted, Hassan said with a smile. Gregor was drinking the fragrant and delicious soup but inexplicably felt it had turned sour. Damn this young couple. Wait, there was someone in there who seemed to be his sister. Tyra, we can have such good soup outside too. Don't be fooled by a man who can cook, Gregor immediately warned his sister. Hassan sneered, asking, can you? Gregor's tongue touched the roof of his mouth, leaving him speechless. He really couldn't. Damn it, he would sign up for a cooking class right after dinner. Seeing Hassan shut down Gregor with one sentence, Kelly couldn't help but giggle softly. Catching her brother's woeful look, she quickly lowered her head to sip the soup. After dinner, all three of them fought over who would wash the dishes. Then they collapsed on the sofa like limp noodles. There was no way around it. Nowadays, young people never wanted to go out when resting. Even taking an extra step felt unbearable. Playing on the phone at home was the happiest thing in the world. The viewers in the live room found it boring and wandered around. Eventually, they settled on Hully's live stream. What? Why is he in the police station? Did he get into trouble? Just came in, where is Hully? And why is the police station being filmed? Was he arrested? Didn't a paparazzo expose him using illegal substances recently? Could it be true? How come no one mentioned this big news? It didn't even trend. You guys shouldn't jump to conclusions. Be careful, or you might get picked up by Hully's dad. He's the police chief, and Helena's case was exposed by his station. The live stream viewers explained that it was lunchtime and Hully's mother insisted he deliver food. Reluctantly, he set off under his mother's loving care. Finally, the camera stopped outside the police station. Ulrich signaled the cameraman to ask a policeman what was going on, revealing this shocking secret. People who joined the live stream later were stunned. How could Hully not mention this earlier? Hell, I need to check if I've said anything bad about him and delete it. I just checked, thank goodness I didn't say anything reckless. Hully's dad is awesome. Being a police chief is impressive. Can we have more updates on Helena's case for some drama? Chapter 301, New Mission. Inside the police station, Hully scowled as he placed the food on Draper's desk, feeling a headache coming on. He could easily imagine that the netizens watching the live stream would go crazy. The reason he didn't expose his father's identity was because Hully had lofty ideals. He wanted to be a watchdog in the entertainment industry, and many stars who were arrested were reported by him and Draper. Now that people know his real identity, would they still play with him? You little punk, you come to see me with that gloomy face? Do you need a beating? Draper barked. Seeing his hand reaching for his belt, Hully hurriedly explained, no, don't misunderstand. Draper snorted and opened the meal box. Seeing it was Jowsey again today, he sighed as he sat down on the stool, looking helpless. Ever since Kelly and Hassan went public, they have had several meals of Jowsey at home. He felt like he was going to become a Jowsey. There was no way around it. With the future daughter-in-law gone, Louisa Dunk was obviously unhappy. Her unhappiness led to continuous suffering for Draper, followed by Hully. However, Hully often flew all over the country, seldom eating at home, so the one who suffered the most was Draper. Thinking about this, he gritted his teeth and glared at his son. Beck, what's wrong? Hully looked puzzled, feeling a chill run down his back. Asking me what's wrong? You said you would chase Kelly. Why did she announce her relationship with someone else? Draper questioned. Mentioning this made Hully feel very complicated. He sat helplessly on the stool, his face full of worry. It's not like if I like her, she will be with me. Seeing his son like this, Draper patted him on the shoulder and didn't say more. Young people must taste the bitterness of love. Well, since there's no fate between them, just wait for others in the future. The office door was pushed open. When the policeman saw Hully, he treated him like family and directly said, Helena insists it was her own idea to kill Kelly and has nothing to do with anyone else. Hearing this, Draper slammed his chopsticks on the table coldly. Has nothing to do with anyone else? She dares to say that. Let it be. If she insists on shouldering all the blame, it's her seeking death, and it's none of our business. Thinking of today's trending topic, Hully said, Beck, Adrian is definitely involved in this matter. Look at the screenshots taken by netizens. He took out his phone and found the high-definition pictures posted by netizens. Having seen so many criminals, Draper knew from her expression that she was definitely an accomplice too. But without any evidence and Helena refusing to admit it, he couldn't arrest her. Returning the phone to Hully, Draper sighed, pictures can't be used as evidence. Obviously, this case could only end here. Leaving the police station, Hully felt uneasy inside. He couldn't accept that one of the killers was getting away scot-free. Feiyu, someone just said Draper is your biological father. Is that true? The cameraman asked timidly under the director's instruction. Yes. Hully nodded. With his confirmation, the popularity in the live stream soared, and the trending topics also skyrocketed. Hashtag Hully's true identity exposed hashtag. Hashtag Hully's father outside the entertainment circle. Oh my god, hashtag. Hashtag Hully, family background completely different from what people expected hashtag. Under the trending topics, netizens expressed their opinions. Help. These trending titles, I thought something happened to Hully. But I never expected his father to be the police chief. He usually acts like a rogue outside, but turns out to be the son of a chief. This tickles my funny bone. To be honest, I previously thought Hurley looked like a murderer. Sorry. Well, I can understand the above comment. At the peak of the trending, Hurley liked a Weibo post analyzing Adrian's micro-expressions, firmly believing she had ulterior motives. This successfully drew netizens' attention back to this matter. Considering Draper's identity, everyone couldn't help but speculate. Adrian lost a large number of fans again. Her already precarious fan base was further endangered, and those remaining were mostly brainless fans who would continue to support her no matter what. Kelly, the victim, received more attention, and her followers surged. She herself didn't care much about it and remained slouched lazily. Earning money while lying down, it was simply amazing. While Kelly was willing, Hassan was willing, Gregor was willing, the director was not. Seeing fewer and fewer viewers in the live stream, he really couldn't take it anymore. So, the cameraman handed him a mission card. Being the most diligent of the three, Hassan took the card and read, "Please do one good deed within 10 kilometers every day." Helping an elderly lady cross the street? Gregor immediately chimed in. "That counts," the cameraman said awkwardly. This task was indeed light, but it was a bit hard to evaluate. He had never seen any male or female star from the entertainment circle be so abstract. Don't they feel like they're treating the camera and the live audience as family? After calculating with her fingers, Kelly got up. "Let's go." Ulrich had arranged the positions of those few people, but she figured them out perfectly. Seeing Kelly's confident expression, Hassan and Gregor were both very excited and quickly changed clothes upstairs before heading out. But the director felt an ominous vibe deep in his heart. In the next half hour, Kelly acted like she had a GPS installed in her head, directly rushing to where the NPCs, arranged by the director, were to start performing good deeds. Each of the three found one NPC just right. Ulrich was numbed. Damn it, how could she be so accurate? Watching the furious black screen in the comments section, the director helplessly instructed the post-production team to put a line of words on screen. The production team has no black box deals. If I'm lying, the director will go bald. Netizens were shocked. He dared to make such a severe vow, proving the show must be clean. Ulrich is impressive, it's really hard not to believe him. Baldness warriors are frantically typing, 6, welcome the director to join our bald family. Taking his eyes off the comments, the director stroked his nearly hairless head, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. Heh, he originally decided to shave his head bald anyway. But the production team indeed had no black box deals. The task couldn't affect Kelly at all. Ulrich felt utterly hopeless and was considering whether to discuss with these guests about going outside. Just as the director was thinking, he saw Kelly glance at her phone for the time. "It's still early, shall we buy something for the children?" she asked the two others. "Sure, wherever you go, I'll follow, since I'm off for the next few days," Gregor immediately replied. After saying this, he glanced proudly at Hassan beside him. "Little brother, you always respond slower than me." This behavior looked quite embarrassing, yet he didn't notice himself. "I'll come too," Hassan ignored Gregor and smiled at Kelly. He took out his phone unhurriedly, searched for nearby supermarkets, showing that he was much more practical than someone who only talks big. Beside him, Gregor clenched his teeth, sparks flashing in his eyes. Chapter 302 Overwhelming Evil Chi, Unconscious. After arriving at the supermarket, Kelly took Hassan and Gregor to buy many clothes for children, toys, and other items. After checkout, all three were carrying large and small packages, which even filled up the entire trunk of the SUV, leaving most of the back seats occupied by purchases as well. Gregor was driving in front, while Kelly, Hassan, and the cameraman squeezed together in the back, making the scene appear quite pitiful. The camera was close to Kelly's face, clearly showing every one of her eyelashes. Does this sister have some kind of beauty syndrome or what? How can she be this good-looking? Aside from everything else, Kelly is really stunning when it comes to appearance. There's no substitute for her in all of China's entertainment industry. This face is truly unparalleled, so impressive. Not just netizens but even the cameraman unconsciously held his breath lightly, afraid of disturbing the beauty. Kelly searched for an address on the navigation app and handed it over to Gregor. "Go here." The voice guidance sounded out, indicating their destination was Yangguang Orphanage. People who had just started liking Kelly because of her looks became speechless upon hearing this. These celebrities are really putting on a show. Reality shows must always involve charity work, huh? Speechless. It's hard to say, the aura around Kelly makes me feel that she isn't one who likes doing charity. Adrian's remaining fans seized the opportunity to send derogatory comments frantically. "Oh, someone wants to put on airs now. Since we're talking about charity, we must mention how much Adrian contributes in this field, long-term support for elderly homes and mountain village children, providing sanitary pads, etc. Hashtag comparison of charity between Adrian and Kelly hashtag." Amidst the scrolling sarcastic comments, the car slowly entered the garage of Yangguang Orphanage. The three people got out of the car with their numerous packages. As they approached the gatehouse to register, the security guard saw it was Kelly and hurriedly went out from his booth to take the things from her hands. "Miss Sue, you're visiting the children again today," he said familiarly. Kelly nodded slightly, her usually cool eyes warming up. "How are the children doing now?" The guard laughed heartily. Thanks to you, they're all doing great. The two people trailing behind followed closely into the orphanage. What caught their eyes was the child-friendly interior decoration and various non-powered amusement facilities. Clean-clad children darted through these facilities, while caregivers filmed videos of them, cautioning them not to run around recklessly and to be careful not to get hurt. Seeing Kelly, the caregivers also quickly put away their phones to greet her. Miss Sue, you've come again. Hearing this, many of the little children turned around, emitting excited cheers, and dashed forward like little missiles. Candy sister. Candy sister, give us a hug. Be careful, don't bump into Miss Sue, the caregiver tried to stop the children. However, everyone was too excited and did not hear her. Kelly squatted down and opened her arms. The children rushed into her embrace, sticking close to her side, unwilling to leave, with some even kissing her cheeks. Such intimate attitudes were enough to show how much the children liked her. After the warm moment, the children let go of Kelly, their watery big eyes looking at the things the security guard was holding. Candy sister, did you bring toys again today? I like Candy sister the most, you're our Santa Claus. Candy sister said I was the best behaved kid the other day, ha ha ha, she must like me. You liar, she likes me the most. The children competed for affection, some of them blushing red, while the adults laughed uncontrollably nearby. Though the voices of so many children arguing simultaneously were a bit grating, Kelly remained smiling warmly throughout, without any sign of impatience. Her gaze towards the children was full of love and tolerance, something that could not be faked. Hassan looked at her intently, his phoenix-like eyes filled with love. Someone managed to capture this scene with a screenshot. So fitting, she looks at them, he looks at her, I'm always touched by others' love. How can Sugar Crystal, CP name, fans enjoy such moments so much? I'm jealous. Kelly seems very familiar with the children, the security guard, and caregivers in the orphanage. It doesn't look like she's faking it. TCH, in the end, she still hasn't donated, right? With all the money she earns, donating a few dollars wouldn't be a big deal. She's not as kind as our fairy. Adrian's fans continued to drag and push others down, insisting that if Kelly hadn't donated, she couldn't compare. Because the production crew often appeared on trending topics and had immense traffic, even the director of Yangguang Orphanage, who was on a business trip, saw this message. At that time, he was discussing research with welfare institutes from other provinces. Although Miss Sue had mentioned not publicizing the donation, he couldn't stand seeing so many malicious speculations about her. In anger, the director of Yangguang Orphanage wrote passionately and uploaded comparison pictures of the orphanage before and after Kelly's donation to Weibo. After doing all this, he even bought a promotion, only hoping that more people would see this Weibo post and not discourage those who do good deeds. Soon, under the precise push of big data, the melon-eating netizens found their way to the director of Yangguang Orphanage. The donation details showed that Kelly had unconditionally gifted 20 million yuan, several times more than what Adrian had donated in total before. Of course, this didn't include the donations made by guests on the survival show for Luling Mountain, as that money was pooled together and couldn't be attributed to her alone. This time, Adrian's fairy fans were mocked again, while Kelly gained more followers due to this buzz. The general public also had a higher opinion of her. Such a star who does but doesn't speak, is truly moving and very impressive, it's absolutely right to follow her. By the time they parted ways with the children, it was already dark, and all three were somewhat exhausted. They decided to find a restaurant nearby to have dinner. Only then did Gregor have the chance to check his phone. Seeing the messages online, he raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, Tyra, why didn't you tell me about your donation? Could I have joined you? Next time, Kelly replied. As they were talking, Hassan suddenly clutched his chest, bending over. Then, he vomited a mouthful of blood in a sheet-like manner. The surrounding customers were quite frightened. Oh, someone died. Has someone poisoned the food at this restaurant? This is terrifying. What's happening? Call the police quickly. Call 120, get someone to call an ambulance. The sudden change happened in an instant. Once Kelly realized what was happening, she was shocked and hurriedly rushed to Hassan's side to support him. In that brief moment, thick evil chi once again enveloped him, just like when they first met. She extracted most of the divine power within her body and transferred it to him, but it had no effect this time. Kelly's face visibly turned deathly pale. She shook him a few times, continuing to transfer divine power, still to no avail. The evil chi seemed to intensify. How could this be? With too much divine power consumed, even her faith power had been depleted, and Kelly fainted. Tyra. Gregor called out in shock, rushing forward to support her. As for Hassan, he fell into the pool of blood, looking particularly disheveled. Chapter 303, He Will Wake Up. Kelly and Hassan were both pulled into the ambulance, and the live broadcast was forced to pause. The netizens were very worried. Damn, how did he suddenly start vomiting blood while eating? Could there really be poison in the food? That's impossible. Gregor ate the most, and he's still fine. It's understandable for Hassan to vomit blood and faint, but what happened to Kelly? They both seem a bit crazy. I'm so worried, please don't let anything bad happen. Ulrich was even more anxious than the netizens. Kelly, a Flynn family heiress and rising star, and Hassan, a top-tier actor, both had immeasurable backing behind them. He couldn't afford any problem happening to either of them, but now both are in trouble. Ulrich clasped his hands together and kept begging aloud, Emperor of Jade, Goddess Guanine, Buddha, please protect them and keep them safe. I'm willing to trade my head of hair for their well-being. After speaking, he made a gesture like a Christian believer at heart and ended with an amen. The assistant director standing beside him twitched his mouth, wishing he could crack open the director's head to see what nonsense was inside. Praying to so many deities at once clearly shows lack of sincerity. It was different for him. He only trusted the Eastern Buddha. After a dizzying spin, Kelly opened her eyes again, feeling her body floating in midair. She looked down at her toes and realized that she was surrounded by a faint yellow glow, and her hands had turned translucent. This appearance was like her soul had left her body. Where was she? Thinking about the scene before she fainted, Kelly was extremely anxious. She had to wake up quickly to check on Hassan. So much divine power couldn't cleanse the heavy evil aura around him, which demonstrated just how strong the aura was. He was just a mortal. If that thing stayed in his body for too long, it could either cause damage to his body or worse, cost his life. An unknown force seemed to be controlling her. Kelly simply followed it forward, finding herself on the familiar path from the welfare home to the restaurant. Her spirit floated into the restaurant, where she saw a vivid scene of her second brother, and Hassan having dinner. Kelly helplessly watched as Hassan's evil aura grew dense, then bent over and vomited blood, after which she infused him with divine power. Then, she accompanied him onto the ambulance. 2 ambulances arrived. Gregor accompanied Kelly, while Hassan lay alone quietly. The doctors kept checking his body using the instruments in the ambulance but found nothing wrong. What's going on? His heart rate is normal, but he's vomiting blood. Logically, vomiting blood should be accompanied by an accelerated heart rate. I glanced at the live stream when I slacked off just now. Before he lost consciousness, there were no signs of distress, and his body didn't convulse. Strange. The nurses and doctors murmured to themselves, trying to figure out what was wrong with Hassan. Kelly stood by, her expression solemn. Of course, they couldn't find anything because the issue wasn't physical but related to his destiny. Calming down, she carefully examined Hassan's face and noticed a small, barely visible mole on his forehead. But this mole was in an awful position, belonging to someone who committed great evils in a past life. The person behind the scene struck again. No wonder the divine power she injected didn't work. It probably got swapped during the soul swap. Being in the open while the enemy is hidden made her feel incredibly uncomfortable. Kelly followed Hassan as he underwent various tests, watching as the doctors' faces showed confusion when they received the reports. Time seemed to pass quickly. Several days flew by. Various tests were conducted, yet Hassan didn't improve. Kelly helplessly watched as his life slowly drained away, powerless to do anything. She tried her best to break free and return to her body to save him, but she discovered that an invisible barrier enveloped her. For some reason, Kelly felt this barrier held no malice and might even be protecting her or trying to convey something. Hassan's cheeks became increasingly gaunt, and his mother sat by his bedside crying, repeatedly praying for him to wake up, even willing to trade her own life for his. A mother's heartfelt prayers did not have any effect. In a blink, half a month passed. Kelly watched as Hassan's heart rate gradually flattened, and the machines emitted a continuous beep, forming a straight line. Hope's mother screamed and clung to her son, shaking him fiercely. Hope's father stood beside them, red-eyed. The Flynn family, including Adrian, came, all wearing expressions of sorrow. It shouldn't end like this. Kelly calmed herself, observing the changes in Hassan's facial expression, then abruptly snapped her fingers. He's in the southwest, just in the southwest. Kelly suddenly exclaimed. Her spirit swiftly drifted towards the southwest, but when she arrived, it was already too late. She only saw a figure with long hair, the glutinous rice at the mouth area burned black, and paper money scattered on the ground. It was a woman. The person who replaced Hassan's destiny was a woman. Kelly suddenly realized this. She understood why she hadn't found anything before. She had been looking in the wrong direction. From the beginning, both she and Hassan suspected men because his destiny was so special that only a few women could match it. But that didn't mean there were none. The pulling force came again, and Kelly felt like a dying fish finally reaching water. She suddenly opened her eyes and took deep breaths of fresh air. Gregor, who was nearby, heard the commotion and hurriedly asked, Tyra, you're awake. How do you feel now? Are you still uncomfortable? I've been worried sick these past few days. Our parents and third brother have been coming to see you frequently. Neither you nor that kid from the Hope family can be diagnosed by doctors. They just said to stay in the hospital for observation and mentioned the possibility of becoming a vegetable. Do you know how bad I felt? I wish I could operate on you myself. Upon regaining consciousness, Kelly listened to Gregor's incessant chatter beside her ear, like a fly buzzing around, trying hard to analyze any useful information. Unlike in her dream, she woke up after only a few days, while Hassan was still being kept alive by nutrients. If they couldn't quickly swap back his destiny, he would still end up dead. Tyra, since you can wake up, that kid from the Hope family should be able to as well. Although I usually don't like him much, I don't want anything bad to happen to him, Gregor said awkwardly. They grew up together, after all, and shared a bond of friendship. He will wake up, Kelly said firmly. With her around, Hassan would definitely turn danger into safety. If she, a mountain god, couldn't handle modern practitioners of black magic, she would be too ashamed. You say he'll wake up, so he definitely will. Tyra, second brother trusts you, Gregor said. Kelly nodded, then her stomach growled loudly, making her realize how hungry she was. She had been fed intravenously for the past few days without eating anything solid. Of course, she would be hungry. Chapter 304, Amaya saved him. Seeing Kelly rubbing her stomach, Gregor patted his head. Look at my silly brain. Even when you woke up, I didn't think of getting some food. Tyra, wait here in the ward obediently. I'll be right back. Kelly watched Gregor leave, a trace of helplessness on her face. Her second brother's tone just now made her seem like a little kid. It seemed she really scared him silly by fainting suddenly. Gregor did return quickly. After eating, Kelly felt some strength returning to her body. She leaned against the bedhead, reminiscing about that dream. It had been many years since she had a prophetic dream. It was somewhat interesting. Brother, let's go see Hassan, Kelly said. Adonis nodded. Okay, let's go see him. Though Kelly had clearly been lying in bed for several days, she walked without any sign of weakness after getting up, still as swift and agile as before. This impressive health status made Adonis extremely envious. He had treated so many patients, yet he had never seen anyone as strong as his own sister. Not bad for a member of the Flynn family. Inside Hassan's ward, just as in Kelly's dream, Catherine sat beside the bed with tears streaming down her face. Heaven, if you have eyes, please hear my plea. Take my life for my son's. He is still so young, you can't let him lie in bed for the rest of his life, Catherine sobbed. Aunt, Kelly interjected. Catherine turned around, her eyes red and bloodshot from lack of sleep for days. Tyra, you're awake. Her tears stopped abruptly as she smiled through them. If you can wake up, surely Arden can too. Kelly looked at Hassan on the bed. His lifespan had been shortened dramatically when his fate was taken away. At this rate, he wouldn't last 5 more days. She had very little time. These few days, she needed to find the person behind all this and earn some divine power. Aunt, I have a way to wake up Hassan, but I need your cooperation, Kelly said. Catherine, without any suspicion, nodded excitedly. Whatever it takes, as long as Arden wakes up. Do you need money, or do you want me to trade my life for his? I can do anything. Not necessary. I only need you to recall if there's anyone who had poor health or bad luck before contacting Hassan but suddenly improved afterward, preferably a female, Kelly explained. Hearing this, Catherine frowned thoughtfully and shook her head. I haven't really paid attention to that. Think carefully, this is very important, Kelly emphasized earnestly. Moved by her emotion, Catherine pondered seriously. Just as she was about to say something, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a tall girl with long hair flowing down to her waist, slender like willow branches, entered. Her pale complexion and rosy lips added a touch of frail beauty. Her watery eyes gazed at the bedridden Hassan. Aunt, what's going on here? I just heard about Arden's accident upon my return. What's wrong with him? The girl asked painfully. This person hadn't appeared in her dream, and Kelly scrutinized her closely. The long hair did look similar to the figure she saw. Nan, we don't know what happened to Arden. The doctor said it might be an incurable illness, beyond any cure, Catherine said sorrowfully. The two women hugged each other, crying. Seeing this, Gregor pulled Kelly aside and whispered an explanation. The woman who just came in, we call her Sick Beauty. Her real name is Amaya. She's always been in poor health since childhood. Doctors even predicted she wouldn't live past 16. One family has only one daughter, and they've pampered her like a treasure. They've tried all sorts of rare medicines on her, which has helped prolong her life until now. But she's been abroad these years, only recently returned. Her condition seems better than before. Hearing this, Kelly nodded but remained suspicious of Amaya. Logically, she shouldn't doubt her, yet her calculations earlier revealed nothing, showing a short-lived appearance. But she managed to live this long. Right, Gregor tugged at Kelly's sleeve again, drawing her attention back. Amaya saved Hassan once before. They were quite close friends, and Adrian has always been jealous of her, he continued. Kelly nodded and asked straightforwardly, rival in love? Her blunt question left Gregor speechless. How could he indirectly hint at those two words? In fact, I indeed feel Hassan isn't the best match. Too many women circle around him, he murmured. Choosing to ignore this comment, Kelly kept her gaze on Amaya, who had just separated from Catherine, their eyes meeting. So, this must be Tyra. I often see news about you and Arden while abroad. I know you're my sister-in-law, Amaya greeted with grace, a perfectly measured smile on her face. Hello. Kelly nodded slightly at her. She used the soul eye to observe the golden light surrounding Amaya, concluding that this person must be a great philanthropist over many lifetimes and could be trusted. Having so many people in the ward isn't good. I haven't seen Arden for a long time. Can I have some alone time with him? After saying this, Amaya seemed to remember Hassan had a girlfriend now. She touched the hair hanging over her shoulder and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I'm usually so close to him and treat him like a younger brother, forgetting he has a younger sister-in-law now. It wouldn't be appropriate to be alone with him. How about this? The younger sister-in-law listens from the side. Amaya asked with a smile. Though she phrased it nicely, there was an undercurrent of provocation. Okay. Kelly agreed with a nod. Amaya's smile faltered slightly but quickly returned to normal as she stepped forward warmly. Alright, let's have a heartfelt talk. Gregor mentally gave his sister a thumbs up. Ever since he discovered Adrian's true nature, he had naturally learned how to identify such people. Amaya's words earlier made him quite angry. He was almost ready to speak out in ridicule. But Tyra did well, countering directly by agreeing to everything, catching the green tea off guard and leading to her defeat. In reality, Kelly hadn't thought much about it. She just felt something was off with Amaya and didn't want her to be alone with Hassan, fearing something might happen. Gregor and Catherine left, leaving only 2 conscious people in the ward. Amaya sat by the bedside, adjusting the blanket for Hassan. Her face showed concern as tears dropped heavily one by one. Arden, how did you suddenly become like this? The last time I saw you on a show, you were fine. It's all my fault for staying abroad and not coming back to be with you. Don't worry, I'll stay in the country until you get better. Arden, promise me, wake up soon, don't make me and your aunt worry about you, okay? Every word Amaya spoke was filled with genuine concern and heartache, seemingly not intending any harm to Hassan. Chapter 305. What is Kelly going to do? No matter what Amaya said, Kelly watched silently with a blank expression from the side, as if the matter had nothing to do with her, and she was simply sitting there in indifference. If a doctor or nurse had suddenly walked in at this moment, they would definitely think that the girl beside Hassan's bed was his girlfriend. Amaya felt awkward since no one responded to her performance. She pondered secretly. Just as Nyla said, Kelly was not easy to deal with. Would you like to go for dinner together later? Kelly's clear voice laced with coldness broke the silence. Amaya turned back with confusion. Are you talking to me? Yes, will you come? Kelly repeated. Amaya lightly bit her lip, deep in thought. She did not believe that they were on friendly terms where they could have dinner together. Is this Kelly's move finally? After some contemplation, she nodded, sure. They called the caregiver to watch over Hassan and left the hospital together for a nearby restaurant. The entire journey was silent. Amaya held her breath. She wanted to know what Kelly was up to, but unfortunately, the latter didn't even make an effort to engage in small talk. She could only wait. Inside the restaurant, both of them had a menu placed in front of them, with a waiter standing by to take their order. I prefer spicy food. Ordering more dishes with a kick shouldn't be a problem, right? Kelly finally spoke to Amaya. The latter nodded in agreement with a faint smile. Sure, I love spicy food too. Upon hearing this, Kelly's eyes flickered with a trace of surprise. While waiting in the hospital earlier, she had asked Gregor to look into Amaya's past before she went abroad. Amaya had been born with congenital defects affecting various parts of her body, especially her heart. She was unable to engage in vigorous exercise and her diet had always been very bland. Now, saying that she loved spicy food was quite intriguing. Even if she had recuperated for some time abroad, without surgery, it was impossible for her heart disease to be completely cured. The dishes were soon served, the intense aroma of peppers stimulating Amaya's taste buds, making her uncontrollably swallow saliva and eagerly pick up her chopsticks to grab a piece of boiled fish. The flavor was fresh, spicy, and numbing. She sneezed several times due to the peppercorns, tears streaming down her face, yet she still reached for another piece. Despite such heavy stimulation, Amaya seemed perfectly fine, causing Kelly's fingers to tap the table forcefully twice. You really enjoy spicy food, she commented casually. Amaya nodded. When I was young, my health was poor and I couldn't eat anything strong. As I grew older and got better, I gradually fell in love with spicy food. Spicy food has a unique taste, it's painful yet fragrant. I've always been persistent. No matter how painful, if I like something, I'll try my best to adapt and won't give up easily. Though she was ostensibly talking about spicy food, her words clearly carried implications about people. Amaya was obviously hinting at Kelly. Regarding Hassan, she wouldn't give up easily. Kelly, however, lowered her head, lost in thought, idly poking at the rice in her bowl without eating much. Being rebuffed felt unpleasant. Amaya almost thought Kelly was deliberately playing dumb. She channeled her anger into her appetite as one spicy dish after another was served, eating heartily. After all, Kelly wouldn't poison her in a restaurant. With such delicious food right in front of her, not eating would be a waste. Amaya thoroughly enjoyed her meal. The leftover rice in her bowl soaked in chili oil looked extremely flavorful. In contrast, Kelly merely took a few symbolic bites while deep in thought throughout the meal. Sir, can we settle the bill? She said. The owner came over with the bill, looking surprised at the large amount of food consumed. These 2 young ladies sure can handle spicy food, that's impressive. Our restaurant serves authentic Sichuan flavors. It's rare to have customers ordering entirely spicy dishes. That'll be 360 yuan, but I'll charge you 350 if you find it tasty. Come again. Kelly paid the owner via QR code. Amaya couldn't help but scoff, saving 10 yuan was indeed petty. However, she realized that they hadn't exchanged many words during the meal. None of the imagined intrigues materialized. Alright, you can take a cab home. I have something else to attend to, Kelly told Amaya. Without waiting for a response, she turned and left decisively. Amaya watched Kelly's retreating figure in shock, realizing this meal was truly just for eating. Had she known this, why didn't she just go home to enjoy a 5-star chef-prepared meal instead of dining here? Angry and frustrated, Amaya stormed out of the restaurant and called Nyla. Nanan? How was it? Did you meet Kelly? Nyla sounded anxious, almost hopeful. Amaya scowled and harumphed. Met her, all right. Just as you said, she's inscrutable. Then, she recounted the day's events to Nyla in detail. At the end, she gritted her teeth and asked, what did she mean? On the other end of the phone, Nyla was also baffled. Was Kelly going crazy? Someone had a crush on her career friend and danced in front of her, yet she took that person out to dinner. Feeling speechless inside, Nyla sighed aloud. I can't say for sure, but I feel like there's a conspiracy. Be careful. Hearing this, Amaya shivered, and her right hand involuntarily rubbed her left arm. Right, I need to go home immediately, to avoid being taken advantage of. In such remote areas, thugs and people with unknown identities often appeared. Perhaps Kelly wanted those people to ruin her. She hastily hung up the phone and hurriedly called her family Dayton to pick her up, then ran back to stand in front of the restaurant they had just left. With so many people around, anyone with ill intentions wouldn't dare to make a move. Customers in the store looked at Amaya standing trembling at the door, looking around, with puzzled eyes. This girl was quite pretty, but she seemed a little crazy. Oh no, she wasn't planning to steal their wallets, was she? The customers quietly packed up all their valuable items, holding them close to their arms. Only when Amaya got into the car did they relax, realizing that the alertness of the people in the shop was too strong for her to act. The customers began discussing it among themselves. That young girl was indeed quite scary just now. I almost had my things stolen. The car she got into looked pretty fancy, but who knows if it was hers. I saw an older man in the car just now. It definitely wasn't hers. We should have called the police to catch the thief. Maybe even the car was stolen. Why would someone so pretty resort to stealing? The youth nowadays all want something for nothing. If Amaya knew she was mistaken for a pickpocket and became the subject of gossip, she would be furious. After expending too much energy today, her body finally felt exhausted and fell asleep shortly after getting into the car. Chapter 306, Amaya learns the truth. Miss, we're here. The Dayton's voice broke through, and Amaya frowned as she opened her eyes, gradually regaining her awareness. She stretched lazily and mumbled, my body feels much lighter since I came back to China. It seems the environment here really agrees with me. Speaking of which, Amaya got out of the car and headed home, deciding to take a shower first to wash off the spiciness clinging to her body. Just as she entered the house, Meryl's voice called out, Nan Nan. Amaya looked at the person sitting on the sofa in surprise, rushed over without even changing her shoes, and threw herself into his arms. Beck, you came back early. Why didn't you tell me? I would have picked you up. The spiciness from his daughter made Rupert wrinkle his nose slightly as he asked helplessly, did you eat spicy food again? Yes. Today, I went to the hospital to see Arden, and it turned out his little girlfriend was there too. Amaya recounted everything that had happened today. She didn't notice that Rupert's expression grew increasingly cold and serious as he listened. Nan Nan, is that Kelly the celebrity fortune teller everyone talks about online? He asked. Amaya pouted and huffed, reluctantly nodding. She's probably just playing up her image. There's no way she can really tell fortunes. All those female celebrities like to put on airs anyway. Besides, Gianna said she's not a good person. And she's so poor, I'd better stay away from her. Having said that, Amaya looked up at Rupert, who seemed lost in thought, and left his embrace. She placed her hands on her hips and asked sweetly, Beck, do you think I'm better or Kelly? Of course our Nan Nan is better. You're beautiful and considerate. Rupert smiled as he comforted her. Amaya's smile widened in satisfaction, you're right. Once Arden wakes up, he'll definitely break up with that woman. I'm going upstairs to freshen up. She skipped up the stairs lightly, and Rupert quickly warned her, take it easy. Walk properly. Be careful you don't fall. I know, Amaya replied without turning around, taking much smaller steps. The butler, standing nearby, smiled approvingly. Since Miss returned to China, she's been healthier and more lively. That's great. Yes, Rupert nodded. His eyes turned cold. Having seen his daughter nearly die and look so gaunt, he wanted her life from now on to be stable, never to fall ill again. So don't blame him. Rupert strode outside, sat on the garden rocking chair, and dialed a number. The other side took a long time to answer. What is it? A rough, elderly voice finally responded. The voice sounded harsh through the receiver, but Rupert was used to it. When will Hassan die? He immediately asked. I've told you before not to rush. No later than 5 days, all his luck will be transferred to your daughter, the other party said. In the past, Rupert wouldn't have worried, but now with Kelly as a variable, he had seen her live stream and found her somewhat genuine. No, we need to get rid of Hassan now. I can't wait any longer. The other side was silent for a moment, then laughed bitterly. Do you think swapping fortunes is so easy? Don't bother me with these trivial matters. With that, the other party hung up mercilessly. Rupert stared at the dial tone on the screen, feeling complicated and heavy-hearted. He hadn't noticed that someone had overheard the entire conversation from a corner. Amaya's eyes filled with tears, her eyes wide in disbelief. covering her mouth to stifle her sounds. Seeing Rupert getting ready to leave, she hurriedly hid, squatting down, her body trembling. So, Hassan fell into a mysterious coma because of her. Her health wasn't due to foreign medical treatments but because she had taken his luck. How could this be? She had never intended to harm him. Amaya couldn't hold back any longer, muffled cries escaped through her fingers. She didn't know what to do. Watch Hassan die? She couldn't. What if she told the Hope family the truth and returned the stolen luck? Thinking of the pain when she was sick, Amaya's face turned pale with fear. She didn't want to go back to those days ever again. What should she do? Amaya couldn't decide, ran back upstairs, locked herself in her room, and cried loudly. Never had she imagined her current health was paid for with Hassan's life. She hated herself. Why should she even live? Meanwhile, Kelly returned to the hospital and saw Mrs. Hope still guarding in the ward. She entered and greeted, Chelsea. Mrs. Hope wiped her tears so as not to embarrass herself in front of the younger generation, forcing a weak smile, Tyra. Kelly walked over, Chelsea, can you tell me about Amaya? I want to hear everything about her from childhood. Hearing this, Mrs. Hope sighed, Tyra, rest assured, Arden truly loves you. Before you, he never liked any other woman. Realizing she had misunderstood, Kelly patiently explained, Chelsea, I'm not asking about our relationship. I'm asking to help Arden wake up. I suspect he fell into a coma because Amaya borrowed luck from him. Now, I need you to tell me exactly what her health condition was like before. Mrs. Hope's face suddenly turned cold, and she clutched the bedsheet hanging by the bedside tightly. If her son was really harmed this way because of Amaya, she would never let her off. All right, I'll tell you, Mrs. Hope said. She tried her best to recall everything that happened in the past. The more she spoke, the more she felt something was amiss. Everyone saw how frail Amaya was as a child, as weak as a kitten. The doctors said she wouldn't live past 16, yet now she had grown so much. Though she looked quite frail just now, compared to when she was young, it was evident she had improved dramatically. After finishing her story, Mrs. Hope eagerly asked, Tyra, do you have any clues? Kelly nodded slightly, her suspicions growing stronger. Chelsea, did the Wong family ever take hair or fingernails from Arden? Mrs. Hope frowned, I'm not sure about that. So many years ago, it was hard for her to remember clearly, and hair and nails were easily obtainable. Chelsea, please think carefully. Borrowing luck requires a lot of hair, Kelly said. Mrs. Hope furrowed her brows and thought hard. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. I remember, Amaya once saved Arden. They were trapped in a burning room at the time. When Arden came out, his hair was burnt like it had been chewed by a cat. I still have photos on my phone. Mrs. Hope quickly searched through her phone. Here, this is the photo. Kelly focused on the photo. Young Arden didn't look much different from how he looked now, beautiful like a porcelain doll. But the doll was dressed in tattered clothes, his cheeks dirty, and his hair was a mess like a bird's nest. Here, Kelly zoomed in on the photo. Chapter 307 on the street corner near the hospital. From this angle, you can clearly see that Hassan's hair was cut with scissors, not burned, Kelly said to Catherine. The enlarged section clearly showed the texture of cut hair, unlike other areas which were burnt and left slightly curled. Catherine repeatedly examined the photograph, a chill running down her spine as she looked at it with red-rimmed eyes. Those shameless people targeted Arden when he was so young, wanting to take away his luck. No wonder he was so lucky as a child and everyone praised him as a blessing, but grew up falling ill and having bad luck all the time. It turns out it was because of this. As a mother, learning that her son had been wronged like this, she felt an uncontrollable urge to rush to the Wong family and confront the father and daughter for answers. Aunt, please try to stay calm and don't let them notice anything is wrong, Kelly whispered softly. Unfortunately, she didn't have extra divine power now to soothe Catherine's emotions. But, being a well-known lady within the circle, Catherine wasn't weak in regulating her emotions. She took deep breaths and closed her eyes. When she reopened her eyes, much of the hatred had diminished from them. Of course, it didn't mean it disappeared, it was just hidden. Tyra, what should we do next? Catherine asked. You go and find out Amaya's date of birth, but absolutely don't let them notice. Be careful, they might resort to desperate measures, Kelly replied. Catherine nodded. All right, I'll handle it. Kelly's small face was tense. The deadline is 2 days, any longer and Arden will be in danger. Upon hearing this, Catherine immediately got up, panic-stricken. I'll go ask right now. She grabbed her handbag from the bedside table and quickly ran out of the ward. Watching Catherine vanish in the blink of an eye, Kelly touched her nose, doubting if she could keep the secret. But besides Catherine, no one else was better suited for this task. Looking at the frail-looking Hassan lying in the hospital bed, Kelly gently stroked his cheek and whispered, Trust me, I will save you. Wait for me, don't be afraid. Over the next 2 days, Kelly sought out those who had bullied the original host in the past and extracted divine power from them. Apart from Helena, she had visited all sizes of such individuals, and her divine power had been replenished abundantly. Meanwhile, after countless casual inquiries with friends, Catherine finally found out Amaya's date of birth. With the birth details, Kelly immediately started calculating. Sure enough, Amaya was supposed to die early in life, yet her fate had been reversed by some dark magic. That such evil sorcery still existed today infuriated Kelly. She vowed to catch the person behind it and bring them to justice. To reverse the spell, drawing talismans wouldn't work, a ritual was needed. Kelly called Audrey. Do you know where I can buy cinnabar, yellow paper, and black dog blood? They must be genuine. I know, our Taoist sect always buys from the ghost market. There's a reliable shop there. Do you need these items, Sister Brooke? Would you like me to go with you? Audrey was very enthusiastic, indicating she really had free time. If possible, come find me now, Kelly said. It was nighttime, and the ghost market was open. Saving Hassan was urgent, and she didn't want to waste any time. Within half an hour of hanging up the phone, Audrey arrived at her door. Kelly quickly packed up and headed out, coincidentally meeting Gregor in the living room upon her return. He clearly just came off surgery and looked utterly exhausted. Tyra, are you planning to go out? Gregor asked. Kelly nodded. I need to visit the ghost market for something important. Brother too, you should rest, don't worry about me. Hearing the words, ghost market, Gregor seemed very intrigued. He immediately put on his shoes by the entrance. Take me along to broaden my horizons. I promise not to cause any trouble. Can I come? He asked. Kelly reluctantly agreed. All right, let's go. Gregor happily followed her as they climbed into Audrey's car. Seeing him, the girl blushed slightly, her expression more serious than before. The car started, and Audrey asked, Sister Brooke, why are you in such a hurry to buy these things today? Kelly sighed, I'm preparing for a ritual tomorrow. Hearing this, Audrey's mouth opened wide in surprise. She couldn't believe someone could be so capable, able to exorcise ghosts and perform rituals. What else couldn't she do? Sister Brooke, you're truly amazing. You're my lifelong role model, she marveled. Not that impressive, just accumulated experience, Kelly replied honestly. However, Audrey shook her head. Sister Brooke was too modest. How could someone in her early 20s have accumulated so much experience? Clearly, it was a matter of high talent. There were others with high talent in the mystic world, but none as extraordinary as Sister Brooke. Gregor stood beside her, looking perplexed. He didn't understand what Kai-Tan, ritual, meant, but he had promised Kelly not to cause trouble, so he kept his confusion to himself and asked nothing. He hoped that the ghost market would surprise him later, though surely there wouldn't be real ghosts inside, right? In truth, Gregor appeared calm but harbored an adventurous spirit within. He had read many books on the paranormal before and found them quite fascinating. The car stopped at a parking lot not far from the entrance to the ghost market, and the three walked inside. Seeing the street lined with snack vendors, all of Gregor's anticipation vanished. He even felt a bit regretful. Why did he think this place was magical? Sigh, if he had known, he might have preferred staying home. Come here. Kelly tugged the two of them behind a food stall. The owner looked at them puzzled. Are these three possessed by ghosts? Gregor was about to ask what was going on when he saw Wang Chun-nan, dressed heavily and sneaking in. What is she doing here? He whispered. Kelly shook her head, her face grave. I don't know either, let's follow her. Audrey, clueless about what was happening, obediently followed the two. Together, they tracked Wang Chun-nan. She entered a shop in the ghost market that made hell banknotes and came out hurriedly shortly after. They followed her back to the street corner near the hospital. Wang Chun-nan placed the glutinous rice she bought under a lamppost, stuck 2 chopsticks into it, and knelt down once she confirmed no one was around. Is this woman crazy? Gregor rubbed his arms and couldn't help asking. Neither Kelly nor Audrey answered him, focusing intently on Wang Chun-nan. Her body trembled with fear, tears streaming down her face, yet her back remained straight as she knelt. As they watched her lips move silently, Kelly used her divine power to blow gently, carrying her words to their ears. Hassan, I didn't know what my father did, and now that I do, it's too late. I'm sorry. I do like you, and you should know that. If I had known my father would do such things, would have stopped him. Chapter 308, Conducting the Ritual. I don't know if you can receive this now that I'm burning the paper, but rest assured, after you're gone, I will burn more for you every year. Arden, I'll meet you down there. When it's time, I'll go to apologize. After saying these words, Amaya burned all the paper money and got up to leave hurriedly, her black waist-length hair curving as she moved. This scene was exactly the same as what Kelly had seen in her premonitory dream. Gregor rubbed his arms and hissed, what was Amaya doing just now? Why was she acting so weird? Could it be that she thinks Arden's current coma is due to offending some evil spirits, and she wants to burn paper to drive them away? That's not it, she was paying tribute, Audrey said. As a member of the mystic community, even though her skills were not very proficient, she still understood some things. Gregor nodded incompletely but felt more confused. Why would she pay tribute using Hassan's name? He's only in a coma, he's still alive and well. Because she knows he's going to die, Kelly spoke coldly. Right then, a gust of cold wind blew by, making the other two people present shiver. Kelly said in a deep voice, it seems Amaya has already learned the truth about the borrowed fortune. Between her health and letting Hassan go, she chose the latter. What do you mean? Gregor frowned and asked. Amaya has been borrowing Hassan's luck to extend her life, probably starting from when she went abroad. Kelly explained. Upon hearing this, Gregor first looked shocked and then revealed an expression of sudden enlightenment. No wonder, Hassan used to have such good luck, winning lottery prizes and all, but at 16, his luck suddenly turned bad. It turns out someone was borrowing his luck. Thinking of this, Gregor's face turned angry, clenching his fists tightly. The Wang family and Hope family are business partners. Because Amaya saved Hassan, the Hope family gave them many favors. And they did this. They're beasts. Kelly hummed and raised an eyebrow at him. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Gregor touched his nose awkwardly and asked, "What's wrong? Aren't you supposed to hate Hassan?" she asked. Blushing fiercely, Gregor quickly covered himself. "I dislike him being my brother-in-law, not him as a person. Moreover, when it comes to matters of life and death, anyone would make me feel this way. Alright, hurry up and get in the car to buy supplies." He seemed deflated and hurried back to start the car. Kelly and Audrey exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of identical wry smiles. Returning to the ghost market to buy what they needed, night had already fallen, with many food stalls removed, making the road easier for Gregor to drive. His face was tight, looking very heavy-hearted. Audrey, who had been watching him, couldn't help but ask, "Hakeem, are you worried about actor Hope?" Recalling Kelly's teasing earlier, Gregor instinctively wanted to deny it, but then he remembered Amaya's words. He pursed his lips and nodded, finally speaking his mind. "I'm afraid he'll be killed." Audrey glanced sideways at Kelly. "Don't worry, Sister Brooke's intervention will definitely work. She's a top leader in our mystic department." Gregor glanced at the two in the back seat through the rearview mirror. "Mystic department? What's that?" "It's a special government department, like police officers," Audrey explained. At a traffic light, she reached into her pocket and showed him her police ID. Seeing his eyes widen in surprise made her heart leap. "Did you get official status, Tyra? Why didn't you tell the family?" Gregor was truly dumbfounded. He thought his sister was just an ordinary superstar who knew some mysticism. He never imagined how impressive she really was. "Nothing much, not worth mentioning," Kelly replied. Her face didn't show any humility. It was clear she genuinely thought joining the mystic department wasn't significant. Audrey, beside her, had stars in her eyes, wearing an adoring look like a fan gazing at an idol. Sister Brooke is right. These two. Gregor sighed, suppressing his urge to comment and silently continued driving. Now he truly believed Hassan could survive. That guy had such good luck finding such a girlfriend. Does that guy even have official status? No, he doesn't. With this thought, Gregor's disdain for this future brother-in-law reached its peak. The next day. After breakfast, Kelly headed to the hospital, taking Audrey along since she might need her later and it would give Audrey a chance to learn something. Earlier, Hope's mother had called, informing Kelly that apart from Amaya's birth date, they had also obtained her hair. If the ritual included the person's own hair, the success rate would significantly increase. In the top-tier hospital, as soon as Kelly opened the door, she saw Amaya sitting by Hassan's bedside, gazing at him tenderly, while Hope's mother sat far away reading her phone. The atmosphere was extremely strange, making everyone feel awkward. Seeing Kelly come in, Catherine immediately got up and left the ward with her to the stairwell, handing over the collected hair. "Confirmed it's hers?" Kelly asked seriously. Catherine nodded, absolutely certain. "I cut it myself." Hearing this, Kelly gave her a thumbs up. "Chelsea, you're amazing." Completing the assigned task and doing more, Catherine was indeed impressive. "As long as Arden can be saved, I'll do anything," said Catherine. She turned her head to glance at the direction of the ward, her disgust showing plainly on her face. "Looking at Amaya pretending over there makes me want to throw her out." Kelly nodded. "Then take her away now. I'll trim Arden's nails." "Okay." Catherine made an approving gesture. With high heels clicking briskly, she walked quickly to the ward and soon brought Amaya out. Both had smiles on their faces, seemingly chatting very well. Kelly admired Catherine's ability to manage her expressions. Indeed, she was a noble lady from high society. Don't think these ladies just need to make tea dates, play cards, and chat. That also requires skill. At the very least, they have to speak appropriately to different people. Putting aside various thoughts, Kelly stepped into the ward and sat where Amaya had been, taking out a nail clipper and carefully trimming Hassan's nails. Next, she took a few strands of hair from his head. After finishing, she looked deeply at him and murmured, "Soon, you will wake up." Sitting in the ward for a while, she learned that Audrey was almost at Gregor's villa, so Kelly set off to return. Yesterday, after buying everything needed from the ghost market, today she obtained Amaya's hair, Hassan's hair, and nails. The success rate of conducting the ritual was now as high as 90%. The remaining 10% was Kelly being modest. Returning to the villa, she found Audrey had already laid out everything on the coffee table, only needing to retrieve the hair and nails from the hospital. Gregor had specially taken leave from the hospital today to witness the legendary ritual, but it turned out to be rather simple. Chapter 309, Success. Seeing Kelly casually placing the hair and fingernails in the incense burner separately, Gregor could not help but ask, "Tyra, is opening a forum so simple?" In TV shows, they always set up a special table with various dishes placed on it, choose a sunny day, and pour wine. Audrey nodded beside him. Indeed, there are people in the mystical department who can open a forum, and they do it like that. Compared to others, Kelly didn't use a dedicated table, and the only food offered was glutinous rice and black dog blood. It looked more like exorcising ghosts than opening a forum. They lack strength, naturally, they have to make an effort in appearance, Kelly said indifferently. She did not think there was anything wrong with what she used. If her divine power were enough, she wouldn't even need these things, as she could directly burn the hair and nails with her divine power. Gregor and Audrey stood aside, too nervous to speak, waiting quietly for Kelly to start and let them witness her abilities. After all, when it came to strength, both of them were virtually zero compared to her. Kelly first lit 3 sticks of incense, bowed, then inserted them into the ash, and murmured words no one understood. Gregor, being a commoner, found her mysterious, while Audrey seemed to feel something and hurriedly remembered what she was muttering. Kelly reached out to pick up a yellow paper and dipped it in some black dog blood before throwing it into the incense burner where Amaya's birth date and hair were placed. The yellow paper burned without touching the flame, emitting a blue glow. Audrey and Gregor gaped at the scene, afraid to blink in case they missed something important. All heaven stretches vast, the origin of witchcraft flows, fortunes revert, retreat to original self. Kelly said sharply. As soon as she finished speaking, all the yellow papers on the coffee table burned spontaneously, but the flames did not ignite anything else they touched. 8,000 miles away from China, in country T, a small, frail man suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He uttered a bad and hastily wiped the blood off his mouth, sitting cross-legged on the ground. His face was covered with dark blue streaks as he muttered to himself. In China, Kelly clearly felt someone opposing her across space. She sneered, trash. Hearing this, Gregor and Audrey exchanged glances, unsure whom she was referring to. It couldn't be them too. Kelly clenched her hands, then pushed outward forcefully. The objects on the coffee table began to tremble. In country T, the man couldn't help but frown, gritting his teeth and muttering harder but ultimately couldn't resist. The backlash of altering destinies caught up with him, and he collapsed, convulsing near death. Suddenly, he pulled out a medicine bottle from his chest, opened it, and a scarlet scorpion crawled out. He grabbed it and chewed it forcefully. Red liquid splattered onto his lips, and the scorpion's tail stung his tongue painfully, but he ignored it and continued chewing. After swallowing the scorpion, his breathing gradually steadied. Looking at the now empty medicine box, he gritted his teeth. Bitch, seems my warning was useless. She insists on fighting me to the death. After cursing, the man suddenly felt someone trying to spy on him. He quickly covered his face with his sleeves and fled in a panic. At the same moment, Kelly opened her eyes, disappointment flashing in them. Unfortunately, she didn't see that person. The incense burner gradually stopped shaking, and Gregor and Audrey both sighed in relief. That scene was indeed quite scary. Tyra, is it already successful? Gregor asked. Kelly nodded. Yes, Hassan will soon regain consciousness. Gregor pondered. Then what about Amaya? Her fate is sealed, whatever it is will be. Kelly replied. In other words, Amaya would die. Stealing Hassan's fortune, a dying person living so long had been enough. It wasn't fair for an innocent person to die in her place. Kelly's phone rang. It was Hope Louisa calling. She swiped to answer and turned on speakerphone. Tyra, Arden woke up for a few minutes just now. He told me he was fine and fell unconscious again. The doctor said it was due to lying down for so long and losing chi and blood, estimating he will remain dazed for a few days, but now his organ functions are stable. Did you succeed? Hope Louisa's voice sounded very excited and tearful. Yes, Chelsea, rest assured, Arden is safe, and all his fortune has returned. As long as you watch over his hair and nails, no one will be able to alter his destiny again, Kelly consoled her. Hope Louisa couldn't hold back her sobs on the other end. Tyra, thank you, I am really grateful. If it weren't for you, we would never have known Arden's condition until he died senselessly. You're our savior, a good person sent by the gods to save Arden. Previously, Hope Louisa was a materialist who completely disbelieved in deities. When others prayed or worshipped, she only sneered at them. But from now on, she dared not disbelieve and sincerely thanked heaven for arranging for Arden to meet Kelly. Mrs. Hope, you're too kind. Arden has also helped me a lot, Kelly said. Hope Louisa exclaimed a few times on the phone before being called by the doctor, hurriedly hanging up. Brookji, you're really amazing. I've never heard of or seen anything like what just happened. Previously, those who opened a forum would ignite yellow paper themselves, but it spontaneously combusted with you. So incredible. Audrey was astonished. Gregor nodded frantically beside her. Tyra, having you as my sister is truly a blessing from my past life. Seeing how excited they were, Kelly couldn't help but smile lightly. It's just that my skills are better. I'm hungry. Do you want to go eat something with me? Both immediately agreed. They now admired Kelly greatly and wanted to spend more time with her. Standing next to her gave them such a sense of security that they felt very excited. So, the two followed Kelly to a barbecue stall. Audrey enjoyed barbecue very much and would sit roadside with friends for a few skewers during summer nights, but Gregor had always avoided it. As a doctor, he paid close attention to his diet and found the environment here unhygienic. Kelly and Audrey sat down, and the owner immediately brought a menu. Seeing Gregor standing there alone with a puzzled look, he asked, handsome guy, aren't you sitting? Eat or not? Gregor was rather awkward, stiffly finding a stool and sitting down. The owner then placed another menu in front of him before turning to serve other customers. Kelly and Audrey started marking their favorite dishes, only to realize after finishing that he hadn't touched his menu at all. He looked like he had turned to stone. "Elder brother, will you eat?" Kelly asked. Hearing this, Gregor's expression became strange, and he repeated dumbly, "Should I eat?" Chapter 3:10 Amaya fainted. Seeing Gregor's current state, Audrey and Kelly couldn't help but laugh heartily. Other diners looked over in confusion, and his face heated up. He hurriedly said to the two of them, "Stop laughing. Hakeem, you're a bit like a tyrant CEO in novels who accompanies a poor female protagonist to eat at a roadside stall, ends up feeling out of place everywhere, but finally gets conquered by the delicious food there," Audrey couldn't help remarking. Kelly nodded in agreement beside her, though she hadn't read much fiction. Such scenarios existed in TV shows too. Tyrant CEO. The expression on Gregor's face was one of revulsion. To prove that he would never do something foolish like that, he quietly picked up the menu and started ordering. The skewers were quickly grilled and served by the owner. Kelly and Audrey clinked their glasses for a toast, and Gregor couldn't resist joining them, making for a very pleasant atmosphere. As for any earlier discomfort, it had long been forgotten. He had once heard about the delights of drinking beer with barbecue, dismissing it with disdain, but now after tasting it himself, he found how fragrant it really was. Drinking beer while eating barbecue can really bring people closer together. Audrey and Gregor, from being acquaintances, became friends, enjoying their drinks thoroughly. However, these two were clearly both slightly tipsy, while Kelly watched their antics as she munched on skewers. Audrey placed her hand on Gregor's shoulder, looking very serious. "Hakeem, I feel calling you this way seems distant. How about I call you second brother from now on?" "Of course, no problem. You and Tyra are both my little sisters," Gregor said generously. Upon hearing this, Audrey pursed her lips, clearly disliking it. "I don't want to be your sister, I want to be your..." "Huh?" Gregor leaned in closer, indicating that he hadn't heard clearly. Audrey gave him a shove, almost causing him to fall off his chair. He steadied himself only by gripping the table. "There are some things you shouldn't ask too much about. Knowing too much might not be good for you," she said, her cheeks flushed. Gregor nodded obediently and took another sip of his drink. Although he didn't hear clearly, Kelly did. She didn't expect Audrey to have such ambitions, wanting to be his second sister-in-law. However, the two of them seemed quite suited. Kelly's gaze shifted elsewhere thoughtfully, her mood heavy. Hassan's awakening didn't mean the matter was settled. The Wong family probably wouldn't let it go so easily. Just then, Audrey poked her shoulder, saying, "Sister Brooke, try the lamb skewer." "Okay." Kelly took the skewer from her and devoured it happily. "Let's leave future worries for later. Right now, it's all about enjoying the food before us." Besides, the affairs between the Wong family and the Hope family were matters for those two clans to handle. Catherine mustn't be at a disadvantage, and what did this have to do with Kelly? Understanding this, she found the skewers even more delicious. At this moment, at the Wong residence. On the dining table were spicy dishes that Amaya loved. Rupert looked at her affectionately yet helplessly. "Your health has barely recovered. Be careful, eating too many spicy foods can damage your stomach. Everything should be eaten in moderation. After today, you can't eat spicy food anymore. Gallinston to me and have some boiled vegetables for a few days." Amaya's face showed an indescribable expression, her features seeming to scrunch together. She whined pitifully, "Beck, I can't bear to eat boiled vegetables. I ate so many boiled vegetables when I was unwell, I felt like turning into a vegetable myself. Eating a little spicier food now is compensation." Whenever she mentioned this, Rupert could say nothing more, only indulging her wish. "You." He sighed helplessly. Seeing her father's demeanor, Amaya smiled brightly and continued picking up the spicy dish. The moment she put the dish in her mouth, her face changed dramatically. Struggling for breath, her chopsticks fell from her hand, and then she crashed heavily to the floor, her body convulsing uncontrollably. Her current convulsions mirrored those of the man who suffered backlash. Rupert's face turned pale as he scrambled to support her. To the stunned butler, he shouted, "Call 120 immediately." Soon, the ambulance arrived and took Amaya away, administering emergency care en route, but to no avail. Following behind the ambulance was a black Cayenne. Rupert sat in the passenger seat, eyes red as he stared at the ambulance, madly calling that person on his phone. That person had once said that Hassan's fortune was boundless, and from now on, Amaya would be free of illness. So what was happening now? The call kept going unanswered until finally, the person turned off their phone. Rupert felt an ominous foreboding as they reached the hospital. He hastily put away his phone and rushed into the emergency room with the nurses. Anxiously waiting outside, he didn't know what to do. After several hours, the emergency room door opened, and Amaya was carried out on a stretcher. The doctor's expression was extremely grave. "The patient's condition is very poor right now. We can only wait for her to regain consciousness in the ICU and then cooperate with us for further examination," the doctor said. This statement was enough to crush any father, yet all Rupert could do was nod and follow the doctor to the entrance of the ICU. Through the glass, he watched his daughter hooked up to various tubes, suddenly reminded of her childhood. Back then, she was like this too. How could this happen? Everything seemed to have worked perfectly. Why did it end up like this? Rupert squatted on the floor. At this moment, the once powerful businessman felt utterly helpless, believing that no amount of money could save his daughter. After an unknown length of time, a nurse came out, unable to hide her pity, and said, "The patient has woken up. You can put on a sterile gown and go in to visit her." She had actually wanted to say that the patient's condition was very poor, and she might not survive these few days, but she held back, leaving it to the doctor to deliver the bad news. After changing into the appropriate attire, Rupert entered the ward. Amaya looked visibly exhausted. She wore an oxygen mask, her eyes blurry with tears as she looked at him. A faint voice reached him, "Beck, my whole body hurts so much, and I can't breathe. I feel suffocated. Am I going to die? Beck, I don't want to die. I want to live and be by your side. Can you save me?" "Sure, rest assured, Beck will definitely save you," Rupert promised. Amaya breathed a sigh of relief, tears streaming down her face, filled with trust in her father. At this moment, she didn't care about anything else. No matter what Rupert did to steal more good fortune for her, all she wanted was to live a healthy life. She didn't want to go through those terrifying days again. Due to her body's inability to bear the burden, despite her deep resentment, she could only fall into a deep sleep. Rupert left the ward. Recalling his daughter's pitiful appearance just now, he punched the wall, ignoring the pain in his hand as he strode away. He had to find Hassan. According to the plan, the one who should have died was him. If Hassan was still alive, it proved the plan had failed. Chapter 311, Strangling Hope Louisa. The hospital where Amaya was sent to was not far from the tertiary hospital where Hassan was staying. It only took 20 minutes to get there. After asking for the name at the reception, Rupert came to the VIP ward on the 3rd floor. Confirming the room number, he was about to push the door open when he bumped into Catherine, who was coming out. Their eyes met, and tension seemed to rise around them. Catherine cautiously closed the door behind her and asked coldly, "What are you here for?" Rupert pressed his lips together, constantly glancing towards the door as he feigned concern. "I heard from Chunan that Arden is unconscious. I came to see how he is." He hadn't come until now, right after Kelly successfully completed her ritual, which was rather coincidental. "Want to see if our Arden is dead?" Catherine mocked. She didn't want to waste time with this man. Without the Hope family's support, his Wong family was nothing. Rupert froze for a moment, a look of inquiry in his eyes, but pretended not to understand. "Don't talk nonsense. Arden is young, how could he die?" Catherine snorted and rolled her eyes, then retorted with sarcasm, "You're right, our Arden can live to be 100. It's just that someone's daughter was born sickly and needed to steal others' luck to survive this long. TSK, but stolen things must be returned, don't you think?" These words made Rupert shiver all over, his body involuntarily shaking. He stared at her in shock. "You know? How is that possible? Why not? You dreamed if you thought my son would die for your little wretch." Catherine scolded sharply. "Also, Old Hope will be back tomorrow, and will withdraw our support from your family. You'd better prepare for it." Catherine's hateful expression, her ruthless words, and her curse on Amaya pierced Rupert's heart like knives. His hands clenched into fists at his sides, veins popping out on his neck, arms, and hands, making him look like an enraged lion. But Catherine wasn't afraid of him at all. In public and in a hospital, would he dare to attack her? "Get lost," she barked. Just as she finished speaking, Rupert suddenly grabbed her by the neck, his eyes bloodshot, clearly having lost his mind. His grip tightened, and Catherine's face turned red as she tried to struggle, but her strength weakened until her arms hung limply by her sides. The VIP ward was rarely visited by doctors or nurses unless they were needed, so the hallway was empty except for the two of them. "You dare curse my daughter to death? Let's see who dies first," Rupert spat through gritted teeth. Tears slid down Catherine's eyes as she suffocated, feeling dizzy as memories flashed before her eyes. She thought she was going to die. Suddenly, the hand around her neck loosened, and she gasped for air, opening her eyes to see Kelly restraining the raging Rupert. Despite the size difference, Kelly looked entirely relaxed. No matter how much Rupert struggled, he couldn't escape her grasp. "Release me, bitch," he roared. The cold floor brought some sanity back to Rupert, though his eyes still blazed with murderous intent. He wanted to kill Catherine first to get inside and then kill Hassan. If Hassan died, Chunan would recover. "Tyra, don't let him go yet." "I'll call for help," Catherine urged. She supported herself against the wall and staggered downstairs, hoping Kelly could hold him off long enough. Seeing her hope fading, Rupert wished he could kill Kelly too. He struggled harder, but the pressure on his back felt like a mountain, and he couldn't even lift himself up. Kelly stood steadily, looking down at him. Rupert suddenly understood why Chunan had fainted. It was this woman. She was also a practitioner of the mystic arts. He screamed, pounding his fists on the ground, "Bitch! You bitch!" Kelly watched the black aura above his brow calmly. He had intended to kill. Therefore, he deserved a lesson. She extended her palms slightly downwards, chanting 4 words, "Mountain presses down." In the next instant, Rupert felt an even heavier force press on his back, nearly crushing his tailbone and waist, making his breathing labored. When Catherine returned with security, they saw him thrashing wildly on the ground, looking absurd. Is this guy possessed or something, or is he crazy? One of the security guards couldn't help but comment. As they moved to pull Rupert up, Kelly released the pressure, and the guards easily lifted him. At that moment, everyone was almost convinced he was insane. Catherine covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. She knew Tyra must have done it. Exhausted, Rupert couldn't utter a word as he was carried away by the security guards who then called the police. Catherine and Kelly returned to the ward. Tyra, if it weren't for you, he would have strangled me to death just now. Catherine rubbed her still sore neck, shivering from the lingering fear. He is indeed dangerous. Chelsea, try to stay away from him in the future, Kelly said solemnly. Catherine nodded vigorously, holding her hand, feeling increasingly satisfied with this future daughter-in-law. She genuinely felt that Tyra was their family's good fortune, sent by heaven to be beside Arden. The Hope family must have accumulated immense virtue in the past life. You should also be careful. Rupert is truly mad, one who dares to kill. There's no telling what he might do in the future, Catherine said with concern. Faced with the elder's care, Kelly felt warm-hearted. She smiled and responded, all right, I will follow Chelsea's advice. The news of Amaya lying in intensive care, uncertain of life or death, reached Adrian's ears. She shivered, looking at Spike. You're sure it was Kelly? Yes, Rupert said it himself. Spike blinked her round eyes, pulling out a smile that seemed rather cute. Adrian's lips moved twice, suddenly feeling quite fortunate, yet amazed at how high-handed Kelly had become easily dealing with Amaya. That woman had considerable background and capabilities, especially having saved Hassan's life. At that moment, Adrian truly felt scared. Should she keep her distance from Kelly? But she had liked Hassan since childhood. Giving him up to someone else was something she really couldn't do. Spike giggled and ran up close. Tamer, I've gathered so much information for you. Can you give me some blood? My tummy is really hungry. It rubbed its belly, eyes rolling around. Just a bit of information, and you want my blood? Adrian coldly refused. She didn't notice the fleeting red light in Spike's eyes. Chapter 312, A Billion Contract. Tamer, one day you'll be willing to let me have blood, Adelita said with a chuckle. Its voice carried an eerie magic that made Nyla's heart pound and sent shivers of disgust down her spine. No way, she gritted her teeth, unsure whether she was speaking to Adelita or reassuring herself. Days passed quickly. Hassan's body condition was indeed weakening, staying awake for less than 3 hours each day. Kelly did her best to stay by his side as much as possible. Hope's mother and father were busy handling the Wang family matters, reclaiming all the past favors and heavily suppressing them. When awake, Hassan felt surprisingly well. Tyra, I feel much lighter. Is it because the fortune borrowing has been undone? He asked with a smile. Kelly nodded as she watched the golden light of virtue around him, almost envious. If she had such power, her faith points would have long been full. You no longer bear Amaya's debts, so naturally, you feel lighter, she said. Tyra has saved me again, Hassan whispered softly, his phoenix eyes filled with affection and fondness. I could promise my life to you. What do you think? He asked. Kelly stared at him blankly. Hearing these words from him felt pleasing and delightful. Her cool eyes seemed to warm up, spreading a gentle smile as she quietly agreed, making the temperature in the room slowly rise as they looked deeply into each other's eyes. Hassan slowly leaned closer, his gaze deepening as it fell on her plump lips, slightly swallowing. Tyra's lips look very soft. I want to kiss them. Can I? He smiled. At this moment, his words were almost enchantingly charming. Kelly nodded dazedly, accepting it. Just as the atmosphere reached its most ambiguous peak, the door was suddenly pushed open by Edison, holding a basket of fruit and smiling warmly as he walked in. He didn't sense anything amiss, placing the fruit basket on the bedside table and pulling up a stool to sit beside the bed without hesitation, biting into a washed apple. The crisp sound of chewing the apple echoed loudly within the room. Kelly hurriedly lowered her head while Hassan stifled a laugh through clenched teeth. You sure have impeccable timing, he said through gritted teeth. Edison waved his hand. Among family, we speak openly. I was on vacation abroad but immediately returned when I heard you were nearly half dead in the hospital. Don't get too moved. I mainly wanted to talk to Tyra about something. At this point, Hassan felt murderous. Edison turned to talk to Kelly but noticed her cheeks and ears flushed unusually red, finding her normally expressionless demeanor alarming. Tyra, are you sick? He asked anxiously. Kelly nearly choked, sharing Hassan's thought, feeling an itch to randomly strangle someone. If you're sick, just go see a doctor. Don't delay it, Edison said. Unaware of the lingering hostility, he believed himself to be a caring agent. Oh right, I'm here to tell you about an invitation for Extreme Survival reality show. It's a horror-themed show involving spirits and demons, where guests must survive on a deserted island for 15 days. As long as you endure and don't quit, your appearance fee is this much. Edison mysteriously held up one finger. Kelly frowned. 1 million? Edison shook his head. 1 billion. The room echoed with gasps. He added calmly, after tax. 1 billion, over 15 days. It was an astronomical contract. Not only Kelly, even Hassan, who had been in the entertainment industry for years, had never seen such a deal. Is it legitimate? He asked cautiously. Edison confidently patted his chest. I've reviewed it. Of course, it's proper. Go for it, Kelly immediately responded. Unlike others, she was unafraid of ghost-themed shows and thought the pay was incredibly generous. I knew you'd agree, so I set up a meeting for us to sign the contract at 3 o'clock this afternoon, Edison grinned. Good job, Kelly praised him. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Kelly and Edison arrived on time at the location to sign the contract, meeting the opposing party, a Edith dressed sharply, with prominent cheekbones, looking rather formidable. The contract is here for you to review. Everything matches what we discussed. The show is pre-recorded, and guests can exit anytime. The show starts tomorrow, so tonight you'll need to pack and reach the assembly point, departing together the next day, Moxie said. Hearing this, Edison couldn't help but frown. Wasn't it scheduled for 3 days later? Yes, but there's a special situation. If you cannot accept starting tomorrow, you can refuse to sign the contract. For $1 billion, we can find anyone who'd agree, Moxie scoffed. Her attitude made Edison feel disgusted, and he even wanted to pull Kelly up and leave. It was just $1 billion, they could always earn it eventually. I'll sign. The clear and pleasant female voice extinguished all the anger in Edison's heart. He stiffly turned his head and watched as Kelly swiftly signed her name, her actions extremely brisk. Pleasure doing business. The Edith stood up with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Kelly didn't care about her attitude at all and echoed, pleasure doing business, watching her leave. After the door closed, Edison's face was full of shock. No, Tyra, did you really sign so hastily? $1 billion after tax, I don't think it's hasty. Kelly shrugged, looking quite innocent. It would be more hasty not to take the money right in front of her. When Edison mentioned the $1 billion, Kelly had already planned how to spend it. $50 million would go to Dear Spirit Mountain, and the remaining $50 million would be donated. What a joy. I really don't know what to say to you. Edison sighed, helpless. Kelly ignored his frustration. You helped me contact the construction team during this period, and check how much it costs to buy Dear Spirit Mountain. I want to build a villa there. Oh, also, buy some fruits for the animals on the mountain, and I'll reimburse you later. Dear Spirit Mountain? You're quite persistent about it, Edison commented. Kelly gave a casual nod. Yes, remember to help me with that. Suddenly, her phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID showing Alea and hung up immediately, putting the phone back in her pocket. In recent days, the Flynn family often called, but she consistently hung up, except for calls from Gregor. She wouldn't answer any other calls from the Flynn family. They chose Nyla initially, there was no need for regrets. She had given them a chance, but they didn't seize it. I'll go back to pack my things first and then head to the assembly point later, Kelly said. Edison gave an okay sign and watched her get up and leave. Left alone in the room, Edison flipped through the contract, sighing, $1 billion, being a star really pays well. Chapter 313, Sacrifice. At the Flynn family residence. Staring at the disconnected phone call screen, Alea silently wept and turned off her phone, placing it aside. The rest of the Flynn family sat on the sofa, everyone's expressions were far from good. In recent days, a dark cloud seemed to loom over the Flynn household. Especially after learning that Helena had hired someone to kill Kelly, Alea cried every day. She regretted how she had spoken to Tyra. After the girl barely escaped death, she must have felt very heartbroken. Alea hated herself more than anything, knowing clearly that when she brought Kelly into their home, she had promised to take good care of her own daughter. It didn't matter whether she knew the rules of high society or not, nor did it matter what kind of character she had, she was determined to guide the child properly. But why did her actions always go against her intentions? Regret was the most useless thing. Seeing his mother silently crying, Adonis felt as if his heart was being torn apart. He removed his glasses and lightly massaged his brow, slightly irritated, saying, "Why is Kelly so unreasonable? Tamara only said a few wrong words, an apology would be enough. But she just won't let it go and has disrupted the peace in our home." When he said this, Adonis thought of Adrian, who was always understanding. She was the sister he wanted. After finding out about Helena hiring someone to harm Kelly, Alea had once again expelled Adrian. Adonis suggested, "Tamara, why don't we bring Galantal Snow back? Since Kelly is voluntarily severing ties with this family, we might as well fulfill her wish. Galen Snow's mother's actions are unrelated to her, we shouldn't hate her because of it." Elder brother. Todd could no longer contain his frustration. He looked at Adonis disappointedly. "Didn't you see the edited clips online? All evidence points to Adrian not being innocent. What are you doing now? Favoritism has its limits. She grew up with you since childhood, and you two indeed have a deep bond, but her entire life has been stolen from Kelly. We only have one real younger sister." Both Farrell and Louisa looked at him in surprise. Adonis frowned deeply, unsure of what had gotten into him. Clearly, the third brother used to dislike Kelly the most, wishing to kick her out of the house. How could he change so drastically? "The stuff online can't be trusted, they're just speculations," Adonis said in a stern voice. Looking at Adonis's insistence on believing Adrian, Todd really wondered what magic spell she had cast on him. He scoffed coldly. "Fine, whatever you say." With that, he got up and stormed upstairs. It was pointless talking to someone so biased. Todd didn't realize that he used to be the same person before. Kelly taught him how to empathize with others. Just as he locked himself in his room, his phone rang. It was his agent calling. Kelly will also participate in the survival show? Todd mused. His agent confirmed it, and he nodded in agreement. All right, I'll participate. Todd was eager to mend his relationship with Kelly, and being invited on the same reality show gave him the perfect opportunity. The reality show, Extreme Survival, started. The guests hadn't seen each other during the evening assembly until the next day when they were to board the boat for the island. Only then did Kelly notice that Todd was also participating. She wasn't surprised and made no move to approach him. Facing these Flynn family members, she held an indifferent attitude. Todd kept sneaking glances at Kelly, wanting to talk to her but unsure of what to say. Besides the two of them, there were 3 men and 3 women participating in the survival show. Brenna, Gabriella, and Rena were all struggling actresses in the entertainment industry. Elwyn, Jude, and Honest were relatively well-known young actors. Apart from Kelly and Todd, the other 6 participants were at similar levels in terms of fame. They dared not approach the two for fear of seeming like they were trying to gain popularity, which could provoke the fans. Departure was just at dawn, and they only arrived at the island in the evening as the sun began to set. The moment Kelly stepped onto the island, she sensed something was wrong. A heavy and ominous energy permeated the place, along with black mist. Combined, they indicated an area of complete energy. There's something wrong with this place, Kelly said coldly. While the other guests were exploring the island with curiosity, only Todd, who had been paying attention to her, heard this and immediately changed expression. He hurried forward and asked, "What's going on?" Before Kelly could respond, she tried to head back to the boat, only to find that it had already left. "Damn," she muttered under her breath. Todd rubbed his arms beside her, feeling goosebumps rise on his skin. Having witnessed Kelly's abilities, he knew her alarm meant something serious. He stayed by her side without leaving her for a single step. "Can you tell me your birth dates?" "Be honest, do not lie," Kelly said. "September 19th, Todd answered immediately. The other 6 looked at each other, finding it strange. They wondered why Kelly asked for their birthdays, but then they remembered her image in the entertainment circle as someone versed in metaphysics and understood immediately. Thus, they began to report their birthdays one by one. Kelly's expression grew heavy as she calculated with her fingers, suddenly frowning deeply. "Something's not right, someone is lying about their birthday," she said. Those who had given false birthdays immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, not expecting her to actually be able to tell. They quickly gave their real birthdays. In the monitoring room, a massive screen showed images of Kelly and the others on the small island. Rupert sat back in his boss chair, watching them with a cold face. His eyes were filled with hidden viciousness and unbridled murderous intent surged within. After a moment, Rupert picked up his phone and dialed a number. On the other end, a rough, raspy male voice sounded. "Everything arranged as planned? Have they all been moved over?" "Yes, just as you instructed," Rupert replied. Golden light flickered in his eyes. In fact, that person needed 7 people, 4 men and 3 women, but Rupert did not want Kelly to have it easy, so he brought her along too. Killing 7 people was already bad, adding 1 more wouldn't make much difference. A few coughs came from the other end, the man's health didn't seem good. "Do as I said, after those 7 are absorbed, Amaya will regain her health, and your family's fortune will become stronger." Rupert hung up with a smile, raising the drone tracking the 8 people to observe the entire island. If Kelly could see these images now, she would surely recognize this as a sacrificial diagram. This reality show was always a lie. Rupert intended to use 7 people in a sacrifice to change his daughter's fate against the heavens. On the other side, the man chuckled sinisterly after hanging up the phone. "Rupert, truly a useful pawn. After I absorb the power of these 7 people and reach mastery, my first act will be to kill Kelly. Soon." He sat cross-legged, smiling contentedly, murmuring incantations to activate the secret method of the ritual. During this process, no matter what, the man could not interrupt the ritual. Chapter 314, How Dare He Glean to Me? On the island. Kelly suddenly opened her eyes, her expression very grim. "This isn't good, they're going to perform a sacrifice." "Sacrifice? What do you mean?" Brenna asked in a trembling voice. "Using your bloodline, essence, and virtue to reverse fate and change destiny," Kelly explained. Her serious demeanor made everyone's hearts race wildly, unable to stop goosebumps from breaking out on their skin. Todd was already dumbfounded. He never imagined that merely participating in a variety show could put him in such danger. Oh no. Of course, apart from him, the 6 other guests looked at Kelly with suspicion. They were all firm materialists. Now she was talking about sacrifices. TSK, was this just her making things up to establish a persona? Logically, given her status, they should cooperate with her for image building, but it was excessively dark on the small island, and her deliberately scary words were really over the top. This is not a TV shoot, there's no such thing as sacrifices in reality. If you want to create an image, don't go too far, Honest grumbled, unable to bear it any longer. He spoke loudly, clearly targeting Kelly indirectly. Some of the other guests nodded in agreement, indicating they shared this view. Kelly continued calculating with her hands. She needed to find a relatively safe place first and had no time to deal with these people. Todd wouldn't tolerate anyone speaking ill of his sister. He rushed in front of her, blocking her, and reminded everyone coldly, if it were normal filming, why aren't there any cameramen following us? Only a drone flying overhead? And we don't have any recording devices on our bodies. Haven't you ever shot a variety show before? This statement left the 6 disbelievers pale-faced. They searched their bodies, trying to find something to counter Todd, but found nothing. A cold wind howled, and their hearts pounded like drums. At this moment, their bodies and heads felt inexplicably hot. It's over. Could this island really be problematic? Honest shivered. Jude and Elwyn rubbed their arms, not daring to speak. The female guests cried out in fear, shouting that they wanted to leave. However, no one paid attention to them at this point. They would only be laughed at. Rupert's face twisted with a wicked smile as he looked at the crying female guests. Cry away. The more you cry, the happier I feel. My daughter is lying in intensive care waiting for you to save her life. After muttering this to himself, he took out his phone and opened the live feed from the ICU where his daughter was being monitored. Eager to see Amaya improve, he stared intently. But then his smile froze. He couldn't believe what he saw on the screen. His daughter still had tubes inserted into her body and remained unconscious, showing no signs of improvement. What happened? That person clearly said that once 7 people stepped onto the island, the sacrifice would begin immediately, and their fear would nourish Amaya's body, waking her up. But now, what was going on? Was he lying? Not possible. We are partners, how could he lie to me? Rupert shook his head in denial. Trembling, he clutched his phone and exited the live feed interface, then dialed that person's number. The call rang with beeps, but no one answered. He swallowed and dialed again, but the system hung up after the automated voice message. In a fit of rage, Rupert threw his phone to the ground, his eyes blazing with fury. How dare you lie to me? I'll kill you, ah. How could he not be furious? He had spent his fortune to bring these people here solely to restore his daughter's health. And now, was he being told it was all a dream? On the large screen, Kelly had stopped calculating. Hearing the panicked cries of the female guests, she felt a headache coming on. Don't panic. I've calculated that we still have a sliver of hope, she said. This statement managed to halt the female guests crying. With tears in their eyes, they looked at her expectantly, waiting for her to reveal what this sliver of hope was. But Kelly clearly wasn't prepared to say. Actually, that sliver of hope was her. From the 8 trigrams of the 7 people, she calculated that they all met the conditions for the sacrifice except her. As long as she was here, the sacrifice couldn't truly take effect. They just needed to survive for 7 days. Moreover, Kelly was very sure that Hassan would investigate and find the island if he couldn't reach her, devising a way to come and rescue her. What do we need to do to help you? Jude calmly asked. Given the situation, they could only choose to trust Kelly. She shook her head. Other than staying together and ensuring your own safety, you don't need to do anything else. Hearing this, the 6 breathed a sigh of relief. These 2 points were simple for them. Only Todd frowned at Kelly. Do you really not need our help? Can you manage alone? She gave a faint, seemingly uninterested in engaging further. Todd lowered his gaze, hiding the sadness and regret in his eyes. Why had he treated Kelly that way in the past? He had so many opportunities to get closer to her, to genuinely love this younger sister, but he did not. All he did was hurt her. Never mind, Todd silently encouraged himself, as long as he was willing to atone, Kelly would forgive him someday. Even if she didn't forgive him, he only hoped she could treat him a little differently from strangers. The sun gradually set, and night fell. What's going on? The sun was still on the horizon just now, and suddenly it dropped, Rena murmured. Kelly's expression changed abruptly. Things were not looking good. This fully shaded island becomes dangerous when night falls. Now follow me, I'll lead you to a relatively safe place. Hearing this, everyone's eyes fixed on Kelly, none daring to be left behind. They had seen the strange scene just now clearly. At this moment, even if they had a bit of doubt in their hearts, it was all cleared away. This spooky place definitely has issues. Do any of you have a flashlight? Kelly asked. As she said this, she reached into her bag and took out the flashlight she had brought. Knowing that this variety show had dangers and that they would be left alone on the small island, Kelly had prepared thoroughly. In the darkness, they couldn't see each other's faces or the road ahead clearly and remained silent. They thought it was just recording a variety show. Even if there was supposed to be danger, it was probably fake. Surely the production team must have arrangements. Why would anyone need to bring a flashlight? I have a flashlight, Todd said happily. When he left home, his mother packed his belongings. Hearing the word extreme, she carefully studied online and prepared a lot of emergency supplies, and everything was double. 2 of them, Todd added. Kelly nodded, give 1 to them. Todd happily passed the flashlight to Honest. Finally, Tyra was willing to talk to him, thank this cute flashlight. With light finally before them, the group continued on their way. Although the female guests felt exhausted, they gritted their teeth and persevered. After nearly half an hour, they finally arrived at the safe place Kelly mentioned. Inside a small cave, the guests were amazed that she could calculate the island's terrain, yet also felt something wasn't quite right. Chapter 315, Pooh Xan Man. Can fortune-telling even reveal the terrain? Gabriella whispered. Kelly acted as if she hadn't heard that. Joking, the mysterious arts culture of Huagua is profound and extensive. In its prime, it could tell more than just terrain, no matter how far north or south. Unfortunately, it has declined to this day, but those esoteric practices have been passed down to the present. Everyone, take out the items from your backpacks and gather them together. I'll see what can be used, Kelly said. Although the guests all had peculiar feelings, they understood the danger of the situation and complied by opening their backpacks. Without exception, none of these people had taken the program's extreme element seriously. Besides scattered snacks, most of their bags were filled with clothes and cosmetics. This was true for both male and female celebrities alike. On the other hand, Kelly and Todd's bags contained many useful items. The latter even had a non-heating lime pack set and a simple device to filter fresh water. The preparation was practically comprehensive. Very well done, Kelly complimented indifferently. Todd scratched his head shyly. Tamara packed these things. I'm just responsible for carrying them here. Tamara did a great job. Hearing him speak so familiarly about Tamara, Kelly's eyes flashed with an unusual expression before she walked aside and picked up some dry branches and leaves, setting them on fire with a lighter. As the flames lit up the surroundings, she said, turn off the flashlights first. We need to conserve battery power during such times. Upon hearing this, the guests immediately turned off their lights, unknowingly regarding her as their pillar of support. Next, we'll distribute the food. Let's gather all the food and divide it according to the needs of males and females. Any objections? Kelly asked. I brought the most food. Why should I share it with others? Elwyn frowned. In the current precarious situation on the island, food was life. Kelly raised her head, her phoenix eyes showing a faint look. Then why should I save you? That remark successfully silenced Elwyn. His face flushed angrily as he clenched his fists tightly. Divide it as you wish. Ignoring his obvious anger completely, Kelly sorted all the food in front of her and started distributing tonight's portion. Most of the items were snacks, which weren't very filling, so after distribution, there seemed to be little left. The sound of snack packages being opened echoed as everyone had walked a long distance and was truly hungry. After eating, the female guests sat together, silently crying. They were genuinely afraid. At night, it's best if two people keep watch and manage the fire pile. Make sure not to let the flames go out, Kelly suggested. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. The burning fire gave them a sense of safety. Can we divide into pairs, one male and one female? Kelly asked again. Female? Elwyn looked disdainful. Look at how much these women are crying. If they were in my group, they would definitely hold me back. Besides you, I don't want anyone else, he argued. You're overthinking it, Kelly replied coldly. Her gaze swept across everyone present. All of you are burdens to me. Against those demons, none of you can do anything except me. Those words struck Elwyn hard, and he pursed his lips, saying nothing more. Kelly then assigned everyone accordingly. She paired up with Honest, Todd with Brenna, Jude with Rena, and Elwyn with Gabriella. Someone would die each day during the 7-day ritual, and based on birthdays, Honest was the first to go. Therefore, he became Kelly's primary focus next. Let's go outside to collect branches and leaves, Kelly said while picking up her flashlight. Honest stood up and followed her, keeping his eyes on her as an inappropriate smile spread across his face. On this desolate island with only a man and a woman, her deliberate choice must have meant something. It had to be admitted that although Kelly wasn't particularly liked in the circle, her looks were undeniably stunning. Honest had never met a more beautiful celebrity than her. If she wanted to stir up a couple rumor with him, he would definitely agree. Moreover, riding on Kelly's popularity, Honest wouldn't fade into obscurity in the entertainment industry. Her recent heat was high. You did this on purpose, didn't you? He suddenly said. While cutting branches, Kelly turned around upon hearing this, shining the flashlight on the ground beneath his feet. What are you talking about? I mean you did this on purpose, Honest mused, touching his chin with an ambiguous smile. To make everyone scared, then logically propose pair-ups, ending up paired with me. This is what you're thinking, he elaborated. Kelly frowned, genuinely finding it hard to understand what he meant. However, Honest continued, actually, you can tell me directly what you feel. I agree. As long as you cooperate properly in our publicity stunt and perform certain intimate acts, I agree to anything you say. He took 2 steps forward until he was in front of Kelly, making her feel disgusted. She directly lifted the flashlight and shone it right into his face. As someone from the entertainment industry, Honest was no longer sensitive to various camera flashes. He curled the corner of his mouth into what he thought was a handsome curve. Kelly, you're really quite beautiful. Tonight I can fulfill your wishes. As he spoke, his Adam's apple rolled slightly as he swallowed, and his hand reached for his belt buckle. Kelly's camera followed his movements downward, her expression very unpleasant. Wasn't Honest's behavior just the classic example of a typical confident male? I advise you to stop, she said coldly. At this moment, the utterly disgusted Kelly had only one thought, let him die in this ordeal. But she couldn't do that, he was still a human life. However, Honest seemed to misunderstand. He showed a knowing smile. You want to undress first? I didn't think you looked so aloof but played so many games. You must have been with plenty of men, right? He stepped forward, as if trying to grab Kelly's hand. She suddenly turned off the flashlight. The sudden darkness made Honest even more excited. Kelly was indeed good at playing. Did she want him to catch her in the dark? Unfortunately, there were no cameras now. If they could capture the scene, he would be delighted. Look behind you, Kelly said. Confused, Honest turned around and saw blue floating flames not far away. He instinctively tried to scream but found himself voiceless. He clutched his throat, trying again to call out, but it was useless. Kelly watched the blue flames and swiftly made gestures in the air. Since it was the first day, these things were relatively simple. All she needed to do was confuse them enough to leave. Faint golden light appeared before them. The next moment, the blue flames wavered uncertainly, probing all directions before retreating. After they vanished completely from sight, Kelly lowered her hand, and the faint golden light disappeared. I will now remove the restriction on your throat, but you'd better keep your voice down so those things don't come back, she said coldly. Honest tested his voice and sighed in relief when he found it returned. What were those things just now? He asked in a low voice. Chapter 316, quite opinionated. Ghost, Kelly said succinctly. Honest was now trembling all over. The lascivious thoughts he had just moments ago had vanished completely, and his legs were so weak that he almost knelt down. Do you mean there are really ghosts on this small island, and the sacrifice ritual is real too? Someone wants our lives, he asked again. Kelly nodded coldly, and Honest kept gasping for breath, covering his mouth with both hands, afraid he might scream at any moment. His eyes were filled with panic, thinking it was over. With ghosts on the island, only Kelly could dispel these creatures, but he had offended her. Would she still save his life? Kelly, I apologize for what happened earlier, I misunderstood. If you can forgive me, as long as we can leave this island, from now on, I'll do whatever you ask, Honest pleaded desperately. He was known in the circle for being flexible and adaptable. Upon hearing this, Kelly turned on the camera, continuing to focus on Honest's face, noticing his genuine expression as he nodded earnestly. In that case, swear an oath. If you dare to break it, may 5 thunderbolts strike you and keep you from reaching nirvana, she said. Honest's face turned ghastly pale with fright. His previous words were just meant for show, but why did she take them seriously? But if he didn't swear now, he truly feared for his life. I swear by my earlier words. If I break my vow, let it be as you said, Honest promised. Seeing a golden light of Tao emerge within him, Kelly nodded in satisfaction. She hadn't intended not to save him, but here was a useful pawn right in front of her, might as well put him to use. Now continue gathering things. Don't slack off, she commanded. Honest immediately crouched down and started picking up twigs and leaves. Still shaken from earlier, his mind was in a daze, but he didn't dare defy Kelly. In his heart, what she had done earlier could only be called a miracle. After 2 hours, Kelly and Honest returned to the cave entrance with their haul. Hugo and Brenna were the ones taking the night watch. None of them felt like sleeping, which saved waking them up. Kelly threw the branches into the pile of firewood, while Honest sat trembling beside her, feeling inexplicably like a wronged little wife. The crackling sound of burning branches was oddly soothing, and everyone gradually fell asleep. Even the dazed Honest drifted off, and Kelly closed her eyes to rest, but she kept a vigilant eye on her surroundings. Suddenly, a woman's scream pierced the air, and everyone immediately opened their eyes, alertly looking around. Kelly stood up to check outside, and Honest hurriedly followed her, unwilling to be separated from her for even a second. When they got outside, nothing unusual was seen except for Brenna crying and trying to hide in Hugo's arms. The beautiful lady shivered with fear, tears streaming down her face, a scene that stirred sympathy. However, Hugo remained expressionless and kept backing away, resembling the Brook monk refusing the Queen of the Western Kingdom. Miss Gallinou, there's nothing here. Please don't cling to me, he said. But I'm really scared. As a man, you should protect women, sniffle sniffle, Brenna cried. Her delicate and pitiful face, along with her sorrowful cry, evoked a strong protective instinct in most men. But Hugo remained indifferent, showing no interest. Will you shut up, Kelly snapped irritably. She had thought everyone could just coexist peacefully and work together to survive the 7 days. But there were so many people stirring up trouble. With danger lurking around, one careless moment could cost their lives, yet some still took their safety for granted. Brenna shivered with embarrassment at the rebuke. Of course, she wouldn't think Kelly was concerned about everyone's safety. Kelly must have been trying to prevent her from getting close to Hugo and entering the Flynn family. The wealthy Flynn family was something Brenna never dared dream about before. Now that she had a chance to get close, she definitely had to seize it firmly. Sorry, I was just too scared. Unlike you, Kelly, who is so powerful, able to calculate everything and lead us to find a cave, it's like having a map in your hand, Brenna insinuated. Elwyn and Jude, who had suspected something already, immediately stepped forward to protect her, playing the role of knights in shining armor. That's true, Kelly, don't be unreasonable. Ryue is just a young girl, of course, she would be scared. Can't you be more understanding? Their stupid yet self-righteous attitudes made Kelly feel extremely disgusted as she looked at them coldly. Do you think it's right for her to scream loudly in unknown danger? She asked. Of course, Elwyn and Jude knew it wasn't right, but they wanted to contradict Kelly and thus nodded without hesitation. I think it's understandable. I agree. Kelly was almost amused by their behavior and clapped her hands. If that's the case, you form your own group. I'm out. Having said that, she turned around and walked straight into the cave, with Honest and Hugo following her without delay. The rest stayed where they were, taking a stand. I think all those sacrifices are fake. Maybe there are hidden cameras on this island, and the production team gave Kelly the map deliberately to make us praise her, highlighting how smart she is, Elwyn said bitterly. Brenna looked at them with red-rimmed eyes, appearing as helpless as a fawn. I'm sorry, I didn't know you would have a falling out with her because of me. But I also feel everything has been too coincidental since we got to the island. Why are you apologizing? It's Kelly who should apologize for acting like an imposter and not being genuine, Rena said angrily. She still has our things. We need to get them back. And that cave is indeed a good place. We can't just let them take it, Jude pointed out. Among the group, he was the most composed one. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately turned back to retrieve their belongings from Kelly. But when they returned, they found their things already laid out separately. She had left no room for any argument. With grim faces, they sat down outside the cave. Tyra, how can some people be so shameless? They didn't gather firewood but are freeloading on ours. Shouldn't we move further inside and relocate the fire? Hugo asked sarcastically. His words made the six flush with anger, yet they couldn't protest since he hadn't directly named anyone. A rebuttal would only confirm their lack of shame. No need. Letting them freeload for one night is fine. Tomorrow, when we part ways, they will be on a dead-end path, Kelly replied. Hugo felt better after hearing this. He snorted at the six, walked to the fire pit, and used his body to block the light from shining toward them. This blatant move enraged the six, yet they dared not utter a word in protest. If they did, it would prove they had no shame. What is that ghostly thing? Brenna suddenly trembled, her voice quivering. Chapter 317, Moral Coercion. Following Brenna's voice, everyone turned their heads to look in the direction she was facing, and sudden screams erupted. Damn, it's a ghost. There really are ghosts here. What on earth are those blue things? They seem to be moving closer to us. Are they going to kill us? This is just too terrifying. The world isn't supposed to have ghosts or gods. Why would something like this appear? Help. I don't want to die yet. The five of them wailed loudly as they all turned back to look at Kelly. Compared to them, she appeared very calm, as if she knew what these things were and how to deal with them. So the five immediately got up and tried to rush behind her. Just as they were about to succeed, a faint golden barrier suddenly appeared before their eyes. Honest looked at this thing, remembering that Kelly had used it to block those blue flames earlier, and his heart, which had been pounding, settled down. He felt incredibly grateful for choosing the right side. If he had been with those people, he would surely have been scared to death. Thinking this, Honest stood up straight, a smile on his face as he provocatively looked at the five outside. Weren't you saying you wanted to go solo? Sure, let's each mind our own business. So why are you doing this now? His sarcastic tone made Hugo unable to help but turn and look at him. He suddenly felt an itch in his hands, wanting to punch this guy in the head. Honest's sixth sense told him something was wrong, so he cautiously pulled back his neck and stopped talking. That thing is moving towards us and getting closer, Rena cried shrilly. She beat on the golden barrier with all her might, tears streaming out. Kelly, I was wrong. I won't go solo with them anymore. Can I stay with you? Brenna also sobbed and confessed, it's all my fault for causing conflict earlier. But now we should help each other. Please let us in. Gabriella and the two other men were too frightened to speak, their eyes wide, almost fainting from fear. Kelly watched these few panic-stricken individuals who seemed willing to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Her expression was blank, and she remained calm while the blue flames, although slow-moving, were approaching the cave entrance. Honest swallowed and rubbed the goosebumps on his arms. Well, maybe we should let them in. After all, we're all humans. Watching them get killed would make me feel guilty. Kelly turned to look at him, her beautiful phoenix-like eyes flashing with golden light. She looked extremely divine, yet cold to the extreme. If you think I'm wrong, then go with them. Do you need me to let you out? When I let you out, maybe one of them can slip inside, Kelly added. Upon hearing this, the people outside hit the golden barrier even harder, all looking eagerly at Honest. If you care about us, come out and switch places. Honest, I know you're a good person. Please save me. If you can save my life, I will thank you forever. Seeing their desperate and frantic expressions, Honest shook his head firmly and even moved his bottom further back. No. This firm refusal made Kelly sneer, and Honest's face instantly turned red. Those outside had gone mad. Didn't you say you couldn't just watch us die? Why won't you save us? Honest, you bastard, you're a hypocrite. If anything happens to me today, I'll come back as a ghost and drag you away. Hearing these curses, Honest pressed his lips together, anger rising. He couldn't provoke Kelly, so they targeted him because he seemed easier to talk to. Honest slowly raised a middle finger towards the 5 outside, looking utterly disdainful. You chose your own path to death, you deserve it. The outside things aren't even identified. You might not even leave a ghostly trace tonight. Just as he finished speaking, the blue flames entered the cave. The 5 screamed and fled outward, as if the flames didn't see the others inside, chasing after them instead. Watching these people reap what they sowed, Honest felt immensely satisfied, letting out a heavy sneer. Want to morally coerce him? Impossible. Suddenly, Honest realized he had been morally coercing Kelly just moments ago. In that instant, his attitude shifted. His arrogance vanished, and he silently condemned himself. How shameless was he? Time ticked by, and the remaining 3 kept watch over the fire without sleeping. After being disturbed, they found it impossible to sleep even if they wanted to, especially Honest and Hugo, who still had doubts lingering in their minds. Although those people were indeed despicable, they were still human beings. Sharing the same species, there was still some concern for them. After racking his brain for words, Hugo cautiously asked, Tyra, are those people really going to be killed? What exactly are those things outside? Kelly picked up a twig and threw it into the fire, speaking casually, of course not. Today is the first day of the sacrifice, and those outside are just ordinary ghost fires. Their target isn't those people, so they won't cause any harm. Hearing this, Honest and Hugo both heaved a huge sigh of relief, as long as they wouldn't die. So who's their target? Honest asked out of curiosity. Kelly stared straight at him, what do you think? Holy crap. Honest pointed at the tip of his nose. So those things were targeting me, no wonder you teamed up with me tonight. Kelly turned her head back to the fire without responding, while Honest felt immensely fortunate that he hadn't done anything truly harmful to her that night, only spoken nastily. Choosing the right side had been the luckiest decision he made, now his life could be assured. The sky gradually began to turn light as the dawn broke. Kelly extinguished the flames, and the barrier in front of her vanished simultaneously. Hugo curiously reached out to touch the spot where the barrier had been, it's really gone. Honest also got up and walked back and forth at the place where the barrier once stood, the 2 of them acted like country bumpkins entering a grand garden, which looked rather amusing. However, Kelly showed no reaction, because just thinking about having to stay here for another 6 days and keeping those people alive gave her a headache. Let's have breakfast first, she said. She then divided the remaining supplies equally between the 2 of them. The 3 compressed biscuits were split neatly, 1 per person. These items came from Tinsley. After eating, lunch and dinner were left uncertain. While munching on the compressed biscuit, Kelly did some mental calculations and couldn't help but frown deeply. This was because today, Brenna was the one targeted. That woman was quite troublesome, it was unknown whether she would be obedient. Afraid of disturbing her, Hugo and Honest slowed down their movements while eating and held their breaths. Chapter 3:18 Roasted Fish. After breakfast, Hugo and Honest sighed at the now empty compressed biscuit bags in their hands. What are we having for lunch today? Surely they wouldn't starve to death here before finding a way out. Come on, I'll take you to get some food, Kelly said. Their eyes lit up upon hearing this, immediately nodding and following her. After nearly an hour, the 3 of them arrived at the shore of the small island. The current here wasn't too fast, looking like it would be possible to swim in. Who can swim? Kelly turned to ask the 2. Honest immediately raised his hand, I can. He also glanced at Hugo as if competing over who was more useful. The latter simply turned away with a frown. Swimming is no big deal, it's not a technical job. Alright, then go down and catch fish or shellfish, anything that's edible, Kelly said. Honest let out a cry, took a few steps forward and put his foot into test. The icy water made him shudder. Do we really have to go in? He asked pitifully, blinking his eyes. Kelly raised an eyebrow, if you don't want to be hungry at noon, go in. Honest took a deep breath, convincing himself it wouldn't be cold and thinking of all those elderly people who winter swim. He couldn't possibly be worse than them, could he? With renewed energy, he started warming up and then jumped into the water directly. Instantly, Honest understood what chill to the bone meant. He felt utterly miserable. To survive and to get food, this is his moment. He clenched his teeth and began identifying edible things, grabbing whatever he saw. His vigor left Hugo and Kelly amazed on the shore. Dumb but strong. Feeling his strength fading, Honest swam back to the shore, gasping for breath, but he wore a triumphant smile when he looked at his haul. How does it look? Enough? He stood up straight and asked. Kelly rarely gave him a smile, not bad. Hugo also praised him by giving a thumbs up and handed him a dry towel from his bag, dry yourself off first. Feeling valued like never before, Honest wiped the water off happily. You handle these fish and shrimp, Kelly instructed Hugo. Just relieved that he didn't need to swim, Hugo was stunned. He almost wanted to kick the still jumping fish back. As if sensing Hugo's dangerous thoughts, Honest blocked the fish with a wary look. I warn you, do as Kelly says. These fish are our food, he said. Hugo nodded reluctantly, taking a knife from his bag, crouching down and staring at the fish breathing heavily with wide eyes. He had barely ever entered a kitchen, let alone done such a technical job as killing fish. Oh God, he was about to lose it. If you don't kill them, we'll be hungry, or you can walk off alone, Kelly said. Walking off alone equaled suicide. Hugo wouldn't do it. He imitated the TV shows, dragging a fish and smashing it on the ground, blood splattering as it died. This scene was too gruesome. Honest turned his head to the side, grateful that he could swim. How will we eat these fish? He asked Kelly. She thought for a moment. We'll roast them. Honest nodded, then I'll gather branches and come back soon. Watching him hurry away, Kelly crossed her arms and nodded in approval. She liked his initiative, despite him being a bit crazy last night. As for Hugo, thinking of how he defended her, she felt very strange. When she was ready to accept them, they abandoned her. Now, they try to get close again once she decided to cut ties. Kelly's feelings were complex. Maybe because of the blood ties, she couldn't truly resent her family. Forget it, let it be for now. Hugo had no idea how much his sister's mind wandered. He focused entirely on preparing the fish. He thought killing the fish would be the hardest part, but handling the guts turned out to be even more nauseating, especially when the fish might jump while being handled. By the time everything was settled, Hugo felt half dead. Kelly crouched down to inspect, surprisingly satisfied. For a beginner, it was already good. She carefully finished the job, skewering the fish and seafood with sticks sharpened earlier with her dagger, preparing for roasting later. Seeing Kelly work so quickly and neatly, Hugo's eyes welled up. Tyra, how much hardship did you endure in those years outside to have so many life skills? He said shakily. At this moment, Hugo hated his former self even more, wondering why he couldn't treat her properly and instead bullied her. Sensing his heartfelt pain and guilt, Kelly shook her head. You're overthinking it. Helena has always treated me as a money-making machine since childhood. How could she bear to let me waste time learning these things? Hugo was speechless, feeling at a loss for words at this moment. He and Kelly seemed so distant. What are you two chatting about? You look pretty happy, Honest's cheerful voice sounded. The brother and sister turned to look at him, only to see that he was holding a huge pile of wood, almost blocking his entire face. Hugo wanted to ridicule him but thought again considering his not-so-great brain, choosing to say nothing. You picked up so much wood for nothing. We're not camping here. We still need to return to the cave at night, Kelly said helplessly. Honest scratched his head. No problem, I'll carry it back when the time comes. His statement made both Kelly and Hugo speechless. As the fire slowly rose, the three of them placed the fish on it for roasting. Soon, the scent of the fish wafted into their nostrils. Sprinkled with Sichuan pepper, chili powder, and sesame by Hugo, the authentic roasted fish was mouth-watering. Honest looked like an eager dog waiting for food, his eyes fixed on the roasted fish without moving away. Kelly flipped his fish over. Done. Honest immediately picked it up, ignoring the heat and started eating directly, only to be scorched and puffing continuously. You don't have to be so anxious just because you want to eat. You look like a dog with your tongue out, Hugo mocked. Brr. Honest tried to speak with his tongue out but realized he might look even more like a dog, so he only glared at him. After this interlude, the three continued enjoying the roasted fish. What they usually wouldn't glance at now felt incredibly delicious, so fragrant that one wished to swallow their own tongue, and Kelly was also very content. Chapter 319, 5 people visit again. The amount of things Honest fished up was substantial. The three of them ate until their stomachs were round and still had 10 large shrimps left uneaten. I can't eat anymore, Hugo shook his hand, belching at the same time as he spoke. Kelly looked regretful. She massaged her belly to try and speed up digestion. Honest lay down right on the ground, staring at the sky with a look of hopelessness, feeling that getting up would likely make him vomit. Voices came into earshot, and the three turned to see it was the 5 people who had run away last night due to the ghost fire. They glared at Kelly as if she had committed an unforgivable sin against them. Do you know how narrowly we escaped? If anything really happened to us, could your conscience take it? Elwyn asked coldly. Kelly, you've gone too far, Gabriella also said. Under these circumstances, we should help each other. Let's cooperate again, and we'll give everything back to you, Jude said. Though they clearly came seeking shelter, each one appeared more righteous than the next. Even Hugo and Honest couldn't stand it any longer, not to mention Kelly. Are you all crazy? It was you who suggested separating last night, and now you blame others? Honest sneered. Escaped from death? How did that thing not just kill you off directly? Hugo rolled his eyes, saying nothing less harsh. The faces of the 5 became extremely ugly. Brenna immediately countered. We thought there was something wrong with Kelly at the time. Suspicion in such a situation is only natural. Why can't you understand us? Thus, the two groups started arguing verbally, while Kelly's mind was filled with their insults. It's so annoying, truly annoying. Shut up, she said coldly. Her intense pressure made both sides clamp their mouths shut and watch her nervously. If you want to stay here, you have to listen to me. No matter what I say, you must obey, Kelly stated. Feudal empire, huh? Do you want to be the emperor? Elwyn rebutted. Kelly's lips slightly curled as she looked at him coolly. If you weren't of my race, I wouldn't care about fools like you. Do I need to explain our current situation to you? You all depend on me, and every decision I make benefits you. Nobody dared to object after hearing this. Only with great reluctance had Kelly accepted them again, given her incredible abilities and the terrifying experience with the ghost thing last night, which they all still remembered vividly. To survive, they had no choice but to follow her. Glancing over the crowd, Kelly continued, "Also, I require you all to swear not to slander or plot against me after leaving this island. If the oath is broken, minor cases will cause mouth ulcers, severe ones could lead to incurable decay." Hearing the mention of taking an oath, the five felt that if it worked, there wouldn't be so many scumbags in the world by now. But outwardly, they didn't argue and obediently nodded. No one noticed that after they took the oath, a constraint was placed on each of them. For anyone else, the oath wouldn't mean much, but Kelly was different. Sadly, they hadn't realized this yet. Brenna stared at the fragrant roasted shrimp, her eyes glued and swallowing saliva. She had noticed them when she arrived. She was so hungry and wanted to eat desperately. Considering they were now a team sharing everything, Brenna reached for the shrimps. Kelly slapped her hand away sharply, the sound revealing the pain inflicted. Tears streamed down Brenna's face as she looked at Kelly. "What are you doing? Pretending to be pitiful doesn't work with me. These were fished up by us and have nothing to do with you. If you want to eat, fish them up yourself," Kelly replied. "Why are you so stingy?" Brenna pouted. Her delicate act stirred something in the hearts of the two male guests, prompting them to defend her. Before they could speak, Kelly said first, "If you feel bad for her, you can help her catch shrimp. But don't just sit here expecting free meals. These are ours." "I'm still eating," Honest angrily picked up a roasted shrimp. Though looking at the food made his stomach uncomfortable, he stuffed it into his mouth and savored it before everyone. "The shrimp I caught and cooked taste better. Isn't it delicious? Being with Kelly is really wonderful. Certain people haven't even eaten yet, right?" Honest said sarcastically. The five were enraged, and Brenna felt even angrier, having never met such miserly, shameless men. Just a few shrimps, and she had been invited to countless grand feasts by people willing to pay, which she always refused. "Let's catch them ourselves. Working hard can lead to a prosperous life. Relying on yourself is the best." Brenna smiled at everyone, subtly giving them a glance that implied she needed their sympathy. Hugo rolled his eyes. "Can you stop using your in front of me? It's annoying to look at. If you guys really want to rely on yourselves, then why insist on teaming up with Kelly?" His words were direct. Brenna's face turned red, but she couldn't find any way to rebut it. The other four silently went to fish and catch shrimps. Kelly turned to look at Hugo, not expecting that he, who had once been deceived by Nyla, could now see through other women's tricks so easily. "I need to put away the cumin powder and chili powder first. Don't let them use these. And the oil as well." "Put it all away," Hugo added. He was very stingy, quickly collecting everything with quick movements. Honest watched from the side, rolling his eyes, not because he thought Hugo was being stingy, but because he was really too full. The food was almost up to his throat. Lying down wouldn't help much either, as he felt like he might throw up any minute. "Remember to put out the fire," Honest said weakly. Looking at him, who was nearly bursting from overeating yet still acting stingy, Hugo inexplicably felt a sense of camaraderie. "All right, I'll put it out immediately." After the five finally struggled to catch some fish and shrimps, they returned only to find an empty ground where everything had been cleared away. They were so angry they could have thrown the catch right into the three's faces. As soon as Honest saw them, he sat up, looking nothing like he was half dead just moments ago. "You just said you wanted to rely on yourselves. So, you don't need the fire we started, or the wood I collected, do you? Really don't use them if you want to rely on yourselves. Don't make me look down on you." This left the five stunned. The one who spoke, Brenna, turned pale. She wished she could scratch Honest's face until it bled. Before, she found him handsome, but now he seemed like nothing more than a fool. The five had to spend tremendous effort gathering wood, cutting branches, and roasting the fish. Kelly and the others sat nearby watching, not even thinking of lending a hand. It was like they were watching a show. A faint burnt smell spread through the air. Chapter 320, She Disrespects People. "Our fish caught fire, oh no." Gabriella panicked as she pulled the fish away and stomped out the fire with her foot. The fish they had barely caught was gone again, and their stomachs rumbled with hunger. "We're not eating seafood anymore, give me food," Rena demanded from Kelly, stretching out her hand confidently. "Who said the food should be turned in just now?" Honest tut-tutted, his handsome face appearing very effeminate due to his sarcastic tone, making him seem like someone you'd want to punch. "Don't know who said that." "Definitely not me," Todd echoed on the side. The two of them played their parts, infuriating the others so much that their faces flushed and their teeth ground together, wishing for murder. "The food you turned in has to be kept for tomorrow's breakfast. We can't eat it today," Kelly said. Helplessly, the five people angrily went back into the sea to catch fish again. This time, while roasting the fish, they watched closely to ensure nothing went wrong. Finally, they could have something warm to eat. Smelling the aroma of roasted fish, Brenna couldn't wait to take a bite, but her face immediately froze in horror. She spat the fish out onto the ground, sticking out her tongue. "Yuck, what taste is this? Why is it so bitter?" Todd, already experienced after handling fish multiple times, rolled his eyes. You didn't even remove the black membrane when you cleaned the fish. It would be strange if it weren't bitter. Rena's face turned ashen, her breathing becoming heavier as anger took over. Why didn't you remind us? Hee, I'm not one to meddle in others' affairs, Todd replied with a faint, mocking smile. The 5 people looked at the roasted fish with despair. It seemed wasteful to throw it away, yet eating it was tasteless. Eat, Jude gritted his teeth. In the end, they endured the bitterness and swallowed the roasted fish. Honest was once again filled with gratitude for his wise decision to make a different choice. Let's go back to the cave, Kelly stood up and said. Honest and Todd immediately flanked her on both sides, preventing anyone else from getting too close. Their sycophantic behavior made the others roll their eyes collectively, as if they cared. Back in the cave, Kelly placed the food in the farthest corner and instructed Brenna, stay close to me today, don't wander around. Why? Brenna frowned immediately in protest. She held a deep grudge against Kelly and wanted nothing to do with her. Those things were targeting you today. If you want to die, I won't stop you, Kelly replied bluntly. She glanced outside, noticing how dark it had become. On the island, daytime was noticeably shorter than in the outside world. Darkness meant danger. Brenna clenched her fists and reluctantly sat next to Kelly, while Honest shifted his seat further away. This woman wasn't easy to get along with. Todd also wished to move away but was hemmed in by the wall, unable to do so despite his wishes. As night fell, Jude frowned. By the time, it should only have been about 5 hours. Kelly gave him an additional glance. He was the most meticulous among them. This small island might be at the horizon intersection, where short days and long nights are normal, Brenna explained knowledgeably. Ryue knows so much. Impressive. Elwyn praised, his eyes full of admiration. During their time together, he had been completely under Brenna's influence, following her every command. I'm not that smart. I just know some textbook knowledge. Brenna smiled modestly, then turned to Kelly. Speaking of which, the truly impressive person is Tyra. She can drive away ghosts. Elwyn snorted in response. We don't know if it's true or if she's just conspiring with the production team to fool us. He lowered his voice slightly, but everyone in the cave could still hear him. Todd's expression darkened instantly. If you don't believe her, why are you following us? No one asked you to join the group, he retorted coldly. Elwyn crossed his arms and turned his head away, pretending he hadn't heard. He didn't want to cause trouble with Todd at this moment, especially since maybe he did know about the production's arrangements. Yes, until now, Elwyn believed everything was just an illusion. The reason he followed the group was out of fear of missing camera coverage. In the entertainment industry, screen time was crucial. He needed to perform well to secure his fans. Confronting Kelly directly would surely gain him praise from viewers when the show aired. Thinking of gaining followers on Weibo, Elwyn felt energized. He pondered what other drama he could create next. I need to use the bathroom. Can you come with me, Yaya and Wanli? Gabriella asked as she got up, giving the two a meaningful look. They quickly rose, and the 3 of them walked out together. Honest hurried closer to Kelly, lowering his voice to tattle. Did you see those people's expressions just now? I heard girls often gossip when they go to the bathroom together. They're probably talking badly about you. Should I go listen? Kelly turned to look at him. The now obedient Honest, who seemed like a lapdog, was utterly different from the slick man he used to be. If not for the certainty that no evil deity could act under her watchful eye, she would have suspected he had been replaced inside and out. Whatever they say has nothing to do with me, just ignore it, Kelly said. Honest nodded, okay, I understand. Having such a good mindset is what makes you so formidable, right? From now on, I will remember Master's teachings, live well, and maintain a calm mind. Kelly. Did she say something like that? She just thought it wasn't necessary. Anyway, once they left this island, everyone would be strangers again. Forget it, let him think whatever he wants. Todd marveled from the side. There were indeed people in this world who could be so sycophantic. Oh, living long really does teach one a lot. Outside the cave. The 3 women did indeed use the bathroom, but after finishing, they didn't leave. Instead, they stood not far away, watching the direction of the cave. Kelly is really too much, so arrogant, Gabriella complained. In Brenna's round almond eyes, a glint of calculation flashed, different from her appearance. She looked anxiously at the others. Yeah, I feel like I don't even count as a person in Kelly's eyes. She doesn't have any respect for us at all. Rena's beautiful face twisted into a grotesque expression, destroying its charm and leaving only an ugly, revolting sight. Bitch, what trash, just by looking at her, I can tell she must have serviced countless big shots in the circle to get to where she is today. Suddenly, Brenna exclaimed in alarm, sounding nervous, have you forgotten? Kelly made us swear an oath that bad-mouthing her would result in our mouths rotting and getting sores. She fidgeted restlessly like an ant on a hot pan, her eyes red as she stared at Rena. What should we do? Will the oath come true? Do you feel any discomfort in your body now, or anything unusual, especially around your mouth? Rena's face turned deathly pale. She hurriedly examined herself closely. After a few moments, she breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 321, The Oath Was Fake. Rest assured, there's nothing wrong with my body, Rena said to the 2 of them. Brenna sighed in relief. Then that means taking an oath is useless. Can Kelly really exorcise ghosts? What was that barrier last night? It could be high-tech, Gabriella said. Her eyes sparkled. The barrier in blue flames can be simulated using advanced technology. We'll know if she can truly exorcise ghosts tonight. If something else shows up tonight, it will prove she's real. If not. Gabriella left her words hanging, only chuckling softly. If not, she would make Kelly pay. Daring to deceive her would have consequences. None of them realized that when they took the oath, it referred to slandering after leaving the island, not on the island itself. After the discussion, the three returned to the cave. Unlike before, they now looked at Kelly with disdain, as if she were just a cunning fraudster, nothing to be wary of. As night fell, a fire was lit inside the cave. Kelly set up a barrier at the entrance. The temperature inside the cave rose, and everyone, exhausted from the day, began dozing off, yawning frequently. Soon, long breaths echoed through the cave. Kelly also closed her eyes to rest, while secretly calculating who would be targeted by the spirits tomorrow. Damn, it turned out to be Elwyn, that big troublemaker. At such a time, she wished she could be heartless enough to leave him behind and walk away. But that was impossible. When everyone was finally asleep, Brenna in the corner opened her eyes. She gently shook her head, looking around cautiously, especially at Kelly. Only after confirming that Kelly was also asleep did she quietly get up and approach Todd, her face flushed red. What Brenna didn't notice was that Kelly had already opened her eyes, her gaze following Brenna's movements as she began unbuttoning her clothes, as if preparing to undress. Todd. Brenna whispered. Seeing no response and thinking he was deeply asleep, a triumphant smile spread across her face. She couldn't help but imagine the joy of becoming the second young madam of the Flynn family. An opportunity to rise above her station was within reach. What are you doing? Kelly suddenly asked aloud. Her sudden voice startled Brenna, causing her to freeze. Before she could button her clothes back up, Todd blinked sleepily, opening his eyes. Facing her exposed figure, he sucked in a sharp breath and quickly averted his gaze. Jesus, what are you doing? Do you want me to get eye problems? You don't seem like a good woman, Todd said disdainfully. Brenna's face turned pale green as she hurriedly put her clothes back on, then turned to glare at Kelly, only to realize that everyone in the cave was now awake and staring at her. Hadn't they all seen her? Facing Elwyn's disappointed and angry gaze, Brenna panicked and sat next to him, grabbing his sleeve, only for him to rudely push her away. Todd, who usually had a foggy brain when not well rested, yawned and wanted to sleep again after the person blocking him left. Brother, how can you still sleep? Honest approached him, winking and grinning. Honest's gesture brought Todd back to full alertness, making him feel bewildered. Are you crazy? Honest pointed at Brenna. You were almost eaten alive, and you call me crazy? I'm trying to warn you. Todd's eyes widened in realization. Now he understood why that woman had been standing in front of him. It made perfect sense. He didn't even want to think about how he'd face Kelly if Brenna had succeeded. How could he provide a positive influence to his sister under such circumstances? Do you want to scheme against me? Todd glared at Brenna angrily, his fists clenching tightly. Honest, who had been eager for drama, nodded in satisfaction. This storyline felt right. Tears welled up in Brenna's eyes as she shook her head timidly, like a frightened rabbit. No, it was an accident. An accident? Todd sneered. Sure, what a coincidence, you being awake while I slept, your clothes buttons just happening to be open. Brenna lowered her head in shame, unable to speak. She hated herself inwardly. Again, she was one step away from success. Was Kelly specifically targeting her? Why did everything she tried always get exposed? Moreover, she was exposed in front of so many people. Why must women make things difficult for each other? I'm warning you, stay away from me. Not just anyone can enter the Flynn family, Todd warned fiercely. This made Brenna even more miserable. She had intended to act like she was violated, forcing him to take responsibility. Now that he was on guard, how could she succeed in the future? Humph. Elwyn snorted, realizing he had misjudged her all this time. Brenna was not the kind of woman who needed to be treated like a delicate white rabbit. She was just a lowly woman trying to climb the social ladder, proving that there weren't many clean characters in her circle. I won't really close my eyes to rest during this period. Everyone should be clear about that and refrain from any such behavior, Kelly warned. Alright, it's most important to conserve our energy. Get some sleep quickly, Gabriella interjected to ease the tension. Everyone fell into a deep sleep again, except for Brenna, whose face turned pale with rage. She was almost fuming with anger but couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard she tried. The next morning came swiftly, and everyone had a good night's sleep. The three women exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with excitement. Sure enough, Kelly's exorcism skills were fake, and so were those ghosts. But then she thought that if this was being filmed, the embarrassing scene from last night would be seen by netizens. Brenna's mood became complicated once more. It seemed she would have to figure out a way to manage public relations after they returned. What a hassle. Thinking this, Brenna hated Kelly even more. If not for her interference, she wouldn't need to worry about these issues at all. What didn't happen last night? Todd asked, puzzled. He had full trust in Kelly, but he genuinely felt curious, even somewhat hopeful, knowing he was safe and wanting to see what new ghostly apparitions might have appeared. With the barrier in place, those spirits couldn't locate us, Kelly explained. Todd nodded, genuinely impressed by her prowess and admiring her even more. Daphne, you're my god. Honest exclaimed excitedly. Surviving on this island filled with monsters all depended on Kelly. He would be forever grateful once they were out of here. Brenna rolled her eyes and sneered, barrier? Seeing her sarcastic tone, Honest immediately retorted, what's your problem? Are you doubting us? Nothing, whatever you say is true, Brenna replied coldly. Kelly ignored the two arguing and took out the food, distributing it evenly among everyone. After this breakfast, their food supplies would be depleted. The 5 people with ulterior motives ate with clenched teeth, their moods very complicated. After breakfast, Kelly said to Elwyn, be careful today. Stick close to me tonight without moving an inch. Chapter 322, Just an Animal. Me? Elwyn pointed at his nose, looking rather ridiculous. After Kelly nodded in confirmation, he crossed his arms and sneered, all right, got it. It seemed that today he was getting the most screen time. Should he take advantage of this situation? Now we need to go out and find food to ensure we have something to eat tonight, Kelly said. No one objected to this, and they all followed her into the dense forest. The easiest food for us would be fish and shrimp. Why don't we catch some? Jude asked. We'll do that after we return. Let's see if there's anything else we can eat inside, Kelly replied. Jude pursed his lips, disagreeing. He believed the forest was an unknown place, potentially dangerous, and venturing in would mean asking for trouble. But Kelly had a dictatorial personality, so he couldn't openly voice his concerns and kept them bottled up inside. The temperature on the island was just right, no one felt too hot. As they ventured deeper, they only saw trees, not even a bird. This island is truly bizarre, Honest complained while rubbing his arms. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a pain at the back of his head. He rubbed it and turned around, cursing, who attacked Grandpa? Holy crap, a monkey? Everyone looked at Honest. In front of him was a monkey hanging upside down from a tree branch by its tail, grinning widely with its red bottom exposed. Come here, Kelly ordered. The monkey immediately stopped smiling and eagerly walked towards her, even searching its body but finding nothing, so it pulled out a hair painfully. Kelly's eyes softened slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. I don't want your tribute. Bring me something to eat. Upon hearing this, the monkey chirped happily and bounded forward merrily. Follow it, move quickly and don't fall behind, Kelly instructed everyone. Seeing that she could communicate with the monkey and now wanted it to lead them to food, everyone was stunned, wondering if this was real or not. With mixed feelings of doubt, they followed the monkey and soon came to a large tree with apples growing on it. Help us pick some, Kelly told the monkey. Getting a monkey to pick apples? That's just too funny. It's just an animal, acting like this is really necessary? Elwyn mocked. He genuinely thought Kelly was a great actor. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain on his forehead. Elwyn glared up at the apple tree to see the monkey swiftly picking apples and throwing them at him, hitting him every time. Painfully dodging, he resembled a monkey more than the one in the tree. His grotesque appearance made everyone involuntarily sneer. Kelly, make that ugly thing stop or I'll kill it, Elwyn angrily demanded. You just said it's just an animal, incapable of picking apples or understanding humans. Now why are you telling it to stop? It's just an animal, do you feel embarrassed arguing with it? Kelly retorted coolly. Elwyn was almost numb with anger. How did he think this monkey was so cunning? Amidst the playful tussle between man and monkey, many apples lay scattered on the ground. Kelly said, that's enough, we have plenty. The monkey stopped, glaring at the finally resting Elwyn as if mocking him as the loser. Put these apples in a bag and take them back, Kelly instructed. Elwyn's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately offered, let me do it. He eagerly gathered all the apples, stopping Honest when he tried to help. What's wrong with him? I've never seen him willing to work before, Honest wondered aloud, scratching his head. Watching Elwyn walk briskly back, Kelly understood from her mental calculations that someone who wanted to die couldn't be saved. Even if she tried to bind him to her side, he'd still find ways to escape because he didn't believe in himself. Forget it, let him be, it's a pity about the apples. Should I catch up with Elwyn? Why is he walking so fast? Honest asked cautiously. Before Kelly could respond, Brenna, Gabriella, Rena, and Jude sped up, saying, we should catch up to him, so he doesn't wander off alone. Yeah, I remember he seems to have poor direction. They moved faster and disappeared from sight within moments. Honest hurried a few steps but couldn't see them around the corner. He yelled loudly, where are you guys? All he received was silence. Kelly and Todd walked up to him. Honest angrily said, I knew those people were up to no good. They must have taken the apples and ran. What a shameless bunch. Those apples were for Kelly. How could they have the nerve to take them? I hope those apples are all poisonous, and after eating them, not one of them remains alive. Honest wasn't a bad person, he was just cursing out of frustration. Kelly glanced towards the location of the bushes for just a moment before retracting her gaze. Ignore them. Let's go our own way and catch some fish and shrimp to eat. We'll come back tomorrow to find the monkey. Besides this, there wasn't any other solution. Even if Honest and Todd felt furious, they couldn't capture those people, so they left angrily. After the three had gone, the people hiding in the bushes emerged a little later. Rena patted her chest. Just now, Kelly seemed to look at us. She can't possibly already know we're hiding here, right? How could anyone be that perceptive? She was definitely just glancing around for us, Elwin said. He pulled an apple out of his pocket and bit into it with a crunch. The fruity fragrance spread in his mouth, and the sweet and sour juice made him feel extremely happy. After eating the grilled fish and shrimp yesterday, having apples today felt like an incredible treat. The others ate apples together and soon devoured them entirely. Does any of you know how to climb trees? Elwin asked. The three female guests shook their heads, but only Jude replied, I can. In that case, let's head back quickly and pick all the apples off the tree. Even if we can't finish eating them, we won't let them rot on the ground. Those people shouldn't get off easy, Elwin enthusiastically suggested. The remaining four wholeheartedly agreed with this idea and headed back to the apple tree. They happened to see the old familiar monkey sitting on the branch, munching on an apple. Upon noticing that Kelly wasn't among the group, it bared its teeth in anger and warned them not to mess around. Elwin sneered coldly, besides picking the apples, I'm going to kill this brute. It dared to throw apples at me just now, it must have lost its mind. Jude immediately began climbing the tree, demonstrating considerable skill. As he climbed close enough to reach the apples, the monkey ran forward, baring its teeth and gnashing its fangs. Chapter 323, Wooing Elwin. Seeing the monkey approach, Jude took in a sharp breath of cold air, an ominous premonition suddenly arising in his heart. In the next instant, the monkey extended its arm and used its sharp nails to scratch wildly at his face, making squeaking sounds as it exerted force. The intense pain made Jude instinctively loosen his grip and cover his face. Following this, he fell heavily to the ground with a thud, instantly knocked unconscious. The remaining four rushed forward to see if he was all right, intending to help him up. However, they heard even louder and more numerous monkey calls. Monkeys emerged from all directions, holding stones in their hands and fiercely pelting them at Jude lying on the ground. The four, being close by, could not avoid getting hit too. With no other choice, they had to retreat from the monkey's target zone. Jude, who had just fainted, was rudely awakened by the pain. He rolled his eyelids upwards and hurriedly hid behind the four others. However, the monkeys were still unwilling to let him off, intensifying their stone attacks. The five of them ran frantically forward, falling over each other in chaos. After a long while, the monkeys finally stopped. The five plopped down where they stood, catching their breath in large gulps, relieved to have survived. Damn, why are there so many beasts in that place? Elwin cursed. It's all because of your loose mouth earlier. You clearly knew they could understand human speech yet wouldn't shut up, Jude rebuked, his face grim. Upon hearing this, Elwin felt his dignity compromised. Standing up abruptly, he glared down at Jude. What does that have to do with me? Kelly must be playing tricks, she can communicate with those monkeys. Chances are, she instructed them to attack us on sight. Jude pondered for a moment. There was some credibility to what Elwin said. Don't argue anymore, look over there, Gabriella called out to everyone. She pointed ahead, revealing a solitary cave not far away, spacious enough to accommodate several people. To the five, this cave truly was a blessing, especially since they had been worrying about where to stay for the night. They entered the cave, resting against the walls. Jude's worried expression showed, we have a place to rest, but we don't have fire. A night in the deep forest is hard to endure without a fire to warm us up, especially in such an eerie place. I have one. Rena smiled, pulling out a lighter from her pocket, the very one Kelly used daily to light fires. We submitted so much food and hardly received protection from her. I simply took this lighter when we left. Anyway, they still have another one, she said proudly. Jude's worried expression eased as he took the lighter, nodding approvingly, good job. Why don't we gather some firewood now? We ate apples earlier, so we won't need dinner tonight. Everyone agreed without dissent and set out to collect dry wood around the area. A conflicted look flashed across Brenna's face, as if making a decision. She followed closely behind Elwin, gathering wood step by step until she confirmed no one else was around before hurrying up to him. In the past, he would always greet her whenever he saw her, but now he treated her like a stranger, not even glancing at her. Are you still angry with me? Brenna asked softly. Finally turning to look at her, Elwin wore an expression full of derision. How dare I be angry at you? You're going to be Todd's woman after all. The Flynn family is powerful. How can someone like us afford to offend them? His words dripped with sarcasm. Though Brenna clenched her fists in anger, she feigned a pitiful appearance, tears streaming down her face. It's not like that. If I really liked Todd, why would I have talked to you instead of him back then? The incident last night was just an accident. I intended to button my blouse quickly, but Kelly purposely interrupted us. That's how I ended up in that situation. Finishing her explanation, Brenna grasped his hand, looking earnestly into his eyes, placing his hand on her chest. Can't you understand my heart? Feeling the softness under his hand, Elwin's gaze became slightly deeper. He had to admit, she was quite appealing. Even knowing much of what she said was nonsense, he found her willingness to act this way before him sweet. But Elwyn's eyes flickered with a sharp gleam. If you want me to believe you, shouldn't you offer something in return? Galenk. His eyes scanned her body, the unspoken meaning clear. Brenna felt profoundly disgusted, but Elwyn was her only lifeline on this dangerous island. She didn't want to be unprotected. Therefore, blushing furiously, she released his hand, pretending to be coy as she stamped her foot. Fine, I agree. Elwyn laughed twice, feeling greatly pleased as he walked away. Brenna watched his retreating back, feeling nauseous at his lewd behavior earlier. It was all Kelly's fault. If not for her voice last night, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Worried about the cameras, Brenna glanced around. If something were to happen tonight, would it be captured on camera? No, to be safe, she had to take Elwyn into the bushes beforehand. After gathering the firewood, everyone returned to the cave. Elwyn's gaze was unashamedly intense as he scanned Brenna's figure. He licked his lips and revealed an anticipatory smile. Brenna felt chills run down her spine, her face pale. If only she had known he couldn't control himself, she wouldn't have agreed. Elwyn keeps looking at you, Yaya, are you okay? Gabriella leaned in with concern. Beside her, Rena raised her eyebrows and widened her eyes. She had been quite close when they were collecting wood but had remained unnoticed while squatting down. It was quite the show. She had heard that Brenna liked to play games and flirted with many rich bachelors. Now, it seemed those rumors weren't exaggerated. The words Brenna spoke earlier made even her heart race. How much more for a man? I'm fine, Brenna replied softly to Gabriella. As long as you're fine. Gabriella sighed in relief but quickly added, Elwyn better not have any ill intentions. Be sure to protect yourself. We're all alone on this island. If he tries anything, no one can help you. Rena almost laughed out loud. Brenna seemed more than willing, yet here Gabriella was fretting needlessly. Yes, thank you, Brenna replied awkwardly. The cave was small, and everyone sat close together, so Gabriella's words could be heard by others. Elwyn chuckled. He withdrew his gaze, contemplating what to do tonight. Finally, night fell. Jude used the lighter to ignite the firewood, and the rising flames warmed the cave. Let's get some sleep, he said. Everyone leaned against the walls and closed their eyes, except Elwyn and Brenna, who were wide awake. A moment later, Elwyn cleared his throat twice and stood up to walk outside. Clenching her teeth, Brenna got up and followed him at a distance. Chapter 324, Deliberately Harming Us. Elwyn stopped in his tracks, nearly causing Brenna to bump into him. Seeing there was nothing but bare land around with no cover, she hurriedly said, let's go into the bushes. What if the production team really has cameras filming us? What will happen if we're caught on camera? Hearing this, Elwyn, who was just about to tell her she was overreacting, nodded instead, all right. The two of them took a few more steps forward and then both squeezed into the bush together. Brenna was sensible. Knowing that her top priority now was to please Elwyn, she immediately wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him passionately. With her taking the initiative, his breathing became more and more rapid, and his hands grew increasingly restless. Actually, Brenna could hardly keep from throwing up. They hadn't brushed their teeth for several days on the island, and Elwyn's breath made her feel miserable. Feeling chilly all over, she suddenly widened her eyes and pulled away from him, screaming. Elwyn shuddered a couple of times out of fright, frowning at her. What's wrong? Brenna's face was deathly pale, and her mouth was wide open, unable to speak as she just stared behind her dumbly. Helpless, Elwyn had no choice but to look back to see what happened. Suddenly, everything before him was enveloped by a black fog. From Brenna's perspective, that black mist completely enveloped him from head to toe, and then floated around him before leaving after a few seconds. At this moment, Elwyn had already turned into a mummy. His skin hung loosely on his bones, making her incredibly terrified. Ah! Help! There's a ghost! Brenna cried out in terror. The three people inside the cave were awakened by the noise, hastily looking around to check what had happened. The first thing Jude saw was the clothes hanging on Brenna's body. His expression was somewhat awkward, and only then did he notice Elwyn's dead body on the ground. The other two women let out even louder screams, utterly stunned. Ghost? Could it be there are real ghosts on this island? Gabriella asked with a deathly pale face. Beside her, Rena swallowed, too frightened to think clearly, and even began to hear ringing in her ears. Meanwhile, Kelly opened her eyes and started pinching some kind of spell. Soon, a wisp of fog appeared floating at her fingertips. She squeezed the fog vigorously, destroying it. With her here, whoever was trying to do something would not have their wish fulfilled. In a blink, the sun rose. Todd and Honest woke up, holding the simple toothbrushes made for them by Kelly as they went outside to brush their teeth and wash up. After coming back, they felt exceptionally refreshed. Tyra, it seems like we don't have breakfast today. What should we do? Should we go back to the same place to pick apples, or get some food from the seaside? Todd asked, covering his rumbling stomach. After waking up, he was really hungry, and Honest, standing next to him, felt the same way, looking at Kelly hopefully, imagining what else they might be able to eat today. Don't worry, someone will come to find us, she said mysteriously. Hearing this, the two of them immediately sat down to wait. They wouldn't believe anyone else, but if Kelly spoke, they trusted her 100%. Only the sound of their breathing filled the cave. The other two could feel that she seemed not in a very good mood, though they didn't know why, or who had upset her. Suddenly, heavy footsteps were heard outside, followed by a few ragged men and women rushing into the cave. Relieved upon seeing Kelly, they dropped their guard and sat heavily on the ground, catching their breath. Honest and Todd exchanged glances. They didn't expect these people to be so shameless, returning after stealing apples yesterday. Kelly, you did this on purpose, Brenna suddenly said. Her eyes wide, with an expression full of righteous indignation. You deliberately wanted to kill us. Elwyn died right in front of me, turning into a mummy. What was that thing, exactly? You obviously have the ability to save him, yet you let him die. You killed him with your own hands. How can you be so cruel? At this moment, Brenna was broken down because she had witnessed the horrifying scene of the mist killing Elwyn, leaving a huge shadow in her mind. Only by blaming others would she feel better. Do you mean that? Did Kelly tell Elwyn to stay with her and not wander off? I remember he ran off with the apples himself, Honest retorted angrily. Todd nodded, don't be unreasonable. Though they spoke like that, they were both shocked inside. Elwyn was dead, which proved that the island really could take lives. We did make mistakes, but do we deserve to die? Brenna countered. Her usually calm and innocent face now showed a twisted and disgusting scheming expression. Kelly, you knew Elwyn would die, why didn't you come to stop it? In short, you wanted him dead, using the island's strange phenomena to kill him. You are the murderer. When we get out, I'll report you to the police. Brenna spoke with utmost conviction, while Kelly's phoenix eyes were filled with a mocking expression. She curled her lips in disdain and said, am I his father or mother? Clear instructions have been given that the island is unsafe and told him to follow me. If he sought death on his own, who should be blamed? As she spoke, divine power surged within her but was suppressed by her with all her might. Kelly knew that her divinity did not permit her to have such selfish thoughts. Deities should love all creatures. But now, being in a human body, she understood more than before. The rewards and punishments for good and evil followed heavenly principles. Why must deities save those evildoers? Elwyn deserved his fate today. He had countless lives on his conscience, innocent young girls he had harmed. Using his identity as a celebrity, he lured, deceived, and plunged one girl after another into despair. What made him worthy of being saved? Puff, Kelly clutched her chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood, breathing heavily against the wall. This sudden turn stunned everyone. Todd immediately supported her, angrily reprimanding Brenna. My sister doesn't owe any of you anything. It wasn't her who forced you to sign the contract to come to this island. She agreed to help you because she has a kind heart. How can you harm her like this? I'm telling you, if anything happens to her, none of us will get out of here. Hearing this, no one dared to say anything more. Regret showed on Brenna's face. She should have waited until they left the island to say these things. Now, so many people depended on her to get them out, she could not afford to have anything happen to her. Sitting cross-legged on the ground to meditate, Kelly tried her best to suppress the divine power. She sighed deeply, realizing how inconvenient a human body was compared to a divine one. Seeing the faith power mark at only 50%, she deeply sighed again. Gathering this would take an unknown amount of time. If it weren't related to her divine body, she wouldn't submit. Still angered by Brenna's words, Kelly opened her eyes and summoned divine power to slap her hard. Chapter 325. Something happened to Kelly? For the first time, Kelly hit someone so lightly with divine power. Brenna held her cheek in disbelief. Why did you hit me? Wait, what just hit my face? At this moment, no one dared to doubt Kelly anymore. Her ability to strike from a distance proved that she was definitely not an ordinary person. From now on, you all must listen to me. If I say one, you cannot say two. If you want to live, be sensible, Kelly said coldly. Everyone obediently nodded. At this moment, none of them dared to have any dissenting thoughts. Both the ghosts on the island and Kelly herself were terrifying. With the ability to strike from a distance, Kelly could easily kill anyone who displeased her. With Elwyn's self-inflicted demise as a precedent, the remaining people became very compliant and sensible, finally giving her some peace of mind. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Now, Hassan finally sensed something was amiss. No matter what variety show it was, they would return the phones to the guests privately every few days for them to handle their information and affairs. But this time, Kelly hadn't been in contact with the outside world for a long time. Hassan was certain there was a problem. He tried calling her again via video call, but no one answered, so he directly contacted Edison. Has Kelly been in touch with you recently? He asked straightforwardly. On the other end of the phone, Edison was puzzled. Why would your girlfriend contact me? She has been participating in the show for many days now. Neither you nor I have received any messages from her. Don't you think there's something wrong? Hassan asked. Right then, he suddenly felt a bit regretful. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have entrusted Kelly to him. Damn, yeah, it's like she vanished into thin air, Edison belatedly exclaimed in shock. You wait here. I'll ask the production team what's going on. She can't have run into trouble, right? The call was disconnected. Hassan pressed his lips together, staring at his phone, feeling inexplicable anxiety. He was very afraid something happened to Kelly but had to guess that the program might indeed have issues. Not long after, Edison called back. I have something to tell you. Don't get mad after hearing this, okay? He cautiously asked, trembling. Go ahead, Hassan said through clenched lips, his voice icy. Just now, I called the production team and found out they had already cancelled the phone numbers. When I contacted the other artists who participated in the show, I discovered that they haven't been in touch with their agencies either. So, those guests have been out of touch for a long time, and the recording location wasn't the agreed-upon small island, Edison explained. After finishing this, he even thought about where he should bury himself. Edison knew better than anyone how much Hassan valued Kelly. Unexpectedly, all he heard was a calm, okay, before the call was disconnected. Staring at the disconnected call screen, Edison couldn't believe it. What happened? He didn't get scolded? But soon, fear crept onto his face again. He had heard that people only say nothing when they're really angry. Would he survive this? On the other end of the phone, Hassan used his family's resources to find Kelly. He wasn't angry because Edison's response matched his suspicions almost perfectly. More than anger, he felt guilt. Knowing his friend was unreliable yet entrusting Kelly to him, his biggest mistake was his own fault. How could he blame others? The Hope family being a top-tier powerhouse, the investigation moved quickly. Soon, he learned that the mastermind behind the production team was Rupert. Recalling the life-for-life deal, Hassan understood that his actions had drawn Rupert's attention to Kelly. He rushed to Amaya's hospital immediately. To find out where Kelly was, making Rupert confess everything, and controlling his daughter would be the best approach. Coincidentally, Amaya was staying at Rinha Hospital, owned by the Hope family. Rinha Hospital had top-tier doctors and facilities, the best choice for wealthy individuals seeking treatment. Hassan entered Amaya's ward without obstruction, looking down at her frail form dependent on a respirator. If it weren't for Kelly, the one lying there, barely clinging to life, would have been him. Amaya's eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes. Seeing Hassan, she froze for a moment before her eyes filled with immense joy. Arden, you came to see me. Wah, can you save me? It hurts so much right now. I just want to live. Amaya's voice was weak, but Hassan felt incredibly gratified listening to it. He shook his head, no. Upon hearing this, the pitiful expression on her face froze before twisting into sheer malice. Hassan, you heartless bastard. I saved you before. Now you won't even save me? Then give me back the life I saved you. You don't deserve to live. To save? Hassan's eyes were hollow, his thoughts drifting back to his childhood. Back then, he had a good relationship with Wang Chun Nan, who lived next door. They were reading fairy tales together when the fire broke out. At that moment, Hassan had a chance to escape with her. But just as he was about to open the door, she accidentally closed it. Then he lost consciousness. When he came to, he saw Rupert carrying him out. Back then, Hassan truly believed that Rupert and his daughter saved him and he felt grateful for so many years. But after that incident, his health started deteriorating, and his luck turned for the worse. Previously, Hassan hadn't associated this with his parents. Only after his mother mentioned it did he realize something was wrong. Wang Chun Nan, do you and your father really think that hiding things temporarily can hide them forever? He sneered. The truth about you so-called saving me, we both know it well, there's no need for me to point it out clearly. Gallivanting on my fortune for so many years, even if you really saved me, it should be enough to pay back. Wang Chun Nan weakly hit the bed, seemingly wanting to sit up and hit him but lacked the strength now. Hassan wasn't going to waste any more time. He took out his phone and called Rupert. Uncle Wang, I'm in the ward, want to connect via video? He asked. In what ward? What do you plan to do? Rupert immediately tensed. Hassan initiated a video call showing Wang Chun Nan on the bed. Stay away from my daughter, don't hurt her. Rupert was in agony, extremely anxious. As long as you tell me where the filming location is and what you did to Kelly, I will let her go, said Hassan. Not possible, Rupert answered immediately. Hassan nodded knowingly, walked to the respirator, and unplugged the tube. Wang Chun Nan immediately started convulsing, clutching her throat and gasping for air. Murder is illegal, I'm recording this, I have evidence. Rupert warned fiercely. Chapter 326, Unafraid of the Storm. Hassan looked at the flustered Rupert with cold eyes, so what if I recorded it? If committing murder is illegal, then I will pay for my crime. I treat my daughter the same way, I would do anything for Kelly. Rupert's head buzzed. He sincerely believed Hassan was mad. Seeing Amaya's agonized state, tears streamed down his cheeks. I said, connect her to the ventilator, and I'll tell you everything. He said weakly. Only then did Hassan restore oxygen to Amaya. She loosened her tight grip on her neck, her body trembling in fear. The air even carried a faint smell of blood, and the sheets were soaked. Seeing his daughter in such a pitiful state, Rupert felt an immense regret. He shouldn't have let her stay at the Hope family hospital. Speak. Hassan spoke icily. I tricked Kelly and 7 others to the Ken Island near America. My purpose was to have them lend their fortune to Chunan. But for some reason, the drone lost contact with them, and Chunan's health never improved. I don't know if they're dead or alive, Rupert explained. Facing the deranged Hassan, he dared not withhold any information. I've told you everything. Please spare Chunan, he pleaded painfully. Hassan carefully observed his expression on the screen, confirmed its authenticity, and hung up without looking at Amaya, turning to leave. He had to save Kelly immediately, he couldn't wait even half a minute. Amaya stared at his back, a large tear sliding down her cheek. The thought that he was willing to harm her for another woman was heart-wrenching. At one time, she truly wanted to marry Hassan, loving him wholeheartedly. But now, Amaya hated him for refusing to continue lending her fortune. She could have been normal, but all that was ruined by him. Even in death, she wouldn't let him off, vowing to haunt him and make sure neither he nor Kelly had peace. Rupert had been in the car while making the call. Not long after ending the call, he arrived at the ward, overwhelmed by the smell of urine in the air. Nan, are you okay? He softly asked as he walked to the bedside. Amaya opened her eyes suddenly, gazing at him with a look filled with pain, despair, and helplessness. Beck, I feel so terrible. He humiliated me. Can you kill those people for me? Let them be buried with me. Why should only I die? Her tone was pleading, yet her eyes gleamed with a ruthless light. Rupert nodded instantly. All right, Beck will kill them all. If evil spirits can't harm Hassan and Kelly, then Beck will find someone to physically eliminate them. I'll make it happen for you. Hearing this, Amaya smiled wistfully. Looking at her father, who now had more white hair due to worry and stress, she cried. Beck, I really hate myself. Why must you worry so much about me? If there's a chance in the next life, I want to be your daughter again. You've been a great father, okay? Seemingly foreseeing something, Rupert trembled uncontrollably. He wished he could close his eyes but couldn't bear to miss a moment. He watched powerlessly as his daughter's vitality gradually faded away. Okay, he seemed to use all his strength to say that word. A contented, blissful smile spread across Amaya's face. All her strength left her, and her head turned to the side. The heart monitor showed a straight line. Rupert knelt beside the bed, holding her hand, feeling her warmth fade. His daughter was gone. At that moment, his black hair turned white, aging him rapidly. Hassan, if not for your provocation, Nan would never have fallen ill. I'll make you pay with your blood. Rupert's face twisted into a demonic, vengeful expression. Meanwhile, the man he cursed had already boarded a ship. The sky over the sea grew darker. The captain, looking grim, said, It's not good. We're encountering a thunderstorm. It's not suitable to set sail today. Hassan glared at him. We must depart today and reach the designated island as quickly as possible. As long as you're willing to sail today, I'll pay double, even triple the fare. Hearing this, the captain and crew members hesitated. Such a generous offer would allow them a nice rest at home afterward. However, the weather was indeed perilous. They might earn the money, but risk their lives doing so. Forget it. Just as the captain was about to refuse, Hassan interrupted, 10 times the price. Everyone froze upon hearing this offer. Greedy lights flashed in their eyes. 10 times the price, unprecedented. Boss, why don't we give it a try? Our ship is good, so even if we encounter thunder and rain, it won't be much of an issue. At worst, it will just be hard to control, but with our experience on the sea and your excellent sailing skills, it should be fine. My wife is about to give birth. If I can get this money, we won't have to worry about baby formula and diapers. Boss, I think it's worth it. There's nothing much going on at my place either. It's just that I really don't want to miss out on this money. But you make the call, boss. Hassan stared sternly at the captain. He insisted on setting sail during the thunderstorm because he was extremely confident in his destiny. When Amaya, who was nearly dead, stole his destiny, she became full of vitality. This proved just how strong his destiny was. All right, let's make this deal and take the risk. The captain gritted his teeth. Fine. Hassan nodded. The captain immediately called out to the crew, and they continued sailing forward without hesitation, ignoring the storm and the rocking. At this moment, it was raining on the small island as well. Over the past few days, Kelly had built a makeshift hut on the island. Everyone was sitting under the banana leaf roof, watching the drizzle fall. Today is the 7th day. According to what you said, the danger should be over today. Can we leave now? Honest asked. Now everyone felt very down. Staying on this island for so many days without cell phones or computers, they were constantly anxious and almost on the verge of a mental breakdown. All eyes turned to Kelly, hoping for a satisfactory answer from her. But she shook her head. I'm not sure yet. To leave the island, we need a boat, and right now, we can only wait for one to come. Upon hearing this, Gabriella couldn't hold back her sobs. The other 2 female guests hurried to comfort her, but soon they all began to cry together. They were deeply distressed because they had seen too many monsters recently, which completely shattered their previous worldview. There really were ghosts in this world, and it was terrifying. Chapter 327, Human-Shaped Black Fog. Watching the 3 female guests weeping bitterly, Kelly sighed and surprisingly comforted them with great patience. Don't worry, there is still good news. After today, you will be safe and sound, at least you won't see those things anymore. Upon hearing this, the 3 female guests continued to sob but felt much better. To them, not seeing ghosts was the greatest blessing from God. The rain grew heavier. Hugo frowned and said, "We don't have enough firewood. How about a few men go into the forest and try to collect some dry ones? We are mainly worried that if it rains harder, we won't be able to keep the bonfire burning and could freeze to death." Several male guests nodded in agreement. They were all physically fit, so usually took on such labor-intensive tasks. They hurriedly left after informing Kelly, leaving only the 3 women behind. Rena approached awkwardly. I got my period today, and there are no sanitary pads on the island. What should I do?" Kelly looked at her with concern and a slight change of expression. "There's nothing we can do but use toilet paper as a temporary solution." "But wouldn't that cause problems?" "That thing isn't clean. If I get infected, or if the paper stays on the island too long and picks up parasites, what would happen?" Rena voiced out many concerns. She really didn't want to use that. "Then either use toilet paper, or don't use anything. The island doesn't have these conditions," Kelly replied. Being a woman herself, she understood Rena's discomfort but couldn't think of another way. Being stranded on an uninhabited island like this, having some toilet paper was already a godsend. With red-rimmed eyes, Rena returned to the other female guests, pale and helpless. They accompanied her to fetch the paper for padding. Kelly remained seated, calculating in her hands. A woman's menstruation attracts ghostly entities greatly. Today was going to be challenging. And today, the target happened to be Rena, compounded by the dual evil presence. How could she protect her? Night fell. Everyone retreated into the cave, the burning bonfire giving them some reassurance, yet everyone knew safety was temporary. Soon, those entities would come, just like before. Kelly had already set up a barrier at the cave entrance, even double-layered. A piercing wail suddenly rang out, making everyone inside ache in their heads. At the same time, something seemed to be colliding against the barrier outside the cave. They lifted their heads and saw clumps of black fog that appeared almost human-like, with round heads constantly bumping. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Kelly used divine power to continuously reinforce the barrier while dispersing a few strands to deal with the human-shaped black fog. But there were too many, seemingly endless. Half an hour passed without them dispersing, and they even increased. Long-term exertion made beads of sweat appear on Kelly's forehead. She stood up, barely holding on, as the confinement loosened, and the human-shaped black fog emitted eerie laughter, as if saying the guests were doomed. Pale-faced, Kelly knew that at this rate, the barrier would eventually break. She had to find a way to stop them. Just as she thought, the female guests screamed in panic, disrupting her thoughts. "Can you shut up?" Kelly snapped coldly. "How can we? Those things outside are terrifying. Why can't you drive them away like before?" Gabriella cried out. "I'm scared. Am I going to die here tonight?" "Kelly, you said you would protect us. You have to make good on your promise," Brenna chimed in. Rena didn't say anything but only cried while clutching her head, showing how terrified and distressed they were. The male guests also looked very solemn. Everyone could tell the human-shaped black fog at the entrance was formidable, and Kelly seemed a bit overwhelmed. If they got in, perhaps everyone would end up like Elwyn, swallowed by the fog and turned into dried corpses. Thinking of that outcome sent chills down everyone's spines, wishing they could kneel to those human-shaped black fogs and beg them to leave. What good does crying do now? The only one who can save us is Kelly. She has to figure out how to get rid of those things, Hugo shouted impatiently at the female guests. They realized the importance of quietness and quickly covered their mouths, silently weeping. Only then could Kelly calm down and carefully consider. If she could disperse her divine power into countless sharp needles, could she eliminate those human-shaped black fog on a large scale? Her eyes flashed with determination as she said, "My divine power, unite with my will, 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3, 3 becomes everything, scatter." As she finished speaking, the divine power outside exploded like fireworks, shocking all the guests. Once again, they realized how powerful mysticism truly was. With all the monsters outside eliminated, Rena heaved a sigh of relief, her face breaking into a joyful smile. But before her smile had fully faded, more human-shaped black fog appeared outside. Kelly could only continue to transform her divine power into needles, but it seemed like those things were endless. It was like a continuous onslaught. She couldn't hold on forever, and her divine power would eventually run out. Kelly could only reinforce the barrier again and said to everyone, "Just wait, once it's daylight, everything will be fine." Everyone shivered in fear, watching those ferocious human-shaped black fogs and swallowing their saliva. They were incredibly scared. Time ticked by slowly, with only the piercing cries of the human-shaped black fog filling everyone's ears, which was very harsh and unpleasant. Finally, a faint white light began to rise on the horizon, indicating that dawn was approaching. Finally. The guests couldn't help but relax. However, the human-shaped black fogs outside suddenly became even more forceful, turning the wavering barrier into complete ruins. The female guest screamed. Rena, looking at Kelly in front of her, steeled her heart and directly pushed her outward. She had promised to protect everyone, so now she would protect them with her life. The human-shaped black fog immediately enveloped Kelly, and at this moment, daylight fully broke through. As the human-shaped black fog dissipated, Kelly had vanished without a trace. Rena breathed a sigh of relief, her face breaking into a genuinely pleasant smile. The person who died wasn't her, which was truly great. We made it through. Today is the 8th day. All we need to do now is wait for rescue. Oh my god, I can't believe we were so lucky to survive, Brenna said with tears welling up in her eyes. She had witnessed firsthand how Elwyn was swallowed by the black fog and feared the same fate for herself just now. Now that the black fog had finally disappeared completely, everyone could live. It was really lucky. If we can get out of here, I'll definitely tell my fans just how terrifying this experience was, Gabriella also said, patting her chest. Surviving such a disaster must bring good fortune. We should definitely celebrate properly. Luckily, we still have plenty of dried seafood, Rena added. Chapter 328, Who are you? Each of the female guests wore a genuinely sincere smile on their faces. It was clear they did not care whether Kelly was alive or dead. To them, being alive was a stroke of luck. Moreover, some people here had serious grievances against Kelly. Her death would make them happy. It took Hugo a moment to react. He walked up to Rena with disbelief and looked at her smiling face. Are you sick? You just pushed Kelly into that pile of monsters. Rena's smile slowly faded, and she put on an appearance as if she were about to cry like Fu Hopianran. I'm sorry. I was just too scared at that moment. Kelly will definitely be fine. There's no body on the ground. Compared to us ordinary people who could be engulfed by those monsters, she is more suitable for survival with her metaphysical abilities. I did this for everyone else in the cave. Can you understand my intentions? These words made Hugo unable to hold back any longer, and he punched her in the face, causing Rena to fall to the ground due to the force. He didn't let up and started kicking her. You have good intentions? This is murder. Who do you think you are, Rena? How dare you push my sister into that pile of disgusting things? Hugo cursed loudly while moving swiftly. Don't hit her anymore. You're going to kill her, Brenna hastily said. Rena didn't mean to. Please let her go, she's still on her period, Gabriella added. Although Hugo was still angry, he didn't want to seriously hurt anyone, so he stepped back a few paces with a cold expression. Rena was in pain, tears streaming down her face, but she didn't dare say anything. She forced herself to sit up, supported by the other two female guests. It's not a big deal. Kelly must have a lucky star watching over her. She's probably fine. Is there any need to beat her up like this? Gabriella muttered under her breath. Hugo folded his arms across his chest. Of course, why wouldn't it be? My Flynn family's precious young miss is worth more than any one of your lives. Rena, I'll remember what you did today clearly. Once we leave this island, don't expect any leniency from me. As for the two of you, enjoy defending her? Fine, I'll take it that you're all of the same kind. The overt display of power left the three women pale with fear. They were genuinely terrified. They could tell how enraged Hugo was, and his words were very serious. The three women had been looking forward to leaving the island and returning to real life, but now they didn't know what to do. Besides, if it weren't for Kelly, none of you weaklings would have survived this long. To turn around and do such despicable things after receiving her help. It makes me sick, Hugo continued. This statement left the three women speechless. They remained silent where they stood, and Rena's body trembled uncontrollably. Part of it was from the pain, but another part was sheer embarrassment. At that moment, she wasn't thinking straight, just feeling that since Kelly wasn't popular anyway and it was already the 8th day, it didn't matter if she died. The coming days may bring more demons, Jude sighed. While Kelly was around, he could confirm those entities wouldn't appear. But now that her fate was unknown, who could tell? Everyone present turned pale. Brenna moved closer to Rena, whispering words of comfort. Don't worry, it'll be okay. Kelly said those fates were targeting us 7. Everyone's safe, so nothing bad will happen. And I can understand your actions at that time. You did it to protect everyone in the cave. I understand. Hearing this, Rena looked at her through blurred vision, as if she had found a true confidant. Gabriella frowned thoughtfully on the side. She had always been straightforward and hated evil. That's why she helped fight Kelly. But at this moment, she knew clearly that Rena was seeking revenge. Yet Brenna was actually comforting her. TSK, these two really aren't good people. I should stay away from them from now on. As for Kelly, Gabriella felt a sense of regret but also believed in her strength. Kelly would definitely come back unharmed. The bone-chilling cold woke Kelly. She found herself suspended in midair, enveloped in dark mist that restrained her limbs. Turning her head, she saw that this place seemed to be the deepest part of the forest, saturated with black and ominous energies. No wonder I couldn't absorb anything these past few days. So it's because you're here. A hoarse, low voice resonated. Kelly wanted to look down but felt these mists trying to swallow her, each particle attempting to burrow into her body. Trivial tricks, she sneered. Break. Just with one word, the black mist surrounding Kelly dispersed immediately, and the restraints on her limbs vanished without a trace. She successfully landed on the ground. Who are you? The person behind? Do you dare to show me your true face? She called out. Once again, boisterous laughter echoed around her, followed by the appearance of a diminutive man cloaked in mist who emerged from it. He waved his hand, and the mist enveloping him dissipated. The man seemed only 1.5 meters tall, somewhat aged, with a ragged beard, and eyes that formed unappealing inverted triangles, exuding a cunning look. You, young lady, are beautiful, talented, and have remarkable aptitude. Why insist on walking the righteous path? If you're willing to join us in the evil ways, I can offer you the best cultivation conditions. The man waved his hand, look at me, flipping my hand to control the clouds, and turning my palm to change the weather. And I can freely exchange others' fates onto myself. Hassan is quite remarkable, he trusts you so much he'd willingly undergo the exchange. As the man chattered incessantly, Kelly extended 2 fingers, tilting her head slightly. Between her fingers was a black needle. Dark weapons are useless against me. If you want to fight us, use real power, she said. Since ancient times, the righteous and the wicked could not coexist. Being on the righteous path, she would never easily turn to evil. The man understood this and thus intended to play dirty. But he probably hadn't expected her to be even more formidable than he had anticipated. What good is your agility when all the murderous chi around here can be utilized by me? You are destined to die, the man sneered, revealing his true intentions. Murderous chi from all directions, converge upon me, bless me to repel the enemy, he shouted. Watching the endless stream of murderous chi surging toward him, Kelly gave a cold smile and waved her hand before her eyes. Her eyes emitted dazzling golden light. I invoke divine form, exorcise demons, and drive away evil spirits, she proclaimed. Compared to the man, Kelly's voice resonated with divinity, driving away much of the murderous chi. Her spirit slowly emerged from her body, shimmering with radiant virtue light, making the surrounding malevolent spirits recoil and retreat. The man, who was absorbing energy, looked at her, horrified and bewildered. Are you a deity? He then shook his head frantically. How could that be possible? There cannot possibly be any deities left in this world. Chapter 329, Returning to Cause Trouble. Kelly looked at the man in front of her with disdain. Why can't there be a god when there are despicable people like you in the world? Each word she spoke was filled with divine power, striking heavily at the man's heart and causing him to spit out blood. The gods had a lethal suppressive effect on these evil beings, leaving the man unable to retaliate as if he were immobilized. I use the power of my divine soul to seal your life force, expelling the malevolence from your body. Kelly said sternly, pointing at the man. A massive beam of golden light emerged from the clouds and struck the man, burning him and causing him to scream in agony. You wretched woman, I will never let you off. So what if you're a god? I can still kill a god. Today I lost because I was unprepared. Next time, don't think you'll get away easily. Uttering those ferocious words, the man's figure was engulfed by the golden light, and Kelly's divine soul immediately returned to her body, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Forcing the divine soul through the human body naturally caused damage. It seemed she would need some time to recuperate properly. She knew that the man wasn't truly dead. The entity on the island was merely his primary soul, but even his real body wouldn't be spared. Country tea. A short man sat cross-legged, his face contorted and drenched in sweat as if trapped in a nightmare. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, black blood trickling from all orifices. His entire body ached, gritting his teeth to endure. Golden light seemed to scan through his whole body, trying to swallow him entirely. Spirit summoning banner, defend, the man gritted out. The black banner on the table flew into his hands and then shielded him against the golden light. The banner seemed to emit cries of hundreds of ghosts before disappearing along with the golden light. Finally regaining control over his body, he looked painfully at the now bare flagpole. It took 99 souls to create that spirit summoning banner, and they've all been fused by that golden light. I didn't expect that woman to actually be a divine body. Saying this, the man forced himself to stand and picked up his phone from the table, angrily calling Rupert. He wanted to ask why they agreed on 7 people, yet ended up being 8. If not for that woman's presence, the plan would have been foolproof. He would have obtained what he wanted, and Lola could have awakened. Everything went wrong because of Kelly. After a long ring, the call was finally answered. Just as the man was about to speak, Rupert shouted first, "You have the nerve to call me? It's your fault my daughter is dead. I will settle accounts with you. If you dare, tell me where you are, and I'll come immediately." The man, already furious, was enraged further by this. "I'm here to settle accounts with you. I repeatedly told you only those 7, yet you ignored me and dared to involve Kelly. Now you come to me with complaints?" With these words, Rupert did not dare to continue speaking, only heavy breathing heard through the receiver. The man continued, "Your daughter is dead due to lack of nourishment, right? Let me tell you, Rupert, it's all because you foolishly brought Kelly into this. You knew that woman was skilled in mysticism and still dared to provoke her." Hearing that it was his own fault for his daughter's death, Rupert couldn't contain his shouts any longer. He threw the phone down, burying his head in his hands, crying uncontrollably. Nan, Beck has wronged you, it's all my fault. I intended for Kelly to die, but I never thought she was so powerful." A cool breeze blew past, and Rupert felt something. Looking up into the sky, he said, Nan, is that you comforting Beck? You forgave Beck, but Beck can't forgive himself. Rest assured, I will fulfill all my promises to you. Kelly and Hassan, they are destined to be pulled into hell by me. The wind seemed to intensify, and Rupert sat on the ground laughing maniacally. He knew that Lola had agreed. She must have wanted those 2 to join her. After killing them, he would also end his own life. In this world, Rupert cared most about Lola. With his daughter gone, killed by his own actions, he couldn't bear it. Meanwhile, Kelly, holding her chest, was walking toward the cave, divine power coursing through her body to alleviate the pain. Her mind kept replaying the moment she was pushed out. Rena had shown no mercy that time. If Kelly were an ordinary person, those dark humanoid figures would have drained her completely like they did Elwyn. So, Rena clearly intended to kill her. Kelly might be a god, but she wasn't a saint. She would not forgive those who tried to kill her. This time returning was to deal with Rena. The atmosphere inside the cave was very tense. Hugo kept all the items behind him, not allowing anyone else to touch them. He firmly believed Kelly would return, and everything belonged to her. Can I use some toilet paper? I really need it, Rena said anxiously. No way, Flynn Mukin crossed his arms, looking vigilant. Rena was almost in despair. She felt extremely uncomfortable and knew she had to use toilet paper soon or her pants would be soiled. She didn't have any spare clothes. Are you sick? Kelly was taken away by those things and definitely didn't survive. What's wrong with us using her stuff, she said without thinking. Flynn Mukin glared at her, his fists clenched tightly. What did you say? The fear of being beaten still lingered. Rena hid behind Jude, poking her head out. I'm saying what I said. Kelly is dead anyway, so her things are ours to use as toilet paper if we want. Oh. How come I don't know I'm dead? A familiar cool female voice sounded at the cave entrance. Everyone looked over with a mix of shock and joy when they saw Kelly. Flynn Mukin immediately stood up and came to her, looking her up and down. Tyra, are you okay? I'm fine, don't worry, Kelly replied. After spending these few days together, she could see that Flynn Mukin had changed. Naturally, she had more patience with him now compared to before. It's good that you're fine. I thought. Flynn Mukin's eyes welled up, he wiped his nose, tears almost spilling over. Kelly lightly patted his shoulder, using divine power to stabilize his emotions and lift his spirits. At this moment, Rena wished she could shrink into a quail. She was extremely angry. How could Kelly still be alive? She should have died outside. Now it was all over. With Kelly back, pushing her out couldn't possibly end well for her. Rena was already in turmoil, trying to figure out how to explain this reasonably. I came back to cause trouble, Kelly said. She put her intentions on the table, and Rena felt a lump in her throat, subconsciously knowing it was over. She tried to defend herself. I did it for everyone's good. I figured you were different from us and could survive, which is why I acted. Chapter 330, They Are All Dead. Kelly looked at Rena, her gaze as piercing as if it could see right through one's soul. She sneered and said, I heard someone say I was already dead just now. Rena's face turned beet red, for she had spoken those words. How coincidental that Kelly herself would hear them. Bad is bad, no amount of lying can change that. You intended to murder me, so you deserve punishment, don't you? Kelly asked. Rena stared at her in shock. You're perfectly fine now. On what grounds do you punish me? Besides, Todd already beat me up back then. Even now, she still didn't admit her mistake. Kelly thought it was pointless to waste more words on her and released her divine power, forming a golden whip. Everyone inside the cave gasped in unison. Witnessing her additional powers, everyone became even more frightened. Could such a monstrous being still be considered human? This is a divine whip. The debts you owe will be settled by the way of heaven. Once karma is resolved, this divine whip will dissipate, Kelly explained. She raised the whip and struck Rena. There was no sound, nor any visible wound, yet Rena felt excruciating pain, drilling into her very flesh. Then came another lash, and another. Rena cried out heart-wrenchingly, begging for help from everyone, but no one was willing to step forward. In an instant, 10 lashes were over. Everyone watched as the golden whip turned into tiny specks of light and vanished into the air. This was even more impressive than any special effects in movies. Rena lay on the ground, panting heavily. She glared at Kelly with vicious eyes, clawing at the ground due to the pain, all her fingernails broken, droplets of red blood clotting under the broken nails. The pain was intense, even to watch. Our karma is settled. From now on, I won't bother you anymore, Kelly said. These lashes punished Rena not only physically but also affected her fortune, which she would only feel later. After sitting down, Kelly performed some divinations, unusually revealing a smile. Someone will come to rescue us today. Prepare yourselves. The oppressive fear vanished from everyone's faces as they exclaimed joyfully, scrambling to pack their belongings. Rena silently swore that if she ever got a chance to leave, she wouldn't let Kelly off easily. This day's hatred was firmly etched in her mind. Rena's eyes flashed, and she quietly left the cave, approaching the shore nearby to wait. Soon enough, a boat approached. Seeing modern machinery, she rejoiced and waved enthusiastically to catch their attention. Finally, they were saved. The boat stopped before Brenna. Several crew members disembarked, followed by Hassan. Her eyes never left him, cheeks flushed, for actor Hope indeed looked even better in person than on screen. Hassan asked her, where are the others? Brenna shook her head, her eyes instantly turning red as tears dropped crystal clear to the ground. They are all gone. I'm the only survivor. Everyone fought for their lives, but this small island is too dangerous. Those creatures turned them into mummies. Thinking of Elwyn's death made her gag, adding more authenticity to her performance. Hassan looked at her with a complex expression. Turning to the crew, he said, "Please help me search the island. I'll pay extra tips." The crew laughed and nodded. Brenna's face changed abruptly. "No. Why not?" Hassan frowned. Brenna clenched her dress. "The island is full of unknown dangers. I'm afraid you might get hurt. And there are ghosts here. These ghosts kill people. They kill indiscriminately," she emphasized. The crew members chuckled and continued toward the island. Most people in modern society were atheists. How could they believe in such strange things? Hassan glanced at Brenna. "If there are ghosts here, your survival must be because of Kelly. So she must still be alive." Ignoring her protests, he turned and left. Brenna watched his back, feeling incredibly anxious. Why didn't he believe her? Oh no, if Kelly found out she was lying, would she tear her apart? Recalling Rena's suffering during the whipping, Brenna felt goosebumps all over her body, her face showing agony and regret. Following the footprints, Hassan soon reached the cave entrance and saw the person he missed every moment. Kelly saw him too, her warm smile dazzling. She knew he would come looking for them. Suppressing his excitement, Hassan walked briskly into the cave. Everyone finally understood why Kelly smiled so beautifully. Her lover had arrived. An outsider also meant they could leave. "Tyra, just now a girl stopped me and said there are ghosts here. Are you okay? Are you injured?" Hassan asked anxiously. Kelly covered her heart with her hand, her face slightly pale. "Just a minor injury. I'll be fine after resting for a few days." Hassan didn't feel reassured by this. His lips were tightly pressed together, worry and sadness evident on his face. Knowing he was overthinking again from this expression, Kelly helplessly took his hand. "This is the tribulation in my fate, which cannot be avoided. No matter how great your abilities are, you can't make me skip this tribulation." Hearing this, Hassan's expression eased slightly, and he nodded at her. "Then during this time, I will cook for you to nourish your body." Kelly agreed, and their eyes met. Everyone around could feel the sweet and intimate atmosphere between them. Rena and Gabriella envied them to no end. Oh, that person is Hassan. How could he look so love-struck, and what merit does Kelly have to deserve such treatment from him? The group walked out together towards the shore. Seeing the boat that would take them back to the outside world, everyone's faces lit up with joy. Brenna stood nervously by the boat. Gabriella immediately approached her. "I was worried about where you were. Turns out you're already here. We can finally leave." Seeing her reaction, it seemed like she hadn't realized what had happened. Relieved, Brenna also smiled happily and nodded. "We should keep our promise to go eat delicious food once we get out. I really want to eat hot pot right now." Gabriella's face lit up with excitement, completely unaware that the person she called a sister actually wanted her dead all the time. Hassan didn't say anything earlier because the timing wasn't right. After all, not everyone was there. "Is this person part of your group or did they mistakenly enter the island?" He pointed at Brenna and pretended to ask confusedly. "Of course, she's with us," Gabriella replied. Chapter 331, Back to the Mainland. At this moment, Brenna's expression was extremely unpleasant. She looked at Hassan with pleading eyes, hoping he wouldn't reveal what just happened. But how could he give her any face? "Just now, this lady told me that everyone with her had become mummies, urging me to hurry and take her away," Hassan said. Upon hearing this, everyone stared at Brenna in disbelief. She had always appeared weak and pitiful in front of them, like a delicate little white flower that would scatter at the slightest breeze. No one could have imagined she could be so vicious. Telling Hassan, who came to the islands to pick them up, to leave was tantamount to condemning everyone to death. "Brenna. You want us to die?" Gabriella shouted loudly, loosening her grip on her arm. "It's not like that, Brenna waved her hands repeatedly, trying to explain herself. But no words came out of her mouth. Reality hit her hard in the face. Seeing the wary gazes of everyone around her, Brenna could only lower her head, hating Hassan deeply for being so petty as to spill everything out. "Let's get on the boat